Chapter 1. Beep beep beep. Your soldier ID. 7735. Landing imminent. Landing imminent. Prepare for combat. The shrill mechanical wail pierced the air, accompanied by the emotionless, frigid voice of a woman. It incessantly buzzed in Lin Nian's ears. He abruptly opened his eyes. The stifling gas compelled him to gasp for air. Lin Nian attempted to move his body, only to discover he was ensconced within a capsule reminiscent of a coffin. Before him, a small transparent observation window offered a glimpse of the exterior. Outside the capsule, bright orange-eared lights flickered. He was plummeting downwards in this landing capsule, free-falling towards a certain orange-yellow planet. In addition to his own descending capsule, numerous others were also in free fall nearby, each one shaped like a dart. All were cast down by a passing interstellar fighter jet. Swoosh! A large, high-velocity missile, whose origin was unknown, adjusted its trajectory twice, evading the fighter's countermeasures. It struck the interstellar fighter directly. The fighter erupted in a violent explosion, transforming into a shower of debris, all cascading towards the orange-yellow planet beneath Lin Nian. It was only then that Lin Nian recalled his circumstances. He had traversed dimensions, not as a soul transfer, but as a complete rebirth. At this moment, the memories of two lives began to meld together. In his previous life, upon reaching adulthood, in pursuit of a livelihood, he had chosen to enlist in the Imperial Army of Humanity, becoming a valiant soldier of the Empire. Soon after, he was dispatched to the planet Qianxian. Before the battle commenced, like others, he was administered a potent biochemical agent. Under the influence of this biochemical enhancement, Lin Nian suddenly remembered the reality of his transference. System? Golden Finger? What special abilities do I possess? Panic surged within Lin Nian's mind. Yet, no response came. Despair washed over him. Where were the promised perks of being a transmigrator? Not a single one. Boom! Boom! At that moment, the sky erupted with explosive bursts. The capsules plummeting alongside him were continuously struck and obliterated by ground-based anti-aircraft fire. The capsule nearest to him was singed by an explosion, quickly igniting in flames. The soldiers within beat against the capsule walls in despair, their eyes pleading towards Lin Nian. Just as Lin Nian opened his mouth to speak, a tremendous explosion engulfed that capsule. A bloodied metal fragment slammed against the observation window before him, then was swept away by the fierce currents outside the capsule. Yet, the bloodstain remained, a stark and jarring reminder. Lin Nian understood. It symbolized a once living soul. This was the battlefield. With a sigh of resignation, Lin Nian felt a sense of helplessness. He bore only the identity of a transmigrator, and at present, possessed nothing to steer his fate. He could only pray in his heart, beseeching that fortune would not abandon him. Reflecting on his past life, Lin Nian had not anticipated that this existence would be even more tragic, opening his eyes only to seek an audience with the King of Hell. In the sky, the landing capsules of his cohort continued to explode. Yet Lin Nian realized he was fortunate. Countless artillery batteries on the ground were aimed at him, but none of the concentrated fire managed to find its mark. 100 meters to the ground. 50 meters. 10 meters. The cold female voice continued its countdown. The surviving capsules successfully breached the anti-air defenses. As they were about to plunge straight into the orange-yellow earth, his capsule began to generate tremendous retro thrust. Lin Nian glanced towards the observation window. The bottom of the opposite capsule was also emitting a brilliant pale blue glow. Soldier 7735. Congratulations on your successful landing on the planet Qianxian. Your current objective is to survive. Await further instructions for our new data positioning on Qianxian. A deep male voice emanated from the capsule's communicator, reporting the situation to Lin Nian. In that moment, Lin Nian recalled his primary objective for this mission. The capsule door slowly opened. Lin Nian scanned the floor, discovering two energy weapons. One was a machine gun, the other a rifle, along with several types of throwable devices. He quickly secured them all into his energy combat suit. Fall back. I am Corporal Chin-Shun. Everyone follow me. Those damn cultists must have already located our landing site. A soldier clad in combat armor, clutching an energy machine gun, shouted for everyone to follow him. Lin Nian observed Chun Chen's stance, imitating his posture as he cradled his weapon and advanced. He promptly reached the side of this corporal. He remembered clearly. Having enlisted directly, he held the lowest rank of private. It was only natural for a private to heed a corporal's commands. As for the cultists Chun Chen mentioned, their original name was the Cult of the Wasteland. They were a nefarious organization within the Imperial Army's star domain, known for wreaking havoc within the Empire. This time, their incursion on Qinxian was met with a show of military force. As Lin Nian gathered with the fellow soldiers who had successfully landed, he surveyed the area. After enduring the onslaught of anti-air fire, only a handful of soldiers remained, numbering merely in the dozens. Excellent. Everyone follow me. Seeing the group nearly assembled, Chun Chan waved his hand decisively, pointing in a specific direction. Lin Nian immediately accessed Chun Chen's location, along with various coordinates and map information through his helmet. He opened the map with his gaze, only to find it blank and devoid of detail. It appeared that the cultists had initiated widespread signal interference. Chun Chan led the charge, with the others trailing closely behind. Lin Nian, having taken a moment to access the map, had inadvertently bought himself precious seconds, and those few seconds saved his life. A tracking missile hurtled down, exploding directly at Chun Chen's feet. Within the blast radius, all soldiers were obliterated, reduced to a crimson pool. Enemy attack. Ah, my leg. The cultists are coming. Everyone run. In an instant, the small squad erupted into chaos, with various cries of alarm filling the air. Lin Yan's makeshift leader had barely taken command before meeting his end. He recalled the origin of the missile strike, quickly turning to survey the area behind him. The visual indicators in his helmet immediately locked onto a target, simultaneously enlarging and marking it. In the desert behind them, a multitude of four-wheeled vehicles emerged. A group of soldiers clad in black attire, armed and ready, opened fire on them. A few among them wielded long-barreled weapons, continuing their assault. Damn it! Run! Lin Nian watched as a new wave of missiles screamed towards them. No longer hesitating, he activated his energy combat suit and swiftly fled, grabbing a wounded soldier who had lost a leg along the way, taking him with him. Warning, shoulder-mounted missile locked. The cold female voice echoed within Lin Nian's suit. He turned to look. Several missiles were hurtling towards him. In truth, only one missile was directly targeting him. At his current speed, he would never outpace the missile's tracking. Damn it, I'm done for. Lin Nian gritted his teeth. He halted abruptly, releasing the injured soldier he had pulled along. He swiftly drew his energy rifle. Lin Nian understood the gravity of the situation. The tracking missile had a guidance mechanism on its front. If he could disable that mechanism, it would cease to track him. The only challenge was how to hit it. Running was futile. Lin Nian resolved to take a gamble. He crouched low, steadying his rifle. The rifle's targeting reticle instantly appeared on his combat suit helmet. Lin Nian could now clearly see the incoming missile, the metallic structure of its body, and the white smoke trailing behind it. Every detail was vivid and unmistakable. Lin Nian took a deep breath. As time seemed to slow in that very moment, Lin Nian pulled the trigger. The kinetic bullet soared forth. Unaccountably, Lin Nian felt an uncanny certainty that he could strike the incoming missile. The surface of the tracking missile flickered momentarily. Then it lost its bearing entirely. It began to veer erratically, ultimately plunging into an open area. With a resounding explosion, Lin Nian's heart swelled with elation. How had his combat reflexes suddenly reached such extraordinary heights? Yet, Lin Nian did not dwell on this revelation. He continued to pull the trigger in rapid succession, systematically disabling the remaining guidance systems of the tracking missiles. Explosions erupted chaotically around him. Impressive, brother. A soldier from the Empire, now crippled, could not help but offer his praise. Lin Nian's display of prowess invigorated the previously retreating Imperial soldiers, who now brandished their kinetic machine guns, firing at the approaching soldiers of the heretic sect. The exchange of gunfire was fierce, The heretic soldiers, lacking armor, fell to the ground when struck by the kinetic bullets. In contrast, Lin Nian was clad in protective gear, rendering the enemy's bullets ineffective against him. "Steady, we can prevail," Lin Nian bellowed to his comrades, observing the feeble weaponry in the hands of the adversaries. He recognized their futile efforts. Heretic soldiers continued to fall under the relentless barrage of fire. Lin Yan's spirit surged. He had not anticipated becoming a battlefield deity, engaging in this fervent exchange. However, just as he mowed down another wave of heretic soldiers, from behind a four-wheeled vehicle, several fully armored cars suddenly emerged. Their cannons roared to life, unleashing a ferocity that surpassed their own. In an instant, a multitude of Imperial soldiers were felled. The kinetic armor offered little protection against such overwhelming firepower. Lin Nian was caught in the crossfire. He quickly rolled to evade. As he prepared to flee alongside his injured comrade, he was struck by the grim realization that the soldier had fallen silent. A bullet had pierced through his skull. Lin Nian hesitated no longer. He swiftly turned to flee. The Imperial soldiers, sensing the dire situation, no longer lingered. The relentless heretic soldiers pursued closely behind. Fueled by their previous encounter with Lin Nian, the soldiers in the four-wheeled vehicle harbored a particular vendetta against him. A barrage of bullets rained down upon Lin Nian. He adeptly maneuvered in a zigzag pattern, activating the acceleration function of his armor. Barely managing to evade the onslaught, he dashed into the depths of a dense forest alongside the other Imperial soldiers. Lin Nian felt a wave of misfortune wash over him. What a system or golden finger. Had the Imperial forces abandoned them here, with no covering fire whatsoever? Were they merely sent to their doom? Anger surged within Lin Nian's heart. Occasionally, he turned to fire at the pursuing heretic soldiers, bringing down several more. The armored vehicles accelerated once more, leading the charge, as swarms of drones erupted from their fronts, buzzing and assaulting the Imperial soldiers. Once the drones entered the range of the Imperial forces, they triggered a cascade of explosions. Towering trees splintered, collapsing in devastation. The ground was strewn with the corpses of fallen Imperial soldiers. Fortuitously, Lin Nian was not among those targeted by the initial wave of drones. He glanced back, only to see a new wave of drones taking to the sky. A chill gripped Lin Nian's heart. At least half were aimed directly at him, just as he felt there was no escape this time. Lin Nian once again heard a frigid voice. "Warning, you have been locked onto by a multitude of drone swarms. Please deploy electromagnetic interference grenades immediately. This action can significantly enhance your survival probability." The female voice remained as mechanical and cold as before. Yet, to Lin Nian, it resonated like a celestial melody that he recalled the throwing devices he had taken before departing the landing pod, among which were indeed electromagnetic interference grenades. Without hesitation, he swiftly activated one and hurled it skyward. The explosion erupted, and electromagnetic brilliance illuminated the heavens in an instant. The swarm of drones surged forth like a tidal wave. However, the moment they entered that designated area, they plummeted to the ground. The sound of their explosions echoed continuously, shrouding the battlefield in a veil of smoke. These developments no longer concerned Lin Nian, and he accelerated his escape once more, with the staccato of machine gun fire ringing incessantly behind him. He felt the armor upon him crackle with energy, yet the most worrisome sounds of heavy artillery were conspicuously absent. It wasn't long before Lin Nian's steps abruptly halted, for he beheld a great river, over 100 meters wide, suddenly materializing before him at the forest's edge. The turbulent waters surged with an overwhelming force, rushing downstream with relentless momentum. 7735. What should we do? The few remaining soldiers of the Empire turned simultaneously towards Lin Nian. Having witnessed his earlier prowess, they instinctively regarded him as their new pillar of hope. Lin Nian remained silent, gazing intently at the raging river before him. Their retreat was utterly cut off. Were they to turn back and fight? But with so many enemies and their formidable equipment, how could they hope to prevail? As Lin Nian pondered these thoughts, the icy female voice resounded once more. "Enemy commander detected. Target has been marked. Eliminating this target will enhance current survival chances." Lin Nian was taken aback. He immediately turned to the Imperial soldiers beside him. "Did you all hear that?" He inquired. 7735. Hear what? The soldiers appeared flustered, looking around as if Lin Nian were warning of an imminent enemy assault. Yet, the prior explosions of the drone swarm had obscured their vision with black dust, and the cult soldiers showed no urgency to advance, likely aware that the direction they fled led to the great river. They had nowhere left to escape. Lin Nian quickly realized that the voice was something only he could hear. Was it the system? Or perhaps a special ability? He chose not to dwell on it further. Switching his weapon from a machine gun to a rifle, he commanded, "When I fire, you all shoot where I do." No longer troubled by the enigmatic voice, Lin Nian took a deep breath through the visor of his helmet. Smoke swirled around him, yet it did not obscure his view of a humanoid silhouette marked in bright clarity. The figure appeared relaxed, wielding not a weapon but a cigarette, pointing towards their location. Lin Nian immediately understood. This person was most likely the commander of the cult soldiers. Without hesitation, he pulled the trigger. In the next moment, the silhouette's head exploded like a watermelon. The Imperial soldiers beside him hastily followed suit, their gunfire erupting in a cacophony. With the enemy commander eliminated, chaos ensued among the cult soldiers. Identify the next high-value target. Enemy ammunition depot. Destroying it will greatly enhance current survival probabilities, the female voice chimed once more. Lin Nian, undeterred, continued to fire at the only highlighted target in his sights. With a single shot, a resounding explosion erupted as several vehicles were ignited, leading to a series of chain reactions. Cult soldiers were sent flying into the air. Excellent shot. Incredible. That's amazing. The Imperial soldiers around Lin Nian offered their exuberant praise. The smoke stirred up by the drone swarm began to dissipate, allowing them to clearly assess the situation ahead. Particularly Lin Nian's remarkable shot. The Imperial soldiers promptly joined in, continuing to fire and eliminating numerous foes. Smoke grenades, Lin Nian exclaimed as he noticed the smoke clearing. The cult soldiers across from them began to return fire, hurling grenades as well. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Nian sprang to his feet, simultaneously deploying a smoke grenade while leading the Imperial soldiers to take cover behind another mound. New enemy commander detected. Target has been marked. Eliminating this target will significantly enhance survival chances. Lin Nian noticed a new marker appear before him. He wasted no time and fired again. A gunshot rang out, punctuated by another explosion. In the vastness of outer space, the Imperial fleet hovered in silence, awaiting updates from the ground reconnaissance teams. On the flagship's bridge, the chief of staff inquired, "What is the current situation? Has no reconnaissance team reported back?" Colonel Wen Rong, impeccably dressed in Imperial military attire, strode in briskly. He was the highest-ranking officer of the fleet, his father a distinguished Imperial general. Colonel Wen Rong, the chief of staff, replied cautiously, "The cult of the wild heavens has laid in ambush. Our airborne reconnaissance teams have suffered heavy losses and are still verifying the situation." When Rome, relying on his father's esteemed position, had a rather volatile temperament, the chief of staff hurried to the front lines, urging the soldiers to expedite their data collection, focusing particularly on locating all deployed reconnaissance teams. After a thorough survey, the soldiers reported a disconcerting silence at all infiltration points, all under the control of the cult soldiers. "Commander, we've found a trace at coordinates X8123, Y5678. There's a surviving reconnaissance squad. Only 9 remain." A soldier excitedly relayed to the chief of staff. "Excellent. Let me see," he replied, eager to ascertain the situation. "That won't be necessary," when Rong interjected, already directing the information to be displayed on the central screen. Standing on the bridge, he exuded an air of authority. The soldiers exchanged bewildered glances with the chief of staff. "Follow the orders," the chief of staff replied with resignation, nodding to the soldiers. They promptly set about their tasks, and a real-time high-definition feed soon illuminated the screen. The footage was in stark black and white. On one side of the Great River, 9 soldiers bearing the Imperial insignia were engaged in fierce combat against nearly 1,000 cult soldiers. Remarkably, the cult soldiers, instead of overwhelming the remaining Imperial troops, appeared to be on the verge of collapse. Whenever cult soldiers attempted to utilize heavy weaponry, they were swiftly cut down by the Imperial soldiers. This instilled a sense of dread among the cult ranks. The Imperial forces had unleashed a harbinger of death, and the more the cult soldiers fought, the greater their casualties became. As the death toll rose, so too did the despair among the cult soldiers, their formations faltering and nearing disintegration. Everyone on the bridge was momentarily rendered speechless. What on earth is happening? Chief of Staff, what is the situation? When Rong's eyes sparkled with intrigue, he was indeed a second generation. But if there were competent individuals available, he would not hesitate to make his move, recruiting them under his banner, enhancing their benefits, and nurturing them into loyal subordinates. This should refer to the Imperial soldier numbered 7735, whose abilities appeared to be exceptional. The Chief of Staff yearned to remark that when Rong could observe this himself, it hardly required his explanation. Yet, constrained by the hierarchy, the Chief of Staff could only reiterate the situation displayed on the screen. Lin Nian's performance was undeniably the most outstanding. Very well. When Rong immediately commanded, contact the interstellar fighter units without delay, provide them with long-range fire support, and initiate Operation Plow the Field and Sweep the Cave. Focusing on the areas X8123 and Y5678. Establish a new landing point at the position of Soldier 7735. When Rong issued the order, without hesitation, as long as there were surviving Imperial soldiers on the ground, the strongholds of the Cult of the Wasteland and various active fire zones would break through the signal blockade of Qianxian Planet, completing coordinate synchronization and information positioning. This would secure safe entry points for their interstellar fleet. Soon, the transparent portholes on either side of the bridge whizzed past several interstellar fighters with yellow-tail flames, heading directly towards Qianxian Planet below. On the main screen, the 7735 squad continued to assault the wasteland soldiers relentlessly. Subsequently, a deluge of precision bombs rained down from the sky, and in an instant, the battlefield erupted with explosions. The wasteland soldiers were sent soaring into the air. On the ground, Lin Nian had just followed the commands of the female voice to eliminate yet another wasteland soldier when a sharp shriek pierced the air above him. Suddenly, a magnificent explosion erupted right before Lin Nian's eyes. Nearly 1,000 wasteland soldiers were obliterated in the relentless bombardment. 7735. It's the Empire's aerospace fighters. We are saved. One of the Imperial soldiers shouted to Lin Nian. Filled with exhilaration, the taste of surviving was bittersweet, yet much of his voice was drowned out by the cacophony of explosions. Lin Nian could only infer the meaning, realizing they had been rescued. He breathed a sigh of relief. If the Empire had no means to counter a rebellion of cults within its borders, allowing these forcibly landed soldiers to perish in vain would reflect poorly on the Empire. Fortunately, such a scenario did not unfold. After several rounds of bombardment, the battlefield lay in ruins, and the surviving wasteland soldiers surrendered, prostrating on the ground. Lin Nian led the remaining Imperial soldiers to bind the surrendering foes. At that moment, dozens of massive transport airships descended swiftly from the sky, landing near Lin Nian. These transport airships were the proper landing equipment. The shuttle-type landing pods Lin Nian had previously used were improvised gear with a high casualty rate. Officially designated as battlefield fillers, due to the death toll, Lin Nian and his comrades were humorously referred to as Imperial cannon fodder. However, surviving would yield substantial rewards. Lin Nian pondered why he had previously been so reckless, opting to serve as a battlefield filler with such high mortality. Yet now, there was no chance for a do-over. His true self-awareness had awakened too late. That girl, system, Golden Finger? Now that Lin Nian had a moment, he hurriedly called out to the icy female voice within his mind, only to find no response, as if the voice that had once aided him had never existed, merely a figment of his imagination. Who was 7735? At that moment, the first transport airship to open its hatch revealed an officer clad in black and white combat armor. Lin Nian instinctively glanced at the armor of his comrades, which was a white-gray color. The officer approached Lin Nian directly. Observing the insignia on the officer's armor, he noted it was a second lieutenant, already a rank above mere soldiers. Report, Second Lieutenant, I am 7735. Private 7735 greets you. Lin Nian, seeing the officer approach him, could only salute in the manner expected of a subordinate facing a superior. Over 10,000 Imperial soldiers descended from the airship, all equipped to the teeth. A sight beyond what he alone could manage. The second lieutenant, with a serious expression, circled around Lin Nian. Impressive. 9 against 1,000, and you did not falter. You have not brought shame upon the Empire's valor. Tell me your name. The second lieutenant's face bore admiration. Who wouldn't appreciate having capable subordinates? In the military, one's glory is shared, and so is one's downfall. Lin Nian was his subordinate, and Lin Nian's prowess meant success for him as well. The second lieutenant could only hope Lin Nian would grow even stronger, ensuring his own rapid ascent in rank. Lin Nian, he replied to the second lieutenant. Good name. I am Liao Fan. You know, you are about to become famous. Liao Fan thumped Lin Nian's armored chest and whispered to him. Lin Nian hadn't yet grasped the significance when Liao Fan turned to address the over 10,000 Imperial soldiers behind him. SEAL Team 1. These are our battlefield fillers. In the absence of any support, you have achieved the remarkable feat of 9 against 1,000. Now, let me introduce you to the hero behind this accomplishment. His name is Lin Nian. Upon Liao Fan's declaration, the battlefield erupted with excitement as Imperial soldiers cheered Lin Nian's name. They had witnessed his valor, especially since when Rong had displayed the original video feed on the main screen, allowing the entire fleet to see Lin Nian's formidable performance. Lin Nian was taken aback. He had not expected to receive such heroic treatment, momentarily lost in the fervor of the crowd's acclaim. All right, everyone, check your equipment. Now, let us go and strike hard against those cultists. We cannot allow our brother unit's hard-won progress to be squandered. Liao Fan raised his fist high, silencing the assembled soldiers. All right, everyone quiet down. Lin Nian, we are about to execute our mission. You may withdraw to the rear for rest. Liao Fan turned back to Lin Nian, quietly relaying a few final instructions before patting Lin Nian's shoulder appreciatively and moving toward his subordinates. From the transport airships, dozens of heavy war vehicles descended, kicking up dust across the desert landscape. Lin Nian watched as Liao Fan led the more than 10,000 soldiers to board the vehicles while the crew from the now empty transport airships waved them off, signaling for them to return to the interstellar fleet above. Lin Nian, let us go. The 8 individuals who survived alongside Lin Nian turned their gazes toward him, having already come to regard him as their leader. All right, Lin Nian nodded, for he too had not anticipated surviving such dire circumstances, forcefully landing on Qianxian Star and facing the brutal onslaught of the desolate Heaven sect. After all, he had managed to endure. As Lin Nian jogged into the spacious troop transport bay, the crew members immediately gathered around him. You all are truly remarkable. To have survived this ordeal, they exclaimed. The other soldiers who infiltrated with you have all perished. You are the sole survivors among the 3,000 as the transport ship prepared for takeoff. An announcement echoed through the cabin. All personnel, please take your seats. Within the bay, the lights shifted from white to a flickering red. The crew members hurriedly gestured for Lin Nian and the others to occupy the vacant seats, fastening safety harnesses around them one by one. Merely a few survivors, Lin Nian murmured to himself. He turned towards the unsealed rear hatch, where several starfighter jets roared by, leaving a trail of explosions in their wake. Meanwhile, Liao Fan's SEAL team charged towards a stronghold in the desert, engaged in relentless gunfire. However, as the hatch closed, Lin Nian could see nothing further. After enduring a period of turbulence and weightlessness, the troop transport ship successfully departed Qianxian Star and, escorted by a squadron of starfighters, gradually made its way into the fleet formation. We have safely returned to space. If you wish to stretch your legs, you may now unfasten your harnesses, announced one of the transport crew, loosening his own restraints and offering a few words of instruction before attending to other matters. Upon hearing this, Lin Nian promptly unbuckled his harness, instantly feeling himself float. This sensation was peculiarly delightful, a blend of familiarity and novelty, familiar from his previous experiences, yet strange in the context of his past life. Lin Nian drifted to the window of the transport vessel. Grasping the edge of the handrail, an orange-yellow planet dominated the view, occupying 60% of the frame, while the remaining area was filled with a dense array of starships. Among them, one colossal battleship stood out, its size dwarfing the rest and commanding half the fleet's bulk. Lin Nian, what are you staring at? In that moment, his former comrades drew closer. That largest battleship. Lin Nian gestured towards the most prominent vessel. It is a Fearless-class super battleship, the largest in the Imperial Navy's current fleet, typically serving as the flagship. Lin Nian, this is common knowledge, remarked one of the Imperial soldiers. Lin Nian replied, I simply couldn't recall at the moment. He continued to gaze at the massive warship, which was currently opening numerous hatches to facilitate the transfer of supplies with surrounding ships. Suddenly, amidst the bustling transport activity, he noticed a particularly conspicuous space shuttle emerging from the flagship. Heading straight for their transport vessel, the shuttle swiftly approached the side of the troop transport, establishing a spatial connection. The entire transport ship quivered slightly, Shortly thereafter, several high-ranking imperial soldiers escorted a woman clad in immaculate military attire. She surveyed the interior of the transport with a discerning eye before finally locking onto Lin Nian and the others gathered in a cluster. "Who among you is Lin Nian?" "Colonel Wenrong, the fleet's supreme commander, wishes to see you." Her gaze fixed on Lin Nian as the others turned their eyes toward him in unison. "I am," Lin Nian replied, his expression one of confusion. "How should I address you?" He could not fathom why he had been granted a direct audience with the fleet commander. The woman, upon scrutinizing Lin Nian's military rank, noted that she held the rank of lieutenant, higher than Liao Fan's. "You need not concern yourself with how to address me. Now, private, remove your battle armor and weaponry. Come with me immediately," the lieutenant commanded coldly. Before turning and re-entering the shuttle, the soldiers left behind began assisting Lin Nian in removing his armor, searching him thoroughly to ensure he bore no concealed explosives. Before long, Lin Nian found himself ushered into the shuttle, akin to a prisoner in custody. "Private," one of the soldiers spoke, "while you may have performed well in your previous mission, remember this: do not make any demands of Colonel Wenrong. You lack the standing to do so. Simply accept the accolades quietly and pledge your loyalty to Colonel Wenrong. Do you understand?" The lieutenant leaned close to Lin Nian, and despite her attractive features, her condescending demeanor was unappealing to him. "Understood," Lin Nian nodded. Surrounded by several imposing figures, he had no room for refusal as a door was pushed open. He was led into a lavish chamber adorned with exquisite decorations and furnishings that a young man, appearing to be of similar age to Lin Nian, sat on a sofa, gazing at a floating holographic display that repeatedly showcased Lin Nian's earlier counterattack, particularly the moment he shot the commander, which played on loop. "Colonel Wenrong," the lieutenant announced, "the individual has arrived." Her demeanor was markedly respectful, in stark contrast to her earlier attitude towards Lin Nian. "Oh," the colonel responded, "you must be Lin Nian. It is a pleasure to meet you." He rose from the sofa, exhibiting a refined demeanor that surprised Lin Nian. "A fleet commander treating a lowly private with such courtesy?" "Yes," Lin Nian replied, saluting Wenrong with precision, adhering to the decorum he recalled. The nature of Wenrong's attitude towards him was irrelevant. It was not something he could influence. Lin Nian wished to live another life in this world. "Excellent," the colonel remarked. "I have watched your combat performance. It was surprisingly impressive. Despite the challenging conditions, you chose not to surrender, showcasing remarkable spirit. The Empire needs individuals like you." Wenrong's words were courteous, straightforwardly praising Lin Nian's actions before gesturing for him to sit down for a discussion. "Thank you for the compliment, sir. It is our duty to serve the Empire. It is our honor." Lin Nian continued to recite the slogans etched in his mind. Then, under the watchful gaze of Wenrong and the young lieutenant, he cautiously settled into a spot on the sofa. "Second Lieutenant Lin Nian," Wenrong spoke gently, "the purpose of this meeting is to seek your insights. I am quite curious about your on-the-spot judgments." Despite Wenrong's amiable tone, Lin Nian was more preoccupied with the title of lieutenant. When had he become a second lieutenant? Confusion washed over him as he glanced at the young lieutenant beside him, only to be met with a sharp glare that urged him to respond to Wenrong. "Second Lieutenant Lin Nian." Wenrong quickly noticed the subtle exchanges between the two and lifted his gaze towards them. "Ah, very well. Please, sir." Lin Nian promptly gathered his focus, eager for Wenrong to reveal the points of interest. Wenrong nodded, gesturing lightly, and a shimmering screen appeared before Lin Nian, beginning to play a video. "Here." Wenrong pointed to the first segment, showcasing the moment Lin Nian had previously taken down the commander of the Huan Tian with a single shot. "Given the complexities of the battlefield, how did you manage to pinpoint this commander and successfully eliminate him?" Wenrong inquired, his curiosity piqued. He had no shortage of sharpshooters, even those capable of extraordinary feats, but he was in dire need of individuals capable of strategic thinking. Lin Nian's decisive action had revealed much, particularly in the life-or-death moments where true character is laid bare. "Intuition," Lin Nian stated, invoking a term steeped in mystique. He could not disclose that a voice had guided him during that moment, illuminating his path with clarity. "Intuition, you say?" "Yes," Lin Nian affirmed. Wenrong paused, contemplating for a moment, before presenting Lin Nian with several more scenes, each depicting moments when the voice had directed his actions. Lin Nian observed. Beads of sweat formed upon his brow. During those adrenaline-fueled moments, his mind had been devoid of thought, entirely operating under the influence of that feminine voice. Now, viewing it from a completely third-person perspective, he discerned an entirely different meaning. The guidance of that voice had led him to make the most prudent decisions at the most critical junctures. Had he hesitated even for a second, he would have succumbed to various lethal fates. The Huan Tian soldiers had been systematically eliminated due to the severing of crucial communication links, allowing Lin Nian the opportunity to survive. It was still intuition. He asserted. In that situation, I had no time to ponder. My sole desire was to survive. Lin Nian spoke earnestly. Understood. I have no further questions. Second Lieutenant Lin Nian, thank you for coming. Now, go and rest well. The Empire needs you, and my third interstellar fleet requires talents like you. Wenrong maintained his warm demeanor and even extended a hand towards Lin Nian, which took him by surprise. After all, this was his direct superior, and he had not anticipated such recognition. Yes, sir, Lin Nian declared, pledging his unwavering loyalty to the Empire and the Third Interstellar Fleet. He saluted loudly, but refrained from shaking Wenrong's hand. Aware that he had yet to earn such a privilege, he dutifully recited the flattering words that lingered in his memory. Very well. Keep up the good work. I have high hopes for you. Wenrong, witnessing Lin Nian's earnestness, smiled even more broadly and gave his shoulder a reassuring pat. Before long, Lin Nian was escorted out of Wenrong's study by the young lieutenant. She remained silent as she led him into the hangar, where the massive outer space doors stood agape, with large cargo ships continuously descending. These vessels were vital for the effective operation of the Grand Fleet. This time, Lin Nian was not flanked by armed soldiers. Upon arriving at the boarding passage of the spacecraft, the young lieutenant suddenly spoke. Second Lieutenant Lin Nian, consider yourself fortunate not to have overstepped any bounds. Colonel Wenrong holds you in high regard. If you continue to achieve results, advancing further in your current position may not be out of reach. The young lieutenant crossed her arms, exuding an air of magnificence that, even concealed beneath her military attire, was palpable. Thank you for the guidance, Lieutenant. Lin Nian replied with a nod that he sensed a noticeable softening in her demeanor, yet he chose not to engage further. After all, it would be foolish to be overly familiar. By the way, she continued, allow me to introduce myself. I am Wen Huayan. Taking the initiative, when Huayun extended her hand to Lin Nian, he hesitated for a moment, aware that navigating within this fleet required careful diplomacy. Offending her could lead to unforeseen complications. Sensing her willingness to mend fences, Lin Nian decided against confrontation. Very well, Lieutenant Wen Huayan. I am Lin Nian. This time, Lin Nian extended his hand. While he lacked the standing to engage with Wenrong in such a manner, he felt justified in doing so with Wen Huayan. Second Lieutenant Lin Nian, she informed him. Your new rank and position have been updated in the military system. You can check them via your wrist device. Until we meet again. With that, Wen Huayan stood still, watching as Lin Nian boarded the spacecraft. Once seated inside, Lin Nian glanced at his left wrist, where a watch he had long overlooked rested. He tapped it with his right hand, and a small holographic display emerged, revealing his half-length portrait alongside his new rank and position. Name: Lin Nian. Rank: Second Lieutenant, updated. Position: Captain of the 10th Mobile Team, Imperial 3rd Interstellar Fleet Marine Corps, updated. Affiliation: Imperial 3rd Interstellar Fleet, Class A Medium Warship Number 1455, updated. Region: Near Qianxian Starred, in a silent starfield. A vast fleet of considerable size gathered, all members of the Huan Tian sect, the main force opposing the imperial military. On the bridge of their largest flagship, the founder of the Huan Tian sect, the High Priest Han Tianzhu, bore a grim expression. Having managed to seize control of the entirety of Qianxian Star, they now faced the swift retaliatory measures of the Imperial Third Interstellar Fleet, which relentlessly pursued them, rapidly quelling rebellions across various star systems. Almost nipping at their heels, the Imperial Fleet approached Qianxian Star. They employed the same tactics once more, forcing a breach through the line of defense, rendering the interference ineffective and granting the Third Interstellar Fleet the opportunity to secure a landing point. High Priest, the question arose, should we continue to support Qianxian Star, or should we choose to retreat? A swift decision is imperative. The Chief of Staff addressed Han Tianzhu, stating, let us retreat. The Imperial Regular Army has already advanced. We have no chance left. Han Tianzhu shook his head, feeling equally helpless. Although the cult of the Wild Heavens has proliferated rapidly, the strength of its followers is akin to that of weaklings, utterly incapable of confronting the Imperial Regular Forces. Yes, Master. The Chief of Staff hesitated no longer, and promptly executed the order to retreat. They would head directly to the next star domain, the Void Cloud star domain. This region lies on the outer fringes of the Empire, undeveloped and beyond Imperial control. The Empire's power here is feeble, oblivious to the fact that the headquarters of the Cult of the Wild Heavens is situated in this very location. They would first procure supplies and personnel there before launching a new wave of insurrection against the Empire as the 300,000 ships of the Cult of the Wild Heavens gradually withdrew from the Qianxian planet. Departing from Qianxian signified a complete exit from the Hongyun star domain. Once Han Tianzhu confirmed that they would not be detected by the Imperial Interstellar Fleet, he issued the command for transition. Initiate the jump. With the infusion of energy, a portal slowly unfolded. All ships entered it in succession, swiftly vanishing from sight. In the flagship of the Imperial Third Interstellar Fleet, Colonel Wen Rong, according to reports from the deployed ground forces. The Qianxian star in the Hongyun star domain has been reclaimed. The Chief of Staff informed Wen Rong. Good. Immediately report this to my father. Wen Rong commanded. Understood. The Chief of Staff nodded repeatedly. Wen Rong's father, General Wen Yuan, serves as the highest commander overseeing the suppression of the rebellion. With the Imperial Army's reclamation of Qianxian Star, the insurrection instigated by the Cult of the Wild Heavens within the Empire has effectively come to a close. A report was transmitted back to the Imperial Military Headquarters, noting that Colonel Wen Rong has eradicated the last stronghold of the Cult of the Wild Heavens, the ordinary sound waves, transformed by a series of complex encryption devices, morphed into a chaotic array of data codes. These were then sent through a special long-distance communication method across star domains to the core planet of the Hongyun star domain, Water Orange Star. The joint command of the three interstellar fleets responsible for quelling the rebellion is temporarily stationed here. On one of the Empire's most prominent administrative stars, General Wen, a deputy, rushed into Wen Yuan's office after obtaining permission, bearing an untranslated telegram. Please translate this first. Wen Yuan, engrossed in his writing, did not lift his head but spoke with a steady tone. Yes, General Wen. The deputy nodded, receiving the approval that he promptly utilized Wen Yuan's translation device to decode the message. The translation progressed rapidly. Reaching 100, the results were directly sent to Wen Yuan's wristwatch, ensuring that no third party could intercept critical intelligence. General Wen, the translation is complete. The specific information is now on your wristwatch. The deputy respectfully reported. Thank you. Upon receiving the information, Wen Yuan swiftly opened it for review. The holographic display from his wristwatch was visible only to his eyes, allowing him to peruse the message in the presence of the deputy. Not bad. That young man did not bring me shame. A smile graced Wen Yuan's face. This final battle against the Cult of the Wild Heaven stronghold was meticulously crafted for his son, Wen Rong. Intended to bring him glory, Wen Rong did not disappoint his father's expectations. Deputy, this message, please refine it thoroughly and relay it promptly to the Imperial Regent Prince, notifying the Empire that the rebellion of the Cult of the Wild Heavens has been largely quelled. Wen Yuan's expression turned serious. Yes, General Wen. The deputy rendered a formal military salute, then activated his own wristwatch display, which had already received the message transmitted by Wen Yuan to the imperial capital of the human empire. Emperor Zhu Renha, at the tender age of 5, sat upon the throne symbolizing the highest authority of the empire. However, he was unable to comprehend the discussions of the imperial dignitaries below. Candy, I want candy. Zhu Renha expressed his dissatisfaction to the nurse beside him. All right, your majesty will have candy, but you must sit quietly here. The nurse gently reassured the oblivious young emperor, casting a cautious glance at a richly dressed young man seated below. The imperial prince, Zhu Xianda, the son of the previous emperor's brother, now held significant power, effectively controlling the human empire. Though he was not the emperor, he wielded authority akin to that of one that Zhu Xianda had just received the latest report from Wen Yuan. With the reclamation of the last rebellious star domain, the vast interstellar territories of the human empire seemed to have regained their tranquility. Yet, the cult leader Han Tianzhu remained at large, posing a lingering threat. More concerning to Zhu Xianda than the malignant cult of the Wild Heavens was another individual, Lu Yili, a governor who had persistently resisted the central authority. Previously, he had allied with 2 other governors, frequently issuing declarations of dissatisfaction with Zhu Xianda's control over the central powers of the human empire, threatening to oppose him militarily. Fortunately, These three factions were not entirely united in an effort to placate Lu Ili and his followers. Zhu Xinda had already incurred considerable costs. Naturally, he also viewed the recently victorious Wen Yuan with deep suspicion. He turned his gaze toward the young Emperor Zhu Renhe, his eyes filled with a predatory gleam. He too aspired to occupy that coveted position. The entire human empire resembled a delectable morsel, desired by all. The premature death of the previous emperor, coupled with the youth of Emperor Zhu Renhe, has created a power vacuum, prompting various influential figures to vie for dominance. Prince, now that the Qianxian star domain has been pacified, who shall be appointed to garrison the Honyun star domain? We must remain vigilant against the resurgence of the cult of the wild heavens. An imperial official stood up, addressing Zhu Xinda. They had gathered to deliberate on the post-war arrangements concerning the cult of the wild heavens. Let me ponder this. Zhu Xinda walked amidst the courtiers, deep in thought. Prince, perhaps we should have Wen Yuan stationed directly on site? One minister suggested. No, General, Wen Yuan commands the three most elite interstellar fleets of the Empire. Such power should not be left unchecked in the field, as it could easily give rise to another Lu Ili. These fleets must be swiftly returned to the central command. Another individual promptly interjected. Prince, that I have a recommendation. General Shen Liangzhong. His father was General Shen Wei, one of the few who heroically resisted the incursions of the Human Republic, a legacy of excellence. He may be suitable. Another person remarked. Shen Wei has already passed away, and his son Shen Liang, owing to his father's monumental achievements, has been elevated to the rank of Major General. Where is Major General Shen Liang? Is he present? Zhu displayed a flicker of surprise on his face. Wen Yuan should not be allowed to retain control over the three elite interstellar fleets of the Central Command. This Shen Liang possesses commendable background and credentials. His status as a Major General can facilitate a direct appointment to the Honyun Star region. As for Shen Liang's martial capabilities, Zhu felt no need for concern. Han Tianzhu has already been defeated. For the foreseeable future, there should be no worries about the return of the Huatian sect. Your Highness, that I am here. Shen Liang suddenly heard Zhu call his name. Hastily stepping out from the crowd and exclaiming that he had never doubted his own capabilities, yet he had been relegated to the Central Star region without any opportunity to command military power. Shen Liang held those like Wen Yuan in disdain. His family, the Shen clan, was a prominent lineage within the empire. What was Wen Yuan's status? Merely a fortunate upstart, elevated by chance, if given command of the three elite interstellar fleets of the empire. He too could quell the rebellious Huatian sect. Very well, that I shall recommend you to the emperor at once, appointing you as the governor of the Honyun Star region, and bestowing upon you command of the Empire's 7th Interstellar Fleet. You will oversee the Honyun Star region, deterring the remnants of the Huatian sect. Zhu promptly informed Shen Liang. Thank you for your recommendation, Your Highness. Shen Liang's face radiated joy. The so-called recommendation was, in essence, no different from a direct appointment. Then let the Central Military Command issue orders to recall Major General Wen Yuan and his three interstellar fleets of the Empire. Zhu finally revealed his true intention. 5 months later, Lin Nian, accompanied by the fleet of the Empire's 3rd Legion, commenced their journey back to the capital, Baimong Star, within the Central Star region. The immense fleet moved sluggishly, if one did not pay close attention. It could easily appear as if they were stationary amidst the vastness of space. One of the medium-sized warships was rather unremarkable, its hull number prominently displayed in large white characters, 1455. Lin Nian was aboard this medium-sized warship, gazing through the porthole at the unchanging scenery outside. The initial excitement of interstellar travel had long since faded during the protracted voyage. Lin Nian, what are you looking at? At that moment, Liao Fan, drenched in sweat, plopped down beside Lin Nian. Following the suppression of the rebellious Huatian sect, the entire Empire's 3rd Interstellar Fleet had received promotions across the board. Lin Nian was particularly fortunate. He was promoted to 2nd Lieutenant by Wen Rong due to his merits, and now had achieved the rank of Lieutenant, effectively leaping from a private to a lieutenant in a single bound, a substantial advancement. Countless others had languished for years, struggling at the ranks of sergeant or staff sergeant, unable to cross the threshold into the officer ranks. Liao Fan, that I'm admiring the starry sky, Lin Nian replied succinctly. He and Liao Fan had become friends during this time. Lin Nian had been engaged in combat training aboard this medium-sized warship, also learning the intricacies of squad command. His mobile combat squad consisted of 3,000 personnel. and due to Lin Nian's exceptional promotion, he was required to study many aspects of officer knowledge, unlike Liao Fan, who had directly become the commander of a battalion with 20,000 troops. The two were frequently in each other's company aboard the 1455 starship. "Haven't you grown tired of it yet?" Liao Fan leaned over to take a glance, then retreated, wiping the sweat from his brow with a towel draped over his shoulder. He had just finished working out in the officers' gym, drenched in perspiration. "Not at all," Lin Nian nodded. After all, he considered this a second chance at life. Many things were still unfamiliar and refreshing to him. In this unknown future world, his past experiences were largely irrelevant, though he had developed a better understanding of social interactions and would not act recklessly like a Na'vi youth. "Lieutenant Liao Fan, are you familiar with the Central Star region of the Empire?" Lin Nian withdrew his gaze from the porthole, inquiring about something that intrigued him more. "Not really. All I know is that the Empire is currently in turmoil. After the old Emperor's death, those governors wielding military power are eager to stake their claims. Lieutenant Lin Nian, such matters are beyond our level to probe into," Liao Fan advised, refraining from elaborating further. "Indeed," Lin Nian nodded, acquiescing to his counsel, choosing not to pursue the topic further. Suddenly, the entire ship began to tremble, jolted by the acceleration of the engines. "What is happening?" Lin Nian immediately turned to look out the porthole. Through the glass, he observed the once unchanging fleet, with various warships igniting their thrusters, all beginning to accelerate. "Let me take a look." Liao Fan leaned over as well. "It's nothing. It's likely the energy accumulation for the teleportation has concluded, and we are preparing to initiate the jump again," Liao Fan explained to Lin Nian. Lin Nian nodded in understanding. He had experienced a teleportation jump once before. The portal could only be activated once within a short period. The next activation would necessitate time for recharging. The entire Empire's third interstellar fleet unified their acceleration to ensure the successful completion of this jump, should they fail to traverse within the duration of the portal. It would be akin to being stranded in this place, making it exceedingly challenging to reunite with the main fleet later. "This jump should take us to the Central Star region of the Empire," Lin Nian remarked to Liao Fan beside him. "Approximately, so that we might finally return home," Liao Fan replied. Liao Fan suddenly spoke up, causing Lin Nian to pause momentarily. "Let's go home." A cascade of memories surged within him. He had parents here, yet his mother had tragically perished during childbirth. Subsequently, Lin Nian's father had remarried, introducing a stepmother into his life and giving him a half-brother. Ultimately, during his teenage years, his father succumbed to illness. Their stepmother then took it upon herself to raise the two brothers. Their home resided on a planet named Huiguang in the Central Star System. As memories flooded back, Lin Nian found clarity regarding many matters, such as why he had previously chosen to enlist as a line soldier in the most perilous battlegrounds. The necessity for finances weighed heavily upon him. His adoptive mother was gravely ill, requiring substantial funds for treatment. In pursuit of money, Lin Nian had resolutely opted for the line soldier position, which promised an immediate sum of 300,000 star coins, akin to an advance on compensation. Moreover, should he perish in battle, the designated heir would receive an additional 300,000. This amount was sufficient to cover his mother's medical expenses. In the designated heir section, Lin Nian inscribed his brother's name, Lin Feng. Although their family was far from complete, to Lin Nian, it was still home. Presently, he had achieved a semblance of success. As Liao Fan claimed, they were granted a brief reprieve. Lin Nian would not mind returning to see his remaining family in this world. "What troubles you?" Liao Fan inquired. Noticing Lin Nian's prolonged silence. "I miss home," Lin Nian replied, casting his gaze once more out of the porthole. Their vessel, the battleship 1455, began to traverse a colossal teleportation portal. In the quay, a vast fleet surged forth with a thunderous roar. Han Tianzhu had completed the resupply. The quay was replete with resources, save for provisions. The followers of the cult of the wasteland, whom Han Tianzhu had rallied, numbered in the millions, far beyond what he could sustain single-handedly. It would be more prudent to seize the Empire's administrative planets instead. After all, the Empire's Central Star Fleet had retreated months prior. Han Tianzhu had gathered intelligence that the current commander of the Empire's Red Cloud Star region was a certain Xun Liang, a rear admiral, yet not particularly renowned compared to Wen Yuan. He was likely just another individual with dubious credentials, a type Han Tianzhu particularly favored, as they presented opportunities for significant gains. "Advisors, report on the movements of the Empire's Star Fleet. Where shall we strike first?" Han Tianzhu commanded his staff. Leader, the advisor relayed. According to intelligence from our spies, the newly appointed Rear Admiral Shen Liang has dispatched his 7-star fleet to patrol the borders of the Red Cloud Star region. However, he himself has chosen to remain on Water Orange Star, deeming military life too arduous that I propose our initial target be Water Orange Star, the advisor declared, presenting a compelling case that prompted Han Tianzhu to nod in agreement. Excellent that I command the entire fleet. Target Water Orange Star, Han Tianzhu proclaimed from the command platform. Gesturing grandly to the crew below, the wasteland battleships surged forward, heading straight for the administrative planet of the Red Cloud Star region, Water Orange Star. On Water Orange Star, within a lavish estate, Shen Liang lounged comfortably in a beach chair, surrounded by alluring women that he indulged in their company. Reveling in the pleasures of life. 4 months prior, he had utilized the planet's teleportation device to travel from the central star system to Water Orange Star. Preferring this hedonistic lifestyle over the confines of a star fleet at My Lord, a messenger from the 7th Star Fleet arrived hurriedly, bearing urgent military news. What is it? Shen Liang, inebriated and barely coherent, waved dismissively. Hardly registering the message, as the governor of the Red Cloud Star region, he was inundated with officials seeking to curry favor, hoping to ascend the ranks through his influence. He had neither the time nor inclination to deal with such matters now. My lord, the steward insisted, this is from the commander of the 7th Star Fleet, marked as urgent. It requires your attention. What? News from the 7th Star Fleet. Very well, I shall take a look, Shen Liang responded. His cheeks flushed with intoxication, his eyes nearly closing. Just as his hand reached for the telegram, it was intercepted by a hand of one of the women beside him. My lord, did you not say today you would not engage in state affairs? Did you not promise to spend the entire day with us? She cooed softly in his ear. Indeed, indeed. My lord, surely you would not go back on your word, chimed in the others, eager to support her. In an instant, Shen Liang found himself surrounded by a chorus of alluring voices. Reluctantly, he withdrew his hand, offering a resigned smile. Very well, I shall set it aside for now that I will review it tomorrow. With that, he redirected his attention back to the women, his expression shifting to one of foolish delight, as the steward could only comply and retreat. Meanwhile, aboard the flagship of the Empire's 7th Star Fleet, the fleet's commander paced anxiously. Chief of Staff, what is the current situation? Has Rear Admiral Shen Liang responded yet? The commander's demeanor was one of unease. He had just received intelligence indicating a massive fleet from the cult of the wasteland had emerged from the adjacent K. Numbering in the hundreds of thousands, these forces were converging upon Water Orange Star, and the garrison there was woefully insufficient to thwart Han Tianzhu's advance. Most alarmingly, Rear Admiral Shen Liang remained on the planet. Should Water Orange Star fall, the consequences would be dire for him. Major General, the Chief of Staff replied, shaking his head, there is no other option. Order the fleet to proceed at full speed towards Water Orange Star. Let us hope we arrive in time. The commander struck the command platform with great force. The 7th Interstellar Fleet had just executed a space jump and had only just arrived at the western side of the Crimson Cloud Star region. The next space jump would require time for recovery. Who could have anticipated that the cult of the wasteland, having lain dormant for 5 months, would make a resurgence at this very moment? With their fleet caught in this precarious situation, they could only resort to the most rudimentary of tactics, gradually retreating. The commander fervently prayed within, hoping they would make it in time in the outer regions of Water Orange Star. A multitude of wasteland warships emerged, traversing through the teleportation gates and flooding into the area. They then spread out like an overwhelming tide, advancing towards Water Orange Star. What the devil? Exclaimed an observer from the outer defensive space station of Water Orange Star. His face etched with terror, he hastily roused his drowsy colleague beside him. Wake up! Something big is happening. We must notify the ground forces of Water Orange Star immediately and activate the space station's defense systems. The observer shouted in desperation. Yet, a massive beam of light was already hurtling towards them, arriving in the blink of an eye. The outer space station cluster of Water Orange Star was suddenly subjected to an intense assault. Explosions erupted in the starry sky, as the enormous fleet surged forth like a stampede of wild buffalo, obliterating all space stations and near-orbital cannons that stood in their path. None were spared. Just before reaching the low Earth orbit of Water Orange Star, the larger warships came to a halt, while the smaller vessels plunged headlong into the atmosphere of Water Orange Star. thousands of these smaller warships surged in unison, creating a breathtaking spectacle. The sharp prow of each vessel shimmered with intense crimson light. That it was only at this moment that the ground defenses of Water Orange Star began to react, unleashing a barrage of concentrated fire upon the invading smaller warships. The thunderous roar of heavy artillery echoed continuously, shattering the incoming fleet. However, it was not long before the large warships of the wasteland, which had remained in outer space, began to activate their formidable main cannons, targeting each defensive position on the surface. Beams of light, reminiscent of divine retribution, rained down from the heavens, instantly penetrating and melting the heavy artillery on the ground. As the defensive forces of Water Orange Star were swiftly diminished, the invading smaller warships successfully landed. A vast number of wasteland ground troops, piloting various vehicles, surged like a black tide towards the largest city of Water Orange Star. Any resistance from people or objects would be swiftly eradicated. Meanwhile, the residents, who had been living their lives normally, were now in a state of panic, desperately seeking refuge, only to be captured by wasteland soldiers who shackled them with electromagnetic cuffs. To the wasteland, humans represented the most valuable resource, and the more they could capture, the better. The question of whether they could sustain them was never considered. If they could not, they would simply take them to seize another planet. As the flag of the Water Orange Star's government residence fell and was subsequently ignited by the wasteland soldiers, the fall of Water Orange Star was officially proclaimed. Furthermore, the highest military commander of Water Orange Star, Major General Shen Liang, was captured and brought before Han Tianju. "Please, don't kill me. I am a major general of the empire. My family is wealthy. You could gain a substantial bounty. Do not kill me," Shen Liang shouted in a state of frantic despair. Yet, the wasteland soldier beside him, masked and silent, uttered not a word. It was only when Shen Liang noticed Han Tianju that he spoke up. "Brother, is this the so-called governor? Who would have thought we would one day capture a governor?" Standing next to Han Tianju was a robust man, Han Tianzu, Han Tianju's younger brother. A grin spread across Han Tianzu's face. "Oh, look at all these beautiful women. What fun we could have." Han Tianzu's gaze shifted as he quickly spotted the bikini-clad women who had been brought along. That he immediately approached, groping indiscriminately. The women shrieked, retreating in fear. Bang! Han Tianzu fired a shot into the air. "Anyone who tries to hide will face dire consequences." His expression was menacing. The women immediately complied, resigning themselves to Han Tianzu's humiliation. "Enough, Han Tianzu. This is not the time for such antics. Bring this imperial governor over here," Han Tianju instructed his brother, then turned his attention back to Shen Liang. Shen Liang was promptly forced to kneel before Han Tianju. "What can you offer me?" Han Tianju leaned down. "Master, I can offer you money, lots and lots of money, and whatever else you desire. As long as I possess it, I can provide it." Shen Liang's face was a mask of panic. "Is that all? Do you think we lack for that?" Han Tianju exchanged a knowing glance with his brother, both smiling. "Then what is it that you truly want? Tell me. I just want to survive," Shen Liang pleaded, gazing up at the two brothers, desperately aware they held the key to his fate. "You may be wealthy and powerful, but to us, you are of no use. We cannot claim your bounty, nor can we seize your power. Therefore, you are of no value to us." Han Tianju spoke softly. Meanwhile, Han Tianzu raised his weapon slowly behind Shen Liang, aiming at the back of his head, oblivious to the threat. Shen Liang continued to plead with Han Tianju. "Wait. I can." But his words were cut short by the sound of a gunshot. Shen Liang's head exploded, and his body fell heavily to the ground. "Oh, so this is what it feels like to execute an imperial governor. Absolutely exhilarating," Han Tianzu exclaimed, grinning widely. Regrettably, that literary rival who had driven them to the brink was not present. Otherwise, Han Tianju would have surely sought vengeance. At that moment, Han Tianju's chief of staff rushed in hastily. Upon alighting from his vehicle and witnessing Shen Liang's lifeless body on the ground, his expression shifted dramatically. "Master, why the haste? Shen Liang must not be killed," the chief of staff exclaimed, his panic palpable. "Is it really that serious?" "He was merely an imperial official," Han Tianzu retorted, visibly displeased, still brandishing his weapon at the corpse of Shen Liang. "Sigh, you simply do not understand. Do you know what a governor is? The highest official commanding an entire star region. Killing him is akin to slapping the Empire in the face. The Empire will soon dispatch a great army to hunt us down." The chief of staff continuously spoke, endeavoring to elucidate why Shen Liang could not be executed. Very well. The deed is done as for the imperial encirclement. We have endured such trials before at worst. We shall flee once more. Han Tunju remarked indifferently he had no intention of establishing a so-called stronghold. After all, as long as he, the leader of the cult of desolation, remained alive, he could easily rally a new following in a different location. Then so be it. The chief of staff, seeing that persuasion had failed, ceased his attempts. The unfortunate soul was already dead. Leader, he continued, we must hasten to pack our belongings and evacuate Water Orange Star. The Imperial 7th Star Fleet will undoubtedly pursue us. The chief of staff began to devise a new strategy for Han Tianju. Indeed, you are correct. Everyone, take action as directed by the chief of staff. Han Tianju, while not without his shortcomings, possessed the commendable trait of heeding counsel. The soldiers of the cult of desolation sprang into action in the capital of the human empire. By Mang Star, Prince Zhu convened another imperial meeting. The young emperor, Zhu Renhe, remained ensconced upon the imperial throne, his mouth occupied with candy and a mini mechanical dog nestled in his hands. He was utterly engrossed, playfully interacting with the artificial intelligence device. Your Highness, announced a solemn voice, General Shen Liang of the Honyun Star Domain has been slain. The cult of desolation has once again incited chaos within the empire that we must dispatch forces immediately to quell the insurrection. Who shall we send? Zhu inquired sharply, his gaze piercing as he scanned the room. The ministers exchanged apprehensive glances. Your Highness, what of General Wen Yuan? One minister ventured tentatively. Zhu remained silent, the weight of his silence deafening. The ministers, astute as they were, recognized Zhu's apprehension towards Wen Yuan. Previously, Wen had successfully quelled the rebellion of the cult of desolation, and Zhu was at a loss as to how to reward him. Elevating him to the rank of general was out of the question, and appointing him as a governor was even less feasible. Ultimately, Zhu had conferred upon him only a nominal position and a few words of praise. While stripping him of command over 3 Imperial Star fleets, it was a clear case of apparent elevation masking a hidden demotion. Now, the prospect of sending Wen Yuan to suppress the uprising raised further complications. Would he restore the military authority he had just relinquished? If granted, and he emerged victorious, how could the central authority reward him? Would they bestow real power upon him again, thus fostering another potential rival like Lu Yili? The atmosphere grew thick with tension. Just as Zhu was about to express his impatience, another minister stepped forward. Your Highness, I propose that Major Generals He Zuo and Yin Wen lead the 10th and 11th Star Fleets respectively, to join forces with the 7th Star Fleet in the Honyun Star Domain to eradicate the cult of desolation. Upon hearing this, the shadow that had loomed over Zhu's countenance began to lift slightly. He was reluctant to grant the military power of those 3-star fleets to Wen Yuan once more. He preferred to retain such strength within his grasp. Very well, I shall advise His Majesty accordingly. You are to notify Major Generals He Zuo and Yin Wen at once, Zhu declared with a facade of righteous resolve, though his heart was laden with uncertainty. Despite their ranks as major generals, these two had largely ascended due to familial connections, lacking any substantial prowess. Yet, fortunately, the leader of the cult of desolation, Han Tianju, was similarly inept. He had nearly instigated a grand rebellion across 3-star domains, only to be swiftly subdued by Wen Yuan. The central star domain of the empire, not far from Bai Mang Star, lay a planet known as Yin Tian Star, where Wen Yuan's residence was situated. At that moment, Wen had just returned home, having recently received orders from the empire stripping him of his military command. However, his son, Wen Rong, still held sway over the empire's 3rd-star fleet as long as he maintained this position. Wen Yuan was confident in his ability to stage a comeback for Zhu's veiled demotion. Wen Yuan was indeed furious, yet he felt powerless to retaliate. He had also once acted dishonorably, directly betraying his superiors on 2 occasions. Anyone in his position would naturally be wary of him. Lacking the capital of Lu Yili, Wen Yuan could not afford to confront the empire directly out of dissatisfaction. He could only persuade himself to suppress his anger. My lord, the steward announced, the Central Command has just relayed news that the cult of desolation is rallying 1,000,000 rebel troops once more. General Shen Liang has been assassinated, sending shockwaves throughout the empire. The steward personally removed Wen Yuan's outer coat, delivering this alarming news. What? Shen Liang has been killed. When did this happen? A look of surprise crossed Wen Yuan's face. He had only just returned home, intending to lay low for a while, when he received such fortuitous tidings from Han Tianzhu and the Cult of Desolation. The Hongyun star domain was not far from the central star domain of the empire. Merely separated by the Ingyun star domain. It was entirely possible that one day, Han Tianzhu might leap from the Hongyun star domain into the Ingyun star domain. Should that occur, there would be considerable turmoil. Zhu would find it impossible to suppress the situation. Had the central authority designated someone for the task of quelling the rebellion? If so, who were they? When Yuren promptly inquired of the steward, who confirmed the news. It was evident that Zhu had no intention of utilizing him, opting instead to select others for the mission if Han Tianzhu were to be subdued once more, when Yuren would lose any remaining opportunities. My lord, the steward replied, the Central Command has announced the selection of Major Generals He Zhua and Inwan. When Yuren snorted in derision, it seems we are in for an intriguing spectacle. He remarked coldly he wasted no time in contacting Wen Rong, instructing him to prepare the troops for battle. We may yet have a chance. Yes, my lord, the steward acknowledged before swiftly departing to carry out his duties. The Imperial Third Star Fleet, following yet another successful teleportation, had arrived at the central star system of the Empire, returning to Bai Mang Star. The fleet was gradually entering the capital sanitation zone, which was composed of multiple tiers of sanitation space stations, resembling Saturn's rings. However, rather than being composed of asteroids, they were densely packed with large defensive space stations, serving as the core protective force for the imperial capital. Within this sanitation belt stood a conspicuous, artificially constructed, giant spherical space station, the mother port of the Imperial Third Star Fleet, designated as Sanitation Station 007. This is our base of operations. Upon arrival at the mother port, as per protocol, we shall have approximately a 15-day leave. Liao Fan gazed through the porthole and spoke to Lin Nian beside him. Lin Nian, however, was fixated on the colossal sphere outside. Beneath its grayish-white exterior lay an intricate network of mechanical structures, exuding an ineffable mechanical beauty. Against the backdrop of the starry sky, the sight was nothing short of magnificent. This mother port appears truly awe-inspiring. I never had the chance to see such a view before, Lin Nian remarked, nodding. He had previously held the rank of private and had little opportunity to gaze out of portholes, cramped as they were in a room shared with thousands. Unlike now, where he could enjoy the luxury of an independent cabin. The ship was on the verge of docking. All personnel, please find your seats immediately and fasten your seatbelts, came the repeated announcement from the ship's intercom. Lin Nian exchanged a glance with Liao Fan before locating a nearby seat. An incident had occurred during a previous docking, thus the enforcement of such regulations. Liao Fan casually explained to Lin Nian, who had incessantly inquired about various matters, causing Liao Fan to develop a habitual response. Ah, I see. Lin Nian nodded. He listened to the continuous safety announcements, yet his thoughts drifted elsewhere, specifically to that mysterious feminine voice. He had not heard it since. It always seemed to manifest in perilous situations. Did it only appear to assist him when he was under the duress of life and death? Lin Nian pondered silently, but arrived at no conclusions. He still needed further tests. Lin Nian was unfazed by the prospect of not having another opportunity, for they had just seen the news. The long-silent Haotian sect had resurfaced. Once again in the Hongyun star domain. It was rumored that a governor of an empire had perished there. However, their Imperial Star Fleet had already begun its return journey. For the time being, they would likely not be dispatched to the war zone. Suddenly, the entire ship shifted hues, transforming into a muted yellow tone. We are about to dock at the military port. All personnel, please secure your positions and refrain from wandering about, came the mechanical voice, reiterating the instructions. Prepare for impact. Lin Nian soon felt a powerful tremor emanating from the ship's body. Both he and Liao Fan were jostled by the immense force. Thankfully, their seatbelts kept them from being thrown against the ceiling. What is going on? Lin Nian inquired of Liao Fan, who explained that the vibrations were due to the docking clamps. It's always like this when entering port. Just bear with it. Liao Fan shouted over the din. All right, Lin Nian nodded. Before long, the shaking ceased, and the dim yellow lights transitioned to standard white illumination. Liao Fan unfastened his seatbelt, prompting Lin Nian to do the same. Well, we should be able to disembark now. If there are no immediate assignments, we are free to move about. I've been cooped up long enough. I need to vent my desires. Liao Fan winked at Lin Nian, letting out a playful yowl. Are you coming? I know a great military bar, and there are plenty of attractive women there. Never mind, Lin Nian replied with a smile and a shake of his head. I want to go home for a bit. My mother is seriously ill. Having narrowly escaped, I wish to see how she is doing. Who would have thought you were such a filial son? No wonder you chose to serve as a line soldier. The most perilous position, Liao Fan responded. In that case, I want to go to the bar. I'll take you to the fixed-point teleportation array here. You can use it to reach the hub at Baimong Star, and then transfer to the Imperial Capital Star, proceeding to your home at Huiguang Star. Such teleportation arrays are not commonplace. Only significant planets and large space stations have them. Even the flagship of the Star Fleet cannot accommodate such technology. As they walked, Liao Fan explained while they moved away from the lounge they had occupied. Heading toward the docking port of the warship, suddenly, both of their wrist devices began to vibrate. Military communique. Liao Fan glanced at his wristwatch. Lin Nian saw him tap something, evidently manipulating the device, though he could not view Liao Fan's holographic display. Lin Nian halted, reaching to check his own wristwatch. Lieutenant Lin Nian, came the voice of Colonel Wen Rong, delivering the latest orders. Due to the resurgence of the Haotian sect, all troops are to be on standby. Without special reason, no one is permitted to disembark. Lin Nian read through the message swiftly, feeling an inexplicable irritation. His home was so close, yet he could not return. Damn it, my leave has been revoked. It seems we are both destined to remain aboard this warship. Liao Fan sighed, lowering his head and rubbing his temples. Is it possible to contact family from here? Lin Nian posed a new question. Not at this time. We are in a mission period and must adhere strictly to military confidentiality regulations. Liao Fan replied directly, extinguishing Lin Nian's hopes. Well then, Lin Nian exhaled a sigh. Don't be disheartened. There are advantages to being aboard a warship. There will be flower ships arriving in the coming nights, Liao Fan said mysteriously. What are flower ships? Lin Nian asked, momentarily taken aback. Liao Fan blinked, and Lin Nian quickly grasped the implication. Good heavens, the glorious imperial military enjoys such privileges. Got it. Liao Fan noted the change in Lin Nian's expression, confirming his understanding. This was indeed an imperial benefit, funded by His Majesty the Emperor. Every officer receives a share. While the sergeants fare a bit worse, 10 men sharing one, the lower-ranking soldiers are in an even more dismal situation. Not a single one. Liao Fan shook his head. All right, they say it's for enhanced training. But it's essentially the same old routine that we should be able to rest for a few days without any training scheduled. Let's head to rest now. Liao Fan returned to his formal demeanor, patting Lin Nian on the shoulder before walking toward his own cabin. Fine. Lin Nian sighed softly, watching Liao Fan's figure disappear. He shook his head in resignation and entered his own quarters. The automatic door slid open. The previously dark room illuminated upon his arrival. This what the future holds. Lin Nian reclined upon the soft embrace of his bed, reaching for a photograph resting beside him. It depicted a trio, his adoptive mother, Lin Feng, and himself. Staring at the somewhat unfamiliar visage that was his own, he reflected that while his soul remained unchanged, his body had transformed entirely to the border of the Red Cloud Star Domain and the Shadow Cloud Star Domain. The formidable army of the ruinous Heaven Sect, comprising 1,000,000 warships, advanced with great momentum, piercing directly into the Shadow Cloud Star Domain. They plunged into the formations of 2 Imperial Star fleets. Previously, Han Tianzhu had relentlessly assaulted, breaching multiple Imperial planets, plundering their resources and populations, coercing newcomers into joining his ranks as marauders, before hastily moving on to the next target. Repeating the cycle. As long as the Imperial forces were not formidable enough, Han Tianzhu would unleash his locust-like army to wreak havoc. Now, they had finally encountered a competent regular Imperial army. Yet, Han Tianzhu showed no signs of retreat. The ruinous Heaven Sect had undergone a remarkable transformation. After conquering numerous Imperial planets, they had seized countless Imperial warships, gaining ample strength to engage in battle. Chief Commander, report the situation immediately. Han Tianzhu's expression was grave. Their fleet was on the verge of a direct confrontation with the Imperial 10th Star Fleet. While to their right, the 11th Fleet of the Empire was also closing in, evidently intent on annihilating their 1,000,000-strong fleet in one fell swoop. Chief, the enemy intends to encircle us from 3 sides. However, the 7th Star Fleet of the Empire is lagging significantly behind. For the time being, our rear is secure. Our objective is to continue our aggressive assault. If we can shatter one of the Imperial Star Fleets head-on, the advantage will be ours. The Chief of Staff's eyes sparkled with excitement as he emphatically struck the surface of the table. Excellent. All troops, heed my command. Attack. Han Tianzhu, though unable to comprehend the specifics of the chief of staff's words. Trusted in his judgment. With a sweeping motion of his hand, he issued the order. The million warships of the ruinous heaven sect surged forward simultaneously, accelerating with overwhelming force in interstellar warfare, due to the presence of energy shields on warships. Whether facing laser attacks or missile tracking, breaching the energy shields quickly proved challenging. It was often more effective to engage in close-range bombardment or forceful boarding operations. Consequently, each round of interstellar conflict was fiercely brutal, resulting in significant casualties. However, for Han Tianju, the one thing he lacked was manpower. As both fleets clashed, the battle escalated to a fever pitch, with an onslaught of attacks raining down. Yet, they were met by the shimmering, translucent shells of the enemy's defenses. Ultimately, both sides entered a head-on collision phase, with warship shields rapidly depleting amidst the relentless bombardment. Swarms of interstellar fighters, akin to a dense cloud of mosquitoes, swarmed towards the Imperial vessels, dropping a multitude of boarding troops, igniting a most savage boarding assault. The two flagship vessels of the 10th and 11th Star Fleets were prime targets for the Ruinous Heaven Fleet. Waves of various types of Ruinous Heaven warships relentlessly battered these two flagships. The originally sturdy energy shields were ultimately overwhelmed by the sheer number of attacking vessels, depleting all shield energy. Countless Ruinous Heaven boarding troops were deployed onto the Imperial flagship. At that moment, on the flagship of the 10th Star Fleet, Major General Hizwa, we must retreat immediately. Multiple compartments within the flagship have been breached by the Ruinous Heaven rebels. If we do not leave now, we will have no chance of escape. The Chief of Staff grasped Major General Hizwa, attempting to forcibly extract him from the ship. The number of Han Tianju's rebels exceeded their expectations, and he cunningly did not designate the largest Ruinous Heaven warship as his flagship, instead blending it among countless smaller vessels, leading to the failure of their elite boarding troop strategy to decapitate Han Tianju. Meanwhile, the enemy's surprise attack strategy had succeeded. No, this is the Imperial flagship. I cannot flee. I cannot leave this flagship to the Ruinous Heaven rebels. That would be the greatest shame for the Empire. Hizwa's expression was twisted, resembling a gambler unwilling to abandon the table despite a losing hand. Major General Hizwa, preserving your life is the most important matter. Do not squander it in vain. His Majesty would not wish to see you like this. The Chief of Staff continued to persuade, seeking to forcibly drag Hizwa away with the assistance of other officers, but he was shoved aside. At that moment, an explosive cacophony erupted from the compartments outside the bridge. The expressions of everyone in the bridge momentarily froze, followed by a mix of fear and despair. They understood that the Ruinous Heaven rebels had breached their core area. It would not be long before they faced death or capture. Chief of Staff, self-destruct. Hizwa suddenly calmed, his voice resolute. Major General Hizwa, the Chief of Staff began, but his words devolved into a whisper, fading into silence. Hand me the key immediately. I will self-destruct the flagship. Hizwa's roar sent shivers through everyone present, akin to the pronouncement of a death sentence. After a lengthy hesitation, the Chief of Staff ultimately relinquished his key to Hizwa. With swift movements, Hizwa inserted two keys, activating the self-destruct sequence. His hand hovered over the large red button. I am sorry. This predicament is my fault. I owe you all an apology, but I cannot betray His Majesty. I cannot fail the Empire. Glory belongs to the Empire. Hizwa proclaimed loudly. Glory belongs to the Empire. The Chief of Staff and all crew members on the bridge rose in unison, striking their right shoulders heavily. Suddenly, the flagship of the 10th Star Fleet erupted in a magnificent burst of light at the center of the battlefield. A silent explosion consumed everything in its vicinity. Hizwa's decision to self-destruct the flagship triggered a chain reaction, plunging the 10th Star Fleet into chaos, leaving them without a leader. Some captains chose to continue their assault against the Ruinous Heaven sect, while others, seeing no hope of escape, opted to surrender. Many captains sought to break through the encirclement. Meanwhile, the 11th Star Fleet of the Empire was also in dire straits, particularly its highest-ranking officer, Major General Lin Nian, whose face was etched with panic. The initial plan to encircle Han Tianju had devolved into a situation where his side was now on the defensive. A scenario utterly unacceptable to Lin Nian. Chief of Staff, what are our chances of victory? Lin Nian surveyed the chaotic battlefield, feeling the weight of the situation pressing down on him alone as a result of Hizwa's sacrifice. Major General Lin Nian, the Chief of Staff replied, preliminary estimates suggest our chances are now below 3%. We must evacuate the battlefield immediately. The Chief of Staff's words came swiftly. The 10-star fleet had been utterly shattered, and they were left to fend for themselves. As for locating the pivotal flagship of Han Tianzhu among the forces of the Desolate Sky sect and annihilating Han Tianzhu to turn the tide of battle. The Chief of Staff merely glanced at the multitude of Desolate Sky warships outside and promptly extinguished that notion. It could be said that if they continued this confrontation, they would only meet with total annihilation. Very well, he declared. In light of the changing circumstances, our forces are outnumbered and must retreat immediately. Inwan, devoid of the foolish loyalty exhibited by Hizwa, recognized the dire situation and promptly resolved to withdraw from the battlefield, preserving their strength for another day. With the issuance of the order, the flagship of the 11th Star Fleet was the first to lead the retreat. They were somewhat better off than the 10th Star Fleet. The energy shields of the 11th Star Fleet's flagship had yet to dissipate as it endured the onslaught of artillery fire, accelerating madly towards the rear. However, having just vanquished Hizwa's Desolate Sky Fleet, the morale was soaring, and they were unwilling to let Inwan escape from the opposite flank. Under Han Tianzhu's command for a full-scale assault, they surged towards the retreating 11th Star Fleet. Thus began a more brutal chase. The warships of the 11th Star Fleet were relentlessly battered, their energy shields exploding under the onslaught, as the reckless soldiers of the Desolate Sky infiltrated the interior of the ships. Engaging in a gruesomely violent internal purge, occasionally, some warships chose to avoid capture by detonating themselves along with their crews, yet the advance of the Desolate Sky Fleet showed no signs of abating, as they consumed the lagging Imperial vessels. Ultimately, they closed in on the flagship of the 11th Star Fleet. The energy shield of the flagship flickered incessantly until, in a desperate collision with a Desolate Sky warship, both ships' energy shields shimmered and then shattered simultaneously. The 11th Star Fleet flagship, which had been brazenly attacking from within its protective barrier, fell momentarily silent. In that fleeting moment, the numerous Desolate Sky starfighters, akin to sharks sensing blood, swiftly converged upon them. A torrent of boarding pods were launched, and countless soldiers of the Desolate Sky surged into the interior of the massive warship, despite the Imperial flagship's array of weaponry roaring in defiance. It resembled nothing more than a futile struggle before death. Ultimately, with no avenue for escape, Inwan led all officers and crew of the Imperial flagship in surrender. The original Imperial flag was lowered, replaced by a colossal white-bannered AT. This moment, the flagship of the Desolate Sky sect erupted in jubilation. "Master," they exclaimed, "we have captured it." The Chief of Staff was overwhelmed with emotion. They had triumphed against two foes, leveraging their numerical superiority to successively defeat two Imperial regular forces. The 10th Star Fleet had been completely decimated, its flagship self-destructed, while the highest commander, Major General Hizwa, had taken his own life. The 11th Star Fleet was utterly routed, its flagship surrendered, and its highest commander, Major General Inwan, was captured. This was an unprecedented victory. The Shadow Cloud star domain of the Empire would be left defenseless. Should they dare to be bolder, a jaunt through the central star domain of the Empire was not beyond the realm of possibility. Han Tianzhu's hands trembled. They had indeed triumphed over two Imperial star fleets. Once they assimilated the surrendered 11th Star Fleet, their combat strength would ascend to new heights. Han Tianzhu dared not contemplate what lay ahead, but a victory was a victory. "We have won." He suddenly raised his fist high, crying out with all his heart, and the entire bridge of the flagship echoed his fervor. On the white radiant star, within the Imperial Council Hall, local time was 5 a.m, Zhu appeared with an imposing stride. Yet his countenance was exceedingly grim. He had just received urgent reports from the Shadow Cloud star domain indicating a catastrophic defeat for the Imperial forces. 2 major generals were either dead or captured, and 3 Imperial star fleets had been reduced to 1 shattered, 1 captured, and 1 in retreat. The most outrageous of all was the 7th Star Fleet, tasked with securing the rear, which had not even reached the front lines before retreating upon hearing of the Imperial fleet's defeat. Zhu's anger boiled within him, yet he refrained from immediate outbursts. Standing silently in the center of the Imperial Council Hall, his fists clenched and released repeatedly. "Nanny, I want to sleep. I don't want to go to the Council Hall." The young emperor struggled, crying and throwing a tantrum, but the nanny still managed to coax him into taking his rightful place on the emperor's throne. Zhu cast a glance at his cousin, his gaze fleetingly cold. Were it not for the numerous governors of the empire subtly opposing him, Zhu would have long since kicked Zhu Renhao aside and claimed the throne for himself. Gradually, important officials of the empire began to arrive. How could this happen? He, Zhua, and Yin would have betrayed the nation, 3 against 1, and we suffered such a dismal defeat. The imperial army has become utterly degenerate. Now, the desolate sky sect could no longer be restrained. They gathered in small clusters, incessantly discussing the previous battle. The defeat of 2 imperial star fleets on the front lines had an immense impact, threatening the very foundations of the empire and potentially allowing the desolate sky sect to rise unopposed. Throughout the proceedings, Zhu remained silent, observing the animated discussions of the imperial officials until everyone had gathered in the imperial council hall. Zhu finally cleared his throat, and the murmurs gradually subsided. I trust you have all seen the latest battle reports. If you haven't or are unaware of the situation, fear not. You may view them now. With a forceful gesture, Zhu summoned a massive holographic display. The screen continuously played footage of his flagship self-destructing and Yin when raising the white flag, accompanied by extensive textual descriptions beside the 2 videos. The final line was bold and enlarged, an unprecedented disaster for the empire. Is this the person you recommended? Incompetent, derelict. The entire situation of the empire has deteriorated to this extent because of you. You hold such high positions and salaries within the empire, and this is how you repay it. Zhu unleashed the pent-up fury within him, his voice hoarse as he roared at all the imperial officials. Nanny, I'm scared. The once drowsy and distressed young emperor, who had been crying and throwing tantrums, now clutched tightly to the arms of his nurse, cowering behind her. Zhu appeared to have vented his frustrations. Leaving the imperial council chamber enveloped in an unsettling silence, the weighty ministers exchanged glances, each acutely aware that the current predicament was largely of Zhu's own making, when the sect of the Wild Heaven reemerged. It could have been dealt with directly through Wen Yuan, yet Zhu was reluctant. Now, he audaciously shifted the blame onto them. The ministers, feeling indignant, lacked the courage to confront Zhu openly and opted for silence instead. Zhu unleashed his ire upon Hizhua, Yinwen, the acting commander of the 7th Interstellar Fleet, and the General Xin Liang, whose indulgence had led to this chaos. Xin, consumed by hedonism, had been struck squarely in the face by Han Tianzhu. The Empire subsequently dispatched 3 interstellar fleets to salvage Xin's reputation. However, their previous defeat had only served to bolster the sect of the Wild Heaven, which continued its aggressive expansion, sweeping through the imperial domains of Hongyun and Ingyun. Will someone speak up? Zhu demanded. Have you all lost your tongues? Are you waiting for the sect of the Wild Heaven to reach the central star domain of the Empire before you find your voices? He vented his frustrations, hoping to regain some semblance of composure while also urging the imperial ministers to take action. Your Highness, one minister interjected, recognizing that blaming anyone at this point was futile. The priority must be to counter Han Tianzhu's sect of the Wild Heaven and ensure it does not penetrate the central star domain of the Empire. Given the current situation, only a formidable leader could stabilize affairs. I recommend General Wen Yuan. The mention of that name, Zhu's attention peaked, though he was tempted to dismiss one outright. Yet, the prospect of Han Tianzhu breaching the central star domain outweighed his reluctance to engage Wen. Zhu understood the gravity of the situation. Allowing the sect of the Wild Heaven to flourish while suppressing Wen Yuan was a matter of weighing priorities. Indeed, he conceded. This juncture, there was no choice but to enlist General Wen. Zhu had initially hoped to allow Wen and the Empire's 3 elite interstellar fleets some respite, but the urgency of the situation rendered that impossible. Nodding in agreement, Zhu feigned solidarity with Wen Yuan, prompting all the ministers to silently acknowledge his duplicity. Summon General Wen Yuan immediately, Zhu commanded decisively. Meanwhile, on the periphery of White Light Star, within the 007 sanitation space station, the 1455 warship was infiltrating enemy vessels under Lin Nian's leadership, leaving a trail of carnage in its wake. Lin Nian and his mobile squad had taken control of the bridge, but of the 3,000 who had stormed in, only a little over 100 remained. Reflecting a staggering casualty rate, the ambient lights surrounding Lin Nian illuminated. His superior, Captain Xue Wujiu, announced, "All right, exercise concluded." The entire 10th Mobile Squad removed their helmets, sweat glistening on their faces after a grueling simulation of the battlefield. Lieutenant Lin Nian, step forward, Captain Xue called out, his gaze icy. Present, Lin Nian stood tall and saluted. He understood why Captain Xue had summoned him. His performance in the virtual battle had been dismal, without the assistance of the female voice. Lin Nian was no different from an average individual. Though he held the rank of lieutenant, his true capabilities had not been demonstrated. Captain Shue's expression darkened as he led Lin Nian into a private room. On the other side, in the observation chamber, when Huaiyan had witnessed the entire scene through a one-way glass, Captain Shui had repeatedly reported Lin Nian's performance, seeking to replace him, but Wen had consistently vetoed such proposals. Lin Nian had been personally promoted by Wen Rong, and since it was not wartime, with no significant transgressions on Lin Nian's part, she would not strip him of his military position. Lin Nian's role as the captain of the 10th Mobile Squad was, in essence, a high rank with low responsibilities. The squad's function was fundamentally akin to that of the Empire's line fillers, dispatched to land once enemy ship shields faltered, or to fend off incursions into their own vessels. This role was characterized by high casualty rates, and was the only military position available. With Lin Nian's rank as lieutenant, he could only be assigned to this role. He lacked the qualifications and sufficient accomplishments to occupy a more prestigious position. "Show me the surveillance footage," Wen ordered one of her soldiers. "Yes, Captain Wen." The soldier promptly produced a holographic screen displaying the room where Captain Shui and Lin Nian were located, clearly revealing their interaction. "Lieutenant Lin Nian," Captain Shui bellowed, "if this is all the strength you possess, I cannot accept it. With your current capabilities, you are wholly unfit to lead the 10th Mobile Squad. Do you understand what our mission entails? It is the most perilous, with the highest casualty rates in infiltration operations. How do you expect to fulfill your duties and protect your subordinates with such performance?" He slammed his hand on the table emphatically. "Captain Shui, if you have objections to my capabilities, you may address them with the command of the 3rd Interstellar Fleet. As for your assessment of my suitability for this position, I'm sorry." Lin Nian interjected, "But your opinion does not hold weight. Simulation battles do not equate to reality. The battlefield is the only true measure of strength." Lin Nian responded, maintaining his composure despite the confrontation. Captain Shui seemed to harbor a particular animosity towards him. "Lieutenant Lin," he suddenly stepped closer, lowering his voice, "you may have performed decently on Qianstian Star, but to me, you were merely fortunate. Your survival from a close-range barrage was sheer luck. Allowing you to attain this position. I do not know the nature of your relationship with Wen Huaiyun, but perhaps you are involved with her, which is why she is so intent on protecting you. However, I assure you, if you perform like this in the next battlefield, you will meet a grim fate." After delivering his ominous warning, Captain Shui cast a glance at the surveillance camera in the room and took a step back. "Lieutenant Lin Nian," he reminded, "remember this. Your luck will not last forever." With a shake of his head, he adjusted his military cap and strode out decisively. Lin Nian remained silent, watching Captain Shui's retreating figure, pondering whether there was some underlying issue between him and Wen Huaiyun that had inadvertently drawn him into this conflict. However, Lin Nian is acutely aware that his current display of strength is, indeed, rather pitiful. He lets out a sigh. If only he had that feminine voice as assistance, how different might his performance be? His aptitude for commanding in battle is undeniably lacking. Nonetheless, his proficiency with firearms remains formidable. Lin Nian's thoughts are troubled as he steps out of the small room, only to discover Wen Huaiyun waiting for him outside. "Lieutenant Wen," Lin Nian salutes her. "There is no choice. The military hierarchy is rigid." At present, Lin Nian's rank is still inferior to that of Wen Huaiyun, necessitating the salute, lest she impose disciplinary actions upon him. The experience of confinement is far from pleasant. "Lieutenant Lin," Wen Huaiyun returns the salute. "It seems that Captain Shui Wuju is quite displeased with you. What have you done?" she inquires, glancing in a certain direction where Shui Wuju's figure can still be seen retreating. "I am not certain." Lin Nian shakes his head, wishing to steer clear of the topic. "What brings you here, Lieutenant Wen?" He redirects the conversation to her purpose. "Major General Wen Rong has recently promoted you and wishes to understand your current situation. I have come to check on you on his behalf." Wen Huaiyun explains that as you can see, things are not particularly harmonious. Lin Nian shrugs nonchalantly. Initially, he enjoyed a fair amount of respect and reputation within the fleet. However, circumstances rapidly shifted. His unsatisfactory results in virtual training battles led many to question him, especially regarding the disparity between his training outcomes and his actual performance in Qianstian Star. Lin Nian understands the reason behind this. His rapid promotion, coupled with a lack of background, allowed him to ascend from a mere soldier to an officer, which irked those who were still biding their time. To those individuals, a single success is merely attributed to luck. Believing that fortune has granted Lin Nian what he seemingly does not deserve, surviving in Qianstian Star and gaining the favor of Wen Rong, these accomplishments, they might think, could easily be replicated if they were in his position, making the rank of lieutenant a natural outcome. Their resentment is not directed at him personally, but rather at the injustice of his ascension to lieutenant instead of themselves. Furthermore, his recent poor performance in virtual training has provided them with a focal point for their disdain. Lin Nian can feel his reputation plummeting within the ship. Lieutenant Lin, when Huayan states, "Jealousy is the first hurdle you must overcome. However, I see that your mindset is quite commendable at present. Still, I must remind you, the path ahead is one you must tread alone." Major General Wen Rong's favor is limited to this extent. Do not expect him to offer you further assistance. When Huayun concludes earnestly, then checks her wristwatch, tapping the air in front of her, evidently operating her holographic display. Thus, this visit concludes. It has been a pleasure to see you again, Lieutenant Lin Nian. I look forward to your future endeavors. She extends her hand toward him. Indeed. He replies. I share the sentiment. Lin Nian lightly grips her hand before releasing it, noting its coolness. When Huayan gives a slight nod and departs at a measured pace, Lin Nian, a voice suddenly calls from around a corner. It is Liao Fan, peering out discreetly. What are you doing here? Lin Nian quietly explains the purpose of the visit. Liao Fan is among the few aboard the 1455th ship who still support him. I see. I heard you were reprimanded by your captain again. What happened? Did you encounter issues in your virtual training? Liao Fan emerges from his hiding spot after watching Wen Huayan disappear around a bend. There's nothing I can do about it, Lin Nian sighs. Jealousy surrounds me. He is reluctant to delve into the matter any further. He increasingly wonders if it was the powerful biochemical agent he had ingested that caused him to experience auditory hallucinations, believing he had received assistance from a feminine voice. Yet, this does not entirely hold, as that voice had indeed aided him. Lin Nian reflects on the biochemical agent, akin to a stimulant, designed to enhance soldiers' reflexes and physical endurance. Yet, the side effects are significant, and such substances are typically reserved for extremely perilous missions. Many speculate that his exceptional performance is attributable to the biochemical agent. Lin Nian, Liao Fan encourages, do not lose confidence in yourself. I have faith in you, for you are not like those who merely attribute success to luck. I have witnessed your combat prowess. Moreover, they seem to forget that during the initial reconnaissance battle at Interstellar, among the thousands of frontline soldiers deployed, only 9 survived. Such a high mortality rate is not something just anyone can endure. He clasps Lin Nian's shoulder earnestly. Liao Fan. Lin Nian chuckles. I did not expect you to possess such comforting skills. However, he adds with a smirk, this approach might work well with your sister, but it does not apply to me. He playfully swats Liao Fan's hand away. Liao Fan's consolation is, indeed, welcomed. Haha. You finally recognize that. Let us go. Today's training is over. I am starving. Let us find something to eat. Alas, the benefits from the flower ship have ended. Who knows when the next opportunity will arise? By the way, Lin Nian, have you been involved with anyone these past few days? You are not still a virgin, are you? Liao Fan's interest peaks as he shifts the conversation to women, teasing Lin Nian. Get lost, Lin Nian retorts, giving Liao Fan a kick. Meanwhile, when Huayun has already disembarked from the 1455th ship, she boards the awaiting vehicle, traversing the bustling military port filled with automated equipment, entirely controlled by artificial intelligence, requiring only a few personnel stationed at select points. The Empire's production sector has extensively adopted AI systems. However, such intelligent systems prove ineffective in warfare due to the unavoidable strong electromagnetic interference on the battlefield. The hovering vehicle soon comes to a halt before a dock, where a massive Imperial flagship quietly rests. A constant exchange of vast supplies occurs, accompanied by the sharp warning sounds of machinery in operation. When Huayan spots Wen Rong standing before the warship, Major General 1, she strides forward to salute him. He replies, Lieutenant, when I have reviewed your report, do you also concur with Captain Shui Wuju's assessment? A smile graces Wen Rong's face. Indeed, she affirms, considering various factors, I believe Lin Nian is struggling to adapt to the role of a lieutenant. When Huayan harbors little faith in Lin Nian, in her eyes, Lin Nian possesses an extraordinary streak of luck. Bordering on the absurd, his achievements in Qianxian could, at best, qualify him for the rank of a superior officer or a 4th-level sergeant major, utterly unworthy of an exceptional promotion to a general. Captain 1, WN Ring abruptly changed the subject. He extracted a cigarette case from his jacket pocket and lit one for himself. When Huayan's expression momentarily faltered, I apologize. I was just rude. General 1, are we preparing for battle? She quickly offered her apologies, simultaneously expressing her confusion. After all, They had only recently returned to the home port, yet they were to set sail again in such a short span of time, clearly indicating that a significant event was afoot. It's nothing, Lin replied, shaking his head as he exhaled a plume of white smoke, which swiftly dissipated, absorbed by the home port's efficient ventilation system. We are indeed preparing for combat. I have just received word from the Central Military Command that the Arid Heaven sect is making a resurgence. They have already decisively defeated both the 10th and 11th Imperial fleets in the Yunstar region. Lin continued to elucidate to Wen Huaiyan. Wen Huaiyan instinctively pressed her lips together. Another great battle loomed. The Imperial 3rd Interstellar Fleet was to once again head to the front lines. As for whether Lin Nian was merely a superficial talent, I believe, Lin inhaled deeply from his cigarette, that war will reveal the truth to me. Nonetheless, I have always been confident in my judgment. He swiftly finished his cigarette, discarding it on the ground and extinguishing the dying ember with his foot. Let us proceed. The fleet's departure entailed a multitude of tasks. Lin no longer glanced at Wen Huaiyan, instead joining the waiting guard soldiers as they made their way toward his flagship. Before the colossal iron beast, their figures appeared as minuscule as dust. Numerous white lights shimmered across the surface of the giant, resembling a sea of stars. The 001 Sanitation Space Station. When Yurin personally boarded the flagship of the Imperial 2nd Interstellar Fleet, compared to the 3rd and 4th Interstellar Fleets, the 2nd Interstellar Fleet had returned the quickest and was the first among the 3 fleets to complete its resupply. General Wen, the flagship's captain, saluted him. Colonel Chen, when Yurin replied, immediately notify the 3rd and 4th Interstellar Fleets. We must set sail at once and reach the Yunstar region as swiftly as possible. Reclaiming the core planet, Yanlan Star. When Yurin nodded slightly and issued his command to the flagship captain. Understood. Captain Chen straightened his posture, and the orders swiftly disseminated. Countless crew members sprang into action as the vessel's locking mechanisms disengaged from the homeport space station. The warships of the Imperial 2nd Interstellar Fleet began to depart from the 001 Sanitation Space Station, all pivoting towards the direction of the Yunstar region. This time, the incursion of the Arid Heaven sect into the Yunstar region did not require Wen Yurin to travel far. After all, the Central Star region was adjacent to the Yunstar region. A single spatial transmission would suffice, allowing them to reach Yanlan Star directly, saving them an additional spatial jump compared to the distant Qianxian Star at the edge of the Hongyan Star region. The warship's aft began to emit blue and white flames. When Yurin hastily arrived at the flagship's bridge, the bridge was exceedingly spacious, accommodating 3,000 dedicated crew members. A plethora of real-time data circulated in their hands. Eventually, he approached the highest-ranking commander present. Since when Yurin had personally boarded the ship, the command authority had shifted directly from the flagship's captain to him. Commander. The communications officer suddenly rose and addressed Wen Yurin loudly. We have just received contact from the 3rd and 4th Interstellar Fleets. Should we connect? Connect. Wen Yurin replied, standing on the 2nd level of the bridge, hands gripping the railing as he surveyed the bustling crew below. Nodding slightly. Yes, the liaison officer affirmed. Soon, 2 massive screens sprang to life, revealing the images of Wen Ring and another general. Commander, both men saluted Wen Yurin solemnly. General 1, General Ning. What is your progress? Wen Yurin returned their salute. Reporting to the commander, General Wen Ring began. The Imperial 3rd Interstellar Fleet has departed. Reporting to the commander, General Ning followed suit. The Imperial 4th Interstellar Fleet has also departed. Excellent. Next, I shall activate an interstellar transmission gate, maintaining it in the longest duration mode. 3 hours. Hurry and arrive as soon as possible, then proceed through. Do not delay. When Yurin's expression was grave. Understood. Both men saluted in unison. The screens faded away as energy for the interstellar transmission gate began to accumulate. 24%. 100%. The energy was fully charged. Commander, shall we activate the interstellar transmission gate? The flagship's chief of staff inquired loudly. Activate. When Yurin's demeanor was stern as he issued the order. As his words fell, everyone turned to the transparent viewports on either side. 2 enormous launch devices slowly emerged from the sides of the flagship, firing 2 distinct beams of light, one red and one blue. The beams intersected at a point in the starry expanse directly ahead of the flagship, initiating a distortion of space. The distortion expanded with the influx of energy. It grew larger, ultimately reaching hundreds of kilometers in size before ceasing its expansion. As the spatial distortion stabilized, everyone could now peer through to the unfamiliar star region beyond. Imperial 2nd Interstellar Fleet. Heed my command. When Yurin waved his hand decisively. Yes, The entire Imperial Second Interstellar Fleet surged forward in unison. When Yurin settled into his seat, fastening his safety belt. As the fleet's engines roared to full power, a tremendous tremor resonated from within the vessel. One by one, they traversed the vast void before them. When Yurin glanced at the map's positioning displayed, in almost an instant, they had flashed from the Central Star region to the vicinity of Yanlan Star in the Ingyun Star region. Once the flagship had safely passed through the transmission, when Yurin unbuckled his safety belt and gestured for the captain and the fleet staff to approach the conference table. A three-dimensional star map vividly displayed the current conditions of the star region. Chief of Staff, please provide an overview of the current situation, when Yurin requested. Yes, Commander. The Chief of Staff immediately saluted and began manipulating the star map before him, since the 10th and 11th fleets were vanquished. The arid heaven sect's influence has surged. Currently, vast swathes of planets in the southeastern region of the Ingyun Star region are being ravaged by the arid heaven sect, including the core planet, Yanlan Star. The arid heaven sect has swept away immense quantities of resources and population in its wake. The Chief of Staff sketched a circle by hand, which promptly appeared on the star chart, encompassing the very heart of the Ingyun Star domain and extending to the entire southeastern region. I propose, he stated, that our foremost action should be to swiftly reclaim Yanlan Star. The Chief of Staff identified this as the primary task. When Yurin and the others nodded in agreement, voicing no dissent, the cult of the wild heavens lacks fixed strongholds. If we were to dispatch scattered troops in pursuit, the results would likely be futile. Han Tianju's ability to advance and retreat with agility relies heavily on the mobility of his warships, which in turn necessitates the supply of resources from resource stars. Thus, Han Tianju's potential next move becomes exceedingly clear. The Chief of Staff continued to draw on the star chart, causing dozens of energy-type resource stars to turn red, winding upwards along the northeastern side of the Ingyun Star domain, roughly forming a line. The first star in this sequence began to flicker incessantly, revealing its name, Huangyan Star. We must urgently commit forces to resource stars like Huangyan Star, particularly the latter. I am convinced that the cult of the wild heavens will come. The Chief of Staff emphasized Huangyan Star. In summary, we should strive to fortify our defenses and clear the area. If the cult of the wild heavens is unable to plunder resources, populations, and food, their supply will dwindle. Even if the cult currently appears robust, it will inevitably decline swiftly. At that juncture, whether we expel the cult from the Ingyun Star domain or pursue them into the Huangyan Star domain will not pose a significant challenge for us. The Chief of Staff regarded Wen Yurin, whose strategy essentially revolved around fortifying defenses and holding key positions while waiting for internal issues to erupt within Han Tianju's ranks. When the moment is ripe, we can engage in a decisive battle with the cult of the wild heavens. His and Inwen's previous defeat stemmed from their excessive aggression, as they intended to execute a pocket strategy for a three-pronged encirclement. However, before the pocket was adequately formed, they hastily tightened their grip, resulting in a disastrous confrontation. Chief of Staff, Wen Yurin stated, I largely endorse your strategy of fortification and clearing, but I have a concern. Han Tianju may not necessarily choose to commence his operations from Huangyan Star. He could opt for any location among these resource stars for his plunder. Wen Yurin pointed out the Chief of Staff's oversight. The Chief of Staff remained silent for a few seconds, a hint of resignation evident in his demeanor. Commander, he admitted, I have been remiss in my considerations. Let us shift to a sentry mode. The Chief of Staff acknowledged that establishing defenses everywhere could lead to vulnerabilities, yet adopting a sentry position would be feasible. We will station small contingents of troops at each point for control, while the main fleet patrols the outer perimeter. The moment we ascertain the presence of the cult's main force, we shall dispatch troops from multiple directions to encircle and strike them, maximizing our chances of annihilating the invading cult fleet. Furthermore, he continued, the Imperial 7th Star Fleet is en route. With 4 Imperial Star Fleets at our disposal, we can mount a robust defense. The cult of the wild heavens will undoubtedly reveal weaknesses. The Chief of Staff underscored the importance of fortification and clearing once more. Very well, Wen Yurin declared decisively. Let us first proceed with the initial step of reclaiming Yanlan Star before considering other matters. Understood. Everyone responded in unison, saluting. On board the flagship of the cult of the wild heavens. Report, came the voice of an officer. Lord, we have just received word from Yanlan Star. The Imperial 2nd Star Fleet has arrived and successfully seized it, a liaison officer announced loudly. Damn it. exclaimed Han Tianju, slamming his palm on the table. His face contorted with frustration. The days of plundering were not yet satisfying, and now his old rival had returned, reclaiming Yinlan Star, which he had painstakingly conquered. Chief of Staff, thankfully, I heeded your advice. Otherwise, if we had advanced northward, we would have faced Wen Yuan directly. Han Tianju reflected with relief. Commander, this is not the time for relaxation. Our plundering in the southeastern region of the Yinlan Star domain faces little resistance. Yet we are burdened with excessive personnel and supplies. These will become our liabilities, the Chief of Staff expressed with concern. What should we do then? Han Tianju inquired. I defer to your judgment, he admitted. Relying entirely on the Chief of Staff for strategies. Our current plundering operations hold little significance. What is of utmost importance to us now is fuel for our warships. Without fuel, we will lose the speed necessary for our survival. The Chief of Staff gestured over the star chart, switching the display mode. A series of resource stars materialized before them. Here, the Chief of Staff pointed at Huangyan Star. Commander, what do you mean? Han Tianju asked. Puzzled, Lord, the Chief of Staff clarified, we can initiate our actions at Huangyan Star first. We will deploy a small contingent to conduct landing operations. If the Empire does not have heavy defenses here, we can proceed with a large-scale incursion, seize what we can, and retreat. If we encounter fierce resistance, we will withdraw promptly and move to another location. There are plenty of resource stars available for us to exploit. The Chief of Staff explained to Han Tianju. I see. Han Tianju feigned understanding, though his mind was a muddle. The Chief of Staff sighed inwardly, aware that his superior was somewhat of a simpleton pretending to grasp concepts. Chief of Staff, should we immediately gather everyone and head straight for this Huangyan Star? Han Tianju reiterated a no. The Chief of Staff replied, we must divide our forces. One contingent will move north, while another continues southward. The southern route will serve as bait, drawing Wen Yuan's attention, thereby allowing us greater opportunity to seize resources during our advance northward. The Chief of Staff shook his head. My suggestion is that I and the Lord take an elite force northward, while your brother, Han Tianzu, continues to lead the majority of our troops in extensive plundering in the eastern region. As long as Wen Yuan does not come our way, we shall remain concealed. The Chief of Staff continued to elucidate. What about my brother? Han Tianju inquired, concerned for his sibling's safety. As long as he follows orders, your brother will be fine. Please advise him, Lord, that if he encounters any perilous situations, he must abandon everything and retreat to the Huangyan Star domain. He must not cling to those trivial possessions. He must be willing to discard them. Wen Yuan will not be able to catch up with him. Never entertain the notion that he can defeat the Imperial fleet. It is best not to harbor such thoughts at all. This situation differs significantly from Hizhua and Yinwan. Wen Yuan commands the genuine elite forces of the Empire. The Chief of Staff advised firmly. Very well then. Han Tianju resolved, I shall contact him immediately. Han Tianju nodded slightly, while the Chief of Staff returned his gaze to the star map, his attention fixed on Huangyan Star. Aboard the flagship of the Empire's third interstellar fleet, the atmosphere was charged. Yes, Commander, I shall commence deployment immediately. Wen Rong respectfully inclined his head towards his father, refraining from directly addressing him, instead adhering to protocol by referring to him as Commander. As the holographic screen vanished, Wen Rong turned to his advisory team. Major General 1, does our mission entail the defense of this line of resource stars? The Chief of Staff initiated the discussion, gesturing towards the star map. According to reliable intelligence, the forces of the Cult of the Wild Sky were currently causing disturbances in the southeastern region, showing no intention of advancing northward. Thus, Wen Yuan decisively resolved to dispatch the 4th and 7th Fleets southward to gradually reclaim lost ground while simultaneously constricting the operational space of the Cult of the Wild Sky, ideally pushing them back into the desolate expanse of the Crimson Cloud starfield, which had already been ravaged beyond recognition and posed no further threat. Indeed, the Cult of the Wild Sky will undoubtedly seek to plunder the energy from our warships. We must establish lookout posts on these resource stars to continuously monitor their movements. Should we detect a large-scale offensive from the cult, it will be the moment for our fleet's main forces to engage. The second interstellar fleet station near Yinlan Star will also provide us with supporting forces. Wen Rong nodded in agreement. Now, back to the matter at hand. With so many resource stars, we must promptly arrange specific lookout units for on-site defense. He turned towards the line of resource stars, each of which could potentially become a target for Han Tianju's assault. They could not afford to concentrate excessive forces on a single planet, lest they find themselves unable to respond to raids on other resource stars. Only by confirming the main fleet of the Cult of the Wild Sky would the Third Interstellar Fleet truly engage. The first target was Huangyan Star. When Rong's finger pressed directly onto Huangyan Star on the map, the face of Lin Nian flashed through his mind. Let's see if your strength is merely the result of luck. This thought crossed Rong's mind as he glanced at the Chief of Staff beside him. Major General Wen, do you have someone in mind? The Chief of Staff, familiar with Rong, immediately discerned his intentions from the expression on his face. Indeed, I have decided to dispatch the 10th Mobile Team of Warship 1455, led by Lieutenant Lin Nian. 3,000 personnel. This would serve as an adequate warning force, Rong stated. The Chief of Staff pondered for a moment. Huangyan Star was relatively small. A common type of planet. 3,000 personnel would indeed suffice. Very well. Major General Wen, what is the next target? The Chief of Staff nodded in agreement, allowing Rong to select the personnel for the next resource star. As each star's defending personnel were confirmed, nearly every warship of the Third Interstellar Fleet contributed personnel, aggregating to nearly 100,000 troops. There were a total of 30 resource stars, which significantly diluted their combat strength. However, a fully staffed fleet comprised 101 warships, 10 large warships, 30 medium warships, and 60 small warships, in addition to one super-large flagship. This meant that at least 120,000 personnel were required. Consequently, 1/12 of their strength was effectively allocated elsewhere. Major General Wen, all have been confirmed. The Chief of Staff looked towards Rong. Very well. You may now notify them to proceed to their respective defensive stars. Rong immediately issued the command. Understood. The Chief of Staff saluted and withdrew. In a cramped space, the cabin above Lin Nian was illuminated by a flickering red light. Charge, charge, charge. We have 3 minutes left. We must seize this warship. Lin Nian shouted to his subordinates, continuously squeezing the trigger of his weapon as bullets flew towards the enemy before him. However, the enemy's counterattack was equally resolute, launching ambushes and counterstrikes from every corner. Lin Nian felt an urgency mounting within him. He was determined not to fail this mission again. With the time dwindling, he felt the specter of failure drawing closer. Yet, the enemy's resistance was fierce, thwarting his every attempt. Damn it! Lin Nian cursed under his breath. He had long been the subject of whispered criticisms. Everyone has their boiling point, and he wished to prove his capabilities, gritting his teeth. Lin Nian abandoned his cover and surged forward for a bold assault. But several bullets flew perilously close, momentarily blacking out his visor's display before the image reappeared, revealing that he was now in an expansive training hall. Xue Wujiu and several other junior officers were present, many wearing smirks of schadenfreude, occasionally whispering to one another, their laughter growing more pronounced. Lieutenant Lin Nian, your training performance today is unsatisfactory. As a squad commander, why would you rush out from your cover? Do you believe you can be a hero? Xue Wujiu's expression was icy as he held a clipboard, marking Lin Nian's final training score, which was publicly displayed in the training hall. The glaring red crosses standing out painfully. Lin Nian removed his helmet, refraining from disputing Xue Wujiu's words, for the latter was correct. His training performance was abysmal, unquestionably so. Yet, a sense of discontent brewed within him. Lin Nian felt it should not be this way. If he could awaken that female voice, he would retaliate against all those who doubted him with unparalleled strength. Lieutenant Lin Nian, are you even listening to me? Xue Wujiu suddenly raised his voice, silencing the previously chaotic training hall. All eyes turned to Xue Wujiu and Lin Nian. Xue Wujiu, you may say what you will. If you have the ability, go ahead and dismiss me right now. Lin Nian's tone was equally harsh, a reflection of his defiance. Xue Wujiu's constant rebukes had left him feeling equally frustrated. If he could, Lin Nian would rather not remain in the mobile team. He could even return to being a line filler, where no one would meddle in his affairs, and he could do as he pleased. Lieutenant Lin Nian, do you understand the words coming out of your mouth? You are the commander of the 10th Mobile Team of Warship 1455. Do you realize how many lives depend on you? 3,000 personnel. Your attitude will only lead to the demise of everyone. These are 3,000 living, breathing lives, not mere statistics. This is not a game. If you do not adapt in the battlefield, you will only cause more casualties. Xue Wujiu slammed the electronic tablet onto the ground, pointing at Lin Nian as he shouted, "Do not point at me like that. I have not harmed anyone yet." Lin Nian felt a surge of agitation within him. He retorted once more, "Very well. Lieutenant Lin Nian, since you are so unwilling to accept this, I too harbor my own discontent towards you. Let us settle this with a duel." Xue Wujiu ripped his shirt apart, revealing a body marred with numerous scars. Several areas had already been replaced with machinery. Lin Nian was momentarily taken aback. Such injuries could only be the result of a fierce battle on the front lines. For a moment, he felt that perhaps he had overstepped his bounds. If he were to perform similarly in combat, he might very well lead his subordinate straight into the depths of hell. What is the matter? Lieutenant Lin Nian, where is the bravado you displayed earlier? Do not hold back. This is merely a matter of fists, devoid of any hierarchical distinctions that I only wish to convey to you through my fists. You are mistaken. Furthermore, the costs of war may not be something you can bear. Xue Wuju's gaze sharpened, and as he spoke the last sentence, his voice unexpectedly grew somber. Lin Nian inhaled deeply, realizing that this confrontation was unavoidable, just as he raised his fist, preparing to assume a stance. A vibration coursed through his wrist. Lin Nian was startled that a light screen had automatically appeared. Emergency mission. Lieutenant Lin Nian of the 1455th Battleship's 10th Mobile Unit. You and your subordinates have been assigned a new operational task by Major General Wen Rong. The mission objective is to secure Huangyan Planet. Effective immediately, please gather your operational necessities. Proceed to the designated boarding bay of the battleship within 10 minutes, preparing to embark on the large transport airship. No delays. Lin Nian swiftly scanned the message. When he looked up, he found Xue Wuju also reviewing the light screen, evidently having received the same notification. Lin Nian turned to his subordinates, only to find their expressions grim. He quickly realized the reason for their unease. This was a solo mission, detached from the fleet support. The likelihood of survival was minimal, should the enemy launch a forceful landing on the planet they were to defend. Failure to withstand would result in total annihilation. The fleet would not expend significant resources to rescue them for the sake of a mere few thousand personnel. Most critically, their commander, himself, was a so-called mighty warrior with a record of consistently poor performance in battlefield training. Lieutenant Lin Nian, if you wish to prove your worth, you should first win this battle. Xue Wuju maintained his cold demeanor, arms crossed over his chest. Very well. Lin Nian remained silent for a few seconds before softly uttering a single word. Although he had consistently claimed that training did not equate to true results, the impending reality of war began to instill a sense of trepidation within him. The specter of death loomed unexpectedly, affording him no opportunity for preparation. 10th Mobile Unit. Follow me. Lin Nian swiftly composed himself and shouted to his subordinates. The 3,000 soldiers exchanged glances, yet ultimately fell into formation, for military orders are as immovable as mountains. They departed the training hall alongside Lin Nian. He and his subordinates donned their gear in the shortest time possible before reaching the boarding bay of the 1455th battleship. There, Lin Nian encountered Liao Fan. Brother, come back alive. Liao Fan said nothing further, merely extending his right hand. Lin Nian grasped it firmly and bumped shoulders with him. Understood. It brings me great joy to see you here. Lin Nian released his grip, looking earnestly at Liao Fan. Of course, brother. How could I not come? Go on. Liao Fan gestured towards an open giant transport pod. All right. Lin Nian refrained from further conversation, leading his subordinates as they jogged aboard. Huangyan Planet. Several large transport vessels descended slowly under the escort of interstellar fighters. Lin Nian was the first to emerge, clad in Imperial kinetic battle armor, wielding 2 kinetic guns. This was essentially the gear he had used to land on Qianxian Star. Huangyan Planet appeared rather desolate overall, yet like any ordinary planet, it boasted a central city. However, due to its resource-rich nature, the central city was not located on the surface but rather underground. Report, sir. The 10th Mobile Unit, comprising 3,000 personnel, arrived fully intact. Please provide instructions. An Imperial soldier jogged up to Lin Nian, speaking loudly. Lin Nian shifted his gaze back to the large transport vessel, noticing that his subordinates had assembled and were fully prepared for action. At least in terms of discipline, they appeared remarkably organized. Lin Nian regarded the soldier, recognizing him as his vice-captain. Without issuing any commands, the vice-captain had taken the initiative to manage everything. This was commendable. However, Lin Nian sensed an encroachment upon his authority as vice-captain. Lin Nian ventured to inquire. Yes, sir. Please give your orders. The vice-captain straightened his posture again and shouted at Lin Nian, his tone remarkably formal. There was no hint of defiance. Yet neither was there any warmth. Initially, when Lin Nian was aboard the 1455th battleship, the vice-captain had shown him respect, even a modicum of camaraderie. However, as Lin Nian's training results continued to plummet, the vice-captain grew increasingly distant and formal. Perhaps he regarded Lin Nian as someone with a certain background, intending to place him on a pedestal, Particularly evident was the vice captain's earlier actions in organizing the troops, which were not typically within a subordinate's purview. Lin Nian was acutely aware that should he issue a perilous command, these individuals might not be inclined to heed him. If it were to devolve to such a state, he would be no different from being sidelined. Lin Nian was presently unable to voice his concerns, as no overt sidelining had yet occurred. All his thoughts were merely impressions. The vice captain, how many heavy armaments do we possess? Lin Nian turned his gaze towards the large transport vessel. As all members of the 10th Mobile Unit disembarked, 12 various types of vehicles gradually emerged. They required no drivers, as all were equipped with automatic docking modules. As the tail of the large transport vessel began to close, it set course for outer space, accompanied by 2 interstellar fighters flying in formation. Report. We have 2 categories of heavy equipment. Defensive units include mine-laying vehicles and magnetic storm vehicles. Offensive units comprise strike beam vehicles and strike missile vehicles, with 3 of each type. The vice captain proclaimed loudly. The BLI vehicle, as its name suggests, is designed for deploying floating mines in the sky and concealed mines on the ground. The magnetic storm cloud vehicle generates extensive magnetic storm clouds, effectively shrouding the entire surface of the planet, thereby severing external warships' ability to detect the planetary surface. It is akin to artificially conjuring a fog of war. Only by dispatching ground troops to the surface for signal calibration can the conditions of the planet's surface be illuminated, reminiscent of the earlier landing on Incessant star. The strong strike beam vehicle emits lasers, while the strong strike missile vehicle launches missiles. There is little more to elaborate upon. Vice captain, the first squad immediately activated all defensive vehicles. The second squad established a communication channel with the fleet. The third squad, follow me into the central city here to connect with the local defense forces. Lin Nian's 3,000 men were also divided into 3 squads, each consisting of 1,000 personnel. Understood, Captain. The vice captain promptly accepted the orders to arrange defense matters. At that moment, dozens of mini 4-wheeled vehicles arrived, all part of the equipment dropped by large transport vessels. These lightweight modes of transport were not counted among the heavy weaponry. Lin Nian boarded one of the simple 4-wheelers, taking 1,000 of his subordinates straight towards the nearby entrance of the central city. Lin Nian raised a basic telescope, and numerous images flooded in. 1 kilometer ahead, there was an entrance resembling a tunnel, extending downward. Nearby, a considerable number of locals had already gathered, likely imperial administrative personnel of Huangyan Star. Lin Nian lowered the telescope. The air on Huangyan Star was breathable, and he had removed his helmet's mechanical visor, inhaling the somewhat mixed atmosphere. While awaiting their arrival, Lin Nian suddenly noticed the soldier driving beside him. He was one of the 9 survivors from the last round. His former comrade, Sergeant Chen Xiao. Greetings, Commander. Chen Xiao quickly introduced himself to Lin Nian. Chen Xiao, I remember. Lin Nian nodded. At this moment, there were few left willing to show him kindness. Captain, Chen Xiao said. Don't take it to heart. The vice captain is simply concerned about leading everyone into peril. They do not trust your capabilities, but the 8 of us do. After all, it was you who personally led us to survive. His expression was earnest, hoping the captain and vice captain would not fall into conflict. Lin Nian smiled bitterly within. He lacked such confidence. The enigmatic female voice still puzzled him. If it were merely his auditory hallucinations, he would indeed lead his subordinates into danger. Yet, on the other hand, he felt it was not an illusion. The events following the appearance of that voice could not be merely explained away as figments of his imagination, considering he had truly defeated those besieging members of the Cult of the Wild Sky. As the distance was not great, the vehicle soon arrived. Even before it had come to a halt, the welcoming party approached. Commander, you have finally arrived. We are exceedingly pleased to hear that the Empire is willing to dispatch personnel to garrison a resource-rich planet like ours. The leader, a balding middle-aged man, continuously bowed and nodded before Lin Nian. Please, rise, Lin Nian urged. Let us dispense with such formalities that we must take control of the local defense system of Huangyan Star immediately. How shall I address you? He stepped out of the vehicle, pulling the incessantly bowing leader to his feet. Commander, my surname is Huang. You may call me Huang Zhongshu. Huang Zhongshu replied. Lin Nian recognized that the Zhongshu in his name was akin to titles such as Lord or Mayor. I am the administrative chief here. The entire Huangyan Star has a population of only about 100,000. When we heard that the Cult of the Wild Sky was coming, everyone was understandably anxious. Now, it is well. Huang Zhongshu continued. With your arrival, we can finally feel at ease. However, Lin Nian harbored a different perspective. He understood that his 3,000 men would primarily serve as a watch post. Once the main forces of the Cult of the Wild Sky arrived, their primary function would be to relay information to the 3rd Interstellar Fleet. As for repelling the Cult, they could only do what they were capable of. For 3,000 personnel were hardly a substantial force. Under Huang Zhongshu's guidance, Lin Nian swiftly reached the core area of Huangyan Star's central city. This area had previously been a frontier, inhabited by industrial workers who controlled the extraction machinery. Following the completion of the central city, it gradually developed schools, hospitals, shopping centers, and other supporting facilities. Workers slowly brought their families here, forming a new human settlement. As Lin Nian led his team through the core area, he frequently caught sight of the fearful and anxious gazes of the local residents. Meanwhile, the soldiers behind him began to jeer, whistling at the residents. "Order!" Lin Nian commanded. "Everyone, do not disturb the civilians." Observing the scene, he issued his first mandatory order through the holographic interface on his wristwatch. The discipline of Imperial soldiers was not particularly commendable. Many behaved no better than bandits. "We are here to garrison against the Cult of the Wild Sky. Anyone who causes trouble here will not find me merciful," he addressed his 1,000 subordinates. "Yes, Captain," they replied softly. Lin Nian was unsure how many of them spoke sincerely, but he was limited in what he could do for the local residents. "Commander, this way." Huang Zhongshu, having witnessed everything, improved his attitude towards Lin Nian. Soon, Lin Nian entered an underground control room. As the lights illuminated, the defense control console became visible. Lin Nian pressed the activation button on the equipment, and the hologram of Huangyan Star emerged, showcasing numerous defensive artillery installations densely packed. The level of defense here exceeded Lin Nian's expectations. Though many areas were marked in red, indicating they were non-operational. "Chen Xiao, initiate the system connection," Lin Nian commanded. "Understood." Chen Xiao immediately began the setup. Vice Captain, Lin Nian continued. "The damaged defense points have been marked. Take your team to conduct repairs." "Yes, Commander," the Vice Captain responded, his voice filled with static noise as the signal began to deteriorate. In a nearby star system, a fleet moved stealthily, with Han Tianzhu among them. "Chief of Staff," he inquired, "what is the current situation?" He turned to his Chief of Staff. "Master," the latter replied, "as per the initial plan, your brother has attracted significant attention from the Imperial forces in the southeast. Even when Yoren's 2nd Interstellar Fleet is moving southward, they have come to believe we will not advance northward again. They intend to corner us in the southeast, launching a full-scale blockade." The Chief of Staff points to the star chart. The southeastern region of the Yingyun star domain has already become a chaotic battleground. This moment presents the optimal opportunity for them to invade the resource planet. Rumors suggest that the 3rd Interstellar Fleet is in this vicinity. It would not be prudent for us to seize the resources. Would it? Han Tianzhu's face bears a look of concern. Master. It is not a significant issue. They are likely to be merely stationed at multiple points. We need only to evacuate with the resources we acquire before the main force of the 3rd Fleet arrives. There is no need for a prolonged presence. The Chief of Staff remains confident. How many core planets have they breached and taken? Small planets like Huangjiangsing are surely within easy reach. As for the possibility of being unable to contend with them, the Chief of Staff dismisses such notions. Very well. Han Tianzhu nods. He has already experienced the Chief of Staff's capabilities on numerous occasions. Han Tianzhu chooses to continue placing his trust in him. "So what is our first target of attack?" Han Tianzhu inquires about the primary objective. The fleet he has brought this time is not large in scale. Unlike in the past, he cannot rely on sheer numerical superiority to achieve victory. However, there are advantages compared to before. They are all elite soldiers. It shall be Huangjiangsing. The Chief of Staff emphatically marks a location on the star chart. The designation of Huangjiangsing stands out prominently. "Excellent. Let us set forth." With a grand gesture, Han Tianzhu commands the Haotian sect fleet to commence operations. They no longer proceed at the sluggish pace of silent flight. The thrusters ignite, propelling them swiftly towards the not-so-distant Huangjiangsing. Beneath Huangjiangsing, Lin Nian is overseeing the establishment of defensive fortifications with his subordinates. Due to his enforcement of military discipline, many local residents have voluntarily come to assist, significantly accelerating the progress. Of course, Lin Nian also hears much criticism from the members of the mobile team regarding his refusal to grant the customary benefits to the soldiers below. His deputy's attitude toward this matter remains ambiguous. Or rather, the deputy seizes the opportunity to use this issue as a means to consolidate his influence. Lin Nian increasingly feels that his authority is being undermined by the deputy. The soldiers below are fundamentally more inclined to heed the deputy's words rather than those of their upright captain. Lin Nian temporarily suppresses all these feelings and refrains from immediate outbursts. Addressing the deputy now would only push everyone toward the deputy's side, isolating himself further. Lin Nian strides into the control room of the defense system, intending to conduct another weapons check. Serial number 7735. Prepare for combat. At that moment, a cold female voice suddenly resonates in Lin Nian's mind, causing him to tremble. It has come. It is truly here. This is not a mere figment of his imagination. Hey, hey, hey. Lin Nian attempts to call out to the voice in his mind, but receives no response. It's still ineffective. Lin Nian shakes his head in resignation. However, the appearance of the female voice provides him with significant information. For instance, the enemy is approaching. Damn it. So soon. Lin Nian pounds the control panel heavily, his hand swiftly pressing the communication button within his combat helmet. Deputy, where are you? The Haotian sect is coming. You need to bring the troops back immediately. Lin Nian shouts anxiously. The deputy often leads half of the mobile team outside, under the pretext of inspecting and repairing the arsenal. Lin Nian is somewhat skeptical of this rationale. Yet, among his subordinates, there are too few who genuinely wish to align with him, leaving Lin Nian perplexed about what the deputy intends to do with 1,500 men. Report, Commander. We are encountering ground signal interference. I cannot hear clearly. Please repeat. Repeat. Please repeat. The deputy's voice crackles through Lin Nian's helmet. Deputy, I said the enemy is coming. You better return immediately. Deputy, do you hear me? Respond to me at once. Lin Nian repeatedly shouts. Yet, there is no reply from the other end. Lin Nian falls silent. Concurrently, on the other side, the desolate surface of Huangjiangsing is buffeted by howling sands. Did you hear that? Respond to me at once. The deputy, cigarette in hand, takes a leisurely drag. His helmet hangs on the vehicle frame beside him, from which Lin Nian's voice continuously emanates. Did I tell you to stop? Keep smoking. The deputy's other hand grips a pistol, its muzzle directed at a young woman beneath him. A look of enjoyment crosses his face. Simultaneously, he surveys his surroundings. In the vast wilderness, the 1,500 men he leads are clad in ragged attire. They have discovered a makeshift settlement of refugees. Since Lin Nian has forbidden them from touching anyone in Central City, there should be no issue with these women here, right? A smug smile spreads across the deputy's face. Brothers, isn't it exhilarating to follow my lead? He suddenly shouts to the others. Exhilarating. Absolutely thrilling. The Imperial soldiers display triumphant smiles. To pursue women. They have slain many. As for the orders given by that rookie Captain Lin Nian, they have long since cast them aside. Now it becomes clear who their true ally is. The deputy takes another drag on his cigarette, then leisurely exhales a smoke ring. Sworn loyalty to the deputy. The Imperial soldiers howl in unison, intensifying their actions. Next, all they need to do is eliminate that Lin Nian fellow. After all, the loss of Huangjiangsing has nothing to do with them. Who said he was the one in charge here? The deputy contemplates their next steps. Once the Haotian sect arrives, they will find a way to eliminate Lin Nian and then seek refuge elsewhere. Huangjiangsing is vast. The Haotian sect cannot possibly scour every inch for them. Once the Haotian sect departs, they will contact the 3rd Interstellar fleet they belong to, smoothly returning to the fleet. Subsequently, they will shift all blame onto the mobile team captain. Not only will they bear no responsibility, but they may even have the chance to assume the position of mobile team captain themselves. Lin Nian's training records have always been subpar, which is largely attributable to them as well. If they do not tarnish Lin Nian's reputation, how can they ascend? Ambition flickers in the deputy's eyes. It was precisely this parachuted Lin Nian who compelled him to expend considerable resources to secure his position, only to have it snatched away by Lin Nian. Now is the time for Lin Nian to pay the price for that. The deputy suddenly senses something, closing his eyes and shivering that he remains in place for a while. Then turns to address the other Imperial soldiers. All right, brothers, it is time to head back. The vice captain, devoid of any expression, aimed his weapon at the woman beneath him and pulled the trigger. The bullet pierced through her skull, etching her visage forever in a state of shock. The other Imperial soldiers mirrored this lack of compassion, engaging in indiscriminate slaughter, for they would not find themselves lacking in women upon their return to base. The death of Lin Nian was imminent, and once he perished, the underground Central City would become their domain. At that point, women would be in no short supply. Suddenly, a piercing shriek rent the sky. A colossal beam descended upon them, striking with unrelenting force. In an instant, every Imperial soldier caught in its path was reduced to charred remains. The vice captain stood frozen, staring at the sudden beam of light. A realization dawning in his mind as he recalled Lin Nian's prior communication. It was the enemy. The cult of the desolate sky had indeed arrived. He gazed up at the unyielding interference clouds overhead. Just as a multitude of missiles pierced through the layers of cloud, raining down upon them in a saturation bombardment, they were heat-seeking. Quick, don your battle armor, he commanded. Everyone, disperse and get to the vehicles. The vice captain, seasoned in combat, grasped the situation in an instant. Their earlier venting of frustration had left their battle armor devoid of its thermal shielding capabilities. Without a moment's hesitation, he commandeered a simple four-wheeled vehicle, jerked the steering wheel, and swiftly retreated from the area, abandoning his subordinates. In times of grave peril, self-preservation took precedence. He could not be burdened by the incompetence of his subordinates. The relentless bombardment continued unabated, with numerous four-wheeled vehicles being sent soaring into the sky by the missiles above. Meanwhile, in outer space above Huangyan Star, several medium-sized warships of the cult of the desolate sky unleashed indiscriminate destruction upon the planet's surface. These warships, however, dared not breach the interference clouds without first dispelling the war fog. Yet, they could still unleash laser and heat-guided bombardments without hesitation. The Imperial soldiers stationed underground were perplexingly gathered on the surface, conspicuously failing to conceal their positions, perfectly aligning them for the onslaught. General Feng, a soldier, inquired from the largest medium-sized warship. The surface has been preliminarily cleared. The scattered Imperial soldiers have vanished from sight. Shall we proceed with the mission to infiltrate the planet? Wait a moment, General Feng replied, shaking his head. As a general of the cult of the desolate sky, he maintained a prudent demeanor. He decided to consult his leader before taking further action. After all, Han Tianzhu had only instructed him to conduct a sweep of the visible targets, not to deploy ground troops or breach the enemy's interference clouds to dispel the war fog hanging over Huangyan Star. Communication was swiftly established, and Han Tianzhu's visage materialized before General Feng. General Feng, Han Tianzhu spoke calmly from the holographic projection. Leader, Feng replied respectfully, I have executed your command and conducted a preliminary sweep of visible targets. What are your further instructions? Excellent. Han Tianzhu paused, taken aback momentarily. He instinctively turned to his side, where whispers from his chief of staff could be heard. Oh, right. Deploy the line fillers to dispel the war fog. Then, commit the ground forces to secure the central city of Huangyan Star. Must I teach you these things? You are one of the many generals of the cult of the desolate sky. You should possess your own insights. I await your good news. With that, Han Tianzhu severed the connection. Attention. General Feng turned swiftly to his subordinates. Yes, your orders. The soldiers of the cult of the desolate sky hastened to respond. Prepare the interstellar fighters. Deploy the line fillers. Feng commanded decisively. Understood. The soldiers hurried away, and the several medium-sized warships hovering in outer space opened their launch bays, releasing a flurry of interstellar fighters. Each fighter carried 100 line fillers, and 30 of these craft surged forth, swiftly lowering their altitude to breach Huangyan Star's atmosphere. The intense friction with the air ignited the hulls of the interstellar fighters, casting them in a fiery glow. Upon reaching their designated altitude, the first wave of deployment commenced. A multitude of shuttle-shaped landing pods were released, plummeting towards the obscured surface of Huangyan Star, shrouded beneath thick white clouds. Meanwhile, below the surface, within the central city of Huangyan Star, an incessant red warning light illuminated the underground city. Chen Xiao, have you failed to establish contact with the vice captain? Lin Nian fumed. The vice captain had taken away half of his personnel, leaving many defense positions inadequately manned, and most critically, their fates remained unknown. Report, came Chen Xiao's update. There is still no news from the vice captain. Just then, another soldier shot up from his seat. Captain, the cult of the desolate sky is deploying a large number of line fillers, attempting to re-establish surface communications. Should we utilize ground firepower? The soldier spoke urgently, relaying the recently monitored situation. Engage. Lin Nian uttered a single word before swallowing the rest of his sentence. No engagement, he corrected himself. Maintain a state of readiness. Lin Nian opted to abandon his initial thought. Clearly, now is not the time. The enemy's primary targets had yet to arrive. There was no need to prematurely expose their surface defense points. Captain, a defense system operator queried that if we do not act, our carefully laid interference clouds will be rendered ineffective. I am aware, Lin Nian affirmed, nodding resolutely. He was waiting for a more critical moment, certain that support would eventually arrive. His confidence surged. Send me the real-time defense maps. I will oversee the ground defenses. Lin Nian issued a new command. Yes, Commander. The soldiers in the defense operations room nodded in acknowledgement. Soon, real-time defense information streamed into Lin Nian's helmet. Outside the atmosphere of Huangyan Star, landing pods of the line-filling soldiers fell one after another. These landing pods generally have two solutions. Point 1 is to intercept them with planetary firepower from the ground. However, this is exceedingly challenging due to the size of the planet. Complete interception is virtually impossible. Typically, a combination of ground firepower and floating mines is employed for joint control. Of course, there is a second method, estimating the landing points and dispatching ground mobile forces to eliminate the enemies upon their arrival. The enemy's incursion aims to re-establish a signal network, continuously broadcasting their location, making it exceptionally easy to lock onto the infiltrators. At this moment, they become living targets. Ground vehicle units are deployed at close range. While aerospace fighters take to the skies, the Empire possesses military aerospace fighters on Huangyan Star. Unlike interstellar fighters, aerospace fighters cannot operate in space, but their firepower and arsenal are more than sufficient. Lin Nian intended to employ the second method for interception. Chen Xiao, transmit my orders immediately to assemble 300 personnel aboard the local aerospace fighters. I will unlock the fighters now. Lin Nian commanded through his helmet. Yes, Commander. Chen Xiao's voice promptly echoed back. Lin Nian planned to reinstate the initial 8 survivors who had fought alongside him. These individuals are the ones willing to follow him at present. Cultivating one's own core team is crucial. But even more vital is to win this first battle. Lin Nian began to pull up numerous holographic screens before him. Countless verification commands awaited his signature. Not just anyone could unlock the ground-based aerospace fighters. Only officers registered with the Empire's Central Intelligence could authorize the unlocking commands. Once marked as missing, deceased, captured, or having surrendered, an individual's identity would be locked in the intelligence system, rendering it ineffective. This was also the reason why Lin Nian had not encountered interception by aerospace fighters on Huangyan Star previously. The soldiers of the line-filling sect lacked the authority to unlock such equipment. Finally, after signing the last document, Lin Nian obtained the temporary key to unlock the aerospace fighters. Chen Xiao, he said, the key has been issued. Immediately launch the aerospace fighters. There are 3 coordinates. Lin Nian continued to relay the coordinate numbers. Before him lay a holographic map of Huangyan Star, with 3 red dots blinking incessantly. This indicated the initial landing positions of the line-filling sect. Lin Nian placed his hand over the dots, pinched with 2 fingers, and then expanded the view, synchronously enlarging it. The front still displayed a 3-dimensional map while the rear showed real-time images from nearby monitoring points. Of the 3,000 landing pods deployed in the first wave, only a little over 1,000 had successfully landed after passing through the floating minefield. Had Lin Nian unleashed ground defense artillery, that number would have been even smaller. To this moment, Lin Nian still intended to keep his ground firepower concealed. The line-filling soldiers were merely an appetizer. The real battle lay ahead. He intended to reserve his ground firepower for the interstellar fighters and the enemy's large-scale transport vessels. Aerospace fighter units, what is your current position? Please synchronize your location immediately. Lin Nian continued to call the deployed aerospace fighter units, reporting, Commander, we are uploading our current location. We will reach the first target position in 5 seconds. The words of the mobile team members came swiftly. Moments later, the first-person perspective from the aerospace fighters relayed back a desolate landscape with approximately 500 line-filling sect soldiers gathered. Lin Nian was fortunate. The enemy's drop zone was not in a rugged mountainous area. Had they landed in such a place, Lin Nian would have faced significant difficulty locating and eliminating them all. Commander, came the voice from the mobile team. We have identified the target. Should we engage immediately? They had discovered valuable targets, marked, Lin Nian replied. Eliminating them will enhance our survival probability. Just as Lin Nian was reviewing the real-time imagery, a female voice unexpectedly chimed in. Several yellow highlighted figures appeared before his eyes. And Lin Nian felt a surge of confidence. With the right tools in hand, he was unstoppable. He quickly transmitted the highlighted targets to his subordinates. These individuals were cornered. Undoubtedly, they were grassroots commanders in the battlefield. Aerospace fighter units, priority targets have been marked for elimination. Prioritize their extermination. The rest are free to engage. Lin Nian instructed swiftly. Understood, Commander. Engaging now, came the immediate response from the mobile team, compared to the uncertain status of the deputy leader. Lin Nian found solace in this communication. In the Huangyan Star Desert, the line-filling sect soldiers were still in a state of shock. They had just experienced a moment of life and death. Despite the absence of ground-based anti-air fire, The terrifying number of floating mines had claimed the lives of countless comrades during their descent. Smiles began to appear on the faces of the line-filling soldiers. They believed that simply landing constituted success, and as long as they could survive, they would achieve elevation. The mortality rate among line-filling soldiers was high, but so was their potential for advancement. This was the case wherever they found themselves. All right, everyone, gather around me. Our goal now is to survive. The enemy's defensive firepower is minimal, indicating they possess limited strength. This is our opportunity to achieve merit. For the sect leader, shouted a line-filling centurion, stepping forward boldly. For the sect leader, for the overthrow of the empire, the line-filling soldiers echoed in unison. Just as their voices rang out, the sky erupted with the piercing sound of missile strikes. The first missile struck the line-filling centurion, obliterating him into a pool of crimson. Instantly, the line-filling soldiers were thrown into disarray, frantically shouting and fleeing for their lives. That a few squad leaders attempted to regroup, but the next target for the Empire's aerospace fighters was them. A series of explosions erupted in rapid succession, sending soldiers soaring into the air in no time. The more than 500 line-filling soldiers on the ground were entirely annihilated. Report, Commander. The first landing point's line-filling soldiers have been completely eliminated. A sergeant aboard the aerospace fighter promptly informed Lin Nian. This was the sergeant's first experience of such a seamless battle. Without needing to consider any variables, Lin Nian had preemptively marked the key individuals for them. The sergeant was unsure how Lin Nian had accomplished this, but his commanding performance now was a stark contrast to the training sessions. Received. Proceed to the next location. The next coordinate point has been sent. Please swiftly eliminate the enemy there, Lin Nian's voice commanded. Understood, Commander. The sergeant hesitated no longer. He gestured toward the other pilots of the aerospace fighters. We have entered the era of interstellar travel, where all vehicle controls have become remarkably intelligent. A novice can easily master them with minimal training, not to mention the members of their battleship maneuvering team. Dozens of aerospace fighters once again formed into formation, roaring towards their next destination. Before long, they succeeded in annihilating all the soldiers of the Arid Heaven sect. When the last infiltrating soldier of the Arid Heaven sect fell, they all piloted their aircraft back home, smiles adorning the faces of every maneuvering team member. This was the easiest battle they had ever fought, as the enemy's key command personnel were all eliminated in the initial wave of firepower. The subsequent soldiers, now devoid of leadership, became mere targets, systematically dispatched one by one. In the outer space of Huanyan Star, General Feng's expression was as grim as a thundercloud. He stood before the communication console, clutching a headset. The enemy's firepower is ferocious. The commander was killed instantly. The crowd is now leaderless. The sergeant has fallen, requesting reinforcements. We urgently request support. The communicator crackled with pure static, devoid of any further response. This was the last wave of successfully landed infiltrating soldiers. Contact officer, General Feng commanded, turning to the communication officer nearby. Immediately inform me if their signal sources are still operational. Report, General, the officer replied. All signals have gone dark. Should be. The communication officer hesitated, trailing off. Be clear. General Feng thundered. Yes, the communication officer replied. General, everyone has perished. His chest heaved with the weight of the news. Damn it. General Feng angrily hurled the headset to the ground. The situation of the first wave of infiltration was exceedingly bizarre. He had obtained no effective intelligence whatsoever. The Imperial forces on Huanyan Star had completely laid themselves bare, allowing the infiltrating soldiers to be deployed without any significant defenses apart from the inevitable floating mines. Not a single anti-aircraft gun was fired, which left General Feng too apprehensive to allow the interstellar fighters to approach for deployment. What if the enemy was merely waiting for their interstellar aircraft? Advisor, what shall we do now? General Feng turned to his ship as strategist. General, the strategist replied, the current situation is quite strange. We must ascertain the conditions on the ground of Huanyan Star. I propose we deploy another wave of infiltrating soldiers. However, this time, we should send 4 times the force, totaling 12,000 men. The strategist had no better alternatives. Their flagship was not far off, and failure to handle this matter properly could result in losing their position, which was a minor concern compared to the loss of life. Very well, I will heed your advice. General Feng had no other recourse and instructed the strategist to proceed. Understood, General. The strategist promptly set to work. Soon, multiple locations on Huangyan Star were once again showered with a large number of arid heaven infiltrating soldiers. General Feng watched as the landing pods vanished from sight, hoping fervently that this batch would yield results. Every critical point had been communicated clearly to each individual. It was imperative to understand how the first wave of infiltrating soldiers had perished. In the command center beneath the central city of Huangyan Star, jubilation erupted. A great victory. We have triumphed, Chun Xiao exclaimed, his excitement palpable. Others joined in the celebration, while Lin Nian merely exhaled deeply. He had successfully defended against the initial wave of the arid heaven sect's assault, marking a promising beginning. Most importantly, Lin Nian was brimming with confidence, certain that the female voice would assist him in crucial moments of decision, making it felt like having a battlefield perspective advantage. The enemy's key points were all illuminated for him. As long as he refrained from blundering, defeat would be unlikely. All right, that's enough, he said. The enemy will undoubtedly launch a second wave. Perhaps they are already in the midst of it. We must immediately replenish our combat resources and implement new defensive arrangements. Clapping his hands, Lin Nian reined in his smile and set everyone into motion once more. Having only eliminated 3,000, the arid heaven sect would not relent easily. With Lin Nian's clapping, the other soldiers nodded in agreement. Propelled by an unprecedented vigor, initially, they had thought following Lin Nian would lead to their demise. Now they realized they were here to achieve merit, and thus they were filled with enthusiasm. Lin Nian also sensed the change in the others' attitudes towards him. As he demonstrated that following him could lead to victory, these maneuvering soldiers immediately accepted his leadership without the underlying contempt they once harbored. Lin Nian sighed silently within. Such was the reality. When he possessed value, he could provide value to the soldiers. Consequently, they were willing to heed his words, even with humility. Conversely, when he lacked value, or even appeared to detract from it, their interest in him waned considerably. What of the vice-captain? Why had there been no news from him? Lin Nian recalled his vice-captain, who had taken half of their personnel away without any communication at this moment. Their fates were uncertain. Report, Captain, there is still no word from the vice-captain. Estimated, the communication officer suddenly stood up and said, Captain, this is the vice-captain. We have suffered a devastating external assault from the arid heaven sect, with heavy losses. Only over 300 of us remained. We are on our way to the central city. We urgently request the deployment of aerospace fighters for our escort. The vice-captain's voice crackled over the radio. Laced with a tremor of survival, the interference cloud did not indiscriminately disrupt communications, but only opened signals for specific pathways. Lin Nian's internal communications and satellite reconnaissance remained unaffected. Vice-captain, the enemy's first wave of attack has concluded. You can safely return during this time frame. The aerospace fighters have more pressing tasks. Over and out. Lin Nian firmly declined the vice-captain's request that it would be better if these disobedient individuals perished. How could this vice-captain have survived such a barrage? He was aware of the external assault from the arid heaven sect and had seen these individuals gathering in a blind spot of surveillance, oblivious to their actions. What? The first wave has ended. Yes, we understand. We are hastily returning. Over and out. The vice-captain's voice returned, filled with surprise. Yet Lin Nian could not afford to concern himself with them any longer, as the defense system blared multiple warnings. A multitude of landing pods were being deployed. Report, Captain, the arid heaven sect is launching another assault. This time, an estimated scale of over 10,000. Should we activate ground anti-air defenses? The operators urgently shouted at Lin Nian, prompting a flurry of activity among the others. Lin Nian immediately began to manipulate the star map in his hands, where a multitude of highlighted locations densely emerged. Alarms signaling the activation of floating mines incessantly echoed, indicating the discovery of several high-value targets, all of which had been marked. This significantly enhanced their chances of survival. The cold female voice resonated once more, intensifying Lin Nian's sense of urgency. The phrase significantly enhanced survival chances should either not appear or, if it does, signifies a grave threat to Lin Nian's existence. That he swiftly summoned the holographic display, where dozens of interstellar aircraft appeared hovering in the highlighted areas of the sky, likely preparing for a landing pod deployment in that sector. Furthermore, in Lin Nian's view, 6 brightly lit interstellar spacecraft stood out, evidently the high-value targets he needed to contend with. The numerous interstellar vessels previously deployed, along with the line-filling landing pods, were merely decoys meant to lure the ground fire of Lin Nian. Captain, The enemy is making significant breakthroughs through the floating mine defense line. Should we activate the ground defense system? The operator's words came out rapidly and anxiously. If the line-filling troops completed their signal calibration and breached their defenses, the first line of defense at Huangyan Star would be utterly dismantled. They would then face the devastating long-range firepower from outer space. The firepower of the interstellar battleships was not something the ground forces of Huangyan Star could withstand. They would be bombarded mercilessly, even without the interference cloud. Whether they could endure such an onslaught was a monumental concern. Activate it, Lin Nian commanded, albeit partially. This time, he did not hesitate, compared to the first round of warnings from the female voice. The consequences of this second round were evidently far more dire. Point 6 targets. Deploy the most powerful tracking missiles. Target information has been transmitted. Execute the orders immediately. Lin Nian swiftly sent the details of those 6 high-value targets to the operators. Captain, are we really exposing our most formidable defensive weaponry just for 6 interstellar fighters? The operators paused, turning abruptly to Lin Nian, their faces etched with astonishment. Lin Nian's decision seemed akin to using a cannon to swat a fly. And the ships of the desolate sky sect could reverse lock onto the exposed weapons platform, delivering immediate long-range destruction. Such a transaction was exceedingly unwise. Execute the command, Lin Nian declared with utmost seriousness. He had no time to elaborate. The 6 interstellar fighters were moving swiftly, clearly not yet in the deployment process. Understood, Captain. With Lin Nian's determination, the operators ceased their hesitation and began to act swiftly at the control panel. Lin Nian turned his attention to the main screen of the defense system, witnessing 6 missile launch platforms slowly rising from the ground, electricity surging through them as they locked onto their targets. The gun barrels adjusted their orientation, and the self-checking procedure initiated. Self-check complete. Launch status is optimal. Shall we fire? The control panel chimed with the refreshing sounds of programming. But at the final step, the operators once again turned to Lin Nian, seeking confirmation for the launch command. Fire. Lin Nian nodded firmly to eye in his view. The highlighted targets were shifting colors, transitioning from yellow to red. This was a time-sensitive task. He could not afford to hesitate. No, we cannot fire. Captain, are you out of your mind? Once we destroy those 6 interstellar fighters, our limited weaponry capable of engaging the interstellar battleships will be laid bare. The vice-captain suddenly interjected, alarmed at Lin Nian's intent to unleash their most powerful firepower. He found it hard to trust Lin Nian, and witnessing such reckless waste made him want to chastise Lin Nian for his extravagance. The operators froze, caught between their captain and vice-captain, unsure of whom to heed. Especially given the vice-captain's long-standing authority as a member of the 10th Mobile Team, while Lin Nian was merely a recently appointed captain. Smack. Lin Nian's gaze turned icy. However, he deemed it unnecessary to explain himself to his vice-captain. He bypassed the operators and firmly pressed the launch button. With the command input, the missiles, already primed for action, shot into the sky with tremendous force. Utilizing electromagnetic catapults, they reached maximum speed in an instant. Racing towards their predetermined targets, you are nothing but a lunatic. The vice-captain, fuming, moved to grab Lin Nian. Danger detected. The female voice warned as Lin Nian swiftly dodged left and delivered a powerful right hook. Although Lin Nian's strike appeared to be directed at thin air, the vice-captain inadvertently positioned his face right into Lin Nian's fist, his robust physique crashing against the wall. The surrounding Imperial soldiers stared in disbelief, as Lin Nian had always been the one to suffer defeat in training or public competitions against the vice-captain. Yet now, Lin Nian's response and explosive power astonished them all. Listen, I am your captain. Once I issue a command, I expect no one to question it. Lin Nian bellowed, his piercing gaze sweeping over everyone present. The soldiers collectively shuddered. Understood. They straightened up and saluted Lin Nian in unison. Very well. You. Take the vice-captain for treatment. Lin Nian signaled to the vice-captain's aides outside. The enemy was approaching, and it was time for him to establish his authority. He had endured until this moment for the opportunity to assert himself. Vice-captain. The aides rushed forward to assist the fallen vice-captain. Lin Nian locked eyes with the vice-captain, who remained silent, glaring at him with a venomous stare. Lin Nian was unfazed, as long as he emerged victorious from the current battle. The vice-captain would merely be a transient figure. Upon returning to the battleship 1455, Lin Nian would certainly remove the vice-captain from his position. How could he tolerate the vice captain's return with only 300 soldiers after leading half the mobile team out? And now, upon their return, the vice captain sought to negate his orders and usurp his authority. Lin Nian was determined to assert his dominance this time. Fortunately, the timely warnings from the female voice proved far more effective than his internal plans for demonstrating authority. Sergeant, report the results. Lin Nian turned his gaze back to the launched missiles. Report, Captain, all 6 missiles struck their targets. Not a single one missed. The operator turned solemnly to Lin Nian and called out. Lin Nian shifted his gaze towards the large screen, and indeed, he beheld the 6 downed interstellar fighter jets. Above, the dense interference clouds unleashed powerful beams, obliterating 6 precious launch pads. He promptly dispatched aerospace fighters and ground forces. Continue the assault, Lin Nian commanded with determination. He was unaware of what lay within those 6 interstellar crafts, yet their destruction meant an increment in his own safety. The female voice continued to annotate multiple value points for him. Lin Nian immediately set about organizing and executing his next moves. Though these were not high-value points belonging to the enemy, it was imperative to keep his remaining subordinates active to prevent the deputy captain from pulling them aside into cliques. In the outer space of Huangyan Star, a furious General Feng exclaimed, "Why would the Imperial soldiers on the ground be aware? My most elite warriors." He was incensed. The 12,000 troops he had deployed comprised not only conventional infantry, but also a cadre of highly valuable armored elite soldiers, an assembly of exceptionally formidable fighters. Including the most crucial frontline commanders that I had clearly designated those expendable soldiers as bait. Why were they discovered? Is there a traitor among us? General Feng scanned the bridge of the battleship. General, a staff officer urged. Calm down. There are no traitors here. If there were, the enemies we would face would not be limited to the garrison of Huangyan Star, but also the Empire's 3rd Interstellar Fleet. The officer suggested that perhaps the flight paths and velocities had betrayed their anomalies. I refused to believe it. General Feng shook his head. Who could possibly notice such details? In the past, dealing with these resource planets was a simple task. Report, General Feng. Our ground forces are being swiftly eradicated by the Imperial Army. The situation is dire, exclaimed the communications officer. General Feng and his staff swiftly turned to the central display on the bridge, where green dots indicating their forces were rapidly diminishing, one after another being erased. Immediately inform me if any ground fire points have been exposed. The officer's face was etched with anxiety. The losses were indeed substantial this time. The 15,000 infantrymen had not been deployed in vain. Most were seasoned veterans. Suffering such significant losses was beyond their capacity to endure. Who was in command on the ground? The officer gazed pensively at the planet still shrouded in interference clouds. General, he spoke. We must upload the battle report to the Commander and Chief of Staff for their judgment. The officer addressed General Feng earnestly. Seeing the gravity in his aide's expression, General Feng reined in his emotions and nodded in agreement. Before long, Han Tianzhu and the Chief of Staff aboard the flagship received the news. Chief of Staff, he inquired. What shall we do? We deployed 15,000 troops, yet we couldn't even breach the interference clouds. Could the main force of the 3rd Interstellar Fleet be below? Perhaps we should withdraw. The situation here is rather tumultuous. The Empire's 3rd Interstellar Fleet may have already dispatched reinforcements. Han Tianzhu's visage was laden with worry. For their battleship's energy reserves were dwindling, and conditions on his brother's front were equally grim. The 3 Imperial fleets bore down upon Han Tianzhu, leaving him gasping for air. Indeed, the Chief of Staff acknowledged. It is not wise to linger here, but it is not yet time to retreat. We can make one final stand. This time, I shall personally lead the charge, the Chief of Staff declared to Han Tianzhu. Perhaps news of the attack on Huangyan Star had already spread. From the moment they received the information to their arrival would require some time. If they departed now, they would remain ignorant of the 3rd Interstellar Fleet's whereabouts. The Empire would pinpoint their location. Conversely, if they stayed a while longer on Huangyan Star, they could allow Enrone to ascertain their presence there, drawing the 3rd Interstellar Fleet towards them. At that moment, it would shift to them orchestrating the Empire's forces rather than the Empire maneuvering them. On the battlefield, those who could act first would seize the initiative. Very well, Han Tianzhu conceded. Let us make one last effort. Chief of Staff, issue your orders. I will ensure they heed your command. Han Tianzhu still found himself perplexed by his Chief of Staff's thoughts, but it mattered little. He had faith in the Chief of Staff. Thank you for your trust, Commander, the Chief of Staff replied respectfully. then began meticulously examining General Feng's frontline reports. The more he studied, the more furrowed his brow became. "What troubles you, Chief of Staff?" Han Tianju quickly sensed something amiss and inquired anxiously. "Huangyan Star may harbor formidable individuals. The deployment of these 15,000 soldiers has produced nary a ripple," the Chief of Staff lamented. "However, you must have a plan, right?" Han Tianju expressed his confidence in his Chief of Staff. "Certainly," the Chief of Staff replied with a smile. "If the infantry's incursion proves ineffective, we shall deploy smaller vessels with greater defensive capabilities. After all, our battleship is low on fuel, and these smaller ships will eventually need to be sacrificed. Let us send them forth. The positioning of Huangyan Star ensures it possesses limited anti-air capabilities. Let me see what the Imperial commander has in store," the Chief of Staff mused, smiling. For the Imperial fleet, small vessels were precious assets, not easily committed to an assault. However, for the exalted heavenly sect, they were plentiful, having captured numerous small ships after defeating 2 Imperial fleets. "Excellent," Han Tianju praised immediately. He understood the strategy. "Then let us act. We shall first deploy a few empty vessels and observe the ground's reaction." The Chief of Staff was particularly intrigued by Lin Nian, especially regarding how he discerned their most threatening points. With the Chief of Staff's orders issued, Han Tianju's fleet swiftly sprang into action. Several empty and fuel-depleted small vessels were sent directly towards Huangyan Star. These vessels penetrated the atmosphere. The hulls were met with violent explosions, and floating mines laid by Lin Nian's mobile unit were largely neutralized. There's no response. A wise choice, the Chief of Staff muttered to himself. "Order more small vessels to descend." Fully armed, following the trajectory of the previous empty ships, the Chief of Staff continued to issue commands to the soldiers of the arid heaven. This time, the soldiers stationed on Huangyan Star remained completely motionless. The anti-aircraft fire and ground defense forces seemed to have vanished into thin air. With the subsequent small warships successfully landing, the effect of the interference cloud was also lifted. The entire surface of Huangyan Star gradually became illuminated, and the location of the central city was swiftly pinpointed. Han Tianju was momentarily taken aback. Had the myriad difficulties mentioned by General Feng truly been resolved so effortlessly? "Master," he mused, "there should be no issues now. Let General Feng handle the subsequent matters." The Chief of Staff wore a smile. The ground commander's decision not to activate the anti-aircraft forces indicated either their absence or a choice to surrender. "Oh, good." Han Tianju nodded, promptly instructing someone to relay the message. Before long, General Feng received the news that the interference cloud over Huangyan Star had dissipated. "Truly impressive," he praised. "Indeed," concurred the fleet staff, frequently nodding in agreement. "Bring forth the order. I shall lead the team down personally. We must flush out the vermin lurking below." General Feng's face was filled with ire, resolute in his decision to vent his frustrations. "General, might this be too reckless? After all, Huangyan Star is not entirely secure. Perhaps we should wait until the landing forces have fully secured the ground." The staff member urgently interjected. "No need," General Feng dismissed. "The surface of Huangyan Star is fully exposed. The Imperial forces have even abandoned their interference cloud. Their situation is desperate, making it the perfect opportunity for me to showcase my valor." He had his own calculations. The Master and the Chief of Staff were undoubtedly observing him. How could he demonstrate his worth without stepping onto the front lines? General Feng outright rejected the staff's cautious proposal, determined to lead the charge himself. Ideally, the Imperial forces would provide them with a bit more firepower to further highlight his bravery. "Order all personnel. We shall storm Huangyan Star. Any obstacles we encounter shall be obliterated," General Feng declared with great enthusiasm. After all, they had secured air superiority. Dealing with the Imperial Defense Forces on a resource star was bound to be a walk in the park. With General Feng's command, his fleet of interstellar warships descended in unison. The warships' cannons fired incessantly, obliterating the floating mines in the sky. On the flagship, Han Tianju observed the magnificent scene of the warships charging forth and felt a surge of emotion. "Master, this is precisely where his value lies." The Chief of Staff nodded slightly. It was indeed a good thing for the generals under his command to be willing to take the lead. He hoped for their safety, just as the two were leisurely awaiting good news from General Feng. Several large surface-to-air attack installations suddenly rose from the ground of Huangyan Star. Intense beams of light shot forth, directly targeting General Feng's medium-sized interstellar warship. Caught completely off guard, the warship was instantly perforated in multiple locations, leading to a cataclysmic explosion. illuminating the sky like a colossal firecracker. The terrifying blast even affected the smaller warships surrounding the medium vessel. Only then did the other warships, which had simultaneously charged in, awaken from their stupor, hurriedly activating their energy shields. They quickly looked up, accelerating to flee the surface of Huangyan Star. Their large size made them easy targets. Chief of Staff, was this part of your expectations? Han Tianzhu asked, glancing anxiously at the Chief of Staff, who appeared grim. He had not anticipated that the enemy would execute such a cunning ruse, creating a false impression while sacrificing the most valuable interference cloud to retain their defensive firepower until the end, ultimately targeting General Feng's medium warship. Master, the Chief of Staff said solemnly, we cannot allow this individual to remain. The enemy had refrained from attacking during his probing, yet chose to strike precisely when General Feng's significant warship descended. Executing their plan with precision and ferocity, that it was indeed a blunder on his part for being overly complacent. Very well, Han Tianzhu rarely saw his Chief of Staff in such a predicament. As the Chief of Staff advocated for a strong offensive, Han Tianzhu readily acquiesced. Following several long-range bombardments from the large warships of the arid heaven, the previously exposed attack platforms of the Imperial forces were obliterated one after another. The arid heaven fleet deployed a multitude of large transport airships and escorting starfighter craft. This time, the Imperial forces on Huangyan Star ceased to conceal their presence. The surface firepower was fully unleashed, continually striking at the large transport airships attempting to penetrate their defenses. Explosions erupted in waves, with ground fire points detonating alongside starships that forcefully breached the sky. In the ensuing exchange, the arid heaven, with its overwhelming numbers, ultimately secured control of both the heavens and the surface. Any Imperial defensive positions that dared to show themselves were swiftly annihilated. A multitude of arid heaven soldiers began to gather on the ground, poised to assault the final bastion of Huangyan Star, the subterranean central city. Securing this stronghold would render the Imperial forces stationed here a non-threat. The Chief of Staff remained aboard the flagship, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on the advancing operations on the surface. Chen Xiao, Captain Lin Nian called out, has Lieutenant Shui Wuju responded to our distress signal? Despite having achieved consecutive victories, he found no joy in it, for the enemy forces were overwhelming. This was no mere probing of their firepower. Ever since the emergence of the arid heaven, Lin Nian had been sending information to the fleet. However, only recently had he received the first round of replies, urging them to hold their ground while confirming whether they were indeed facing the main fleet of the arid heaven. At this moment, Lin Nian gazed into outer space, where the multitude of warships was unmistakably the main fleet of the arid heaven. Before the medium-sized warship had been destroyed, those vessels had been invisible, only revealing themselves when the enemy chose to strike with full force. Captain, there has been no response, and I have sent both images and videos, he reported. What should we do now? Inside the defense system room, all members of the mobile team were intently observing Lin Nian. His prior commanding performance had thoroughly won their trust, especially as he had managed to see through the deceptive plans of the arid heaven. In the face of opposition, he had firmly adhered to the most prudent choice. Deputy Captain, what is your perspective? Lin Nian turned to the silent vice captain beside him. Ever since he had received a punch from him, the vice captain had ceased to speak. However, during the plan to deceive the cult of the wild sky, the vice captain could not help but urge Lin Nian to accept everyone's opinions. Ultimately, everyone was proven wrong, which rendered the vice captain mute, never to speak again. Lin Nian now stood as the highest authority in the central city, with no one daring to defy his commands. Report, Captain, I have no opinion. After all, every decision made by the captain is correct. However, I was the one who was wrong, the vice captain exclaimed loudly, his tone laced with discontent and sarcasm. In any case, Lin Nian was now in complete control. The vice captain awaited Lin Nian's decision to falter, for that would be his moment to challenge Lin Nian's authority. Everyone, prepare for defense. Lin Nian issued the command. The cult of the wild sky was formidable. At this moment, they could only choose to safeguard the underground entrance, preventing the soldiers of the cult from breaching Central City and seizing control of the resource mines. What should we do? What will happen to Central City? Huang Zhongshu exclaimed, his face filled with panic as he searched for Lin Nian. The cult of the wild sky was notorious within the empire as a mere lowly official of the resource star. If Lin Nian retreated with his imperial soldiers, it would signify their fate of being plundered by the cult, leading to a grim outcome. Even if they survived, there were only two paths: either join the cult and become traitors, or face death. The Empire did not concern itself with whether traitors were coerced into joining. Any record of rebellion would affect both themselves and their families. Huang Zhongshu did not want Lin Nian to leave and hurried over to assess the situation. Huang Zhongshu. We shall not retreat. It is our duty to guard this place. Lin Nian shook his head, clearly expressing his stance. Very well. With the words of Commander Lin, I felt reassured. The residents of Central City could also rest easy. I will bring you food and drink. Commander Lin, if you have any requests, please feel free to ask. Huang Zhongshu looked earnestly at Lin Nian. All right. Now, I will begin to deploy the combat tasks. You should go and reassure the residents of the city. As long as Central City remains calm, that is the best news for me. Lin Nian had no intention of mobilizing the residents to become his soldiers. The people here were not professional soldiers, and it would be too easy to compromise the defense lines. Lin Nian glanced at the vice-captain, reluctant to assign him a task. However, with two entrances to Central City, one large and one small, someone had to be assigned to divide the forces for guarding. Everyone, gather, Lin Nian commanded. Soon, all the scattered soldiers regrouped, standing before Lin Nian in formation. There were now only about 1,800 left to defend against over 30,000 soldiers from the cult of the Wild Sky, which was a formidable challenge. Vice-captain, you will lead your previous 300 men to guard the smaller entrance, Lin Nian ordered directly. Yes, Commander, the vice-captain replied somewhat reluctantly. Yet, with Lin Nian's rank surpassing his own and his position being higher, the vice-captain had no choice but to obey Lin Nian's orders. After regaining the soldiers' trust, the rest of you, we will defend the larger entrance. Do you understand? Lin Nian bellowed at everyone. Understood. They responded in unison, saluting sharply before swiftly dispersing to their assigned positions. Lin Nian, much like Huang Zhongshu, found himself with no escape route. That if he chose to abandon Central City, it would equate to a grave dereliction of duty as a lieutenant, which would likely result in the loss of his rank and potentially lead him to a military court, ruining his future. However, remaining without the prospect of victory was equally perilous, possibly costing him his life. Nevertheless, Lin Nian remained confident. As long as the female voice providing him with prompts was present, he feared nothing. Conversely, if he could hold the line, the rewards he would reap would extend beyond the respect of his subordinates, encompassing promotions in rank and position. Lin Nian swiftly dismissed any distracting thoughts. All benefits would have to wait until he secured this victory. Multiple high-value targets identified. Marked. The icy female voice suddenly announced. Lin Nian's vision was soon filled with numerous high-value indicators densely scattered across the surface. He observed the soldiers of the cult of the Wild Sky had fully assembled and were advancing toward the two entrances. Everyone, the enemy is approaching. Prepare to follow my command to open fire. Lin Nian communicated through his helmet. Yes, the voices of all soldiers quickly echoed through the helmet. Lin Nian silently observed those high-value targets. Many of them were human, but even more were heavy vehicles. The enemy cautiously approached the underground entrance, the lengthy corridor making them tread carefully. A multitude of drones were deployed, but within a second, all of them plummeted and became inoperative. Central City had robust countermeasures against unmanned devices, returning both sides to an exceedingly primitive and brutal urban combat scenario. Prepared to everyone in the large opening. Wait for my signal to fire, then shoot freely. Lin Nian held the controller for the heavy missile vehicle in his hand, making fine adjustments as it locked onto a high-value target. Around him stood several skilled snipers and artillerymen. Lin Nian had already synchronized the primary targets for them to eliminate. He aimed at a heavy assault vehicle of the enemy, a bright indicator continuously flashing before his eyes. The high outline was shifting from a white edge to a yellow edge. If ignored, the yellow edge would turn red. The soldiers of the cult cautiously stepped into the dimness, each footfall deliberate. Fire. Lin Nian no longer hesitated. He pressed the remote control heavily, unleashing a barrage of missiles from the vehicle, directly striking the assault vehicle. A massive explosion ensued, vaporizing the surrounding soldiers of the cult. The commander of the Wild Sky was killed in the first wave of attacks. The few targets that escaped were immediately locked onto by Lin Nian. Missiles rained down, and kinetic sniper rifles took aim in an instant. The large corridor erupted with gunfire. Anyone who dared to assume frontline command was swiftly eliminated by Lin Nian's concentrated fire. The same applied to any threatening positions. Under relentless bombardment, the soldiers of the cult, devoid of leadership and fire support, lost their organization and morale, frantically fleeing in disarray. the first wave of enemy attacks was effortlessly extinguished. The Imperial soldiers erupted in jubilant cheers. Having never before engaged in such an effortless battle, they merely needed to heed Lin Nian's commands. Without the burden of strategic thinking, victory was thus effortlessly secured. Very well, Lin Nian remarked as the enemy launched their second wave. He addressed his subordinates immediately upon hearing the feminine voice of the alert. A new batch of high-value targets reappeared before his eyes, consisting of 3,000 troops, 3 times the number of the initial wave of 1,000. However, to Lin Nian, these adversaries were akin to mere rabble. By eliminating the frontline commander, the enemy would soon crumble under the weight of disorganization. The underground central fortress had its advantages, at the very least. Lin Nian was spared the dual threat of aerial and ground artillery. The enemy could only send wave after wave of troops to force their advance. Lin Nian soon discerned a notable difference in this new contingent of 3,000. Their movements were well-drilled, perhaps they were more elite soldiers. Yet, to Lin Nian, they all appeared the same. The individuals of greatest value among them were well concealed, but as long as he pressed forward, vulnerabilities would inevitably surface. Open fire, Lin Nian commanded, initiating the assault once more. The flagship of the Haotian fleet, Chief of Staff Peng, slammed his fist heavily upon the command platform. This marked their 40th attack, yet they had still met with failure. A full 30,000 troops had been committed, only to wander aimlessly within, ultimately retreating. The primary issue was the extraordinarily high casualty rate among the frontline officers, which left the ground commanders behind them paralyzed with fear. One by one, they were unwilling to lead their men into the fray, fully aware that commanding a charge could lead to death, unlike previous ground battles, where foot soldiers had a better chance of survival. The death of officers led to a complete breakdown of command, resulting in a chaotic retreat. Fortunately, the Imperial forces did not pursue, allowing them to remain entrenched underground with relatively minimal losses. Nuclear bomb. Chief of Staff, let us deploy a nuclear bomb, Han Tianzhu boldly suggested to his intellectual counterpart. After all, there was nothing of value to protect on Huangyan Star. They should simply drop a penetrating nuclear device to annihilate those wretched Imperial soldiers lurking underground. Commander, we cannot proceed in such a manner. The Chief of Staff firmly shook his head in refusal. Why ever not? Han Tianzhu queried, puzzled. The Chief of Staff sighed heavily. This is a fuel mining site. Deploying a nuclear bomb would be utterly pointless. Both the semi-finished and finished fuel on Huangyan Star would be obliterated. What, then, is the purpose of our campaign here? Moreover, the underground central fortress is fortified against nuclear attacks. It cannot be destroyed, the Chief of Staff reiterated, shaking his head. Utilizing such a weapon would yield no casualties. It would be more prudent to refrain from its use. However, nuclear devices were extensively employed in interstellar combat, with missiles launched from warships often carrying nuclear warheads, albeit with varying yields. Nonetheless, even nuclear bombs could not breach the energy shields of warships, rendering them mere energy-draining explosives without the power to alter the course of a war. Retreat, the Chief of Staff suddenly declared, his frustration palpable. There remained 40,000 unused Haotian soldiers on the surface, yet he found himself lacking confidence in overcoming the Imperial soldiers below, particularly that commanding officer. If he still had numerous viable targets, there was no need to stubbornly persist on Huangyan Star, especially with so many days having passed. The main force of the Imperial Third Interstellar Fleet should also be en route. Remaining here served no purpose. What? Retreat, the Chief of Staff. We have expended so much manpower and resources, only to arrive at this outcome. I cannot accept it. This time, it was Han Tianzhu who erupted in frustration. His various warships and marine contingents had suffered the loss of at least 20,000 lives, alongside numerous junior officers. Having paid such a high price, he was unwilling to leave empty-handed, reaching for the command to continue the assault. Be rational. Commander, do you truly believe your life is less important than eliminating those within? Do not forget, the Imperial Third Fleet is on its way. The Chief of Staff firmly grasped Han Tianzhu's hand, shouting at him. Upon hearing this, Han Tianzhu reluctantly suppressed his gambler's instincts, realizing he had become overly reckless due to a string of victories. Very well, did I understand. Han Tianzhu, though unwilling, cast one last glance at the distant star. Let us depart. He issued the order to his fleet. The Haotian soldiers on the surface began their swift withdrawal, returning to their small landing craft and large transport airships. In the underground central fortress. Captain, they are retreating. Jin Shao announced joyfully. Oh yeah, we have won. The entire garrison erupted in jubilant celebration. Lin Nian found himself surrounded by his subordinates, who excitedly tossed him into the air, allowing him to revel in the exhilaration of flight. All right, let me down. Lin Nian chuckled happily, never expecting to have truly held the line. The contribution of the cold female voice was considerable. Of course, Lin Nian was also aware that he had benefited from the situation. The third interstellar fleet was on its way. The Haotian forces could not afford to linger much longer. Captain, the fleet's communication came from Major General Wenrong, who wished to speak with you directly. A liaison soldier suddenly informed him. Upon hearing this, the soldiers surrounding Lin Nian quickly stepped back, granting him space. Connect. Lin Nian nodded to the liaison. A holographic display soon materialized before him, revealing the upper half of Major General Wenrong. Lieutenant Lin Nian, I have seen your report. We are en route and expect to arrive in 3 hours. You must promptly relay the current situation. Is the central fortress of Huangyan Star still in your possession? Is the main force of the Haotian forces still present in the outer realm of Huangyan Star? Wenrong inquired with a serious expression, pressing for information. Reporting to the commander, we have successfully held Huangyan Star. The enemy has retreated just an hour ago. Our reconnaissance in the outer realm indicated that there are no traces of the Haotian fleet. Lin Nian promptly reported the current situation. Good work. That we shall arrive shortly. Wenrong nodded habitually. Then, as if suddenly realizing something, he widened his eyes and gazed intently at Lin Nian. Wait a moment. Did you just say you managed to hold on to Huangyan Star? The fleet of the Dreadful Heaven sect has retreated as well? How did you accomplish this? Wenrong felt a surge of astonishment. He had not anticipated such an extraordinary performance from Lin Nian. His highest expectation for Lin Nian had merely been to manage a standoff against the Dreadful Heaven sect. Perhaps even being forced to withdraw from Central City, and then to conduct sabotage behind enemy lines until their main forces arrived. However, given the current situation, Lin Nian not only defended Central City on Huangyan Star, but also repelled the Dreadful Fleet. Of course, Wenrong understood that the retreat of the Dreadful Heaven Fleet was likely due to his own forces advancing. Yet Lin Nian's performance exceeded all of his expectations, reaching a level of pleasant surprise. Report, Commander. Indeed, we did it. I have relayed the details back to the fleet. Lin Nian replied loudly. This was his achievement, one substantial enough to silence those who had previously criticized him. He had withstood multiple fierce assaults from the Dreadful Heaven sect. Even the deputy commander, who had harbored doubts about him, had eventually recognized the situation and complied with his orders. After all, no one was foolish. Accomplishing a mission and failing to do so were two entirely different matters. The former earned military merit, especially with such an extraordinary result. Amidst the roaring sounds of jet propulsion, the space shuttle swiftly descended in altitude, landing smoothly on Huangyan Star. As the hatch opened, when Huayun was the first to descend the gangway. Only after confirming the surroundings were safe did Wenrong step out. Lin Nian and his deputy commander stepped forward in unison and saluted. Greetings, Commander, Lin Nian exclaimed. Yet, Wenrong did not rush to respond to Lin Nian. Instead, he surveyed the chaotic battlefield. He had just reviewed the frontline combat footage, which left him with a deeper impression of Lin Nian's command abilities. Lin Nian was undoubtedly a commanding talent with a sharp instinct, executing his strategies with precision and ferocity. Wenrong truly felt he had stumbled upon a treasure. With such a formidable subordinate, he could afford to divert his attention to numerous other matters. However, Wenrong felt the need to further test Lin Nian. Lin Nian, you have performed exceptionally well, far surpassing my expectations. I did not misjudge you. You may be capable of shouldering greater responsibilities. Wenrong expressed his approval and closeness to Lin Nian without referencing his military rank. Unbeknownst to him, his words elicited a hint of surprise from Wen Huayun and Lin Nian's deputy commander, who were aware of Wenrong's favorable view of Lin Nian but had not anticipated such a degree of endorsement. Please, Commander, issue your orders. I, Lin Nian, am ready to face any challenge. Lin Nian noticed the expressions of others, particularly those of Wen Huayun and his deputy commander, who had previously doubted him. Now, he was using his undeniable strength to decisively counter their previous remarks, which filled him with satisfaction. Excellent. Very well. Wenrong appeared even more delighted by Lin Nian's flattery. He stepped closer to Lin Nian and clapped him heavily on the shoulder. Lieutenant Lin Nian, Wenrong suddenly said with gravity. Present. Lin Nian immediately straightened up and shouted, in recognition of your outstanding completion of the defense of Huangyan Star, I hereby promote you to captain. Furthermore, I appoint you as the acting commander of Vessel 1455. leading 10 small warships to engage the dreadful Heaven Fleet, preventing them from seizing any resources. Provide timely support to the brother forces on various resource stars. Can you accomplish this? Wenrong issued a command that not only promoted Lin Nian's rank, but also conferred upon him the role of acting commander. Lin Nian was momentarily bewildered, as the leap in responsibility was substantial, transitioning directly from a member of the Marine Corps to an acting commander. And was Vessel 1455 truly without a formal captain? Many questions raced through Lin Nian's mind, but he quickly dismissed them, for when Wenrong awaited his response, "I will ensure the completion of the mission," Lin Nian shouted. "Good. Lin Nian, our highest commander, Major General Wen Yuan, is mobilizing the 3rd Interstellar Fleet southward to participate in the blockade of the dreadful Heaven Sect's main forces in the southeast corner of the Shadow Cloud Star Domain. The defense of the resource stars here now relies solely on your temporary fleet, that I will assign Captain 1 to assist you as your advisor. For more detailed information, you may consult Captain 1. Wenrong spoke earnestly to Lin Nian. Yes, Lin Nian nodded earnestly. He then turned to Wen Huang. "That I look forward to your guidance, Captain 1. Lin Nian saluted Wen Huayun respectfully. She did not respond, but merely returned the gesture. "Well then, I must depart immediately. Lin Nian, do not disappoint me, that I have high hopes for you." Wenrong cast one last glance at Lin Nian. "Yes." Lin Nian said nothing further, merely nodding firmly, with the assistance of the mysterious female voice. Lin Nian now felt fearless. Wenrong, no longer lingering, boarded the space shuttle and swiftly returned to the flagship of the 3rd Interstellar Fleet. "Captain Lin Nian, you must be the fastest promoted supply officer I have ever encountered." Once Wenrong departed, Wen Huayun unabashedly scrutinized Lin Nian from head to toe. She found it puzzling that hadn't Shui Wuju claimed that Lin Nian's practical training was abysmal. How had Lin Nian, after actual combat, exhibited such an extraordinary and unprecedented surge in performance? When Huayun had seen the reconnaissance intelligence regarding the dreadful Heaven Fleet, the enemies encircling Lin Nian were indeed an interstellar fleet. Albeit not numerous, comprising around 20 to 30 warships, all equipped with a full array of vessel types. Yet, Lin Nian had managed to hold his ground against them at the critical moment. When Huayun understood just how vital such an achievement was at this pivotal juncture, directly granting Major General Wenrong considerable time to advance southward. "Thank you for the compliment," Lin Nian nodded. He turned to his former deputy commander. "By the way, I have a question for the deputy commander." He then faced his deputy commander beside him. "Captain Lin, please ask. I assure you I shall provide complete and honest answers." At this moment, the deputy commander wore a new expression, one of obsequiousness and flattery. Continuously thumping his chest to pledge loyalty to Lin Nian, fully embodying a sycophant. "First, watch this video, see how much you can remember." Lin Nian raised a luminous curtain and opened it in front of Wen Huayun. Within lay a battlefield, strewn with devastation. Among the multitude of imperial soldiers' corpses, the bodies of women were also intermingled. The state of the imperial soldiers was equally disturbing. Their attire was disheveled, with some lacking even their trousers. The deputy captain's expression froze instantly. He had not anticipated that Lin Nian would discover that location, a place that should have been a blind spot in their satellite surveillance. The Haotian fleet had located them through extensive thermal source tracking. But what had guided Lin Nian to them? These individuals had long since become corpses, devoid of any residual heat. "What? Have you forgotten?" Lin Nian's tone grew increasingly frigid, and when Huayun's gaze upon the deputy captain sharpened, tinged with a hint of disdain that surpassed Lin Nian's. "Captain Lin, could there be some misunderstanding? This has absolutely nothing to do with me. It was those scoundrels acting in secret. We were elsewhere at that time. Do you remember? We even lost signal for a while. We had no idea what these people were doing," the deputy captain incessantly explained, gesticulating wildly. "Qin Xiao." Lin Nian sighed and turned to Qin Xiao, who stood behind the deputy captain. Qin Xiao then produced a personal recording device. "Captain, this was found among the corpses, a private recording device. One of the soldiers secretly documented everything. Every action taken by the deputy captain had been recorded. It is remarkably clear." Qin Xiao handed the device to Lin Nian. "Tell me, should I release this to the public?" Lin Nian held the item delicately, placing it before the deputy captain. He had already viewed its contents. He was acutely aware of the deputy captain's sordid deeds, and even his intent to eliminate Lin Nian. He could no longer allow such a ticking time bomb to remain by his side. As the deputy captain saw Lin Nian present the device, he lunged to snatch it, but Lin Nian swiftly retracted it. "Lin Nian, hand it over to me." This is fabricated. You are framing me. I will report this to Lord Wenrong. I will take this to the military tribunal. The deputy captain erupted in hysteria, attempting to seize the device from Lin Nian, even drawing his kinetic pistol before Chen Xiao could react, when Huayun took action. Bang! In a swift motion, she drew her weapon and fired. A clean and decisive act. A gaping hole appeared in the deputy captain's head, and he collapsed with a resounding thud. This Lin Nian was momentarily stunned. He had not anticipated that when Huayun would eliminate the deputy captain so brazenly. The action seemed almost detached from the act of murder. He had it coming. Did you witness anything? When Huayun turned to Lin Nian and Chen Xiao. Her expression serene. Lin Nian and Chen Xiao exchanged glances, remaining silent. The remaining cohorts of the deputy captain were quickly apprehended and escorted to a large transport airship. After bidding farewell to the enthusiastic Huang Zhongshu and others, Lin Nian successfully returned to the Imperial 3rd Interstellar Fleet's warship 1455. Salute. The personnel in the hangar shouted in unison, acknowledging the acting captain and the acting warship staff officer. Lin Nian was taken aback. But Liao Fan merely blinked quickly, maintaining a serious demeanor. Lin Nian immediately understood that this was not the time for idle chatter and returned the salute to the soldiers. He and when Huayun made their way to the bridge of warship 1455. Lieutenant Lin, you should consider yourself fortunate. Major General Wen has taken notice of you. Make sure to seize this opportunity. If you execute this mission adeptly, it is not improbable that you'll be promoted to a command position. The rank of major may be challenging to attain, but the position of captain at the rank of lieutenant is exceedingly rare. Most lieutenants are assigned to ground command roles. Individuals like you, who ascend directly to command a ship, are extremely uncommon. Even serving as an acting captain is quite remarkable. When Huayun whispered to Lin Nian, appraising his rapid advancement, does that mean many will look upon me with disdain? Lin Nian recalled individuals like the deputy captain as long as you understand. However, aboard warship 1455, this should not be an issue. The previous captain and staff officer positions are both vacant. Major General Wen had been in direct command prior. It would not be an exaggeration to say that this ship is closely associated with Major General Wen. You are truly fortunate, when Huayun remarked, eyeing Lin Nian with a sense of admiration for his swift rise. Yet, she harbored no contempt for him. Lin Nian had indeed performed admirably on Huanyuan's star, especially in the face of the Haotian sect's overwhelming offensive, managing to hold the line despite their numerical superiority. Wen Huayun withdrew her gaze as they approached the open bridge. Greetings, Commander. The soldiers inside stood at attention, saluting Lin Nian. Good. Continue your duties. Lin Nian promptly nodded, encouraging everyone to return to their posts. Lieutenant Wen, could you elaborate on the current situation? As long as we can hold back the Haotian sect's fleet, we should be fine. Lin Nian, and when Huayun reached the command console on the second floor, where a star map was displayed, acting Lin, she replied, I would prefer to hear you address my title. When Huayun nodded, gesturing towards the star map, our highest commander, Major General Wen Yuan, has pinpointed the main fleet's location of the Haotian sect. They are wreaking havoc in the southeastern sector of the Ingyun star domain. When Huayun highlighted a three-dimensional space on the map, although the area appeared small, surrounding such a large group of Haotian sect's main fleet would require more than 2 Imperial interstellar fleets. For precaution, she continued, our Major General Wen has also been dispatched to assist in preventing these Haotian sect forces from fleeing northward. Should any significant issues arise at the resource star, Major General Wen would be able to provide immediate support. Thus, our mission is not overly difficult. Our primary objective is to delay and thwart this Haotian fleet. When Huayun meticulously explained the current situation to Lin Nian. Lin Nian nodded thoughtfully, for the first time. He had gained insight into the current situation. Initially, he had intended to merely go through the motions and serve as a foot soldier. However, it now appeared that he must strive for advancement. As evidenced by his recent promotion to Vice-Captain. It was clear that he had garnered significant trust from Wenrong, yet this was a double-edged sword. Should he falter in his duties, there would undoubtedly be those ready to undermine him. This was evident in the fate of the former vice-captain. When the Haotian sect launched their assault, they conspired to eliminate him to avoid taking responsibility, pushing him forward to bear the blame. Such malice was chilling. Fortunately, with the assistance of Nian, he had triumphed in that battle. Otherwise, the outcome could have been dire. Lin Nian recalled the vice-captain's earlier tight grip on the 10th Mobile Unit. Even a minor setback could lead to the entire unit disregarding his commands. Commander Wen, he inquired, I have a question. With our limited numbers, can we truly halt the enemy fleet? Lin Nian contemplated the meager forces provided by Rome, a single medium-sized battleship and 10 smaller vessels. Could such an armament genuinely vanquish the foe? Captain Lin Nian, when Huayun replied with a detached smile, surely you do not believe that attaining the rank of captain comes without a price. Now is the moment for you to demonstrate your worth. His piercing gaze fixed upon Lin Nian. Very well, Lin Nian conceded that I understand. Issue the command. Continue the pursuit of the Haotian sect fleet. Yes, came the unified response from all present in the command room, and they immediately dedicated themselves to the operation of the battleship. Having just emerged from the battle at Huanyan Star, Lin Nian had gained a clearer understanding of Nguyen's appearances. She manifested only in moments of peril. Thus, he had effectively bid farewell to a tranquil existence. Throughout the previous training exercises, he had discerned his capabilities in the absence of Nguyen's support. It was only on the battlefield, amidst imminent threats, that he could reveal his uniqueness and retaliate against those who underestimated him. Lin Nian raised his gaze to the transparent viewport before the battleship, when Rong's decision to elevate him to the captaincy had left him with no path of retreat. He must either advance or succumb to those envious of his position and be cast down into obscurity, unable to rise again. Lin Nian was determined not to let that be his fate. Aboard the flagship of the Haotian sect fleet, Han Tianju conferred with his chief of staff. Where shall we direct our next move? He inquired. Raising his gaze at Hongju Star, the chief of staff replied. We must aim for a swift resolution. The imperial garrison here should be less formidable than the previous commander. The chief of staff held a deep impression of Lin Nian, had it not been for the fear of the Third Interstellar Fleet's main force. He would have eliminated this threat without hesitation, employing a strategy of overwhelming numbers or nuclear bombardment to attempt Lin Nian's demise. However, the chief of staff understood that even such measures were unlikely to succeed. If the ground forces failed, all would be lost. This principle held true on the interstellar battlefield as well. In an era where battleship defenses surpassed their offensive capabilities, infantry were the true protagonists, relying on interstellar reinforcements for assaults on planets. Where is Hongju Star? Han Teju surveyed the vast expanse of stars, confusion etched on his face. Here, Commander, the chief of staff sighed internally, indicating a nearby celestial body. It was not far from their current location and could be reached within a single interstellar travel cycle. Naturally, the quickest method would be to activate the leap portal. However, such an operation consumed considerable fuel and could not be repeated in quick succession. It was generally reserved for emergencies when retreat was necessary. The chief of staff was not inclined to squander resources as the Imperial Army might. Good, I see it. All units, accelerate towards Hongju Star. Han Tianju commanded decisively, and the Haotian sect fleet surged forward towards their target. In the skies above Hongju Star, numerous landing pods of the Haotian sect were deployed, despite the ground forces launching a full barrage. They could not prevent the relentless elimination of airborne mines and interference clouds. In the subterranean stronghold, the commander of the Imperial 1688th Battleship's 3rd Mobile Unit, Han Ping, felt like a restless ant on a hot pan. They could only rely on the last line of defense, the underground stronghold, for their resistance. However, Han Ping was far from optimistic. Have we established contact with the fleet? Urgently inform them that Hongju Star is on the verge of falling. We desperately need their support. Han Ping urged the liaison officer repeatedly, who could only nod in affirmation as he continued to transmit messages into the void of space. That moment, the entire stronghold trembled violently. Han Ping and the nearby Imperial soldiers instinctively turned to the display screen, which revealed the Haotian sect's large warships deploying long-range heavy weaponry to systematically obliterate the exposed defensive positions. Thanks to Han Ping's prior defensive maneuvers, all vulnerable points had been eradicated in this onslaught. Han Ping's heart raced with fear. The display clearly showed the Haotian sect's massive troop transport airships descending, unleashing a torrent of soldiers who began to assemble and march towards the underground stronghold of Hongju Star. Securing the stronghold would effectively mean achieving their objective. Commander, perhaps we should retreat, suggested Han Ping's deputy, genuinely concerned for his safety. Unlike Lin Nian's deputy, he sincerely offered counsel. Commander, if you leave, what will happen to us? What are we to do? Li Zhongshu interjected, panic evident in his voice. Their homes lay here. Escape was not an option. Han Ping found himself in a quandary. Weighing his own safety against that of the local inhabitants, he wrestled with the moral dilemma of prioritizing his life over the lives of others. "Commander," his deputy pressed, "if we do not leave soon, we may not evade the Haotian sect's pursuit. You cannot abandon us. The underground stronghold of Hongzhou Star needs you." Cough, cough. "Hongzhou Star, do you read me? This is the 1455th battleship. I am acting Captain Lin Nian, Lieutenant." Over. At that moment, the liaison officer heard a response from the communication station and leaped to his feet in excitement. "We hear you. We hear you. This is the third mobile unit of the 1688th battleship. Has the main force of the fleet arrived?" The liaison officer was unusually exhilarated. Meanwhile, Han Ping, who was in turmoil, hastily approached the liaison officer. The others gathered around. Upon seeing Han Ping, the liaison officer immediately cleared a space. At the same time, in outer space, Lin Nian gazed at a distant, deep crimson planet. The fleet of the Huatian sect had already begun to hover above. "Please report your current situation. That we are en route. Our forces are limited, comprising only one medium-sized battleship and 10 small vessels. End of report." After Lin Nian concluded his message, he turned to his newly appointed advisor, Wen Huayan. Was she an aide or a military supervisor? She was tugging at his sleeve, a gesture typically associated with women. "Advisor Wen, what are you doing?" Lin Nian asked, bewildered. "No. Captain Lin. This how you communicate with the ground. What assistance can we provide?" "Just 11 ships against a significantly larger enemy fleet, which includes a large battleship. This is a conflict beyond our capability to engage." When Huayan rolled her eyes at Lin Nian. "It doesn't matter. Just follow my instructions and command the fleet. I am utterly clueless about managing battleships. You will handle that aspect, while I will direct the combat strategy. Furthermore, the enemy has already detected us and is approaching." Lin Nian's face radiated with unshakable confidence. "What? Why didn't you say so earlier? You madman, we're going to get killed because of you." When Huayan was taken aback by Lin Nian's words and promptly turned to the large screen before them, the radar revealed several medium and small Huatian battleships breaking away from the main force, charging towards them. The enemy command ship had been marked as a medium-sized battleship. Destroying it would significantly enhance their survival chances while simultaneously undermining the enemy's combat morale. A chilling female voice echoed in Lin Nian's mind, causing him to clench his fists. This was a positive development. "Advisor Wen, concentrate all firepower on the marked medium-sized battleship. As soon as we enter range, open fire immediately." Lin Nian commanded without hesitation, displaying no hint of trepidation at his inaugural command. "Wait, Captain Lin, why that particular ship? Focusing fire on a single vessel is exceedingly perilous. It leaves us vulnerable to the enemy's other ships." When Huayan could not comprehend his reasoning, though Lin Nian was her temporary superior, she would not easily concede when faced with unreasonable demands. "Trust me." Lin Nian glanced at the Huatian battleships approaching. Not many, just over 30 yet. They had only 11 ships on their side, a stark imbalance in strength. However, for Lin Nian, these numbers posed no issue. Numerous high-priority targets were already illuminated before him, their colors varying to indicate the level of threat, allowing him to ascertain the urgency of addressing each one. "Captain, this is the information just reported by the Hongzhou Star. At that moment, a liaison officer thoughtfully presented Han Ping's report. Lin Nian swiftly scanned the information, grasping the overall situation. It mirrored his previous predicament, having lost both the skies and the surface. They were left with only the underground central city. "Captain Lin, I cannot simply comply with your request based solely on trust. Your rationale fails to convince me. I believe a better suggestion would be to withdraw immediately, at least to avoid the brunt of the enemy's assault." When Huayan continued to resist, "You are the advisor, and I am the captain." Lin Nian shook his head decisively, when Huayan still failed to perceive the gravity of the situation. From the moment they were discovered, there was no retreat left for them. They needed to present themselves boldly, instilling fear in the Huatian sect, making them believe that reinforcements were on their way, that more imperial fleets were hastening to their aid. Given their current predicament against the Huatian ships, retreat was not an option. They needed to charge forward and eliminate the enemy. If they retreated, their ruse would be exposed, leading to their own demise. Lin Nian shook his head repeatedly, articulating his thoughts more clearly. In his eyes, all highlighted threats were rapidly shifting to red. If he failed to neutralize these dangers, his death was inevitable. Lin Nian had no intention of gambling with his life. "Everyone, I am your captain. At this moment, you will all heed my commands. The primary target for our assault is displayed on the large screen. Please execute immediately. Lin Nian activated the intercom, addressing everyone in the bridge. The crew appeared momentarily stunned, then glanced at Wen Huayun beside Lin Nian. She was swayed by his recent statements, nodding with great difficulty. Wen Rong had clearly assigned Lin Nian the position of acting captain to test him. She was both a pawn monitoring Lin Nian and someone tied to him in this precarious situation. If Lin Nian failed, she would share in that failure. Wen Huayun had no choice but to place her trust in Lin Nian, at least for this moment. As she consented, the others swiftly entered action, initiating operations. Soon, various lasers and missiles were launched, but when they struck the approaching Huadian medium-sized battleship, they were repelled by a brilliant energy shield. What is this? Lin Nian had never encountered such a phenomenon before. He turned wide-eyed towards Wen Huayun. An energy shield. You don't know? Such technology was utilized on Huanyan Star. How could you not know how to defend Huanyan Star? The expression on Wen Huayun's face was more animated than Lin Nian's. Lin Nian was oblivious to the fact that an energy shield could withstand the Huatian sect's assault. So, how do we breach it? Lin Nian shook his head quickly, seeking a solution. It appeared you indeed possess some unique traits. Wen Huayun exhaled, stowing away her astonishment. An energy shield, as its name suggests, would dissipate once its energy was depleted. Just continue the assault. Of course, long-range attacks would be less effective. Engaging in close-range artillery exchanges would yield the quickest results. And once the enemy's shield faltered, they could deploy their starfighter units to unleash a direct counterattack. Wen Huayun kindly explained the strategy to Lin Nian. Everyone, intensify the firepower. As long as we shatter the energy shield and incapacitate the largest medium-sized battleship, the enemy will lose their resolve. Lin Nian reiterated to the crew. Advisor Wen, what is the name of the unit that will conduct the counterattack? Who should I contact? Lin Nian turned to his advisor once more. Got it. Contact Captain Xue Wujiu of the 9th Mobile Team aboard Battleship 1455. Lin Nian, you are now the captain. A rudimentary understanding of the situation should be evident to you. Wen Huayun felt a surge of frustration. Understood, Lin Nian replied, without elaborating further, simply nodding his head. Lieutenant Xue Wujiu, I require you and the 9th Mobile Unit to prepare yourselves. Engage the largest medium-sized warship of the Haotian sect. Lin Nian provided no extensive explanation, instead directly activating the communication hologram to address Xue Wujiu. Yes, Captain. Xue Wujiu exhibited no dissent, a stark contrast to his previous demeanor towards Lin Nian. He was no fool. Despite their identical ranks, Lin Nian had been directly appointed to the position of acting captain by Wen Rong, a fact that conveyed a clear message. Xue Wujiu would not be foolish enough to jeopardize his standing. On the front lines, the medium-sized warship leading the Haotian sect experienced a flicker of its shield before it abruptly shattered and vanished. Lin Nian's command was precise, directing all firepower towards the enemy's medium-sized vessel. In response to the unrestricted fire from the Haotian sect's warship, the 11 vessels on their side distributed the enemy's firepower almost evenly among themselves. Although the enemy outnumbered them slightly, they did not possess an overwhelming numerical advantage. The two fleets converged swiftly as they approached one another. Now is the time, Lin Nian ordered, directing all fire towards the upper left section of the enemy's medium-sized ship. The crew, highly focused and devoid of distractions, executed Lin Nian's command with remarkable speed. Soon, the specified area erupted in violent explosions, as the Haotian medium-sized warship appeared to be struck with tremendous force, instantly entering a state of paralysis and losing all firepower. Meanwhile, Xue Wujiu's 9th Mobile Unit had already deployed their starfighter units and was swiftly boarding the enemy's medium-sized warship. Captain Lin, came a voice. What is happening? Wen Huayun stared, wide-eyed, at the unfolding scene, abruptly turning to Lin Nian. I don't know. Lin Nian shrugged. You don't know? Wasn't it you who ordered the attack? Wen Huayun expressed disbelief that I issued the command to strike. But how could I possibly predict the outcome? Lin Nian explained, though he was not entirely truthful. The targeted strike on the enemy ship was indeed a critical point, one Lin Nian was well aware of. He had no intention of divulging his secrets to Wen Huayun. Following this, Lin Nian continued to issue new orders to systematically eliminate the smaller vessels of the Haotian sect. The small warships of the Haotian sect were utterly feeble before the might of the medium-sized 1455 warship. Especially as Lin Nian, bolstered by the female voice, directed operations to eliminate the most significant threats. One by one, Haotian vessels fell prey to the Imperial small units executing boarding tactics. Captain, We have successfully captured the entire enemy ship. Your previous command was remarkably effective. Their captain was killed in the initial barrage, leaving their fleet leaderless and easily taken. Shui Wuju reported back, reflecting on Lin Nian's extraordinary fortune in decisively incapacitating the opposing flagship. The brief skirmish between the two fleets resulted in a resounding victory for them. Excellent. Take control of the enemy vessel. Transfer the prisoners, Lin Nian commanded, simultaneously flipping through the holographic display in front of him. This was the captain's code of conduct. Lin Nian was adeptly learning on the fly, jotting down his inquiries to obtain answers. Yes, Shui Wuju nodded eagerly. Captain, we have triumphed. Suddenly, the command bridge erupted in jubilant cheers. Lin Nian, just pulling himself away from the learning hologram, realized that on the front lines, all Haotian vessels had either been destroyed or captured by the Imperial boarding troops using tactical maneuvers. Excellent. All personnel, assume a state of heightened alert, Lin Nian commanded, turning his gaze towards the skies above Hangzhou Star, where the Haotian fleet had yet to make any further moves, on board the flagship of the Haotian sect. Chaos reigned. Damn it, the enemy is surprisingly formidable. Despite our greater number of vessels, why are we unable to secure victory? The chief of staff, Han Tianju, exclaimed in frustration, unable to fathom the current outcome that IT felt as though their forces had been struck at their weakest point. Swiftly dismantled by the enemy, chief of staff, should we not press forward and engage? Han Tianju suggested hastily. No, the chief of staff delivered an unexpected verdict. Retreat, retreat. Chief of staff, we hold the advantage. Moreover, we are on the verge of capturing Hangzhou City. Are we truly withdrawing now? Han Tianju questioned, his voice rising in disbelief. Yes, we must retreat. You heard me correctly. Additionally, we need to recall our ground forces immediately, the chief of staff affirmed with unwavering certainty. The reasoning was straightforward. The small imperial force was the vanguard of the Empire's Third Star Fleet, deployed solely to delay their advance. The vessels he had dispatched were merely probes to gauge the enemy's strength. The enemy's response indicated they were not intimidated. They possessed considerable support. We can no longer afford to hesitate, the chief of staff insisted. Move. Han Tianju found himself at a loss for counterarguments. He lacked comprehension of the intricacies involved. Very well, he conceded. Order a retreat. With a sweeping gesture, Han Tianju commanded the crew to spring into action. The offensive momentum towards Hangzhou Star abruptly ceased as they swiftly retreated and boarded their vessels. As warships clustered around Han Tianju once more, he resolved to accelerate their departure. Within mere minutes, they had vacated the area entirely. On the other side, Lin Nian remained silent, observing as the Haotian fleet made its retreat. Captain Lin, why did the enemy withdraw so suddenly? When Huaiyun queried, puzzled. The enemy had seemed stronger, yet they opted to retreat after Lin Nian had defeated a fraction of their fleet. It is not complicated. Lin Nian explained. The enemy believed we had reinforcements. This was merely a show of strength. Now, we must pursue them. However, before we do, we need to bring back the third mobile unit from Hangzhou Star. We require additional forces. Fortunately, the Haotian sect has inadvertently returned a number of warships to us, which we can assign to both their personnel and Lieutenant Shui Wuju's crew. Lin Nian outlined his strategy. Understood. You are the captain. The decision rests with you. I have no objections. When Huaiyun nodded slightly, Lin Nian's subsequent arrangements were both reasonable and well-founded. There was no necessity for her to oppose. Soon, several interstellar warships commenced their landing on Hangzhou Star. Before long, Han Ping and his group had been brought aboard. Inside the bridge of the warship number 1455, two screens flickered to life. Captain Lin, began Han Ping. I am Lieutenant Han Ping. Thank you for your timely rescue. Han Ping introduced himself once more, expressing gratitude towards Lin Nian. Without Lin Nian's intervention, their fate would have been sealed. Captain Lin, on the other side, Shui Wuju's introduction was succinct. He saluted Lin Nian directly. I am the temporary commander of the current fleet. Major General Wenrong has instructed us to hold our ground against the Haotian sect's fleet. We must not allow the enemy to lay claim to any resource planet. Therefore, we need to pursue the enemy ships immediately. You will each take command of the recently captured Haotian sect warships and follow me. Is that clear? Lin Nian's expression turned serious. Understood. The two men saluted Lin Nian in unison. The screens went dark, and Lin Nian turned towards the command platform, addressing Liao Fan. Liao Fan, why do you not intend to take command of the warship? I would actually prefer you to do so. Considering your experience as acting captain, wouldn't that increase your chances of becoming a fleet commander? Lin Nian called out Liao Fan's name, puzzled by his choice to stay by her side. She preferred to lend a helping hand to her brother whenever possible. That's troublesome. Forget it. Liao Fan shook his head in refusal but acknowledged her goodwill. If you need anything in the future, just call me. With a smile on his face, Liao Fan patted Lin Nian on the shoulder before striding away. Compared to Lieutenant Liao Fan, I sense your ambitions are far greater, when Huayun suddenly remarked. Lin Nian shrugged, indicating her lack of intention to respond. Warship number 1455. All hands, accelerate. Lin Nian redirected her thoughts to the more pressing matters at hand. Continuing to pursue the Outyin fleet as ordered, with the command issued, the ship's rear thrusters ignited, propelling them to the maximum speed of interstellar travel. Lin Nian was unsure how it was achieved. But gazing at the surrounding distorted starry sky evoked a strange, yet beautiful sensation within her. Shifting her gaze from the transparent side windows to the front radar, she noted that the Outyin fleet had not escaped her reconnaissance range. Why do I get the impression that there are few unmanned devices and weapons here? Is there none? Lin Nian had assumed that in the age of interstellar travel, unmanned intelligent devices would be commonplace. Instead, they appeared to be utterly neglected. What? You didn't know? When Huayun's expression faltered before a realization dawned upon her. All right then, let me explain briefly. Unmanned devices are quite susceptible to damage. Electromagnetic waves and microwaves can incapacitate them swiftly. And they can't penetrate energy shields. As a result, they were largely phased out, reverting to more primitive combat methods. When Huayun succinctly summarized the situation, what about the energy shields? How is it that we can launch attacks from within and breach the energy shields? Yet the enemy's attacks are thwarted outside the shield? Lin Nian was utterly blank on these concepts. A mere fill-in soldier. She had never encountered such knowledge. I don't know the specifics either. You can think of it as a one-way street. It only allows passage from one direction. Any approach from the opposite side is rendered impossible. When Huayun continued her explanation. All right, I understand. Lin Nian nodded. Report to Captain Lin. The enemy's speed has suddenly decreased. That moment, a crew member stood up to inform Lin Nian. What is the situation? Lin Nian was taken aback. Logically, the Outyin sect, sensing that they were being pursued, would have chosen to flee as swiftly as possible. Their sudden halt was decidedly peculiar. Lin Nian, disregarding her inquiries with Huayun about the weaponry, quickly turned to the crew member for clarification. Report, Captain, the situation is unclear. The crew member shook his head. Communications officer, connect me with the other two captains. Lin Nian immediately issued the command. Yes, the crew member promptly complied. Soon, Lin Nian was once again in contact with Han Ping and Xue Wujiu. Among them were 5 individuals of notable military rank, including Liao Fan and Wen Huayan, who primarily adhered to Lin Nian's directives. However, with Han Ping and Xue Wujiu, Lin Nian sensed a different dynamic. Both harbored their own agendas. With the enemy fleet slowing down, Lin Nian expressed her desire to hear their opinions. Captain Lin, I suggest we continue the pursuit. Given the Outyin sect's apparent weakness, this is clearly our moment to secure military achievements. My recommendation is to accelerate and eliminate the enemy. Han Ping, shedding the timid demeanor he had exhibited on Hongzhou Star, now exuded an air of confidence, having witnessed Lin Nian's effortless defeat of a small contingent of the Outyin sect. He believed he could achieve the same. Currently commanding 6 warships, he effectively stood as a temporary fleet commander, eager to don the captain's hat himself. Indeed, I concur with Lieutenant Han Ping's assessment, Xue Wujiu added with a nod. The warship he commanded was even superior to Han Ping's, featuring a medium-sized vessel. Despite having significant damage on one side, the armory remained intact. Xue Wujiu was also keen to don a new hat. Motivated by the Outyin sect's apparent frailty, if Lin Nian could serve as acting captain, why couldn't he? Ambition flickered in Xue Wujiu's eyes. After a prolonged silence, Lin Nian finally turned to Wen Huayan. What are your thoughts? Lin Nian inquired. I hold no opinion. I trust Captain Lin's command abilities will yield favorable results for us all. This time, Wen Huayan did not dispute, as she too lacked a definitive stance. Lin Nian's previous victory over the Outyin sect had opened her eyes. Of course, whether it was merely the enemy's weakness that highlighted Lin Nian's strength remained to be seen. Very well, Lin Nian concluded. Let us continue the pursuit. Observing the 3-1 majority, coupled with Liao Fan's abstention, Lin Nian resolved to press forward. Yes, Han Ping and Xue Wuju saluted in unison as the screens faded away. Aboard the flagship of the Aotian sect fleet. Chief of Staff, began one of the officers. What is this deceleration intended for? Han Tianju once again gazed at his chief of staff with a bewildered expression. Commander, we have just received news that Grand Commander Han Tianzu is about to arrive. The chief of staff suddenly remarked. Really? Han Tianju sprang up from his command seat, his face alight with astonishment. Indeed. However, there is a bit of distance to cover that I plan to eliminate the tail behind us before proceeding. Those imperial forces are truly bothersome. If they continue to follow us, we will have no way to escape. A glint of ruthlessness flashed across the chief of staff's face. The enemy has been winning consecutively. Perhaps it is indeed a moment of pride and complacency for them. That will be our opportunity. It all depends on you. Chief of Staff, Han Tianju resumed his seat, adopting a dismissive demeanor. The chief of staff nodded, his gaze shifting to the radar star map, where the outermost circle of reconnaissance displayed 23 warships rapidly pursuing them. The enemy had indeed not chosen to decelerate and assess the situation upon noticing the anomaly on their side. The chief of staff acutely sensed that this was his opportunity. Issue the order. The flagship will maintain silence. Deploy 23 warships to lure the enemy, he shouted immediately. He dispatched another small contingent to confront the enemy. While the flagship feigned a state of being anchored, should the enemy achieve another victory, they would inevitably become overconfident and reckless, seeking to claim greater military honors, even if that were not the case. As long as we can stall them until our reinforcements arrive, we can either severely damage or annihilate them. As the orders were conveyed, the warships of the Huantian sect swiftly dispatched another portion, similar in number to the previous deployment. Meanwhile, the flagship soon entered a cooling state, appearing as if it had encountered a severe mechanical failure. Surrounding the flagship were the remaining warships, forming a protective formation around it. On the other side, Han Ping, the first to reach the warships of the Huantian sect, peered through his telescope from a distance and spotted the largest battleship of the Huantian sect. All external lights of this massive warship were extinguished, indicating a likely serious problem. A surge of elation welled up in Han Ping's heart. This might be their chance to achieve merit. However, Han Ping quickly noticed that numerous warships from the Huantian sect were swiftly approaching them. They must first eliminate these Huantian warships to reach the massive battleship behind. Prepare for battle, Han Ping shouted to his comrades. Yes, the members of the third mobile team responded in unison, beside Han Ping's fleet. Xue Wuju was also observing the flagship, noting its unusual state. However, Xue Wuju was more cautious. Seeing Han Ping charge ahead, he lagged slightly to assess the strength of the Huantian warships coming to engage. As both sides entered firing range, the battle erupted instantaneously. Various missiles and beams were unleashed in a relentless barrage, aimed at shattering the energy shields of the enemy's warships. Soon, a portion of the Huantian warships had their energy shields flicker before rapidly being breached. The Huantian warships immediately opted to retreat, showing no further fighting spirit. Han Ping was elated upon witnessing this. The forces of the Huantian sect were indeed, as he had anticipated, easily overwhelmed. Let us give it our all. Glory and wealth are within reach. Everyone, position yourselves and let us vanquish the enemy. Han Ping bellowed with fervor. His mobile team members were similarly invigorated. The small warships under Han Ping's command surged forward like they had been injected with adrenaline, racing alongside the flagship. Meanwhile, Xue Wuju also observed the enemy's retreat and felt a significant portion of his earlier doubts dissipate. Pursue. We cannot allow Han Ping to steal our glory, faced with such a tremendous temptation. Xue Wuju struggled to maintain his composure and swiftly issued orders. Both team leaders of the mobile units began to compete fervently to chase down the retreating enemy warships, fearing they would fall behind. At this moment, the lagging ship 1455 had detected a large number of enemies. The current disparity in strength was stark. Immediate withdrawal is advised to significantly enhance survival chances. Lin Nian heard a feminine voice echoing in his ear. This voice instantly clarified for Lin Nian, who was already somewhat hesitant, that ahead lay an enemy trap. A chill of dread coursed through Lin Nian's heart, had it not been for the warning. He might have truly believed that the enemy's massive battleship had suffered a mechanical failure, and he would have joined Han Ping and Xue Wuju in their pursuit. Captain Han Ping, Captain Xue Wuju. There is a trap ahead, Lin Nian shouted at the two. After waiting a while without receiving a response, he felt a sense of foreboding. Something is wrong. I sense a trap ahead. Chief One, what do you think? Lin Nian turned to Wen Huayun beside him. That I don't know, that I've never made such a judgment before. Wen Huayun replied bluntly, shaking her head. She could discuss information and situations, but battlefield judgments were not her forte. Especially in the current circumstances. I am issuing the order. The fleet will reduce speed across the board. Since Wen Huayun could not provide him with support for an on-the-spot decision, Lin Nian did not hesitate to give the command to decelerate. The 11 Imperial warships under Wen Rong's command complied without question. However, the two separated mobile units did not heed his orders. They likely felt that he was not the true captain, given that their ranks were similar. Lin Nian could somewhat understand Han Ping and Xue Wuju's motivations. The positioning of the mobile units was akin to that of firefighters, capable of doing anything, operating warships, piloting fighters, and jumping into battle. Since Han Ping and Xue Wuju were unwilling to listen to him, Lin Nian resolved to consider his own interests. As the 11 warships gradually slowed down, the 12 warships ahead had already engaged in fierce combat with each other to seize the initiative. In no time, they had reached the main fleet of the Huangtian sect. Just as the two intended to press on and spread the chaos into the enemy's main fleet, the Huangtian fleet exhibited an unusual response. No longer cowering in fear, they instead began to form a battle array. Both Han Ping and Xue Wuju sensed something was amiss in an instant. Retreat, they roared from their respective bridges, but it was already too late. The enemy's concentrated fire descended upon them. The shields on their warships shattered one after another, and then the ships were torn apart, either by close-quarter assaults or devastating long-range bombardments. Lin Nian, watching from a distance, felt his expression stiffen. In the comms, cries for help from Han Ping and Xue Wuju echoed. But Lin Nian knew all too well that he could not save them. It was indeed a ruse. Withdraw. Lin Nian issued the command once more, and the 11 warships hesitated no longer. They swiftly turned about and accelerated away. The flagship of the Huangtian sect loomed large. Chief of Staff, Han Tianzhu exclaimed in alarm. The enemy is attempting to flee. Upon noticing that Lin Nian had not taken the bait, he shouted urgently, "Rest assured, sect leader, they will not escape. We have just interrogated the captives. The main force of the Third Fleet is not present here. The captain on the opposing side is Lin Nian, the same one from Huangyan Star. We must seize this opportunity to eliminate him." The Chief of Staff's expression darkened with a fierce glint in his eyes. He would not squander the chance for vengeance. Their previous cautious approach was merely due to their apprehension of the formidable Third Fleet backing Lin Nian, as well as other Imperial fleets. Now, realizing that Lin Nian was merely a facade, the Chief of Staff's anger surged within him, resenting that he had been deceived by this obscure figure. With the Chief of Staff's order, the Huangtian sect fleet, with only a handful of ships remaining to gather the captives, hastily surged forward, racing towards the direction of Lin Nian's retreat. Laser beams and long-range missiles were unleashed, relentlessly bombarding Lin Nian's fleet, causing the energy shields of the ships to flicker and tremble under the onslaught. Simultaneously, Lin Nian's mind echoed with the urgent voice of a woman urging him to flee. He understood that this warning was no jest. The urgency was palpable, suggesting the presence of another looming threat. Lin Nian's thoughts immediately wandered to the situation in the southern region of the Yun Star domain. Could the imposing Huangtian warship before him be the flagship of the sect leader? A wildly absurd notion crossed his mind, yet upon reflection, he found the possibility increasingly plausible. After drawing the main Imperial fleets to the Yun Star domain, they could rally their other main forces to head north, executing a feigned retreat strategy. In any case, Lin Nian had to find a way to shake off the pursuers behind him, lest the Huangtian fleet continue to hound him. If the energy shields were to deplete, doom would be imminent. Wait. Wen Huayun promptly entered a state of focus. While she was not adept at critical decision-making, she excelled at data analysis. The star map she controlled quickly unfurled, locking onto a specific area before magnifying it rapidly. Here, the 017 asteroid belt. However, the risks are significant. This is the only place where we have a chance to evade our pursuers. Wen Huayun's words were concise and swift. Very well, Lin Nian commanded without a moment's hesitation. Order the entire fleet to enter the 017 asteroid belt. The Imperial warships promptly followed Lin Nian's flagship, the 1455, into the asteroid belt. Countless irregularly moving asteroids bombarded the energy shields of the ships, swiftly draining their energy. Yet, Lin Nian had no alternative. He had to endure this perilous juncture. Meanwhile, the Huangtian fleet hesitated at the perimeter of the asteroid belt, slowing their advance. Chief of Staff, the captains expressed their reluctance to take the risk of entering the 017 asteroid belt. One crew member stepped forward to address the Chief of Staff. No. Give me the order. We must send a fleet in to pursue. Let the Huangtian First Fleet handle this. I am well aware of the 017 asteroid belt. The asteroids within will swiftly deplete the enemy's energy shields, destroy their largest warship. The Chief of Staff's tone was resolute. Han Tianzhu remained silent, lacking the understanding of such matters, seeing that the sect leader had no objections. The crew member proceeded to execute the Chief of Staff's orders. Soon, nearly 30 small and medium-sized warships plunged into the asteroid belt. However, it wasn't long before the medium-sized vessels began to withdraw. Their fuel was already limited, insufficient to maintain their energy shields for an extended duration. Entering the asteroid belt was akin to a suicidal endeavor. Before long, they were battered by asteroids, their hulls becoming uneven and their airtight compartments sustaining significant damage, forcing them to retreat from the conflict. Some, however, managed to enter the asteroid belt successfully, colliding head-on with Lin Nian's 1455 medium-sized warship. Lin Nian had not ventured far. Here, he felt as though he were in his element. Under the continuous annotations from the woman's voice, Lin Nian quickly discerned which asteroids posed a significant threat to his fleet. Preemptively, before the asteroids could strike, he commanded the Imperial warships to unleash their formidable firepower, annihilating them all and creating a space for himself. Everyone, fire at the targets I designate. Lin Nian activated a holographic display, continuously guiding his subordinates on their strike targets. Meanwhile, when Huayun was utterly taken aback by the scene unfolding before her. Did he possess some form of precognition? How was he able to detonate the threatening asteroids in advance? The look in Wen Huayun's eyes as she gazed at Lin Nian resembled that of someone who had encountered a specter. Instinct, Lin Nian replied with a sidelong glance at Wen Huayun. Casually uttering 2 words, the voice returned to his mind, indicating the discovery of high-value targets, now highlighted for quick elimination to enhance their current survival odds. Lin Nian understood his next course of action. Everyone, halt the fleet, turn around, and prepare for battle. Lin Nian promptly issued commands that in his eyes, the limited number of highlighted targets appeared strikingly clear. He quickly input the attack objectives to his subordinates. The battleship number 1455 gradually turned its massive body, followed suit by the other 10 vessels. Lin Nian's command style was progressively being embraced by them, especially considering the effectiveness of the orders he had given thus far, which demonstrated remarkable foresight and precision. Moreover, the contrasting examples of Han Ping and Xue Wujiu served as cautionary tales. When these 2 captains of the mobile combat team charged ahead, they presumed Lin Nian intended to suppress them. Given that they were then in a favorable situation, the ships of the Haotian sect seemed exceedingly vulnerable. However, the ensuing outcome shattered their expectations. The truly fragile ones were Xue Wujiu and Han Ping, who disregarded orders. The recent defeat only served to elevate Lin Nian's stature as a formidable battleship commander. Most importantly, it ensured that his crew would not meet the same fate as Han Ping and Xue Wujiu, either being captured or meeting their demise, which was paramount. Lin Nian's reputation was silently spreading among the hearts of all members of this small fleet. Unbeknownst to him, he was wholly focused on the matter of survival. The number of invading Haotian ships was not substantial, especially compared to earlier. This inspired Lin Nian with thoughts of a counteroffensive. Furthermore, the female voice prompt supported his notion. The vessels of the Haotian sect moved swiftly, soon breaking through to the attack range of Lin Nian's fleet. Fire! Lin Nian bellowed. The hull of battleship number 1455 suddenly deployed its large attack weaponry, launching long-range strikes at the highlighted targets he had designated. Simultaneously, the starships swiftly took flight from number 1455 and the other 10 smaller vessels, swooping down upon the objectives Lin Nian had assigned. Before long, the enemy ships, having breached the energy shields, were struck at their weaknesses, resulting in a series of violent explosions upon their hulls. Each vessel Lin Nian had targeted seemed cursed. Either their shields were shattered or they were hit with deadly precision that in the vastness of space. They ignited like fireworks. When Huayun, witnessing the frailty of the Haotian ships, could not help but cover her mouth with her hand in astonishment. The once formidable Haotian fleet now appeared utterly impotent. She turned once more to Lin Nian, who bore no expression, as if everything was a matter of course. His hands flew across the controls, continuously issuing new combat orders to his fleet, which were rapidly validated by their success. Extremely effective. When Huayun was acutely aware that, throughout this journey as an advisor, she had not provided Lin Nian with many meaningful strategic decisions. Rather, she had acted more like a silent observer, scrutinizing his command abilities. Yet, the more she observed him, the more she perceived Lin Nian as a born commander. Her knowledge. Lin Nian lacked a systematic background in military command training, not even having been a student at the Imperial Military Academy for battleship commanders. Yet, he consistently delivered remarkable performances in real-time situations, something many commanders could not achieve. Report, Captain. An officer stood up, loudly informing Lin Nian that all enemy ships had been either destroyed or captured. This. When Huayun snapped back to attention, noticing the significant change in the officer's demeanor towards Lin Nian, now treating him as their true captain rather than merely an acting one. Excellent. Please contact Captain Liao Fan. Lin Nian nodded. The rapid extermination of the enemy had exceeded his expectations, yet he felt a sense of clarity as the female voice indicated the situation and the enemy's vulnerabilities. He had no reason to believe he could not secure victory. In fact, the only scenario in which he would be unable to win would be if the voice prompted him to withdraw without hesitation. Captain. Liao Fan appeared on a display screen, his demeanor markedly serious compared to before. Yes, Captain Liao. I need you to take command of the captured Haotian vessels immediately. Although your subordinates are ground troops, given the current situation, it is imperative that we consolidate all available combat strength. Lin Nian explained. Understood. Captain, I will upload the command systems of the captured ships for your direct management, Liao Fan affirmed. Was there such a system? Lin Nian was taken aback. Liao Fan nodded earnestly upon witnessing this. Lin Nian became further convinced that Xue Wujiu and Han Ping were up to no good behind the scenes. Had he known about this integrated command system, he would have never allowed those two to engage in any mischief. All right, I understand that. I look forward to your good news, Lin Nian acknowledged. After Liao Fan saluted, he voluntarily closed the communication screen. Advisor 1, why did you not inform me of this matter? Lin Nian turned to his aide. Feeling more like a burden than a support. I assumed you were aware, she replied, casting the blame back onto Lin Nian. Given Lin Nian's current performance, it seemed he did not require her assistance. Lin Nian was momentarily speechless. However, when Huayun's reluctance to challenge him during combat was a significant reason for his swift assumption of command over the small fleet. Lin Nian had observed that initially, crew members would subconsciously glance at Wen Huayun before executing his orders. He did not believe this was merely due to her beauty. Rather, it was the authority of Wen Rong that she embodied on this ship. As the battle progressed, this dynamic began to shift. The crew members started executing his orders without a trace of doubt. Captain Lin, what should we do now? Wen Huayun inquired, pleased to relinquish authority in light of Lin Nian's formidable prowess. She recognized her own limitations and simply wished to survive. Lin Nian had proven his capability. It was far better for him to lead the fleet than for her to do so. The enemy was upon them again. Lin Nian turned his gaze to the main display screen, where the radar indicated the Haotian fleet was once more charging in, this time in greater numbers. Han Tianju, what is your status over there? Have you secured the fuel? Han Tianju inquired of his brother, observing the screen. Elder brother, he replied, one of the Empire's 4 encirclements has targeted my unit. Fortunately, thanks to the brilliant strategies of the Chief of Staff, I managed to evade being trapped by those Imperial forces. Han Tianju's expression reflected relief. As for the fuel, we have a considerable supply, so there should be no immediate issues. However, the majority of our captives have been lost, becoming a burden that we've returned to the Imperial forces. Brother, what shall we do next? Han Tianzu continued. Han Tianju offered no response, but instead glanced at the Chief of Staff beside him. The Chief of Staff, who had been engrossed in the star map, suddenly came to a realization. Master, since our main force is en route to rendezvous, it is likely that the Empire's main forces are also advancing towards us. We should prepare to evacuate this star system. Regarding the procurement of fuel and energy, the Chief of Staff had devised 2 plans. While his own resources were rather meager, Han Tianzu had garnered sufficient gains to sustain their voyage to the next location. However, before departing, he felt a pressing need to vent his frustrations. The Chief of Staff paused at this juncture. Indeed, that Lin Nian is utterly detestable. He must be eliminated, Han Tianju exclaimed, leaping to his feet. Lin Nian had obliterated the entire fleet he had dispatched within the asteroid belt. That moment, the advanced fleet led by Han Tianzu arrived. bolstering Han Tianju's resolve to deploy significant forces to eradicate Lin Nian once and for all. Since the master shares this sentiment, let us act swiftly. We must eliminate Lin Nian before the rendezvous. The chief of staff gestured, and the crew promptly received their orders. Springing into action, a new fleet plunged once more into the asteroid belt. Yet, they encountered the same persistent issue. Medium-sized battleships were unable to navigate through, while smaller vessels could enter but required exceptionally skilled crew members. The cult of the wild sky was indeed lacking in such talent. Their army was renowned for its barefooted bravado. The mere ability to operate a warship was a result of high integration and automation. Chief of Staff, we shall lead the charge ourselves, Han Tianju declared. Recognizing the familiar predicament, traversing the asteroid belt posed a challenge for smaller vessels. Yet larger ships could accomplish this feat due to their spaciousness and superior defensive capabilities, allowing for a more enduring energy shield. Very well, let us proceed. The Chief of Staff, unusually acquiescent, nodded in agreement with Han Tianju's proposal. The flagship of the Wild Sky cult was the first to penetrate the belt. Following closely behind, the smaller vessels of the Wild Sky cult swiftly joined in. In an instant, the cult's fleet surged through the asteroid belt at an astonishing pace, rapidly closing the distance to the Imperial fleet detected on radar. However, it was not long before the Chief of Staff noticed an anomaly. Aside from a solitary medium-sized battleship ahead, the remaining Imperial fleet seemed to have vanished without a trace. Doubt crept into the Chief of Staff's mind as he glanced at the 50 or so smaller vessels trailing behind. Feeling reassured, he urged, continue accelerating the pursuit. The flagship of the Wild Sky cult hastened its speed once more. Unbeknownst to the Chief of Staff, in the wake of the Wild Sky cult's passage, cloaked Imperial small vessels began to reveal themselves. They commenced the covert deployment of various interstellar mines, maintaining their distance while trailing the Wild Sky fleet. Even when battered by asteroids, they persevered in their task of laying mines. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lin Nian was continuously issuing commands to his flagship. He had reassigned a crew of other small vessels to the 1455, which was equipped with a remote control system, thereby rendering them unmanned warships to lay mines for the Wild Sky cult. He relied on auditory prompts to identify and destroy the most threatening asteroids, maintaining high mobility within the belt while elongating the enemy's pursuit formation. During the chase, Han Tianju's fleet gradually stratified. They either reduced speed to regroup with the lagging Wild Sky vessels or pressed on, becoming increasingly isolated. Lin Nian believed that, with the assistance of the voice prompts, he might indeed confront the enemy's larger battleships with his medium-sized vessels. The flagship of the Wild Sky cult, brimming with glaring lights, had long been a target for Lin Nian. The white halos it emitted were less perilous than the incoming asteroids. So Lin Nian chose not to act hastily. Designate and destroy the asteroids, Lin Nian shouted repeatedly, while the 1455 surged forward at high speed. Meanwhile, at the command center, Liao Fan and Wen Huayun stood together, both expressions marked by astonishment, particularly as they observed Lin Nian's commands being executed with impeccable timing, just moments before the asteroids reached their destination. The danger of the asteroid belt lay in the unpredictable trajectories of the irregularly moving asteroids, which collided with one another, rendering their movements unpredictable. Each asteroid moved independently, yet Lin Nian managed to navigate this chaos. Is this a gift? Liao Fan silently inquired of Wen Huayun. It must be, she replied. Even artificial intelligence struggles with chaotic models, yet he has mastered it. Compared to Liao Fan, Wen Huayun appeared more composed, having witnessed such phenomena before. Captain Lin, an officer suddenly exclaimed, the enemy is reducing their pursuit speed. Excellent, we shall do the same. Lin Nian immediately grasped that the opposing forces had sensed the shift. He planned to test the waters further, and the 1455 gradually decelerated. However, this time, the enemy's larger vessels ceased their pursuit, reversing their formation and retreating. Now is our opportunity. Turn the ship's bow. Attack, Lin Nian commanded, seizing the moment to engage at maximum range. He recalled the multitude of interstellar mines he had meticulously positioned behind his fleet. Eagerly anticipating the Wild Sky cult's approach, Captain Lin, be cautious of a potential counterattack, Wen Huayun suddenly warned. Understood, I am aware, Lin Nian nodded, appreciating the timely intervention from his advisor, which fine-tuned his strategy. Prepare to disengage at any moment. Lin Nian shouted to the crew in the bridge. Yes, Everyone exclaimed in unison at this moment. Their admiration for Lin Nian had reached an extraordinary level. Merely traversing the asteroid belt unscathed was an achievement beyond the capability of an ordinary captain or fleet commander. Moreover, Lin Nian executed this remarkable maneuver aboard a medium-sized warship, a vessel type not particularly conducive to flawless evasion. This feat was indeed quite challenging. Lin Nian was unaware of how his subordinates perceived him. He was swiftly marking targets, especially highlighting critical locations, which he continuously pointed out. Meanwhile, the crew of the ship numbered 1455 was rapidly implementing Lin Nian's designated targets. Waves of attacks emanated from the hull. The spatial environment caused these long-range assaults to travel slowly, typically taking 2 to 3 seconds to reach their destination. However, the flagship used by the Arid Sky sect as a rearguard saved Lin Nian considerable effort. The larger the vessel, the more highlighted points appeared in Lin Nian's view. The significant red dots were becoming increasingly evident. "Tilt the hull 30 degrees to port," he commanded, followed by initiating a new round of weapon reloading. Subsequently, he corrected the ship's alignment, swiftly inclining 10 degrees to starboard. Lin Nian hastily issued new orders, having noticed the enemy's counterattacks. Whenever a powerful attack could be evaded, Lin Nian would attempt to maneuver the warship to dodge, striving to ensure the enemy bore the brunt of his assaults while minimizing his own damage. Lin Nian observed that all his attacks were ineffective, landing harmlessly on what appeared to be a robust energy shield. Nevertheless, he did not succumb to despair, continuing to command his subordinates to attack. The flagship of the Arid Sky sect did not waver. Lin Nian, through the female voice and his own judgment, had a rough understanding that this massive warship's energy shield was nearing its limits. "Chief, this one-sided onslaught cannot continue," the chief of staff exclaimed. "Should we not turn back and retaliate?" Han Tianju was currently quite displeased. The flagship of the Imperial fleet trailing behind was incessantly harassing them, a source of great annoyance. The crux of the issue was that every time they attempted to slow down and confront the enemy, that Imperial medium-sized warship would not close the distance, instead remaining elusive like a slippery eel. This was exceedingly vexing, prompting Han Tianju to feel an overwhelming urge to capture the opponent at any cost. "Do not act impulsively. We have already fallen into the enemy's trap upon entering. Exiting the asteroid belt should be our priority," the chief of staff hurriedly reassured Han Tianju. After successive defeats to Lin Nian, he did not realize that he had committed a significant battlefield blunder. Allowing the enemy to manipulate his emotions and leading them directly into the asteroid field. Utilizing a large warship to forge a path was indeed a sound strategy, but under the superb control of the Imperial medium-sized warship, it was simply a reckless move. The chief of staff soon discovered that his energy shield was being rapidly depleted. They might not even have the opportunity to engage before being forced to fight bare. Once the flagship's energy shield was exhausted, an overwhelming onslaught of enemy starfighter assaults would ensue, followed by a deluge of boarding troops. At that point, it would not merely be a question of victory or defeat, but rather a matter of survival. The chief of staff could only grit his teeth and choose to abandon the pursuit of Lin Nian. They could not win the confrontation. Sending out a smaller fleet would result in their annihilation, while sending out a larger fleet would only allow the enemy to escape. The opposing side had solutions for every scenario, primarily due to their acute battlefield instincts that rendered them immune to traps. He found himself devoid of any effective strategies. Opting for the safest course of action, the chief of staff pondered withdrawing the fleet from the small asteroid field, waiting for another opportunity to settle the score with Lin Nian. A crew member suddenly stood up. "Chief of staff," he said urgently, "there's an emergency communication from the forward captain. Shall we connect?" The crew member spoke loudly. "Connect." The chief of staff felt a sudden, inexplicable sense of foreboding. Before long, a holographic screen materialized, revealing the faces of several forward captains. Chief of staff," they said, "we're in serious trouble." The Imperial fleet had laid a vast array of interstellar mines on their return route, and they had already lost nearly 10 small warships. Their energy shields were rapidly depleting and no longer provided protection. The remaining ships were battered and bruised from relentless bombardment. "What should we do?" Several captains clamored, their sentiments echoing the same notion. Their retreat was fraught with interstellar mines. They were doomed and urgently requested support from the flagship or guidance on how to proceed. "What?" Han Tianju exclaimed, incredulous. How could they have laid mines so quickly? Did this not imply that their route of retreat was also severed? This encirclement battle had devolved into a life-and-death struggle. Immediately, he commanded, "Everyone evacuate your warships and return to the flagship via shuttle. Before leaving, set your ships to automatic navigation. We must carve out a path for ourselves. Remaining here is tantamount to death." The chief of staff's expression turned grave. After multiple encounters with Lin Nian, he had lost confidence in defeating him. The enemy seemed to possess an all-seeing eye, consistently outmaneuvering them. If it were merely that, it would be manageable. The critical issue was that they had never bested Lin Nian in direct combat. This left them in a state of helplessness. His subordinates appeared as though they were dullards in the face of Lin Nian, allowing him to swiftly neutralize their most threatening weapons and dispatch them with unadorned simplicity. Lin Nian employed no unexpected tactics, yet they could not triumph in direct confrontation. The enemy had effectively utilized all available resources and excelled at seizing opportunities, quickly discerning their weaknesses and dismantling their threats. Their attacks were executed with precision and decisiveness. Once you have departed, initiate maximum full-spectrum jamming immediately. The chief of staff promptly issued a new command. Full-spectrum jamming was to be implemented, which would disrupt all remote control signals within a specified range. Unmanned devices would also be severed from communication, indiscriminately affecting both friend and foe. The chief was already aware of Lin Nian's mine-laying tactics, likely employing the stealth capabilities of small warships to lay mines from beyond their radar detection range. It was highly probable that unmanned vessels were utilized for this purpose. Acknowledging the situation, the chief of staff swiftly initiated countermeasures, instructing his subordinates to make the necessary arrangements as these two orders were dispatched. All small warships of the Huantian sect fleet were abandoned, treated as mere fodder. Following preset commands, they surged forward, creating a path through explosions and sparks, thus carving out a new route for the Huantian sect. The losses were indeed severe, yet deemed worthwhile. Han Tianzhu and his chief of staff managed to navigate through the perilous asteroid belt, escaping with the last remaining dozen warships. The chief of staff turned towards the transparent viewport at the rear of the flagship. Observing that the Imperial warship 1455 had ceased its pursuit, instead remaining stationary amidst the nearby asteroid field, seemingly gazing intently at them, that a sense of helplessness filled the chief's heart. This time, they had suffered a significant defeat. Lin Nian's cunning and ferocity far exceeded his expectations. It appeared that the Empire had produced a formidable new commander. Chief of Staff, Han Tianzhu spoke, questioning why they had not been pursued. A warship was chasing them. Indeed, a fierce adversary. It was clear that Lin Nian understood precisely when he was in a position of strength. "Master, we must depart. The leader of the Tianzhu sect has arrived," the chief of staff stated. He chose not to dwell on their previous failure. After all, the Huantian sect could afford such losses. His gaze shifted towards the radar, where an immense fleet, numbering at least 10,000 warships, was gradually converging towards them. Depart? Why should we leave? Han Tianzhu was perplexed. Wasn't the arrival of Tianzhu meant to eliminate this detestable foe? "Master," the chief of staff reminded him, "let us not forget about when Yurin and the 4 imperial fleets. We must not suffer a greater loss for the sake of a minor gain." Upon hearing this, Han Tianzhu quickly comprehended. Right. Almost forgot. "Where are we headed next?" "Master," the chief of staff replied, "we shall set our course for the Central Star region of the Empire. It is said to be opulent, and the Empire's most formidable fleets are stationed in the southeastern sector of the Ingyun Star region. This is an optimal opportunity for us to strike. If we do not seize the moment, it would indeed be a pity." The chief of staff abruptly pulled up the star map, pinpointing the Central Star region, which caused Han Tianzhu to widen his eyes in astonishment. His chief of staff truly possessed remarkable audacity, even surpassing his own. A true hardliner. "Understood. Let us set forth." With thoughts of the splendid world within the Central Star region, Han Tianzhu no longer harbored concerns over his defeat by Lin Nian. After all, the Huantian sect had faced its share of defeats against the imperial forces. Victories were merely the exception. As long as they were not encircled, this realm belonged to him, Han the Great Master. "Very well," the chief of staff nodded, though his gaze could not help but glance back at the asteroid field, where the Imperial warship had vanished from sight. The plethora of irregular asteroids swiftly filled the channel they had recently opened, leaving only familiar chaos and disorder. Nevertheless, Lin Nian's name had been indelibly etched in the chief's mind. Meanwhile, within the asteroid belt, warship 1455 continued to fire relentlessly from its large-caliber cannons. obliterating the incoming asteroids. The entire crew was jubilant. They had triumphed once more, and this time the spoils were even richer. They had defeated a fleet of nearly 50 warships, and despite the victory being achieved through the terrain, it did not diminish their accomplishments. Upon returning to the Third Star Fleet, each of them could at least expect a promotion. Even if promotions were not forthcoming, they would receive substantial rewards, ensuring their families were well cared for in the latter half of their lives. In stark contrast to the celebrations on the bridge, Lin Nian wore a grave expression. He had noticed the multitude of ship silhouettes on the radar screen, indicating the true main force of the Huan-Tian sect. The enemy's primary strength was not located in the southeastern sector as reported, but rather in the northeastern region. This intelligence was explosive. 1. Liao, Lin Nian called. The current situation is dire. He pointed at the star map. The Imperial main fleet was situated in the southeastern sector of the Ingyun Star region, while the Huan-Tian sect's main force was alarmingly close to them if they swiftly advanced northward. Lin Nian's finger traced a path from the Ingyun Star region to the Central Star region on the map. When Huayun's expression shifted rapidly, the Central Star region. Damn it, we must immediately relay this information to Major General Wen Rong and even to Major General Wen Yuan. When Huayun could no longer remain seated, her fingers frantically zooming in and out on the star map. The more she manipulated it, the more frantic and terrified her expression became. If the Huan-Tian sect were to defeat the Empire's first star fleet and invade the imperial capital, Bema Star, none of them could escape culpability. That I do not understand these matters. You decide, Liao Fan remarked, his expression devoid of emotion, simply shaking his head, thus leaving the decisions to Lin Nian and Wen Huayun. 1. You contact Major General Wen Rong that we need to keep track of the main fleet of the Huan-Tian sect at all cost. We absolutely cannot allow the enemy to slip from our sight. We are among the few remaining forces here. Additionally, let us strive to recover the small warships abandoned by the Huan-Tian sect, as well as our own vessels. We need to assemble a new fleet. Lin Nian intended to salvage the warships left behind by the Huan-Tian sect, along with the dozen or so small warships he had scattered earlier. Regardless of their condition, he aimed to gather at least 10 or 20 small warships. Understood, Wen Huayun affirmed, nodding decisively as she set about making arrangements. Lin Nian returned to his post, surveying his crew below deck. The previously jubilant crew had caught wind of his discussion with Wen Huayun. Lin Nian activated the comms, ensuring everyone was apprised of the situation. Do you all understand? He addressed them. Understood. Captain, please give the order. All the crew members exuded an indomitable spirit, following Lin Nian through a series of consecutive victories. Even in the direst of circumstances, they managed to retreat unscathed. Whatever Lin Nian commanded, they would execute without a trace of hesitation. Very well, he declared. Retrieve all small warships and depart from the asteroid belt. Following this, it is highly probable that we must continue to pursue the enemy. However, this operation will be exceedingly perilous. Everyone, do you have confidence? Lin Nian addressed all present. Yes, came the resounding reply, filled with fervor. Excellent. Let us proceed. Lin Nian nodded, morale palpable. Aboard the flagship of the Third Interstellar Fleet, Wen Rong was meticulously analyzing the star charts. Reports from the front lines indicated that the 4th and 7th Interstellar Fleets had allied to drive the cult of the Wild Sky into retreat. A steady stream of defectors from the cult had begun to surrender to the Empire once more. To secure accolades, his father, Wen Yuan, had personally led the 2nd Interstellar Fleet to the southeastern star region to oversee operations. Meanwhile, the 3rd Interstellar Fleet had replaced the 2nd in garrisoning Yinlan Star. With substantial territory regained at the front, the once formidable cult of the Wild Sky was poised to be utterly eradicated here. A flicker of excitement crossed Wen Rong's face. If they won this battle, both he and his father could ascend to a new echelon of power. In this era of rising powers within the Empire, possessing troops equated to wielding influence, especially now when the Emperor was still young and unable to govern effectively. This was the prime moment to seize power. It was impossible for the Wen family to claim they did not wish to advance. Had it not been for the continuous turmoil in the Empire over the past few decades, families like theirs, lacking deep roots, would have had little chance of attaining such high positions. The current circumstances, however, were different. They would have the opportunity to emerge as a newly ascendant family within the Empire. Report. Major General W.E.N.A. An urgent, encrypted message from Captain Wen arrived at a liaison officer hurriedly ascended from the first floor of the bridge to address Wen Rong earnestly. The original message was brought forth. Wen Rong extended his hand, receiving the initial telegram. To prevent leaks, the decryption key was held solely by Wen Rong, the flagship's captain, and the chief of staff. The three men simultaneously scanned the telegram with their wrist devices, which swiftly transformed into a video presentation. Wen Rong beheld Wen Huaiyun. After listening to her account, along with the video evidence, radar visuals, and other corroborative materials, Wen Rong's expression shifted dramatically. Immediately contact my father. The main fleet of the Cult of the Wild Sky is in the northeastern star region of Yingyun. Wen Rong commanded his aides without delay. Yes, the liaison officer quickly departed. What shall we do now? Both the captain and the chief of staff turned to Wen Rong. He did not rush to respond, instead intently studying the star map before him, calculating distances. If we use spatial transport, can we obstruct them? Wen Rong suddenly inquired. Perhaps Han Tianzhu was anticipating our use of spatial transport. The chief of staff interjected. Indeed, we cannot initiate our grand move before the enemy reveals their trump card. Moreover, we must defend Yinlan Star. The flagship's captain also opposed Wen Rong's plan, emphasizing that they could not act independently. Damn it, Wen Rong exclaimed, striking the table in frustration. Major General Wan, the chief of staff continued, isn't there still acting Captain Lin Nian? From the reports, his performance has been quite commendable. Perhaps he can devise a strategy. The suggestion was to have Lin Nian find a way to delay Han Tianzhu's forces. However, uncertainty loomed over whether he could succeed. Given the overwhelming disparity in the number of starships, bring forth my orders for Lin Nian. Instruct him to delay Han Tianzhu's army at all costs. Should he accomplish this, I will personally promote him to major. Wen Rong declared loudly. His words left both the flagship's captain and the chief of staff momentarily stunned. The speed at which Lin Nian was rising could only be described as meteoric, primarily due to the fortuitous timing of his accomplishments. Ultimately, however, it would depend on Lin Nian's performance. Could he indeed hold off the Cult of the Wild Sky? If he succeeded, it would be an unparalleled achievement. If he failed, he might remain a captain for life, with no further prospects of advancement. The distinction between a lieutenant and a captain was akin to that between a soldier and a lieutenant. Without extraordinary opportunities or backing, further progress was nearly impossible. Aboard the flagship of the Second Interstellar Fleet, when Yurin received Wen Rong's message without delay, he pounded on his command desk, his expression darkening. He had always prided himself on being a renowned general, yet he found himself outmaneuvered by the very Han Tianzhu he had looked down upon. He promptly relayed the information back to the Central Star region, insisting that Emperor strengthen defenses. Urgently, when Yurin instructed his aide to convey the message. Although he was reluctant to share the news, fearing it would portray him as incompetent, he understood that if the Central Star region's officials discovered Han Tianzhu's incursion, the consequences of concealing such information would be dire. Presenting the truth might result in merely a few scathing remarks about his inadequacy. Two evils weighed against one another. When Yurin was astute enough to comprehend this. Yes, the aide hurriedly left. When Yurin then approached the central area of the bridge, he had just received news that the main forces of the Cult of the Wild Sky were not present here. They had all been deceived. All crew members looked up at Wen Yurin on the second floor. Immediately call the commanders of the 4th and 7th Interstellar Fleets. We must rush to the Central Star region to defend the Empire's core area and protect His Majesty the Emperor. Can we accomplish this? When Yurin bellowed to all present, we can. The crew members saluted in unison, swiftly mobilizing as per Wen Yurin's orders. In space, 3 interstellar fleets, comprising numerous warships of varying sizes, began to converge. A massive fleet, densely packed, then turned around and entered the highest speed travel mode toward the Central Star region, a white light star, within the Imperial Council chamber. Incompetence. They are all utterly incompetent, Zhu Xian raged within the hall. While the other high-ranking officials of the Empire remained silent, awaiting the conclusion of his outburst, after a time, Zhu Xian, still seething, turned to others. What in the world is Wen Yurin doing? How could he let the Cult of the Wild Sky infiltrate the Central Star region of the Empire, and then inform me that they are unable to provide support? Zhu Xian had no intention of sparing Wen Yurin from his wrath. He had believed in Wen Yurin's capability to quell the rebellion of the Cult of the Wild Sky, which was why he had entrusted him with command. Yet this was the outcome when Yuan had delivered in return. Zhu appeared to repeatedly summon other ministers to criticize Wen Yuan. However, the ministers remained rather composed, and none intended to voice their opinions. Only upon learning about Han Tianzhu's fleet of over 10,000 warships advancing directly towards the Imperial Central Star region did the group experience a moment of collective shock. Subsequently, they resumed their passive observation of Zhu's performance. "Your Highness," one minister remarked, "given the current situation, we must find a way to counter Han Tianzhu's incursion. The strongest force remaining in the Central Star region is the Empire's first interstellar fleet. It would be prudent to redirect this fleet from the 001 Sanitation Space Station for the defense of Baimong Star's outer space." The minister spoke as if it were a simple task. After all, Baimong Star was not in jeopardy. But what about the sanitation space stations? They housed numerous warships under construction, as well as vast quantities of military supplies and fuel. Would these be disregarded? Zhu was more concerned about those military resources falling into the hands of the cult of the wild heavens. Should Han Tianzhu acquire such assets, it would immediately bolster the ranks of the cult. "Your Highness," another minister interjected, "for the Empire and for His Majesty, we have no choice but to proceed this way." The implication was clear. The Empire's first interstellar fleet must remain at Baimong Star and could not be deployed elsewhere, even if it meant neglecting the crucial sanitation space stations. "Your Highness." Urgent intelligence. A courtier rushed in, addressing Zhu with urgency. "What? So soon?" Zhu and the ministers were taken aback. The most critical point was that they lacked the strength to prevent this unfolding calamity. On board the flagship of the main fleet of the cult of the wild heavens, Han Tianzhu wore an unprecedented expression of relief. After disregarding Lin Nian, they were once again pitted against the imperial forces. Sweeping through with unparalleled ease, wherever they went, the opposition surrendered without a fight. This made Han Tianzhu feel as though his previous struggles against Lin Nian were utterly foolish. The chief of staff shared a similar sentiment. Had they known the Central Star region's defenses were so feeble, there would have been no need to contend with the Empire over resource planets. However, the chief of staff reconsidered. They still needed to engage there to draw away the Empire's third interstellar fleet. The price to pay could not be diminished, a case of misfortune turning into fortune. Like Han Tianzhu, the chief of staff no longer wished to encounter Lin Nian, primarily because he felt he might be outmatched. This thought was quickly suppressed. How could he entertain such notions, especially when his forces vastly outnumbered Lin Nian's? Had it not been for Lin Nian's various stratagems, perhaps they would have been vanquished long ago. The chief of staff steeled himself. "Chief of staff," Han Tianzhu inquired, "what is our next target? Surely we won't charge directly at the imperial capital, Baimong Star?" He turned again to his sole expert advisor. "No," the advisor replied. "Our destination is here, the sanitation space stations in the Central Star region, the very stronghold of the imperial fleet. Is that so?" Major Yin, the chief of staff, addressed the timid figure beside him. The former highest commander of the 11th Interstellar Fleet, now the highest-ranking captive of the cult. "Master, chief of staff, I have divulged all that you wish to know. Please do not take my life. If you allow me to return, my family will prepare a ransom in advance that I beg you," Major Yin implored, devoid of his former commanding presence, repeatedly pleading for mercy. "Take him away," the chief of staff commanded, neither granting nor denying his release. "Master, you may issue your orders," the chief of staff respectfully addressed Han Tianzhu. Han Tianzhu took satisfaction in his chief of staff's decorum and wisdom, stepping forward to the command position on the bridge. "Order. Target the Empire's sanitation space stations. First, attack the nearest 012 sanitation space station." With Han Tianzhu's command, "Yes, master," resounded as everyone saluted in unison. In space, nearly 10,000 warships of the cult of the wild heavens sprang into action, their thrusters igniting as they accelerated toward the 012 sanitation space station. Simultaneously, within the 012 sanitation space station, the outermost military base of the Central Star region, the facility pulsed with red lights. All Imperial soldiers stationed there were mobilized. "Quickly, we have spotted a massive fleet from the cult of the wild heavens. We must act immediately. Everyone, return to your posts. Those who abandon their duties will face severe punishment." The highest commander in the command room shouted. The silhouettes of the cult's fleet soon densely populated the radar screens, and multiple surveillance satellites relayed clear video images, only to be swiftly destroyed by the warship's microwave attacks. "Lieutenant Lin," The officers cried, "The enemy has entered firing range. Shall we engage?" The fire control soldiers had already accessed the operational systems, awaiting the final command. Fire. Lieutenant Lin did not hesitate. He could not afford to. His family was in the Central Star region. Should the cult of the Wild Heavens plunder the warships and supplies within the sanitation space station, he would bear the blame, and most importantly, his family would suffer, and no matter what, he had to stop the enemy here. The orbital cannons activated, the strong magnetic disruptors powered on, the large energy shields engaged. Colonel Lin continuously issued new commands. The immense metallic sphere of the sanitation space station began to deploy a colossal energy shield, accompanied by an array of weaponry. Yet, the enemy's warships surged forth like an ant swarm attacking an elephant, relentlessly converging upon the 012 sanitation space station, each vessel detonating and bombarding with heavy artillery, their impacts flashing against the vast energy shield. However, the counterattacks from the sanitation space station were equally fierce, as thick laser beams shot forth, unleashing tremendous energy that shattered the shields and hulls of the targeted warships. They either exploded on the spot or transformed into inert debris floating in space. The enormous caliber of the orbital cannon meant that just 20 shots could obliterate the energy shield of a large warship. Despite its formidable power, the orbital cannon suffered from a sluggish firing rate, allowing the enemy's large warships to retreat before their shields were depleted. The cult of the Wild Heavens employed a relentless wheel tactic, sending wave after wave to exhaust the energy of the 012 sanitation space station shields. Once breached, capturing this vital military base of the Empire would be within reach to end the expanse of space. Far from the battlefield's core, aboard a medium-sized warship of the cult of the Wild Heavens, Han Tianju and his chief of staff observed in silence. During major conflicts, Han Tianju always heeded his chief's advice, transferring from the large warship to the medium-sized vessel. This strategy not only mitigated the risk of enemy decapitation, but also afforded him the opportunity to act decisively and retreat at a moment's notice. After all, the likelihood of being targeted aboard a medium-sized warship was significantly lower than that of a large one. Han Tianju had become quite adept at evasion, and the command of the battlefield was left to his subordinate generals. Chief of Staff, Han Tianju inquired, "How long do you estimate it will take to capture this sanitation space station?" After a brief period of contemplation, he felt a tinge of boredom, having found himself idle since the onset of hostilities. He began to survey his surroundings. The medium-sized warship was flanked by just 20 small vessels for protection. The rest were either in the hands of his brother or commanded by generals on the front lines. He felt remarkably secure. According to his chief of staff, this was a case of great concealment within plain sight. No one knew of their presence here, nor would they be the primary target. "Master," the chief of staff replied, "this is the Empire's core military base. It will not be captured swiftly. However, once we succeed, we will immediately gain access to fuel, weaponry, ammunition, and even warship supplies. Then, the decision of whether to seize a planet in the Central Star Domain or to advance to the next star domain of the Empire will rest with you." The chief of staff urged Han Tianju to exercise patience while continuing to paint a bright picture of the future. The smile spread across Han Tianju's face as he envisioned his banners unfurling across the expanse, triumphantly swallowing the Empire's territories, with wealth, women, and power at his fingertips. "Report," a crew member responsible for radar monitoring suddenly exclaimed, "We have detected anomalous radar signals. They are approaching from behind." "What?" Han Tianju's expression shifted in shock. "How could there be a fleet behind us? Is it the third interstellar fleet?" He immediately focused, demanding relevant information. In contrast, the chief of staff remained composed, instructing the crew member to relay the information directly to him for personal assessment. "Yes, sir," the crew member promptly complied. The chief of staff soon furrowed his brow, and Han Tianju observed intently. Based on pre-battle analyses, the Empire's main fleet would require time to arrive, barring any willingness on their part to utilize spatial teleportation. If the Empire's main forces took such measures, Han Tianju would be grinning ear to ear, as he could escape to a location unreachable by the Imperial fleet in the short term. It was not the main fleet of the Empire, but rather that pesky fly. "It's Lin Nian." The chief of staff analyzed the situation and identified a medium-sized warship leading a fleet of over 30 small vessels. He quickly recognized the opposing commander. Not long ago, Lin Nian had received new orders from Rome, demanding that he spare no effort to thwart Han Tianju. "Captain Lin," The order you received can be disregarded. Upon hearing this directive, Wen Huayun's face turned pale. Outnumbered and outgunned, their makeshift fleet stood no chance against the enemy. Han Tianju's forces appeared numerous, certainly numbering in the thousands, if not more. The disparity in strength was insurmountable. Wen Huayun wished to avoid death and suggested that Lin Nian withdraw for the time being. After all, it was not uncommon for military orders to be ignored in the field. It was only natural to undertake feasible missions and forego those deemed impossible. After listening to Wen Huayun, Lin Nian refrained from immediately voicing his thoughts. Instead, he turned to his comrade, Liao Fan. Liao, what is your perspective? Li Xia was also eager to hear the opinion of his good brother. Captain Lin, Liao Fan responded, the decision is yours. I will support you unconditionally. After a moment's hesitation, Liao Fan spoke, and Lin Nian understood his true sentiments. Liao Fan was reluctant to engage, recognizing the substantial risks involved. They simply could not intercept the enemy. He held back his candid thoughts only because of his position as captain. Lin Nian exhaled deeply that I will fight. His voice was not loud, but it was resolute. The rationale behind Lin Nian's decision was uncomplicated. Hue Guangstar was not far from their location, and he could not allow his family to be ensnared in the flames of war. Wen Huayun and Liao Fan exchanged glances, their expressions tinged with complexity. Lin Nian activated his comms and ascended to the second level of the bridge to address the crew. Everyone, he declared, I have resolved to engage in this battle. I understand the fear that lingers within each of you, but I implore you to consider this. If we do not intervene, and the cult of the wild heavens captures even a single sanitation space station of the Empire, the repercussions will be dire, and we cannot afford that burden. Why? Because our families reside here, in this central star domain. Do you wish for your loved ones to be caught in the chaos of war? When we have the opportunity to act, should we not strive to do something? Lin Nian's voice rose with fervor, gradually replacing the crew's initial panic with a sense of determination that I earnestly ask you to trust me. I will do my utmost to bring everyone back alive, that we are not here to perish. We can fulfill the new orders from Major General Wen Rong, for the Empire, for our homeland. Lin Nian suddenly clenched his fist and raised his right hand high. For the Empire, for our homeland. The crew members rose in unison, echoing Lin Nian's fervent cries. His words awakened their spirits. This battle was not for any individual. It was for their families. Each hailed from the Central Star region. Along their journey, they had witnessed too many areas ravaged by the cult of the wild heavens. They absolutely did not want their own homes to suffer the same fate. Excellent. Everyone promptly took their positions. Lin Nian immediately issued his new commands. Yes. The crew members straightened their backs and saluted Lin Nian in unison. Lin Nian turned to the transparent viewport at the front of the bridge, where the vast fleet of the cult of the wild heavens was already visible. Han Tianju was launching a fierce assault on the 012 sanitation space station. 1. Liao, are you prepared? Lin Nian glanced at his decision-making circle. Issue the orders, Captain. Both men saluted Lin Nian simultaneously. Radar operator, provide me with the current battlefield data immediately. Ensure that the starfighter units are on standby at all times. Activate all long-range firepower. Await my target designation. Lin Nian incessantly issued commands, his eyes shining with a brilliant focus, directed solely at a significant target. A seemingly inconspicuous medium-sized warship at the outermost edge of the cult's fleet. Captain, all fleet fire control systems are online. Captain, the starfighters are in position. Captain, the filling line troops are ready. One by one, the crew members stood up, reporting their statuses loudly to Lin Nian. Very well. Our first target of attack is that medium-sized warship. Lin Nian pointed out the only highlighted warship. Yes, the crew members did not question his reasoning and promptly set to work. The vessel 1455 began to accelerate, accompanied by its fleet of smaller warships. Also speeding up, these were remnants of small warships salvaged from the asteroid belt, restored, and now operational. This time, they were not unmanned. Imperial crew members were aboard, personally piloting these vessels, all racing towards Lin Nian's designated target. Captain Lin, one crew member inquired, why that particular warship? The crew might not have needed to ponder the question, but when Huayun did, she needed to understand Lin Nian's reasoning that my instincts tell me Han Tianju might be there. As soon as Lin Nian spoke, both Wen Huayun and Liao Fan's eyes widened in disbelief. How do you know? When Huayun blurted out, no, I do not know. Yet I have reason to suspect this. Lin Nian shook his head, his gaze resolute, that he pulled up a holographic screen that I analyzed a recent battle where the Imperial forces lost 2-star fleets. There are some details in the reports worth contemplating. Major General Hizwa and Major General Yin when both dispatched their elite assault teams, yet the reports indicated a failure of the assault that time. The Imperial filling line troops had already infiltrated a few of the cult's large warships. The Imperial fleet should have had the upper hand, yet the outcome was a complete rout for the Empire. Lin Nian pointed to the battle report displayed on the hologram, which contained detailed records and numerous frontline combat scenes. When Huayan quickly began operating the controls, the more she examined, the brighter her eyes became. She understood what Lin Nian was trying to convey. Are you suggesting that Han Tianzhu is not aboard the large warships of the cult? He is hiding in an inconspicuous medium-sized warship. How did you arrive at that conclusion? A look of shock appeared on Wen Huayan's face as she scrutinized Lin Nian once more. Such a keen battlefield intuition was terrifying. If they could locate the warship where Han Tianzhu was hiding, perhaps they could indeed fulfill Wen Rong's orders. Impressive, brother. Liao Fan couldn't help but pat Lin Nian on the back, his excitement palpable. While they were still at a loss, Lin Nian had already grasped the critical point. Let's not jump to conclusions just yet, Lin Nian humbly replied. He would not claim to have reversed cause and effect. The female voice had already provided him with the answer. He was merely seeking the rationale in reverse. All right, he said, that let's get down to business. If I were Han Tianzhu and not aboard a large warship, I would choose a medium-sized warship, particularly one on the periphery of the battlefield, most convenient for a quick escape. Currently, the only warship that meets these criteria is one. As Lin Nian spoke, he struck the command platform forcefully. The star map before him expanded in sync with his words. Directly in front of them was a medium-sized warship that perfectly matched the conditions, concealed among numerous smaller vessels. Captain, the enemy flagship is heading straight for us. A crew member rose to report loudly. Chief of Staff, what should we do now? Should we immediately recall some of our forces from the front line? Han Tianzhu seemed somewhat anxious, feeling as though Lin Nian was an inescapable plague. Always clinging to him, do not panic, the Chief of Staff instructed. Perhaps Lin Nian merely intends to pick at us, inadvertently targeting us. What we need to do now is to contact the frontline troops. Recalling some of our strength, and then feign being a normal peripheral unit, engaging in regular combat. Though the Chief of Staff advised against panic, a hint of concern lingered, without a decisive numerical advantage. The cult star forces were certainly no match for the Imperial forces, particularly not for Lin Nian. This individual was exceedingly uncanny. Ever since they had crossed swords, they had not emerged victorious. He had an uncanny ability to see through their weaknesses. Now that Lin Nian's fleet was approaching, although not in overwhelming numbers, they could simply engage normally, that if they could just hold out until the main fleet arrived for support, their chances of victory would still be considerable. However, if they shrank back in fear, the consequences could be dire. Should Lin Nian inadvertently capture both of them, the morale of the cult's millions would collapse in an instant, turning them into a laughingstock. Relay the order. The small fleet is to engage. The Chief of Staff promptly commanded the crew in the bridge. Yes, amidst the tumultuous skies, the crew of the Storm flagship promptly commenced their orders. The smaller warships guarding the Storm flagship sprang into action, advancing in succession. Meanwhile, the Imperial warships surged forward, and in an instant, the two sides clashed. Energy shields flared to life, and long-range weapons unleashed a relentless barrage. Yet all were thwarted by the opposing energy shields. However, Han Tianzhu's expression quickly paled. Their smaller warships significantly outnumbered those of the enemy, yet they were unable to prevail. The concentrated fire from the adversary was executed with remarkable discipline and efficiency, swiftly detonating critical command vessels and disrupting their chain of command, plunging the Storm fleet into chaos. This strategy was repeated, continually creating scenarios of overwhelming odds. The rhythm of battle was both swift and efficient, with each strike targeting their vulnerabilities as they charged forward with unstoppable momentum directly towards his flagship. Regardless of whether Lin Nian had seen through his position, Han Tianzhu felt an urgent need to vacate the area. Chief of Staff, retreat. Quickly retreat. We must withdraw to our reinforcements. For the first time, Han Tianzhu bypassed his Chief of Staff and directly addressed his crew. Master, we cannot retreat. If we withdraw now, we will be annihilated. We must confront them head-on. The chief of staff understood the gravity of the situation far better than Han Tianzhu. Until now, they had managed to avoid direct confrontation, but now that they were engaged, it was a battle of courage and resolve. The chief of staff lamented their misfortune, for under normal circumstances, they would not have encountered such difficulties. They possessed nearly 10,000 warships and a multitude of troops numbering in the millions. Who among the imperial forces, apart from the main fleet, would dare to engage? Since their entry into the Central Star domain, they had always surged forward with overwhelming force. Yet, inexplicably, Lin Nian, with his stubbornness, had chosen to attack. Out of so many peripheral guard vessels, he had selected their flagship. It was utterly absurd. Still want to fight? He questioned. Can't you see? Our warships are utterly defenseless. They are being crushed. Retreat. Immediately. I refuse to be taken prisoner. Han Tianzhu bellowed. His voice strained. He was thoroughly intimidated by Lin Nian, realizing they were no match for the enemy and unwilling to sacrifice himself in vain. Would it not be wiser to regroup with his reinforcements? As the Supreme Master issued the command, the crew swiftly complied. The Storm flagship abandoned all its smaller warships, rapidly pivoting its hull and increasing the engine's exhaust to evacuate the battlefield at the center of the fray. The Storm vessels, which had been valiantly fighting, witnessed their leader fleeing, and the already dwindling morale evaporated entirely, leading to a disbandment on the opposite side. Within the confines of Warship 1455, Lin Nian exclaimed, "Excellent. Ignore those smaller Storm vessels. Focus on that medium-sized Storm warship. Continue the assault. Strike fiercely." His expression was animated, and the female voice remained steadfast. When the disparity in strength between the two sides was minimal, his forces would undoubtedly dominate. All high-threat targets of the enemy would be his primary objectives in the initial assault. Once those critical threats were neutralized, the subsequent strikes would target their vulnerabilities. Lin Nian had yet to encounter a Storm unit capable of withstanding this two-pronged attack. "Captain Lin, the enemy is truly retreating. We are on the verge of victory. Could it be that our gamble has paid off?" When Huayun's face was alight with excitement, her cheeks flushed with exhilaration. Especially in a life-or-death conflict where realizing their success ignited a thrill surpassing even that of a sport. She gazed once more at the composed figure before her. Lin Nian's command abilities were formidable. She had never witnessed such a terrifying battlefield commander in any engagement. He would secure victory with overwhelming prowess, even against seemingly superior opponents. 1. Do not jump to conclusions, Lin Nian replied, tilting his head slightly. His tone steady. Though he said this, he had already determined in his heart that Han Tianzhu was indeed aboard that medium-sized warship, a beacon of opportunity in his sight, akin to the sun. Yes in that moment, when Huayun felt a tinge of embarrassment, realizing her earlier exuberance was somewhat out of character. Fortunately, she quickly noted that no one seemed to mind. After Lin Nian finished speaking, he no longer regarded her. "Order, form up the fleet. Accelerate, pursue," Lin Nian commanded, gesturing towards the fleeing Storm flagship. "Report." A crew member suddenly stood, alarmed. "There is a large number of new Storm vessels approaching us from the front. Their numbers are overwhelming. Impossible to count." They realized that if they continued their pursuit, they would fall into the enemy's encirclement. "Ignore them. Follow my orders. Continue the pursuit. Focus fire on that medium-sized warship." Lin Nian dismissed their concerns. This was a time for desperation. As long as they could breach the energy shield of that medium-sized warship, Liao Fan's squadron could launch a surprise attack with their starfighter, capturing Han Tianzhu alive. On the battlefield, numerous small Storm vessels were rushing to support their comrades. The larger vessels had congregated around the 012 sanitation space station, while outside the battlefield, only smaller Storm vessels remained. These smaller ships, upon nearing, would be met with concentrated fire from Lin Nian, their energy shields obliterated before being swiftly dispatched. The relentless assault continued against the retreating Han Tianzhu as his warship sustained damage. Its energy shield began to show signs of instability. "Captain Lin, please allow my squadron to engage. I can secure that warship for you," Liao Fan eagerly proposed, seizing the rare opportunity to achieve merit. "Let me think," Lin Nian replied, taking his time. Liao Fan was part of the regular ground combat unit assigned to Warship 1455, typically reserved for medium-sized vessels. Under normal circumstances, such a crucial support mission would not be entrusted to ground troops, but rather to ordinary line infantry or their superior substitutes, the ship's mobile combat teams. Lin Nian, I am confident, Liao Fan insisted. Deploy the starfighters and my squadron immediately for support operations, he urged once more, even directly calling Lin Nian by name. Very well, Lin Nian acquiesced. Remember, you have only 1 hour to attempt this. Beyond that time, do not linger. Abandon the support mission. Lin Nian spoke earnestly to Liao Fan. He did not wish for his good brother to perish on the battlefield due to a thirst for glory. Understood. Liao Fan immediately straightened his posture and saluted Lin Nian, then left the bridge without looking back. Lin Nian cast a glance at Liao Fan's excited silhouette before retracting his gaze and turning towards the display screen on one side of the bridge. The radar patterns revealed a multitude of rogue warships, departing from the vicinity of the 012 orbital station and heading in their direction. Among them were not only medium-sized warships, but also large ones. The opportune moment for Lin Nian to pursue was drawing to a close. Within an hour, they would find themselves within the firing range of those vessels, with the firepower of the rogue fleet. The energy shield of Battleship 1455 could scarcely endure for long. Captain, a multitude of enemy vessels is surging towards us. Please advise. A communications officer rose, looking to Lin Nian, their captain, for new orders. 1. Has there been any response from the 012 orbital station? Lin Nian immediately turned to Wen Huayun beside him. Captain, they do not believe we are pursuing Han Tianzhu, Wen Huayun remarked, continuing to attempt contact with the 012 orbital station. 012 orbital station. We are the Imperial 3rd Interstellar warship. Battleship 1455. We have locked onto the heretic Han Tianzhu. Requesting support. Requesting support. When Huayun's words raced as he called upon the highest commander of the 012 orbital station. Damn it. Lin Nian felt a surge of frustration as he struck the command console. Could they not see the urgency? The swarm of rogue warships approaching them should be a clear indication. He was genuinely afraid of his incompetent comrades. The situation on the battlefield was already so evident. Yet they remained unwilling to dispatch a fleet for assistance. His forces were too few and rapidly diminishing, with several of his smaller ships being obliterated by enemy fire. Battleship 1455 was simultaneously bearing the brunt of numerous attacks. Its energy shield depleting at an alarming rate. The entire battlefield had been stirred up, the heavy pressure from the 012 orbital station dissipating, all drawn to their location. If the commander over there would engage and delay the enemy's advance, Lin Nian's chances of victory would increase significantly. Captain, our energy shield is in critical condition. It has fallen to 43%. Another crew member shouted. 1. Is there still no response? Lin Nian urged Wen Huayun again. Wen Huayun shook his head slightly, appearing somewhat dazed. Captain, shall we retreat while we still have an energy shield? He timidly suggested. The other crew members immediately turned their gazes to Lin Nian. Their lives were now in his hands. Bound by fate that we cannot retreat. Do you not understand? Our only path to survival is to defeat this rogue medium-sized warship before us. We must declare Han Tianzhu's demise to the surrounding rogue vessels, thereby instilling fear in them all. Lin Nian resolutely rejected Wen Huayun's proposal. Fleeing would merely surrender their chance at survival. Once Han Tianzhu was no longer a threat, their small infiltration fleet would be utterly torn apart by the multitude of rogue warships. Since the moment they entered this battle, there had been no retreat. Lin Nian took a deep breath. Order. Maximum speed. Charge at the opposing warship. Lin Nian waved his hand vigorously. Upon comprehending the situation, the crew ceased their hesitations and threw themselves into executing Lin Nian's orders. The rear of Battleship 1455 erupted with a brilliant burst of light, its immense acceleration propelling the entire ship forward, swiftly closing the distance to Han Tianzhu's medium-sized warship. Both vessels unleashed their full firepower. Though most of the attacks were intercepted by each other's energy shields, a flurry of starfighter skirmishes unfolded between the two warships, explosions erupting incessantly. Lin Nian gripped the handrails tightly, his gaze fixed on the approaching rogue flagship. Now mere moments away from impact. 3, 2, 1. The crew's voices rang out. There was a silent collision, yet both medium-sized warships' energy shields shattered simultaneously. The metallic hulls of both vessels crumpled as if made of paper. Lin Nian was nearly thrown to the ground by the immense force of the impact, but fortunately, Wen Huayun, positioned nearby, reached out to steady him. Captain, a multitude of starfighters is headed towards Battleship 1455. We have no remaining soldiers in the mobile combat team. What should we do? When Huayun's expression was fraught with panic. The entire mobile combat team had been deployed. Even Liao Fan's ground troops had been diverted to assist the mobile combat team. What is there to panic about? Do we not have 10,000 regular line soldiers? Let them take the front. It is now a battle of willpower. Whoever can endure until the end shall emerge victorious. Lin Nian grasped the handrails and stood up, his gaze piercing through the bridge's forward viewport, fixated on the rogue warship now within arm's reach. Even as the two vessels collided, they continued to fire upon one another. The exterior skin of the ships being torn away under the onslaught, or munitions igniting explosive reactions within. The bridge trembled with terrifying force, yet Lin Nian remained unfazed. He spotted a glimmer of light swiftly escaping the rogue flagship. Lin Nian knew precisely who it was. Han Tianju. Lin Nian, we are breaching. We are about to access the enemy's bridge. The bridge resonated with Liao Fan's voice, intermingled with the sounds of gunfire. Liao Fan's initiative had proven effective, allowing them to board the enemy flagship first. Lin Nian sighed inwardly, aware that while he had achieved victory, it was not complete. The enemy's bridge did not house Han Tianju. He had managed to slip away before Lin Nian's arrival. Likely utilizing a high-speed shuttle, Lin Nian had no means to detain Han Tianju. Tio claim he knew of Han Tianju's whereabouts would raise suspicions. Helpless, Lin Nian could only watch as the light representing the enemy faded into the distance. Captain, we have breached the bridge, but the target is not present. Repeat, the target is not present. Mission accomplished. As Liao Fan's voice concluded, Lin Nian immediately issued a command to the communications officer. Order, inform Liao Fan to detonate the explosives and completely destroy this medium-sized warship. Simultaneously, broadcast across the entire starfield that Han Tianju is dead. Let the rogue fleet surrender. In the void of space, the public frequency of Battleship 1455 transmitted continuously. All rogue vessels instantly received Lin Nian's proclamation. In the shuttle, Han Tianju and his chief of staff also caught wind of the news. Lin Nian, Han Tianju let out a furious roar of deep resentment. He was unable to endure until the arrival of his reinforcements and was forcibly driven out of the flagship by Lin Nian. Master, we are in serious trouble, the chief of staff said, his face ashen. They were compelled to flee without having the time to inform their subordinates of the situation. The nearly 10,000 troops of the Haotian army were likely to fall into a state of leaderless chaos. Chief of staff, what do you mean by that? Han Tianju could not comprehend the chief's words. The flagship is in the hands of the Imperial Army. If they destroy our flagship, our forces will collapse in an instant. The chief of staff hastily explained to Han Tianju. That can't be true. Han Tianju's expression turned anxious. Meanwhile, a large number of Haotian ships began to panic, immediately verifying the authenticity of Lin Nian's message. However, all their attempts to communicate were met with silence. Their flagship remained unresponsive, shrouded in ominous quiet. This left many commanders of the Haotian fleet feeling a heavy weight in their hearts, casting doubts on Lin Nian's claims. If the master were truly dead, they had no reason to continue fighting the empire here. Yet, some Haotian commanders remained undeterred, still racing towards the Haotian flagship and even continuing their assault on the battleship 1455. Suddenly, an extraordinarily brilliant light flashed across the vastness of space. The Haotian flagship, once a symbol of their strength, was utterly reduced to space debris by the Imperial forces as the silent brilliance gradually faded. Everything came to an end. All the Haotian commanders were completely disheartened and hastily retreated towards the western realm of the Shuyan Star Domain, their pre-designated evacuation point, within the high-speed space shuttle. Han Tianju and the chief of staff silently gazed at the immense glow. The chief's greatest fears had indeed come to pass. Master, he sighed, Lin Nian will become our greatest threat. The chief of staff lamented the series of events that had led to this moment. From Lin Nian's relentless assault on their medium-sized battleship to now driving them out and obliterating the flagship that represented the Haotian confidence. Essentially, any weakness they displayed would be ruthlessly exploited by Lin Nian, who struck with exceptional ferocity, leaving them no room to breathe. Fine that if we cannot defeat him, can we not simply evade? Let us head to the designated gathering point. Han Tianju conceded, feeling somewhat dispirited. Throughout his encounters with Lin Nian, he had never emerged victorious. Yes, master, the chief of staff replied, equally downcast, but his gaze remained fixed upon Han Tianju. From the onset of this battle, The Master's first move had been a grave error. Had Han Tianzhu chosen to stand and fight rather than retreat, Lin Nian would have been the one forced to withdraw. Han Tianzhu's retreat had not only exposed their flagship's identity, but had also allowed Lin Nian to claim victory over their forces. With the flagship detonated by Lin Nian, their entire fleet's morale shattered. The chief of staff felt an urge to lash out. Yet the architect of this calamity was Han Tianzhu himself. Could he truly blame Han Tianzhu for fearing for his life? The chief of staff found himself powerless to do so, leaving only the option of a resigned sigh. The 012 sanitation space station. A sudden flash of light appeared at the edge of the battlefield. What is happening? Lieutenant Lin immediately turned to the operator responsible for monitoring. Sir, the operator reported, we have just received an interstellar communication from our allies. It is said that Han Tianzhu has been killed, followed by a massive explosion from a medium-sized Haotian battleship. We cannot yet verify this information, but the Haotian fleet is indeed in the process of retreating. Lieutenant Lin was taken aback. He quickly turned his gaze to the external monitors of the 012 sanitation space station. Indeed, he witnessed a multitude of Haotian ships pivoting away. Initially, these fleets were surging towards the location of the medium-sized Haotian battleship, but now they were all turning in unison. He recalled the individual who claimed to be the chief of staff of the Imperial Third Star Fleet's battleship 1455. Lieutenant Lin had previously doubted the authenticity of their ally and had hesitated to dispatch reinforcements, fearing it might be an enemy ruse. However, given the current circumstances, it appeared the enemy forces were genuinely in retreat. Unlike any deception, immediately contact that officer 1. Lieutenant Lin instructed his subordinate with urgency. Yes, the operator responded, quickly initiating the communication. Lieutenant Lin turned back to the screen, where the captured footage displayed the Haotian battleships hastily evacuating the battlefield, heading west according to the Empire's established directional divisions. If it was indeed the Imperial Third Star Fleet's battleship 1455 that had defeated the Haotian master, it would be a monumental feat. Just the act of relieving the 012 sanitation space station from siege would be a significant achievement. Lieutenant Lin felt a twinge of anxiety. He had previously rejected the request for assistance from Battleship 1455 and might have offended Wen Yuan. A newly risen Imperial commander, he pondered that Wen Yuan might hold this against him, potentially leading to repercussions. After careful consideration, Lieutenant Lin resolved that it would be prudent to establish a good rapport with the commander of Battleship 1455 at once. In space, 7 or 8 battered warships congregated, quietly suspended in the void. The smaller vessels bore numerous wounds, while the leading ship, 1455, displayed a gaping and terrifying wound. Countless internal mechanical structures and intricate electrical cables were exposed, with sparks occasionally flickering at the severed cable ends. In stark contrast to the external stillness of the other warships, the command bridge of Battleship 1455 was filled with jubilation. Lin Nian exhaled heavily. With the external Haotian fleet in retreat, the infiltrating Haotian soldiers were gradually being purged. He had finally concluded this battle. To be honest, his choice had been perilous, even with knowledge of the enemy's weaknesses. The fight had proven to be incredibly challenging, primarily due to the overwhelming disparity in numbers. Had it not been for Han Tianzhu's flawed battle arrangements and the enemy's wavering resolve during the confrontation, Lin Nian would not have had such favorable opportunities. He seized this chance, ultimately claiming victory. The only regret was allowing Han Tianzhu to escape. Lin Nian had considered using laser beams or missiles to eliminate Han Tianzhu, but ultimately abandoned the idea, prioritizing the preservation of his own secrets over the death of a single adversary. His reckless assault on Han Tianzhu's fleet of nearly 10,000 had already been an outrageous gamble. Any further actions that resulted in Han Tianzhu's immediate death would complicate his command's justification. Captain, Lieutenant Lin had promised to dispatch warships to assist us. When Huayun addressed him, omitting his surname, directly calling him captain. It seemed that the series of battles had led Wen Huayun to implicitly acknowledge his captaincy. Good. Lin Nian nodded slightly. At this moment, he felt only fatigue. The relentless intensity of battle had pushed not only the crew to their limits, but him as well. No matter what new orders Major General Wen Rong might issue, he would no longer execute them. It was simply impossible to continue. Everyone was stretched to their breaking point. A period of rest and recuperation was absolutely necessary on the flagship of the Second Fleet. Sir, A liaison officer hurriedly ascended to the second floor of the bridge after receiving the latest battle report. Saluting Lin Nian, "Speak freely," Lin Nian replied, his attention still fixed on the star chart. If the cult of the Wild Sky were to capture the sanitation space station, they would be compelled to resort to spatial teleportation, granting the enemy the upper hand. A furrow of concern creased Lin Nian's brow. "Sir," it was Colonel Lin from the 012 Sanitation Space Station who relayed the news. The cult of the Wild Skies fleet had descended into chaos following the destruction of their flagship, leading to a rout. They were currently retreating towards the western Shuyan star domain, and the 012 Sanitation Space Station was now secure. The liaison officer reported promptly. "Understood." When Nian nodded, his thoughts still not fully organized. But soon, his movements halted abruptly as he turned sharply to his liaison officer. "Repeat what you just said." The 012 Sanitation Space Station defeated Han Tianju's flagship. What of Han Tianju himself? And how did Colonel Lin manage this? When Nian's gaze bore into the liaison officer, the cult of the Wild Sky was a malevolent organization that had repeatedly ravaged the Empire's territories. As its leader, Han Tianju was as elusive as an eel. Even capturing him was a daunting task. When Nian urgently needed more information, "Sir, this is the battlefield report, along with relevant video footage." The liaison officer had never seen When Nian so agitated, bordering on losing composure, and hurriedly uploaded the pertinent documents. When Nian noticed that members of his core advisory circle were equally intrigued, so he projected the materials onto a holographic screen. Soon, they all became acquainted with an unfamiliar individual, Lin Nian. They witnessed the 012 Sanitation Space Station being besieged by the fleet of the cult of the Wild Sky. In a moment of peril, it was Lin Nian who stepped forward, leading a fleet composed of a medium-sized warship and over 30 small vessels directly into the fray against the nearly 10,000 ships of the Wild Sky fleet. Simultaneously, the 1455 vessel clung to an enemy ship, relentlessly pursuing a Wild Sky medium-sized warship. When Nian and the others quickly sensed something amiss, the vessel that the 1455 had latched onto was peculiar. What should have been a trivial peripheral skirmish was suddenly entwined with the main battlefield. That a considerable number of Wild Sky warships inexplicably abandoned their assault on the 012 Sanitation Space Station and redirected their attacks towards Lin Nian's fleet. The tempest of battle surged, with numerous Wild Sky warships rushing toward the eye of the storm. The confrontation between the 1455 and the Wild Sky flagship became the focal point of this conflict. Ultimately, amidst the brutal exchanges and collisions, the Wild Sky flagship was defeated and subsequently obliterated. Following the blinding flash of light was a Wild Sky fleet bereft of its backbone, retreating from the battlefield in utter despair. After watching the entire video recap, they finally exhaled in relief. From their perspective, Lin Nian was formidable, particularly in his real-time battle command. Though not formally trained, his battlefield instincts were extraordinary. "This individual is indeed impressive." When Nian remarked in admiration, his greatest impression was of Lin Nian's precision and decisiveness. He was undoubtedly a talent. But how did he ascertain the location of the Wild Sky flagship? The flagship's chief of staff was the first to voice a question. The greatest mystery of the entire battle lay here. Under normal circumstances, an Imperial fleet would never choose to engage upon encountering such a large-scale assembly of Wild Sky ships. Yet Lin Nian not only chose to engage, but actually ensnared the enemy flagship. "Look here." It should have been a probe, followed by the Wild Sky flagship retreating in fear, which directly solidified Lin Nian's resolve to attack. Captain Chen of the flagship then spoke up, attempting to elucidate Lin Nian's intentions. He replayed the video footage, which, captured through a long-range telescope, was somewhat blurred. He emphasized the retreat of the Wild Sky flagship. Everyone drew a sharp breath. Was it truly wise to gamble the lives of an entire fleet on such a basis? This seemed rather dubious to them. "Liaison officer, is there a more detailed battle report available? I demand the first-hand report from the Imperial warship 1455 immediately." When Nian, too, expressed skepticism, eager to review Lin Nian's report, he swiftly turned to his liaison officer. "Sir, currently, only Colonel Lin's report exists. There is no record from Lieutenant Lin," the liaison officer explained hastily. The shared surname was somewhat confusing. "Commander, a new report has arrived. It is from the 3rd Starfleet Commander, Major General Wen Rong, regarding the crucial battle report of the 1455 vessel." At that moment, a soldier rushed in from the first floor, calling for the liaison officer. Instantly, a cadre of high-ranking officials turned their attention to the soldier, causing him to feel overwhelmed. He had never been scrutinized by so many commanders at once. "Bring it to me immediately." The liaison officer's face lit up with excitement as he hurried down to receive the battle report. Soon, everyone had reviewed Lin Nian's report. After examining the more detailed report, Wen Yuan let out a heavy sigh of relief, lightly thumping the command platform with his hand, feeling deeply moved. Lin Nian, he was truly a stroke of fortune. Wen Yuan firmly etched this name into his memory, glancing at the others in anticipation of their opinions. Indeed, he had gleaned from the earlier failure of his Yue and Yin when the battlefield habits of Han Tianzhu. Risking everything, he tested the waters against the outermost Wild Sky medium-sized warship, and it turned out he successfully gauged the enemy's intentions. The chief of staff also expressed his admiration. This was not merely audacity, but required immense determination in battle. "Congratulations, sir. May the Empire be blessed, and may His Majesty be safeguarded." Major General Wen Rong had once again discovered a valuable asset for the Empire. Captain Chen chuckled at this moment, also discreetly flattering Wen Yuan. The supplementary battle report from Wen Rong was quite explicit. The acting captain of Vessel 1455, Lin Nian, was indeed one of his 3rd Starfleet personnel, representing Wen Yuan's true elite forces. Moreover, Lin Nian's previous combat experience was commendable. Since becoming the acting captain, he had borne immense pressure, not only managing to restrain the arid heaven sect's plundering of the resource star with a medium-sized warship, but also, at the critical juncture, single-handedly breaking the siege of the 012 Sanitation Space Station. Such a talent certainly warranted Wen Rong's exceptional promotion. Perhaps it would not be long before he became a formidable general under Wen Yuan's command. A testament to Major General Wen Rong's keen eye for talent, which had no connection to meet. A rare smile appeared on Wen Yuan's face, proud of his son's discerning judgment, and others exchanged knowing smiles, creating a harmonious atmosphere. "Enough," he said. "Let us discuss serious matters." The battle at the 012 Sanitation Space Station was unfortunate. They had failed to capture Han Tianzhu. It was estimated that Han Tianzhu would regroup his forces, as their fleet's main strength had suffered no damage. Wen Yuan's expression grew grave. "Alas, if we had been on site, perhaps we could have ended the conflict with the arid heaven sect decisively." The chief of staff could not help but comment. "It's in the past," he continued. "The Battle of Vessel 1455 has demonstrated our Empire's might and afforded us more time for reinforcements." Captain Chen pointed to the star map. "Indeed," Wen Yuan concurred, "we must swiftly enter the Central Star region. The direction of the arid heaven sect's westward retreat can easily shift to another route, continuing their incursion into the heart of the Empire's Central Star region. Perhaps from the 008 Sanitation Space Station, that we truly cannot afford to waste any more time." Wen Yuan's demeanor was exceptionally serious as he pointed to the next vulnerable point in the Central Star System, the 008 Sanitation Space Station. Surrounding the 008 Sanitation Space Station, the main fleet of the arid heaven sect surged forth. This time, Han Tianzhu had returned aboard a large warship. "Chief of Staff, can we not catch our breath?" Han Tianzhu was still haunted by the previous defeat and longed for a moment to recuperate rather than immediately plunge into another battle. "Leader, we cannot afford to pause. If we do, Wen Yuan will return with the Imperial forces, and we shall be doomed. The temporary setback does not alter the larger picture. We must continue fighting. If we delay, our fuel reserves will be exhausted," the chief of staff urgently advised Han Tianzhu. "Lin Nian is formidable, no doubt. However, not all Imperial forces are as fierce as Wen Yuan and Lin Nian. Otherwise, the arid heaven sect would not have achieved its current scale." The final remark from the chief of staff sent a shiver down Han Tianzhu's spine, prompting him to straighten his posture. "Indeed," he acknowledged, "your words hold merit. Quickly, what is our next target? Without fuel, we lack the means to escape. That we cannot let that happen." Han Tianzhu immediately revitalized his spirits. "Leader, it is right before you. The 008 Sanitation Space Station." The chief of staff pointed behind Han Tianzhu. Through the large warship's transparent front viewport, a colossal artificial metal sphere came into view, strikingly impressive with its grayish-white hue. "Surely, Lin Nian will not be present here." Han Tianzhu fretted, still concerned about Lin Nian, who had instilled a psychological shadow upon him, primarily due to their inability to secure victory. "That he will not." The chief of staff shook his head, confident that Lin Nian would not reappear anytime soon. "Leader, please issue the command," he urged. "Very well." Issue the order. Capture the 008 sanitation space station. Han Tianzhu waved his hand grandly, and the multitude of arid heaven sect vessels surged forward, replicating the earlier grandeur witnessed at the 012 sanitation space station. However, this time, the arid heaven sect's warships seemed to have returned to their normal combat prowess. The 008 sanitation space station dispatched Imperial warships to confront them, yet they were swiftly overwhelmed and obliterated by the arid heaven vessels. They were either blasted by heavy artillery fire that shattered their energy shields or incinerated by concentrated volleys of missiles and beams. Numerous interstellar fighters began deploying arid heaven's fill-in troops, engaging in jump support operations, ramping up the intensity to the maximum. The Imperial escort fleet at the 008 sanitation space station was utterly devastated, facing either death or surrender, leaving only the bare 008 sanitation space station behind. Indeed, this is our true strength, Han Tianzhu exclaimed, witnessing the frontline victory, his excitement rendering him animated as he raucously cheered towards the 008 sanitation space station. The chief of staff, speechless at the scene, refrained from voicing any objections, having grown accustomed to such behavior. That said, he had to admit that despite the apparent strength of the Imperial 008 sanitation space station, it did not exert any pressure on him. Compared to the pressure from Lin Nian, it was insignificant. Lin Nian seemed to possess an uncanny ability to read people's hearts, consistently targeting the vulnerabilities on their side with relentless strikes. The chief of staff had initially felt somewhat wounded, believing his strategies had faltered. However, upon facing the other Imperial fleets, he realized that was not the case, that it was Lin Nian who was strong, not the Imperial forces. Even the interstellar fleets of the Empire's Central Star region appeared unimpressive to him. Lacking in strength, Chief of Staff, a white flag has been raised, Han Tianzhu suddenly shouted at him. The Chief of Staff quickly gathered his scattered thoughts and turned to the 008 sanitation space station. Confirming the sight, the opposing commander had surrendered. The entire command bridge erupted in jubilation, finally emerging from the shadow of their defeat by Lin Nian. Leader, we have new supplies, new reinforcements. The Chief of Staff was equally exhilarated. The surrender of the 008 sanitation space station signified their acquisition of a vast array of new Imperial warships, an abundance of interstellar fighters, and countless warship fuels. Their previous precarious situation had finally been resolved, and their strength would ascend to a new level. Henceforth, regardless of the path they chose, they would be considerably better off. Arid heaven warships began to enter the 008 sanitation space station. Commencing the takeover of this crucial Imperial military stronghold, the Chief of Staff finally felt a sense of relief. The larger picture had been set. He began to lower his gaze towards the star map on the command console, contemplating the next strategic move for the arid heaven sect. With the 008 sanitation space station secured, the road leading directly to the Empire's capital star was now officially open to them. The Chief of Staff pointed at the white light star. Chief of Staff, could we really be aiming for something so grand? Han Tianzhu noticed the actions of his Chief of Staff, who had unexpectedly pointed to the white Mang star. Leaving him utterly astonished, he had never envisioned a day when he would charge directly towards the capital star of the Empire. Why not? A smile flickered across the Chief of Staff's face. Han Tianzhu swallowed hard, grappling with his own disbelief. The 012 sanitation space station, the battered warship 1455, was being towed into port. Lin Nian sat within the bridge, enduring the jarring vibrations of docking alongside his fellow crew members. The tremors were remarkably intense, even more so than the vibrations he experienced during exchanges of fire with enemy ships. As the warship steadied, Lin Nian exhaled in relief, unfastening his seatbelt. Captain, Lin Zhongxiao wishes to see you here. When Huayun informed Lin Nian, his tone markedly respectful, so much so that Lin Nian nearly mistook him for a different person altogether. He recalled the initial distance when Huayun had maintained towards him. All right. 1. Your efforts have not gone unnoticed, Lin Nian acknowledged with a nod, expressing his gratitude. After all, during the early days of the 1455, when Huayun had been the true commander, without his guidance, Lin Nian would not have seized command of the 1455 so swiftly. No, when Huayun replied, shaking his head, that it is I who should thank you for bringing us back alive. Suddenly, he stood tall, chest out, and saluted Lin Nian with solemnity. The other crew members in the bridge, upon witnessing this, immediately stood up straight, and saluted Lin Nian, creating a scene both grand and moving. Lin Nian gazed upon the faces expressing their gratitude towards him, feeling a profound sense of emotion. He could distinctly sense the respect they held for him. Unadulterated and sincere. No, he insisted, there is no need for thanks. This is not solely my achievement. You are all indispensable parts of this endeavor. I merely did what was expected of me. Lin Nian returned their salute with equal gravity. Now, I command, he declared, dismissed. Everyone, take a well-deserved rest, he shouted. The crew members straightened up, and at the sound of his dismissal, smiles of relief spread across their faces as they congratulated and embraced one another, creating a scene of joyous camaraderie. Captain, when Huayan interjected, time is of the essence. As a commissioned officer, it would be prudent not to keep Lin Zhongxiao waiting too long. He pulled up the external surveillance feed, revealing the highest commander, accompanied by several individuals, awaiting outside the hatch of the 1455. Understood. Lin Nian nodded. Rising to exit the bridge. He took a few steps. He suddenly felt a vibration on his wrist, an incoming communication request, and of a high priority at that. What is it? When Huayun, leading the way, also halted. Its Major General Wen Rong, Lin Nian replied succinctly, activating the communication screen to public mode. Lin Nian, the voice came through. You performed admirably in thwarting the Outyan fleet's assault on the 012 sanitation space station. Truly splendid. Once your commendation ceremony concludes, do reach out to me at your convenience, Wen Rong added swiftly. Sir, Lin Nian responded, surprised. Commendation? Lin Nian, continue your excellent work. You have a bright future ahead. Wen Rong's tone carried an air of knowing. Yet he offered no further explanation before terminating the communication. Lin Nian lowered his hand slowly, glancing at Wen Huayun, who mirrored his confusion. Captain, it should not be a bad thing. Let us proceed, Wen Huayun suggested. Agreed. Lin Nian shared Wen Huayun's sentiments and chose not to dwell on the matter any longer. Before long, Lin Nian and Wen Huayun disembarked from the 1455 ET. That moment, Lin Nian noticed Wen Huayun deliberately lagging half a step behind him. While Lin Zhongxiao approached with intent, the middle-aged man, with a square face, made Lin Nian feel quite critical of this kin. Their previous encounter had been perilous, largely due to the lack of a supporting fleet from the 012 sanitation space station. Had Lin Zhongxiao been willing to exert some effort to delay the return of the Outyan fleet's larger warships, the battle would not have been so arduous to by time. Lin Nian had resorted to extreme measures, ramming the flagship of Han Tianzhu in a bid to maximize the negation of their energy shields, creating an opportunity for Liao Fan to board the enemy flagship. Yet, Lin Nian found himself unable to reprimand Lin Zhongxiao, as the latter could readily cite the defense of the 012 sanitation space station to justifiably refuse Lin Nian's request for engagement. Lin Zhongxiao was now beaming, extending a friendly hand toward Lin Nian. As the saying goes, one does not strike a friendly face. Lin Nian concealed his discontent and shook Lin Zhongxiao's hand. Major Lin, he began, we owe our survival to your timely arrival in support of the 012 sanitation space station, sparing us from the onslaught of those Outyan cultists. That I must extend my heartfelt gratitude. Wait a moment, Lin Nian interrupted, surprised at being addressed with the rank of major. When had he been promoted? He had received no notification. Lin Zhongxiao explained quietly. Major General Wen Yuan has intentions to promote you. I hear a report is being drafted, preparing to present a proposal to His Majesty. Once we have repelled the Outyan forces, your accomplishments will undoubtedly secure you a commission as a captain. Lin Zhongxiao swiftly interrupted Lin Nian, subtly tilting his head to impart this information. Lin Nian could sense Lin Zhongxiao's overtures of alliance from his words. Very well. Lin Zhongxiao did not wait for Lin Nian to process the information before stepping back abruptly. Acting captain of the Imperial 3rd Interstellar Fleet, Warship 1455, Lieutenant Lin Nian, please direct your attention to the screen. Lin Zhongxiao's expression grew serious as he pointed to his right. A massive screen flickered to life, revealing the visage of Wen Yuan. Salute, Lin Zhongxiao called out, standing straight and addressing all present. Salute to the commander. Lin Nian promptly followed suit, standing tall and saluting the image of Wen Yuan. Wen Yuan acknowledged. Lieutenant Lin Nian, he directly addressed him. Present. Lin Nian stepped forward in the battle of the 012 sanitation space station. Your unit performed exceptionally. Your bravery and tenacity were commendable. culminating in an outstanding execution of the assigned mission that in order to facilitate the return of the Empire's main forces, an incredibly precious amount of time has been secured. Now, you are specially awarded a first-class Silver Star Medal of the Empire. This is to serve as encouragement. Colonel Lin, I must trouble you to bestow the honor upon Captain Lin Nian. When Yurin turned to Colonel Lin. Yes, Commander. Colonel Lin immediately beckoned to his subordinate that a soldier approached, cradling a box with both hands. The box was opened, revealing a silver medal nestled within. The medals are categorized into 3 ranks: gold, silver, and bronze, corresponding to levels 1, 2, and 3 respectively. The first-class Gold Star Medal represents the highest honor. Following this, the ranks descend. Captain Lin Nian's first-class Silver Star Medal is already a rare accolade. Colonel Lin carefully lifted the first-class Silver Star Medal and personally adorned Captain Lin Nian's chest with it. Thank you, Your Majesty. Thank you, General 1. Thank you, Colonel Lin. The honor belongs to the Empire. Captain Lin Nian promptly followed the required protocol, striking his right shoulder heavily after uttering the final phrase. The others mirrored his actions in perfect unison. Very well, Captain Lin Nian, your unit is granted a day of rest. Tomorrow, you shall board the Empire's warship 378 at the 012 Sanitation Space Station, serving as its acting captain, to rendezvous with our main forces. Do you understand? When Yurin's expression was grave. Understood, Captain Lin Nian shouted in response, though upon hearing the designation 378, his heart skipped a beat. This was a 3-digit hull number, reserved solely for the Empire's large warships. And he would serve as its captain? Although acting, it nonetheless signified a bright future ahead to him when Yurin nodded with satisfaction before terminating the communication. Phew. Colonel Lin exhaled in relief. Captain Lin Nian, do you still consider yourself merely a captain? I have never heard of a captain serving as the commander of a large Empire warship. Even as an acting one, warship 378 has been on standby for quite some time. You will be its next master. General Win's assignment of it to you carries special significance. Did you notice? He did not even assign you a senior officer to accompany you, which implies that all your subordinates will be promoted 1 rank and will continue to follow you, forming your core team. General Win has likely invested considerable effort in nurturing you. Colonel Lin was well aware of the intricacies involved to draw closer to this promising talent. He did not hesitate to enlighten Captain Lin Nian with various insider details. Come now that I shall take you to see it. Colonel Lin gestured to those nearby. A 4-seat hover vehicle approached. All right. Thank you, Colonel Lin. Captain Lin Nian nodded, expressing his gratitude. Colonel Lin's insights had indeed broadened his horizons. Accompanying him was Wen Huayun, who also took a seat in the hover vehicle, settling in the back row while Colonel Lin occupied the passenger seat. No need to be modest. You are a future star. Feel free to be a bit audacious. Colonel Lin quipped with a dry joke. Captain Lin Nian could only scratch his head, feigning ignorance. Colonel Lin, do you know about the indelible hull numbers? Noticing Captain Lin Nian's lack of engagement, Colonel Lin opted for a lighter topic. I know. Captain Lin Nian nodded. The Empire's warship hull numbers are never retired. Even if a ship is destroyed, the same number will be inscribed on a new ship of similar type, symbolizing inheritance. The previous warship 378 could be considered an old vessel, having sustained catastrophic damage in its battles against the Republic, with its command center obliterated. The captain and over 1,000 crew members perished in a gallant act of sacrifice for their country. Colonel Lin recounted these details with great familiarity, sensing that Captain Lin Nian would appreciate such narratives. Think this was still a ship of honor. After listening, Captain Lin Nian felt a surge of emotion at the tragic fate of its former captain, which had ultimately brought glory to the Empire. Indeed, however, rest assured, the warship 378 assigned to you is a new vessel. The old hull has been dismantled, and the only legacies it inherits are the hull number and the names of its past captains engraved upon it. Colonel Lin continued to elucidate as they swiftly navigated through several large loading areas at the spaceport that a colossal and robust metal hull gradually came into view. Its paint was unremarkable, a simple gray-white. Yet it struck Captain Lin Nian with profound impact. This was a starship embodying the Empire's cutting-edge technology, witnessing similar large warships in space. Captain Lin Nian had felt little. It was only when gazing up at this immobile behemoth that he could truly appreciate the silent pressure it exuded. This was a genuine steel colossus born for war. The spaceport echoed with the sounds of loading alarms as numerous consumable components were hoisted into the massive warship one by one. Captain Lin Nian, you are indeed fortunate, Colonel Lin remarked with a hint of significance. Yet, Captain Lin Nian was somewhat unclear about which aspect he referred to. However, he vaguely sensed it pertained to Wen Yuan. Because he had caught the eye of Wen Rong, he rapidly ascended the ranks and was now appointed as the acting captain of a large warship. Such a swift rise was akin to riding a rocket, soaring high. Nevertheless, Captain Lin Nian understood that this was also a reward he had fought for. It was his prior strength that enabled him to seize these opportunities for advancement. Had he faltered or retreated during the confrontation with the Huang Tianjiao fleet, even if he were not held accountable, he would likely have found himself in the same slow grind for experience as others. The military may accept failure, but a soldier cannot. A critical failure essentially signifies a bleak future with little chance for reintegration. Captain Lin Nian retracted his thoughts, continuing to gaze upward at the imposing warship before him, its side adorned with an enormous and prominent hull number. 378, Lin Nian softly recited the ship's hull number, and his body involuntarily rose from the vehicle. Colonel Lin and Wen Huayun, along with others, merely observed in silence as Lin Nian stood. Who could have imagined that just a short while ago, Lin Nian was merely an interstellar line filler, yet now he had ascended to the position of acting captain of a massive battleship? Indeed, such rapid advancement for Lin Nian could be deemed rather typical. The empire found itself in an unprecedented era of upheaval, plagued by rampant cults within and formidable foes lurking without. Numerous high-ranking military leaders of the empire had perished or retreated amidst various conflicts. For instance, during the recent onslaught of the Cult of Chaos in the Ingyun Star region, 3 imperial rear admirals were lost, along with numerous frontline commanders. Those who had languished in peacetime were swiftly culled by the brutal battlefield. While individuals like Lin Nian, who adapted to the rigors of war, would rapidly rise to fill the vacancies left behind. This was both a tremendous opportunity and an exceedingly perilous challenge, where personal strength and achievement spoke volumes. Lin Nian's record, undoubtedly, placed him within the upper echelon. Yet, how far Lin Nian could go remained uncertain to Colonel Lin as the hovercar came to a gentle halt. Lin Nian slowly alighted from the vehicle. At that moment, Colonel Lin handed him an electronic writing pad. Lin Nian was taken aback, uncertain of the other's intentions. Right, came the prompt. Your signature. Previous captains had inscribed their names upon this very battleship, beginning with the first, Ship 378, and now, after 265 captains, he would become the 266th to do so. As Colonel Lin explained, his gaze drifted toward the colossal warship, where the names of all former commanders were meticulously etched beneath the grand hull number. Following the prescribed format, Lin Nian inscribed his name, Lin Nian to AT. That moment, a mechanical arm extended into the corresponding section of the ship's body, swiftly engraving Lin Nian's name upon it. Excellent. The final ritual was complete. Prepare yourself, Major Lin. The Cult of Chaos has seized the 008 sanitation space station and is advancing toward the Imperial capital star. You should not expect much time for respite. I must attend to my own matters now. Colonel Lin patted Lin Nian's shoulder, saluting him with a sense of urgency. Lin Nian was momentarily stunned by the news. He had just helped defend the 012 sanitation space station, only to learn that trouble had arisen at the 008 sanitation space station. Han Tianju's actions were alarmingly swift. In the outer space of Bema Star, the Empire's first interstellar fleet was engaged in a fiercely brutal battle with the Cult of Chaos fleet. Every moment saw warships being annihilated. General Wang, commanding the flagship of the first interstellar fleet, was in a state of frantic despair. He was the commander of the capital's defense, yet now faced with the Cult of Chaos, he found himself relying solely on the remaining strength of the first interstellar fleet to counter nearly 10,000 enemy troops. What a cruel joke of fate! As General Wang watched his subordinates fall in increasing numbers, it became evident that not only could the first interstellar fleet not hold its ground, but even Bema Star itself might be lost. Once lauded as the Empire's most elite fleet, it now appeared utterly exposed, revealing the truth of its lack of engagement in external conflicts, resulting in a dismal state of armament and combat efficacy. Confronted by the disorganized, barefooted army of the Cult of Chaos, they were unable to withstand their assault. Communications officer, is Wen Yuan not here yet? Inform them immediately. If they do not arrive soon, The Empire's first interstellar fleet will face total annihilation. If Bema-Star falls, I shall be the greatest traitor of the Empire. General Wang's expression was one of utter exasperation. Simultaneously, within the flagship of the Cult of Chaos, Han Tianju was filled with exhilaration. The once tense battle was gradually tilting in their favor. Chief of Staff, we are winning. We are about to win. I could even sit upon that old emperor's throne, Han Tianju exclaimed, his mind racing with visions of storming the imperial capital star and experiencing the taste of emperorship. Patience, Chief, the Chief of Staff insisted, forcing calmness into his tone, though his hands trembled uncontrollably. The battle being fought by their fleet was exceptionally intense, yet the tide was shifting in their favor. The Empire's elite first interstellar fleet was being suppressed under their relentless assault. Just a little more, just a bit more, the Chief of Staff kept repeating in his mind at that moment. On the right flank of the cult's fleet, a barrage of long-range attacks erupted. The visible beams of laser fire rained down, striking the energy shields of the Cult of Chaos fleet, causing them to flicker violently. Damn it, it's Lin Nian. Retreat. The Chief of Staff's face paled with panic. Chief, we must withdraw immediately. But Han Tianju gazed longingly at the nearby Bema-Star, a surge of reluctance swelling within him. They were so close, just a little more time. Ultimately, Han Tianju took a deep breath and commanded, retreat. My life is more important than capturing the capital star. The ships of the Cult of Chaos received the order to withdraw, promptly tightening their formation and hastily retreating under their leader's command. However, the Empire's second and third interstellar fleets showed no intent of letting Han Tianju escape. Relentlessly pursuing them, numerous ships of the Cult of Chaos, caught unawares, had their energy shields shattered by cannon fire, some exploding, while others hoisted the white flag in surrender. Both sides continued their relentless chase until the Imperial fleet had completely driven the Cult of Chaos fleet out of the Central Star region sanitation perimeter. Finally coming to a halt, compared to Han Tianju's vessels, the Imperial ships had undertaken a long-range deployment, traversing 2 star regions, pushing their fuel and supplies to the brink of exhaustion. Conversely, the Cult of Chaos fleet faced no such worries. They had just secured military supplies from the Imperial Sanitation Space Station and were in peak condition. Once the fleet of the Cult of Chaos surged forward at full speed, the Imperial fleet struggled to keep pace. On board the flagship of the Imperial Second Fleet, Lin Nian glanced at the 378th ship within the Third Fleet. The 378th ship had performed adequately upon entering the battlefield. Yet its previous brilliant performance now seemed rather lackluster. Lin Nian understood that in such a large-scale frontal conflict, it was unrealistic to expect Lin Nian, this newly risen officer, to replicate his previous remarkable feats. Lin Nian had already distinguished himself sufficiently in the mission to intercept the Cult of Chaos fleet. Lin Nian quickly refocused. Command, dispatch reconnaissance vessels to continue tracking the main fleet of the Cult of Chaos. All other fleets, cease pursuit immediately. Lin Nian was well aware of the situation with the fleets and began issuing orders to the 3 interstellar fleets under his command. The previously scattered Imperial vessels gradually regrouped, restoring their formation. Commander, a communications officer interrupted. There's a contact request from the commanders of the 3rd and 4th interstellar fleets. Should we connect? Connect them. Lin Nian nodded. Having a rough idea of what the 2 fleet commanders wished to inquire about, it was likely a request for orders regarding their next course of action. This time, the Imperial fleet consisted of 3 divisions. Among them, the 7th Interstellar Fleet had been assigned to guard Yan'an Star to prevent the Cult of the Storm from launching a feigned attack. 2 screens flickered to life, revealing General Wen Rong and Major General Ning. Commander, they intoned in unison. What is our next objective? Please advise. Both saluted respectfully towards Lin Nian. Wen Rong took the initiative to speak. You are to lead your respective fleets to the nearest Imperial Sanitation Space Station for rest and resupply. Awaiting new directives, Lin Nian commanded. Understood. They both saluted gravely once more before the screens went dark. Lin Nian then turned to his flagship captain. Colonel Chun, you will also lead the 2nd Interstellar Fleet to the nearest sanitation space station for resupply. I anticipate a trip to Bema-Star. Lin Nian informed Captain Chun. Yes, Commander, Colonel Chun replied, saluting Lin Nian before taking over the command post vacated by him. Commander, the Chief of Staff noted, observing the gloom on Lin Nian's face. Are you concerned about being held accountable by the prince? Upon hearing this, Lin Nian could not help but sigh. His Highness the Prince has never favored my command of the troops. with such a significant breach now exposed. I bear some responsibility. This impending journey to Bema Star seems unavoidable. However, I believe I can manage it. You all need not worry about me. Focus on your duties. Wen Yuan reassured the Chief of Staff of the 2nd Interstellar Fleet. Understood. The Chief of Staff stood at attention, saluting Wen Yuan. Wen Yuan said nothing further, hastening away with his security detail, as his wristwatch buzzed with an imperial decree. Bema Star in the Imperial Council Chamber. Major General Wang Zhong strode in briskly. The high-ranking officials of the Empire were already awaiting him, including the young Emperor Zhu Renhe, who lay sprawled on the Grand Throne, sound asleep, and the grim-faced Prince Zhu Xian. I greet your Majesty, Wang Zhong acknowledged, bowing to the prince and all the ministers. Despite being a monarchy, the custom of kneeling had been discarded. Only the basic courtesies were required. Please, take a seat. Zhu Xian gestured towards an empty chair. Wang Zhong noted another vacant spot, presumably reserved for Wen Yuan. Before long, Wen Yuan approached with purpose. After undergoing a similar formal process as Wang Zhong, he took the last empty seat. The purpose of this gathering was to discuss the recent raid by the Cult of the Storm on the Central Star Domain. I wish to ask on behalf of His Majesty, is the Imperial capital still safe? Zhu Xian cut straight to the chase, addressing the most alarming issue. His tone had been calm until he delivered the final words, at which point he slammed his hand on the table, the resounding noise echoing throughout the council chamber, startling the young emperor, who had been blissfully blowing bubbles. Wah! Nurse, I'm scared. The young emperor burst into tears, prompting the nurse to rush forward to comfort him. The ministers cast various glances at the crying emperor, their expressions mixed. Zhu Xian's countenance soured. The interruption had deflated his earlier fervor. Enough, Major General Wang. You first. What is the situation with your 1st Interstellar Fleet? How could you fail to contend with those fanatics from the Cult of the Storm on the front lines? Are you all merely idling away? Zhu Xian's voice rose with indignation, pressing down on Wang Zhong, who found himself at a loss for words, stammering without a satisfactory explanation that I hereby propose a motion for impeachment to demote Major General Wang. Zhu Xian raised his hand, effectively casting the first vote. The other ministers exchanged glances, hesitating to cast their votes, aware that doing so would surely incur Wang Zhong's resentment. Suddenly, Wen Yuan raised his hand. 2 votes. Zhu Xian looked somewhat surprised, but quickly responded, as long as there were 10 votes. Wang Zhong would be expelled from the core of the empire on the spot, with Wen Yuan's gesture. The other ministers, seeing someone take the lead, no longer hesitated and raised their hands in unison. The prospect of the Cult of the Storm actually breaching Bema Star was an intolerable blow to them, especially since their families resided there. Someone had to bear the brunt of this blame. Excellent. Bring this former Major General away. Zhu Xian, seeing the unanimous support, nodded in satisfaction. Wang Zhong, his face ashen, was escorted out. The good news was that he had escaped with his life. Zhu Xian had no intention of executing him. The bad news was that he had lost any future opportunity to re-enter the core of the empire. Now then, Zhu Xian continued, let us discuss why the main fleet of the Cult of the Storm has appeared on the outskirts of the imperial capital. Zhu Xian turned his attention to Wen Yuan, indicating that the previous matter concerning Wang Zhong was merely an appetizer, intended as a warning. Now came the main course. The chamber fell silent once more, with all eyes focused intently on Wen Yuan. However, he did not rush to respond. Seemingly ignoring the gazes upon him, he pulled out a pack of cigarettes, lighting one nonchalantly. Taking a calm drag, he looked around, feigning surprise. Why is everyone so quiet? He asked, as if oblivious to being the center of the storm. Commander 1, Zhu Xian snapped. As the overall commander responsible for pursuing the Cult of the Storm, you must provide an explanation. The prince's irritation flared at Wen Yuan's demeanor. Your Highness, Wen Yuan replied, what explanation could I possibly offer? Major General Wang was tasked with the defense of the capital, yet he allowed the Cult of the Storm to breach the 008 sanitation space station. That is a grave failure in itself. Meanwhile, I have been diligently hunting down the remnants of the cult in the Ingyun Star domain for the Empire's reclamation efforts. You believe I have erred in failing to prevent their main forces from advancing northward? When Yuan responded with a series of pointed questions, each more rigid than the last, creating an atmosphere ripe for confrontation in that moment. Zhu appeared to regain his composure. He was not a fool. He quickly grasped the firm stance that Wen Yuan was taking. The latter's loyal fleets, the 2nd and 3rd Interstellar Fleets, were stationed nearby Mong Star, ready to rally at his command for a military admonition. Realizing this, Zhu felt a twinge of helplessness, recognizing that his earlier attempt to intimidate had clearly backfired. When Yurin was unfazed by his threats, Zhu observed when Yurin's defiance and refusal to engage. He found himself at a loss. The First Interstellar Fleet was in a deplorable state. The stance of the Fourth Interstellar Fleet remained uncertain, and the 7th, 10th, and 11th Fleets were even more ineffectual. Although he had several reserve personnel available, he lacked capable commanders. Zhu's gaze lingered on Wen Yuan with envy. He knew that among the latter's loyal fleets, there were many competent senior officers, yet none belonged to the Empire or to him. Ahem, he interjected. Your Highness, General One, I believe the matter of accountability should conclude here. This incident was primarily due to General Wang's negligence, who has already faced repercussions that we ought to discuss the contributions of those who excelled in this battle. A minister took the initiative to smooth over the situation. Allowing Zhu and Wen Yuan to clash openly would not bode well for Mong Star, which could hardly withstand further turmoil. Indeed, Wen Yuan acknowledged, nodding in agreement as he extinguished his lit cigarette. Ladies and gentlemen, I happen to have a list of promotions that I would like the prince and all ministers to review it. Through his wristwatch, Wen Yuan sent the data to the others. Everyone quickly perused the battle recap, noting the outstanding contributions of one individual, from uncovering the main forces of the Huan Tian sect to valiantly holding the 012 sanitation space station. He played a crucial role in preventing the enemy from breaching their defenses, successfully delaying their advance until 3 interstellar fleets could return and relieve the danger to Mong Star. This individual was named Lin Nian. Had the Huan Tian sect successfully breached the 012 sanitation space station during that critical moment, the outcome would have been dire. The entire Mong Star would likely have been ravaged before the enemy made their escape. A scenario that was utterly unacceptable for the Empire. I proposed promoting Lin Nian to the rank of Major and appointing him as the captain of the 378th warship of the 3rd Interstellar Fleet. Wen Yuan stated on Lin Nian's behalf. Zhu, however, did not rush to respond. Instead, he shot a fierce glare at the overly talkative minister. He had yet to deal with Wen Yuan. Did he really want to promote one of Wen Yuan's subordinates first? Your Highness, the minister interjected, clarity in rewards and punishments is essential for fostering loyalty among commanders to the Empire. Zhu was taken aback initially, but soon understood the underlying message of the minister's words. Loyalty to the Empire was not synonymous with loyalty to Wen Yuan. What Zhu lacked was not troops, but generals. He quickly revisited the list, focusing on Lin Nian. Wen Yuan clearly had a number of capable officers at his disposal, and while Zhu was aware he could not sway the seasoned veterans, Lin Nian was a different story, a rising star who might be won over in the name of the Empire. Yet, when Zhu noted Lin Nian's rapid ascension in rank and position, he was momentarily taken aback. Lin Nian had risen from the ranks of a mere line soldier, his performance commendable, achieving victory after victory against the Huan Tian sect, making him seem like a specialized weapon against that foe. However, Lin Nian's background was quite ordinary. Just months prior, he had been at the absolute bottom of the hierarchy. Wen Yuan might not have the time to cultivate a deeper relationship with Lin Nian, but perhaps he could benefit from a timely recognition of merit. What if he acted on behalf of the Emperor? Moreover, it was indeed ill-advised for Wen Yuan to lead troops again. His previous actions had been a necessity born of a lack of suitable candidates to confront Han Tianzhu. Now, however, the situation had changed. Zhu could allow Lin Nian to take a shot at it. If Lin Nian proved to have a talent for command, it would enable Zhu to circumvent Wen Yuan altogether and elevate Lin Nian directly, ensuring his loyalty to the Empire rather than to Wen Yuan. A glimmer of determination flashed in Zhu's eyes. When Wen Yuan submitted his list, he likely had not anticipated this layer of complexity. Very well, Zhu declared. I approve of this list. Does anyone have any objections? He had shed his previous aggressive demeanor, presenting himself in a magnanimous light. Yet, when Yuan frowned, Zhu's swift agreement felt somewhat peculiar, as he was not known for his generosity. Indeed, when Yuan mused, especially regarding Lin Nian, such an exceptional talent, why was he merely promoted to major? Why not elevate him to lieutenant colonel? After all, with General Wang and the senior officers of the First Interstellar Fleet having been dismissed, it would be fitting to appoint Lin Nian as the acting commander of the First Interstellar Fleet, continuing the pursuit of Han Tianzhu. This would compel the inept members of the First Interstellar Fleet to see real combat. lest they become mere pampered livestock. Zhu proposed elevating Lin Nian to the rank of lieutenant colonel, simultaneously planning to assign him command of the first interstellar fleet. This fleet had been demoralized, and Lin Nian could lead them to eradicate Han Tianzhu, restoring their morale. A boon for the Empire that if he failed, Zhu could easily justify the removal of Wen Yuren's promising subordinate as a failure to perform. Your Highness, Wen Yuren interjected, this is absolutely inadvisable. Lin Nian lacks the necessary experience and is far from ready to command an interstellar fleet. This is akin to forcing growth. It is detrimental to the Empire and to His Majesty. Wen Yuren quickly realized Zhu's intention to transfer Lin Nian away from him. Whether to undermine Lin Nian or simply to remove him from Wen Yuren's purview was a scenario Zhu undoubtedly relished. Let us vote, Zhu announced. Those in favor, please raise your hands. 1 vote, he declared, raising his own hand. The other ministers glanced around, considering that it was indeed unwise to send Wen Yuren out again. Given Lin Nian's impressive achievements against the Huantian sect, they might as well give it a try. If it didn't work out, they could address it later. In no time, Zhu gathered the 10 votes he needed. Very well, he proclaimed that I announce the exceptional promotion of Lin Nian to the rank of lieutenant colonel and his appointment as the acting commander of the first interstellar fleet. With the 378th warship as the new flagship, continuing the pursuit of Han Tianzhu, Zhu made a loud proclamation. Concealing his ulterior motives, he was reluctant to part with the flagship of the first interstellar fleet. A colossal warship that represented the pinnacle of the Empire's naval power. The 007 Sanitation Space Station served as the home port for the Empire's third interstellar fleet. Lin Nian was invited aboard the flagship where Wen Rong was stationed. Accompanied still by Wen Huoya, the two traversed the path in silence. Lin Nian preoccupied with his operations aboard the 378th warship. Deep down, Lin Nian understood that during the previous grand battle against the cult of the Wild Heavens, he had not truly showcased his capabilities. That it was, after all, his first experience commanding such a large vessel, compounded by the absence of any guidance from the female voice in his mind, rendering that battle a situation of absolute safety for him. No advice was necessary. Subsequent developments confirmed this. Upon witnessing the Imperial fleet's main force returning to aid, Han Tianzhu immediately fled, leaving behind a mere fraction of the cult's warships. He could hardly claim any credit for valor. Commander, upon entering Wen Rong's office, Lin Nian was greeted with salutes from the guards stationed outside. Major General. When inside, Lin Nian returned the salutes. Yes, Major General. Wen had been awaiting Lin Nian's arrival. Please, come in. A guard opened the hatch for Lin Nian. As he stepped forward, he noticed that Wen Huayun remained outside, shaking her head. Captain, I shall not enter. Understood. Lin Nian nodded, choosing not to press the matter further as he stepped into Wen Rong's office. The last time he had entered, it was during his extraordinary promotion, a pivotal moment that altered the trajectory of his life. Had he not been promoted to second lieutenant, he would not have had the opportunity to ascend to captain. And subsequently, to major. It was not an exaggeration to regard Wen Rong as his benefactor. Lin Nian. At last, we meet. Wen Rong's face lit up with a radiant smile upon seeing Lin Nian, and he approached with enthusiasm. Greetings, Commander. Lin Nian stood at attention, saluting Wen Rong. While Wen Rong could act freely, Lin Nian maintained his formal demeanor. Enough of the formalities. We are not far apart in age. I am merely a few years your senior. Let us engage as equals. Wen Rong waved his hand dismissively, already aware that his father intended to recommend Lin Nian to the Empire. Lin Nian's promotion to major was as good as sealed. And now was the opportune moment to cultivate a rapport and strengthen their mutual bond. Furthermore, Wen Rong was well aware of Lin Nian's accomplishments thus far. Each time he reviewed Lin Nian's reports, he felt a profound admiration. Were he in Lin Nian's position, he might not have fared any better, especially considering the last mission he had assigned, to thwart the cult of the Wild Heavens at all costs. From the current perspective, it was akin to a death sentence. Yet, Lin Nian had managed to capture Han Tianzhu's true form, seizing what might have been the sole opportunity for victory amidst a minuscule chance of success, ultimately shattering the cult's siege on the 012 sanitation satellite. Had he failed, both he and his father would bear significant blame. Yes, Commander, Lin Nian did not contest, maintaining his respectful attitude towards Wen Rong. Wen Rong patted his shoulder, encouraging him to relax. Now, do not be so stiff. I have numerous combat-related inquiries for you. Turning to retrieve a drink, Wen Rong intended to engage Lin Nian in a substantive discussion about the discovery of Han Tianzhu's position. Just then, a communication hologram suddenly activated in Wen Rong's office, connecting automatically. The visage of Wen Yuan materialized on the screen. "Greetings, sir." Lin Nian's expression momentarily faltered, and he promptly saluted Wen Yuan. "Father?" "Yes, greetings, sir," Wen Rong began, but was swiftly silenced by a stern look from Wen Yuan, who quickly corrected himself. "Perfect timing. Lin Nian, your performance in combating the cult of the wild heavens has been exceptionally commendable. Your merits have been recognized by His Majesty and have been formally approved in the Imperial Assembly. You are hereby promoted to Lieutenant Colonel and appointed as the acting commander of the restructured 1st Interstellar Fleet, with full authority to pursue and eliminate Han Tianzhu of the cult. You are to depart within 1 day." Wen Yuan's expression was grave, yet the content of his words sent a shockwave through Lin Nian. He had anticipated his promotion to major, but now, being elevated directly to lieutenant colonel and appointed as the highest commander of an interstellar fleet, he was entirely unprepared. This was beyond the bounds of normalcy and did not align with standard promotion protocols. On the surface, it appeared to be a stroke of good fortune, yet Lin Nian had previously experienced the repercussions of an irregular promotion. Those around him might not be inclined to welcome such an individual, making him vulnerable to jealousy and hostility. Lin Nian, Wen Yuan, surprised by Lin Nian's stunned silence, called out, "Dada, I am grateful for His Majesty's favor. For the Empire's nurturing and for your recommendation, sir, I shall repay all of this with my life." Lin Nian swiftly regained his composure, executing a formal gesture of loyalty by striking his right hand heavily against his left shoulder. A gesture signifying unwavering allegiance unto death. "Lin Nian, there were no outsiders present. Let me give you a word of caution. This is not necessarily a blessing." The severity on Wen Yuan's face softened slightly, his tone taking on a more familiar cadence. He had been caught off guard by Zhu's maneuvering, as he had always been somewhat oblivious to the intricacies of politics. While it was not impossible to promote such a promising new combatant as Lin Nian, it should have been approached with caution and prior relationship building. As Wen Yuan spoke, he observed Lin Nian's reaction. "Thank you for your concern, sir. What should I do?" Lin Nian's mind raced, ultimately leading him to respond with these few words. He had no experience dealing with an imperial vice-admiral. Thus, he opted to pass the responsibility back. He hailed from Wen Rong's subordinates, and the mark of the Wen family would not easily fade. Looking at the appointment, it was akin to being parachuted into the 1st Interstellar Fleet as its highest commander. Such an appointment was entirely illogical. This matter, in a sense, is a consequence of my actions, entangling you in high-level strife. When you're inside. However, it is not entirely negative. For you, it is a considerable crisis, but within crisis lies opportunity. Currently, the 1st Interstellar Fleet is in disarray, its original leadership entirely purged. With the lower ranks devoid of morale, there are those who seek to exploit the cult of the wild heavens to cleanse the entire 1st Interstellar Fleet. Wen Yuan only grasped Zhu Xianda's intentions in hindsight. General Wang represents the interests of a segment of the populace. Lin Nian has also become a casualty of this purging operation. Zhu Xianda intends to achieve 2 objectives with a single stroke. If you can revitalize the morale of this fleet, defeat the main force of the Huangtian sect on the battlefield, and eliminate Han Tianzhu, I assure you, you shall become the new Imperial War Commander. No longer merely an acting leader of an Imperial Star Fleet, Wen Yuan has made demands of Lin Nian. Compared to Zhu Xianda's task of defeating Han Tianzhu, his requirements are even more stringent. It is imperative to eliminate Han Tianzhu. He expects Lin Nian to exceed the original expectations at that juncture. Lin Nian can not only shed the title of acting commander, but also extend his influence into the 1st Star Fleet, directly overturning Zhu Xianda's arrangements. The 3 most pivotal star fleets of the Empire shall then be under his command, elevating his power further. The only question that remains is whether Lin Nian can fulfill his demands. Han Tianzhu is an old adversary of Wen Yuan. Despite his seemingly lackluster demeanor, the turmoil he has stirred during multiple imperial crackdowns speaks volumes of his strength. Eliminate Han Tianzhu. Lin Nian clearly recognizes the gravity of the mission. Indeed, you must accomplish this task. The position of a commander is not one to be taken lightly. Wen Yuan's expression is grave, his words laden with implicit threats. Failure to deliver will not yield favorable outcomes. Lin Nian comprehends the situation entirely. Before him lies but two paths, to ascend further or to face accountability and demotion. His rapid promotion is undeniable, yet the risks lurking behind it are equally formidable. The role he is about to assume is inherently fraught with peril, rife with undercurrents of competition. The rank of lieutenant colonel bestowed upon him serves merely to qualify him for this perilous position. To bear the consequences, nothing more than a person like him, devoid of connections, is the quintessential scapegoat. Sir, I shall not betray your trust. Lin Nian immediately stood tall and declared. Faced with such a predicament, he has no choice but to fight for survival. Fortunately, he possesses a trump card unknown to all. For Lin Nian, this crisis may very well represent an opportunity. After all, the greater the storm, the more valuable the fish. Excellent. This is the spirit I seek. Lin Nian, prepare yourself. When Yuan offered his commendation, by the way, you will still serve as the flagship of the 378th battleship. You need not worry about a lack of authority. When Yuan suddenly added this clarification to Lin Nian. Understood. Lin Nian saluted once more. However, when Yuan's final remark left Lin Nian unable to suppress his doubts. Surely, it cannot be that only those aboard the 378th battleship will heed his commands. That thought crossed Lin Nian's mind as he swiftly exited Yuan's office. He glanced at his wristwatch, realizing that his rank and position had been updated, officially changing to lieutenant colonel and acting commander of the First Star Fleet. Observing this hastily conferred role, Lin Nian felt uneasy. Had he truly become synonymous with the title acting? Why was every promotion accompanied by the term acting? This was not akin to his previous role as captain of the 10th Mobile Combat Brigade, where he held a high rank yet a low position. Instead, it was a clear case of a low rank with a high position. Lin Nian could already envision the treatment he would receive within the First Star Fleet. Those individuals might not be inclined to follow his orders. Commander, here are your new shoulder insignias. At that moment, when Huayun stepped forward, presenting Lin Nian with a set of shoulder insignias while also addressing him by his new title. You learned quickly, didn't you? Lin Nian accepted the insignias and promptly donned them. Typically, shoulder insignias are bestowed by superiors upon subordinates, yet it was when Huayun who handed them to him, underscoring the tenuous nature of his lieutenant colonel rank. Yes, that I have just received the relevant notification as well. My rank has been elevated to major, and I have been officially reassigned to serve under you as your chief of staff. When Huayun saluted Lin Nian, her eyes reflecting resignation, she found herself inadvertently tethered to Lin Nian. In comparison to when Rome, Lin Nian evidently falls short. Of course, this is not to imply that Lin Nian lacks personal capability. Rather, it is a matter of background. When Rome possesses a lieutenant general father, while Lin Nian lacks such advantageous connections in terms of personal strength, when Huayun still holds considerable respect for Lin Nian. Very well, we have a day to prepare. I think I shall visit home. Lin Nian nodded. When Huayun, being an old acquaintance, posed no issue as long as she did not encroach upon his battlefield command. Commander, I have arranged everything for you in advance. Your family has been brought to the 007 sanitation space station. Your mother is receiving the best treatment at the local military hospital. When Huayun informed Lin Nian earnestly. Wait a moment. Why are you involved in my personal matters? When did this happen? You brought them here without my consent. Lin Nian was taken aback and subsequently infuriated. His family had been unexpectedly brought to this location. And when Huayun had acted without his approval, who granted her such authority? Commander, it was General Wenzhong who instructed me to do this. He wishes for you to focus on your mission without concern. When Huayun's expression bore a hint of helplessness, she too was compelled into this course of action. Lin Nian fell silent in an instant. He quickly comprehended the underlying motives. When Yuan's actions were designed to hold leverage over him. He inhaled deeply, and any prior fondness he held for Yuan evaporated in that moment. Yuan did not genuinely trust him. Let us proceed. Take me to meet my family. Lin Nian concealed his emotions. Glancing at the guards stationed at the entrance of Wenrong's office, he spoke to Huayun beside him. Yes. When Huayun nodded, I in the Ingyun Star region, at the periphery of the Red Casting Star. The main fleet of the Huantian sect lay at anchor. After a circuitous journey, Han Tianju found himself back here to elude the pursuit of the Imperial fleet. The chief of staff initiated a warp jump. The Imperial pursuit fleet dared not follow. Should they attempt to do so, the chief of staff would not hesitate to wait here, ready to strike. With the warp gate's status now dissipated, the chief of staff immediately commanded the fleet to land on Red Casting Star. plundering the fuel resources available there. This was the leverage gained through the warp-maneuvered AT this moment. Red Casting Star could not possibly give rise to another Lin Nian. The Chief of Staff felt entirely at ease, boldly allowing the fleet to remain here for a brief respite. Chief of Staff, what shall we do next? Han Tianzhu once again sought counsel from his Chief of Staff. Master, he said, let us first plunder resources here. When Yurin is unlikely to pursue us immediately. After days of relentless fighting, our subordinates require rest. The Chief of Staff shook his head. Their journey had indeed been fraught with peril. There was one occasion when they narrowly escaped being eliminated by Lin Nian. The time for action had already passed. Now was the moment to conserve strength. To strike prematurely would result in a feeble blow that it would be wiser to regroup and await the opportune moment to deliver a swift and decisive strike. Very well, Han Tianzhu replied. Nodding in agreement with the Chief of Staff's assessment, he too intended to take a few days to recuperate. This latest plunder had yielded extraordinary success, nearly doubling the size of their ranks without incurring significant losses, save for some difficulties faced at Lin Nian's hands. Overall, Han Tianzhu felt quite satisfied with the current situation. In a military hospital room aboard the 007 sanitation space station, Lin Nian was reunited with his mother, Ning Xiaoman, and his half-brother, Lin Feng. Mother, Lin Nian called softly. Ning Xiaoman, who had been seated on the hospital bed, allowing Lin Feng to feed her liquid food spoonful by spoonful, suddenly froze upon hearing Lin Nian's voice. Disbelief etched across her features as she turned to face him. Brother, Lin Feng exclaimed, immediately setting down the bowl, his face alight with joy as he gazed at Lin Nian. Lin Nian nodded at them. A surge of intense emotion swelling within him, he quickly approached the spot where Lin Feng had been standing, drawing nearer to his mother. Little Nian, it's enough that you've returned. Just being alive is all that matters. Ning Xiaoman's eyes glistened with tears as she struggled to contain her emotions. Meanwhile, Lin Feng's eyes were also red-rimmed, having only later learned of Lin Nian's choice to join the perilous line of duty. There had been no way to prevent it. Yes, Lin Nian affirmed solemnly. I have returned. Outside the hospital room, when Huayun silently observed this tender scene, suddenly, she summoned a soldier and whispered a few instructions. A day later, aboard the Imperial warship 378, Lin Nian strode into the bridge, when Huayun, Liao Fan, and Chen Xiao awaited him. When Huayun held the position of Chief of Staff aboard warship 378, holding the rank of Major. Liao Fan was the commander of the Marine Brigade, a captain by rank. Chen Xiao, leader of the mobile combat team, was a lieutenant, having previously shielded Lin Nian from the onslaught of the Savage Line soldiers against warship 1455. An act of notable merit. He was also one of the 9 survivors from Tianxian Star. Lin Nian took the opportunity to pull Chen Xiao closer, acknowledging his quick wit and decent capabilities. The trio represented the core of his current team. All other crew members from warship 1455 had been promoted 1 rank and joined him on the formidable warship 378, while vacant positions were filled with new recruits, forming a structure where the original members served as the backbone and the new soldiers provided the flesh. It could be said that Lin Nian had complete control over this imperial battleship, establishing himself as its unequivocal leader. Commander, the 3,000 personnel within the bridge rose from their positions and saluted in unison upon Lin Nian's entrance. Although he was merely the acting commander, everyone regarded him as their true leader, a sentiment born from the undeniable prowess he had demonstrated. Good. Return to your posts, Lin Nian stated as he ascended to the command station on the 2nd floor, returning their salute and instructing everyone to resume their duties in preparation for departure from the 007 sanitation space station to rendezvous with the main fleet of the 1st Star Fleet. Lin Nian then issued his first command. Yes, the crew replied in unison, immediately springing into action. Commander, came the report from the Central Command. We are preparing to leave port. Please order all personnel to get ready for the assault. The communications officer shouted from the 1st floor. Very well, broadcast the order across the ship. Lin Nian nodded and took his place at the command station, eyeing the vastness of space. The spherical belly of the 007 sanitation space station began to rise, revealing a colossal opening. The seemingly modest warship 378 commenced its slow exit, inching into the void. Outside the 007 sanitation space station, a fleet of 100 vessels awaited the flagship's arrival. Meanwhile, within a secure communication channel of the 1st Star Fleet, The captains of 10 large warships were engaged in casual conversation regarding their new acting commander, Lin Nian. That I remained skeptical, one voice began. Humph, replied another curtly, if when Yurin cannot accomplish this task, why should we? And now they parachute in this newly promoted lieutenant to lead us. Who knows what his capabilities are? It's obvious that we cannot eradicate Han Tianju. The Central Command simply wants us to fail. After all, we are all part of General Wang's faction. A third voice erupted in anger. Enough, a calm voice interjected. Zhou, please maintain a basic level of respect for the acting commander. Lin is our fleet commander now. Even if he is merely acting, he remains our highest authority. Fine, fine, another voice responded. But you, Mo, seem unbothered. He has usurped your rightful position, and you show no ire? Let it be. The battleship number 378 has converged. The conversation ceases. Public frequency engaged. Colonel Zhou promptly exits the channel. Soon, the commanders of 10 large warships withdraw from this private internal communication. Inside the bridge of battleship number 378, Lin Nian has just freed himself from the command position. Seizing the opportunity during the departure, he swiftly reviews the intelligence on the Haotian sect fleet. Han Tianju is currently near the Hangzhou Star and has likely not ventured far, probably engaged in plundering resources from nearby resource stars to replenish his fleet. The previous battle with Wen Yurin on the outskirts of the Bema Star must have depleted considerable resources. Lin Nian intends to initiate a fleet jump directly to the vicinity of the Haotian sect fleet. Given that the Central Command has imposed a time constraint on him, Lin Nian has no intention of indulging in pretense. He plans to launch an attack on the Haotian sect. However, he must first consult his 10 novice subordinates before proceeding. The commanders of the First Interstellar Fleet, 10 captains of large warships, are akin to minor chieftains under his command. Should they collectively oppose him, it would render his orders ineffective, potentially undermining his position as the acting fleet commander. Much like during his time with the 10th Mobile Division on battleship number 1455. Currently, the only force Lin Nian can command is the battleship number 378 beneath his feet. Communications officer, please connect me to those 10 captains immediately. Lin Nian commands. Yes, sir. The communications officer promptly sets to work. Before long, 10 holographic screens illuminate, displaying the upper bodies of 10 individuals, some youthful, others more seasoned. Having met the acting commander, they salute Lin Nian in unison. Lin Nian reciprocates the gesture, eschewing unnecessary words as he presents his earlier thoughts that I oppose the acting commander's orders. Colonel Zhou interjects, first, we have all witnessed the cunning of the Haotian sect. Jumping directly to the vicinity of Hangzhou Star could very well expose us to enemy ambushes. It would be wiser to undertake a long-distance interstellar voyage. After all, the Yingyun Star region is not far from us. Colonel Zhou proposes a relatively prudent alternative. Lin Nian remains silent, as anticipated. His direct insertion into the First Interstellar Fleet has not garnered easy compliance from those below. Casting a glance at the holographic display of the speaker, he notes the specific identifiers that reveal the individual's name and rank. Captain Zhou Kajin, with the rank of Major. No, I support the acting commander's orders. That I wish to remind everyone that the Central Command's directive is to pacify the Haotian sect within 6 months. We do not have the luxury of time to leisurely traverse to the Yingyun Star region. Colonel Mo interjects, directly countering Zhou Kajin's proposal. That I concur with Captain Mo. No, I must support Captain Zhou. The 10 captains engage in a heated discussion before Lin Nian, ultimately splitting 6-4, with 6 captains choosing to align with Lin Nian. This outcome surprises him somewhat. Perhaps there are other reasons compelling them to favor his plan. Amidst the discourse among the captains, Lin Nian catches a crucial keyword: time. Soon, the discussion concludes, and all 10 captains turn their attention to Lin Nian. In that case, I command, prepare for the jump. Lin Nian solemnly issues his orders. Yes, the 10 captains salute Lin Nian in unison. The holographic displays vanish, and the operators promptly notify the 007 Sanitation Space Station to initiate the jump sequence. The jump coordinates are set to a unit distance outside the Hangzhou Star region. The entire ship sounds the red alert. Combat personnel immediately take their positions, and Lin Nian issues commands to the crew around him. Liao Fan and Chun Xiao exchange glances, intending to leave the bridge at once. They are both part of the combat units aboard the warship. Commander, we shall proceed to our posts, Liao Fan and Chun Xiao say in unison as they salute. Beside them is an Air Force regiment commander, primarily responsible for the interstellar fighter units, a newly appointed lieutenant on Lin Nian's ship, named Zhu Xuanxin. Acting commander, I must also prepare. Zhu Xuanxin speaks up, having lagged behind the other two. Previously very low-key, within Lin Nian's new circle. He now takes the initiative to voice his thoughts. Very well. You may go. Lin Nian nods, and the three swiftly exit the bridge, heading towards their respective units. Report. The 007 sanitation satellite is initiating our jump. The jump space is being generated. The communications officer shouts to Lin Nian that he immediately looks up to see two colossal energy devices being deployed from the 007 sanitation space station, emitting red and blue beams of light. The two colors converge at a focal point and gradually unfold a space directly before the first interstellar fleet. This is Lin Nian's first encounter with such a magnificent spectacle. Unfortunately, his battleship No. 378 is merely a large warship and lacks the capability to initiate a jump independently. Only the Empire's super-large warships and sanitation space stations possess the ability to do so. Now, to reach Hangzhou Star, he must rely on the nearby 007 sanitation space station for assistance. The jump space has been formed. We are about to transit, the communications officer continues to proclaim. Lin Nian silently gazes at the starry expanse before him. This time, he must eliminate Han Tianzhu. Lin Nian instinctively clenches his fists, thinking of his family. They should not have been entangled in this conflict. In the outer space of Hangzhou Star, numerous transport vessels shuttle between the planetary surface and the warships, continuously supplying resources to the Haotian sect fleet. Chief of Staff, is it nearly time? Han Tianzhu feels an inexplicable sense of unease, as though being watched by his nemesis. Strangely, he finds his thoughts drifting to Lin Nian. Master, please exercise a little more patience. We still require some time to replenish our stock. Given this rare opportunity to extract abundant resources from this resource star, it would be unwise to leave without ensuring full readiness. Obtaining such cost-free resources in the future would prove considerably more difficult. The Chief of Staff once again urges Han Tianzhu. Resource extraction is not as simple as merely dropping equipment on a planet to procure supplies. The complexities involved are considerable. However, the resource stars already surveyed by the Empire are different. They have frameworks established, awaiting the activation of surface extraction equipment. This is also why he sought to prevent Han Tianzhu from deploying large-scale destructive weapons on Huanyan Star. Should the ground mining equipment be destroyed, the prospect of extracting and plundering resources would become exceedingly challenging. After all, he cannot predict when they might return or if they ever will. Report. A sudden detection of jump energy fluctuations has been registered at a unit distance away. A crew member suddenly rushed before the two men, exclaiming loudly. Han Tianzhu and the Chief of Staff were momentarily taken aback. The Imperial fleet has arrived. The Chief of Staff quickly regained his composure. Immediately, instruct all mining warships to cease all extraction activities. Return to the main fleet at once. This is an order, he commanded the crew member with authority. Yes, sir. The crew member saluted and hurried away. Chief of Staff, Han Tianzhu remarked, the Imperial fleet has come upon us rather swiftly, hasn't it? We haven't had much respite. Is it possible that when Yuran is behind this? Han Tianzhu's expression was one of distress. Previously, he had trusted his Chief of Staff's judgment and launched a direct assault on the Central Star region, only to find himself in a veritable hornet's nest. The Imperial forces seemed thoroughly incensed. Intent on annihilating them. No, the Chief of Staff replied. It is unlikely. According to Wen's reports, there was infighting within the upper echelons of the Empire, making it improbable for Wen Yuran to engage in battle again. The Chief of Staff had gleaned a wealth of information regarding the Empire's internal affairs through General Wen. Wen Yuran's ambition was all too evident, and the Imperial factions would not permit him to grow too powerful. So what shall we do? Shall we fight or flee? Han Tianzhu felt a headache coming on at this dilemma, yearning for a decisive direction from his Chief of Staff. Communications Officer, inform me immediately of the duration of the jump at that location. The Chief of Staff promptly inquired about the information he sought. Report to the Chief of Staff. The estimated duration is between 30 to 45 minutes, the communications officer announced loudly. Excellent. Upon hearing this time frame, the Chief of Staff instantly understood. Chief, what is the situation? Han Tianzhu felt utterly bewildered at my lord. The Chief of Staff replied, this duration allows for only a single interstellar fleet to jump, given their audacity. Why shouldn't we counterattack them? A confident smile appeared on the Chief of Staff's face. Having previously defeated 2 Imperial interstellar fleets head-on had bolstered his confidence immensely. Now, the enemy was sending but a single interstellar fleet and dared to jump so close. They were clearly underestimating them. So that means we fight. Han Tianzhu finally grasped the situation. Indeed, the advantage lies with us. My lord, please issue the order. The Chief of Staff brimmed with confidence, eagerly awaiting Han Tianzhu's final command. Previously anxious, Han Tianzhu felt a surge of boldness upon witnessing his Chief of Staff's unwavering assurance that he stood and forcefully waved his hand at the crew members. Order. All forces, engage. Target. Annihilate the Imperial fleet. As Han Tianzhu concluded his declaration, the crew members on the bridge sprang into action. In the vastness of space, a multitude of warships began to assemble, their formidable presence shifting direction to align with the emergence of the jump energy. Accelerating forward, the colossal fleet appeared awe-inspiring. For the arid sky church, this represented their resolve to withstand the Imperial fleet's onslaught. In the jump space, the Imperial ship number 378 was the first to complete the transition, followed closely by the first interstellar fleet of the Empire on the bridge of ship number 378. Lin Nian had yet to fully appreciate the wonders of the jump space when a familiar female voice suddenly resonated in his mind. Key enemy ships detected. Targets have been marked. Eliminating them can enhance our current survival chances. Numerous bright points materialized before his eyes, yet they were still some distance away. Report. A voice called out. A large number of enemy vessels detected. Commander, what should we do? The communications officer rushed in, visibly flustered, as it was his first time encountering such a situation. Stay calm. Lin Nian reassured the officer. Operator, immediately connect me with the captains of the large warships. He then instructed the crew on the first floor. Commander, we are connected. One of the crew members, previously stationed on ship number 1455, appeared remarkably composed compared to the panicked communications officer. A portion of the anxious new crew members began to settle down under the steadiness of the veteran from ship No. 1455. Deputy Chief of Staff 1, I need you to do something immediately. Lin Nian spoke rapidly, projecting a holographic display that showcased the enemy vessels through a magnified lens. Numerous arid sky warships were highlighted for identification. Lin Nian began to outline the bright points he had observed. Commander, what is the matter? Please instruct. When Huayun stood up and saluted Lin Nian, inquiring, she refrained from involving herself in Lin Nian's on-the-spot command. A tacit understanding between them. These warships seem somewhat familiar to me. Lead your subordinates to investigate and verify the reports from previous engagements. Lin Nian swiftly presented a multitude of screenshots of warships, each possessing clear identification points. The other members of the staff turned their gazes towards Lin Nian, having never before witnessed someone utilizing staff members as information clerks rather than strategists. Yes, Commander, when Huayun responded without hesitation. She recognized her role as a scout, tasked with providing Lin Nian with the necessary information. Everyone, get moving. When Huayun commanded the other staff members, seeing their chief of staff act in such a manner, the other staff had no choice but to comply with the orders. Meanwhile, 10 holographic screens sprang into view almost simultaneously, presenting 10 captains before Lin Nian. Greetings, acting commander. They saluted in unison. The enemy is advancing toward us. Acting commander, what is your strategy? Shall we engage or retreat? This time, it was Colonel Mo who spoke first, his expression grave. The subsequent orders from Lin Nian would determine their level of compliance. Observing Lin Nian's relatively composed demeanor, they could at least ascertain that he had emotional management under control. Upon emerging from the jump point, they encountered the arid sky church fleet, a scenario for which they had mentally prepared. However, the sudden appearance of a densely packed formation of enemy warships on the radar instilled a sense of pressure in everyone. For those responsible for making decisions, the gravity of the situation was amplified, as they held not only their own lives, but also the lives of many subordinates in their hands. Engage. Lin Nian's command was succinct and resolute. I oppose. The acting commander interjected. The enemy possesses nearly 10,000 warships, while we only have 101. We face a substantial numerical disadvantage. I would recommend that we refrain from engaging directly. Zhou Kejin once again stepped forward. He felt that Lin Nian's battle orders merely pushed them into the abyss. The First Star Fleet had not been unfamiliar with combat against the Huangtian sect fleet. Just recently, under the command of Major General Wang, they had engaged in a fierce battle with the Huangtian sect fleet near Bema Star. The situation at that time had been dire, leaving them with no option of retreat. They could only brace themselves and clash head-on with the enemy. Following that battle, they had suffered losses of over half their forces. Presently, the First Starfleet had recently replaced nearly half of its crew and ships. In the heat of battle, there was no guarantee of the fleet's combat effectiveness, particularly for the new recruits, under the immense pressure of death. Chaos within the fleet could very well ensue. It was not impossible for them to repeat the fate of the 10th and 11th Starfleets. Indeed, I concur with the views of Deputy Commander Zhou. Among the 10 captains, aside from 2 who remained silent, 7 supported Zhou Kejin's perspective. Colonel Mo was one of those who did not speak, watching Lin Nian's choice with keen interest, observing whether he would persist in his views despite such overwhelming opposition. Lin Nian, to put it nicely, was the supreme commander of the First Starfleet. However, if these individuals refused to follow orders, Lin Nian would be rendered inconsequential. I stand by my opinion. Battle, Lin Nian declared resolutely. If the esteemed captains are unwilling to act in unison, I shall not coerce any of you. Your respective large warships need not engage, but I demand to secure at least half of the fleet's command authority. Lin Nian did not expect his orders to sway the captains, yet he needed to amass sufficient concentrated firepower to systematically breach the energy shields of the Huangtian warships, targeting their critical objectives. Hence, Lin Nian proactively proposed an exchange with these captains. His words were exceedingly firm. The 10 captains exchanged glances. Granting half of the fleet's command authority meant they could remain on standby outside the battlefield. This arrangement seemed acceptable to them. After all, as the supreme commander of the fleet, if Lin Nian were to fall in battle, they could simply return and report that it would be entirely justifiable for them to lack the morale to continue fighting after the highest authority had perished. They could even shift some blame onto the deceased. If Lin Nian emerged victorious, they would not suffer losses. It would be a significant gain. There was no more advantageous deal than this in the universe. Well then, Zhou Kejin, who had previously opposed the idea vehemently, now hesitated. He was inclined to agree, but feared that this moment might be recorded. This will not be documented in the battle report. You may verify it. I simply require absolute command authority on the battlefield. The enemy is approaching. Please do not waste my time. Lin Nian's tone was cold. He had reviewed the previous battle report from Bema Star, which revealed the First Starfleet's dismal performance, an outcome closely tied to these captains. Since they were so averse to risking their lives, he would acquiesce to their demands. Lin Nian sought but one thing: a fleet that would obey his commands without question. Orders: transfer the command authority to Flagship 378. One captain spoke up, followed by Zhou Kejin and several other captains issuing the same order. Once Lin Nian confirmed receipt of the command, they sequentially deactivated their communication screens. Lin Nian was decisive, and they followed suit. Deputy Commander, the Imperial Ship 012 and its subordinate vessels await your orders. Colonel Mo suddenly saluted Lin Nian and declared loudly, Deputy Commander, the Imperial Ship 008 and its subordinate vessels await your orders. Another colonel shouted in unison. Lin Nian was somewhat taken aback by these two, who had previously chosen silence. He took a moment to note their names: Mo Yangwang and Wei Rinda. Why do the two of you wish to stay? Lin Nian inquired. From a rational perspective, his actions seemed somewhat reckless. Lin Nian, I have reviewed your dossier and find you trustworthy. Deputy Commander, please issue your orders. Mo Yangwang was the first to respond, with Wei Rinda nodding in agreement. Lin Nian sensed that this was not entirely genuine, but their choice to trust him was a positive development. With the addition of 2 large warships, the issue of firepower should be resolved. Lin Nian was eager to move forward, turning swiftly to Wen Huang. Chief of Staff 1, have the requested data been confirmed? Lin Nian's words came swiftly. Commander, as you suspected, they are indeed core command vessels of the Huangtian fleet. In previous battle reports, they have demonstrated exceptional performance to varying degrees. When Huayun's face lit up with excitement, the other staff members shared her sentiment. Upon realizing this information, the way all eyes turned towards Lin Nian changed dramatically. Previously, they had questioned why their deputy commander wished them to undertake this task, but now, all that remained were expressions of admiration. It was no wonder Lin Nian could swiftly ascend to the position of deputy commander of a fleet, while they found it difficult to rise even to the rank of chief of staff. Excellent. Lin Nian addressed the two captains. I have forwarded the data to you. Please act according to my commands and coordinate attacks on the designated targets. Mo Yangwang and Wei Rinda immediately began to examine the information upon receiving it. Their expressions shifting rapidly. They were seasoned captains. While the First Starfleet may have fallen into a state of stagnation prior to their transfer, they had both been elite personnel within their respective fleets. Possessing fundamental tactical acumen, Lin Nian, through astute observation, had managed to connect the dots with previous battle data and devise targeted tactical arrangements, which was nothing short of formidable. Understood. Mo Yangwang and Wei Rinda saluted Lin Nian in unison. Upon reviewing the data, their lingering doubts evaporated instantly. Lin Nian was not simply naive in believing that the Imperial fleet was inherently superior to the Huangtian fleet, thus ensuring victory in battle. Rather, he possessed his own logical reasoning and did not underestimate the Huangtian sect fleet. Now, all that remained was to await the results of the actual combat. Whether Lin Nian's command would prove effective would ultimately be determined by their performance in battle. In the expanse of space, the Imperial First Starfleet gradually divided into two factions. Half continued their advance toward the oncoming Huangtian warships, while the other half came to a slow halt within his flagship. Zhou Kajin engaged in private conversation with the other 7 large warship captains. Gentlemen, shall we place a wager? Let us bet on how long this audacious Lin Nian can endure, that a captain suddenly proposed. What a splendid suggestion. I wager 1 million. Lin Nian 1T last half an hour. Another captain chimed in, his words laced with mirth. Half an hour? You're being rather generous to I in my view. That's about the time one would typically spend on a woman. 10 minutes. I bet 2 million. Zhou Kajin, with his usual sarcastic tone, delivered a scathing remark about the first captain's claim, provoking uproarious laughter from the others. It seems that Major Zhou is quite the wit. You killing me with laughter. I added, 2 million. A certain captain, still chuckling, spoke with a breathless excitement. Get lost. How long it takes me. You wouldn't know a thing. Zhou Kajin, you're really talking about yourself. IVE revised my estimate. At least 3 hours. I'm upping my bet by 3 million. The captain, who had been derided, was infuriated and ultimately settled on a considerably longer duration. One by one. The other captains followed suit with their bets. Without exception, no one had faith in Lin Nian. They were convinced he wouldn't last long and would soon have to retreat to join them. Meanwhile, the only two who truly believed in Lin Nian were already with him, at the heart of the battlefield. Compared to the vast fleet of the abandoned sky, the number of Lin Nian's ships was markedly inferior. Overall, it appeared as if a mere needle was attempting to pierce a massive iron sphere. To the surprise of the 8 captains, however, Lin Nian's ship, number 378, took the lead, boldly serving as the tip of the spear. Setting aside everything else, this display of courage and valor was indeed striking. Yet, individuals who acted like Lin Nian on the battlefield typically met with dire fates. Report. The flagship of the abandoned sky announced. The enemy's identity has been confirmed. It is the Empire's First Starfleet. The liaison officer stated loudly to Colonel Han Tianju's chief of staff. The Empire must have lost its mind. They actually dispatched this useless fleet to pursue us, mere defeated foes, hardly a threat. Upon hearing First Starfleet, Han Tianju instantly perked up. They had just faced this opponent, and compared to other Imperial fleets, it was ridiculously weak if it hadn't been for when Uranus' second and third Starfleets arriving in time. Han Tianju would have already broken through the First Starfleet. The fact that the First Starfleet dared to confront them now was unacceptable. He would make sure they learned a lesson. Liaison officer, have any other Starfleets been detected in the vicinity? The chief of staff, more composed than Han Tianju, felt relieved at the mention of the First Starfleet, but still worried it might be a baiting tactic. Report, chief of staff. No. Moreover, we have observed that the First Starfleet has suddenly divided into 2 fleets. One is advancing towards us, while the other seems to be watching. The liaison officer declared. The chief of staff was baffled by the First Starfleet's maneuvers. That I believe I have an understanding. A confident smile emerged on the chief of staff's face as he claimed to have seen through the enemy's strategy. Quickly, speak. It must be said that Han Tianju played his part well. The First Starfleet has likely split internally. Some of the veterans are reluctant to fight, while the newcomers are eager to engage. If we can eliminate this portion of the Imperial fleet coming to meet us, the other half will surely flee, the chief of staff asserted with great confidence. Commander, Please issue the order. All forces. Advance, the Chief of Staff suggested to Han Tianzhu. When the advantage is substantial enough, no intricate tactics are needed. Just charge in and finish it in one go. Excellent. Order. Attack the incoming enemy. Han Tianzhu proclaimed grandly. Yes, the crew responded in unison. Realizing they were in a favorable position, they were all invigorated as if they had been injected with adrenaline. In space, the two fleets, moving towards each other, collided at high speed. Both sides unleashed their first wave of long-range attacks, with beams of lasers striking against the energy shields of the opposing ships. The shields flickered incessantly on the Imperial side. The ship number 378, acting as the spearhead, faced the most intense assault. However, due to its large size, its energy shield was also the most robust. Lin Nian was acutely aware of the circumstances of his fleet, that it was imperative that he, aboard this large vessel, take the brunt of the initial charge. The ships assigned to him by the captains were predominantly newcomers, who were ill-equipped to serve as the vanguard as for Mo Yingguang and Wei Rinda. Lin Nian could not fully trust them, nor could they trust him that he had no choice but to take the lead himself. Order. Concentrate fire on the 3 designated medium-sized abandoned sky ships on the right. Simultaneously, instruct Lieutenant Zhu Xuanxin's squadron of starfighters to launch immediately. As Lin Nian deftly manipulated the holographic interface surrounding him, he continuously marked the various high-threat warships for his subordinates. Simultaneously, he adjusted the concentrated fire targets for his fleet. The battle intensified as both fleets closed in, transforming into a brutal clash. Countless interstellar warships were obliterated under the relentless barrage. The first interstellar fleet, personally commanded by Lin Nian, exhibited an even more ferocious demeanor. The entire fleet, under his command, operated like a singularly minded, highly efficient machine of slaughter, systematically dismantling the critical cores and vital connection nodes of the Huangtian fleet. Contrary to expectations, the seemingly futile endeavor of piercing the iron sphere with a fine needle did not result in the needle snapping. Instead, it remained steadfastly embedded within the seemingly solid orb. In stark contrast, the Huangtian warships were ceaselessly detonated by the Imperial fleet, one after another, descending into chaos. Efforts to re-establish footholds were thwarted as they were once again obliterated by the first interstellar fleet, plunging them into further disarray. This cycle repeated itself, and after several rounds of engagement, the momentum overwhelmingly favored the Imperial fleet. The frontline Huangtian warships, having succumbed to disarray, could no longer maintain morale and began to flee in a frenzied panic. Their formation, which should have been as solid as an iron sphere, now resembled a balloon ruptured by a needle, burst apart. Within the bridge of the Imperial warship 012, Mo Yangguang stared in astonishment at the advancing warship 378. He had never witnessed such a ruthless command style, sharp and precise. Under Lin Nian's leadership, the first interstellar fleet had undergone a remarkable transformation, evolving into an extraordinarily fearsome instrument of destruction. Wherever they went, they encountered no equal. They either faced Lin Nian's preemptive strikes or retreated under the immense pressure of impending doom, failing to fulfill their intended roles. From the outset, the Huangtian fleet had been incapable of establishing an effective command system. Old Mo, how terrifying. Lin Nian was a monster. Suddenly, Wei Rindai's holographic display flickered before Mo Yangguang, his expression reflecting an indescribable shock that we should be grateful that such a person is our commander and not our enemy. Mo Yangguang remarked solemnly, unconsciously bestowing a new title upon Lin Nian, acknowledging him as a leader in his heart. Lin Nian's performance on the battlefield far exceeded all his expectations. His own rank of colonel seemed trivial in comparison to Lin Nian's prowess. Mo Yangguang was certain that Lin Nian would not stop at the rank of lieutenant colonel. Indeed, Wei Rindai concurred. Fortunately, we stand on his side, just by placing himself in the position of the Huangtian fleet. Wei Rindai felt an immense weight pressing upon his chest, an overwhelming sensation of suffocation. All the warships under his command no longer formed a unified system, as the enemy systematically dismantled their critical nodes, leading to encirclement. All attempts to re-establish order became futile, and they could only watch helplessly as the enemy's flagship breached numerous obstacles, advancing step by step towards them. The colossal silhouette of the warship crushed the remnants of their fleet with unstoppable force. Never once glancing back, Wei Rindai's breathing quickened uncontrollably. Lieutenant Colonel Wei, I will replace Warship 378 and become the new Arrowhead. Please provide me cover." Mo Yangwang suddenly declared with utmost seriousness. Lin Nian had delivered them a flawless performance. Now it was time for him to repay Lin Nian. "Understood." Colonel Mo. Wei Rindai immediately saluted Mo Yangwang as the holographic interface vanished. "Communications officer, contact the commander immediately. Request that our Warship 012 take the position of Warship 378 and continue to serve as the spearhead of the fleet." Mo Yangwang commanded with a grave expression. Yes, in the vastness of space beyond the battlefield, Zhou Kajin had initially worn a smile, anticipating the spectacle of Warship 378 plunging into the Huangtian fleet of nearly 10,000 warships. He waited to witness Lin Nian's impending disaster. The disparity in forces was too great. Even if the Huangtian warships lacked organization and discipline, Zhou Kajin doubted Lin Nian's chances of success. Yet soon, the smile on his face stiffened. Warship 378 advanced relentlessly, crushing all in its path. Although initially besieged by the Huangtian warships, which caused its energy shield to flicker once the two fleets clashed. The Huangtian fleet lost all semblance of organization and could no longer concentrate fire on Lin Nian. They were either disoriented by Lin Nian's assault or detonated in a shower of sparks. "Everyone," a captain suddenly remarked in the private chat channel, "have we all misjudged the situation?" "Indeed," another captain chimed in. Unable to contain himself, "It seems the Huangtian fleet is on the verge of collapse." They could clearly see that despite the numerical advantage of the Huangtian fleet, their lack of organization, once efficiently dismantled by Lin Nian, left them utterly defenseless, devolving into a rabble. Perhaps they had all been mistaken. Particularly in their assessment of Lin Nian, he was neither blind nor arrogant, but terrifyingly strong. Now, their enemies were crumbling under their own weight, while they remained on the sidelines, watching the spectacle unfold. Indeed, they would share in the glory of victory. But what of the kill count? That was far more valuable than mere collective military accolades. The individual achievements counted within a single ship would serve as a capital for future promotions. Aside from joining the battle, Mo Yangwang and Wei Rindai, along with the other 8 captains, would gain nothing from the battlefield, especially in such a favorable situation. Warship 006. Activate all engines. Accelerate to support our fleet commander. Zhou Kajin suddenly shouted, his voice filled with urgency, transmitting through the private chat channel to the other 7 captains. In the moment they realized what was happening, Zhou Kajin had already charged forward with fervor. "Damn it! You fool! Hurry! All ships, activate!" The captains erupted into exclamations of frustration. Zhou Kajin had truly acted rashly, hastily assuming command and transforming into the legitimate leader. Each captain hurriedly exited the private chat channel, issuing orders for their subordinates to engage. Half of the first Interstellar fleet, now resembling a tiger descending from the mountain, surged towards the visibly faltering Huangtian fleet on the bridge of the Huangtian flagship. Han Tianju bellowed with a voice that was hoarse and frayed, "Retreat! Give the order for the entire fleet to withdraw immediately." The valor of Warship 378 was all too familiar to him. Without needing to deliberate, he knew it was Lin Nian. On the other side, Han Tianju's chief of staff was covering his face. He did not intervene to halt Han Tianju's order for retreat. In the heart of the battlefield, Lin Nian suddenly appeared like a specter. Moreover, the situation had escalated dramatically. It was no longer merely a matter of commanding a medium-sized Imperial warship, but rather leading a fully assembled Imperial Star Fleet. Although the number of the Haotian fleet was considerable, they were most fearful of encountering an opponent like Lin Nian. His battlefield instincts were acute, terrifyingly so. The First Star Fleet, which had previously suffered a defeat at their hands, now seemed to have undergone a profound transformation, wreaking havoc upon them. Even more alarming was the fact that as the tide of battle began to turn, the remaining half of the First Star Fleet, which had been idle spectators, now surged forward to engage them in a frantic assault. "Chief of Staff, speak up, will you?" Han Tianju noticed the changes unfolding at the front lines and urgently inquired of his most trusted lieutenant. The Haotian warships on the front lines erupted like firecrackers, continuously spewing forth fireworks and wreckage. The panic had swiftly spread from the frontline troops to the mid-rear fleet, all of whom hastily changed course and fled in disarray. "Commander, it is no longer feasible. We must abandon our frontline forces and expedite our withdrawal from the battlefield. Let us retreat to the more familiar Red Cloud Star region. the chief of staff immediately advised Han Tianzhu. Upon witnessing the entirety of the First Star Fleet joining the fray, he understood that they had lost this interstellar battle. Utterly and without recourse, he had never anticipated that Lin Nian would ascend to the position of Supreme Commander of the First Star Fleet. Just a short while ago, when he had encountered this individual, he had merely been a captain. The chief of staff, having served in the Imperial Fleet, knew that even an acting commander of a fleet typically required at least the rank of a major. The leap from a junior officer to a field officer was not something that ordinarily occurred with such rapidity. Lin Nian's promotion was astonishingly swift and decidedly unusual. Had Lin Nian still been in command of a medium-sized warship like the No. 1455, the chief of staff would have maintained a degree of confidence in confronting him. However, given the current circumstances, survival took precedence. Very well. Everyone immediately complied with the chief of staff's directive. Han Tianzhu waved his hand, and the Haotian fleet moved with remarkable speed. The frontline combat fleet of the Haotian Church was primarily composed of newly enlisted captive soldiers, followed by the supervisory troops, and finally, Han Tianzhu's loyal fleet, an arrangement of strict hierarchy. At this moment, they parted with no regret. The Haotian fleet ceased its offensive and swiftly turned to retreat. The flames from the warship's exhausts flared to their maximum almost instantaneously. The Haotian fleet might not have been fully equipped, but they were certainly well prepared in terms of speed. Within a few breaths, they had completed their separation from the front lines and were hastily heading towards the eastern Red Cloud Star region. Simultaneously, aboard the Imperial battleship No. 378's bridge, Lin Nian issued a command. Order. Everyone, abandon the pursuit of the Haotian warships that are devoid of combat power and morale. Immediately regroup and accelerate to maximum speed. Pursue Han Tianzhu. Lin Nian promptly instructed the First Star Fleet. The point of light representing Han Tianzhu was rapidly receding in his line of sight. Should this threatening point of light be allowed to vanish, he might never have another opportunity to capture Han Tianzhu. Lin Nian could not permit this battle to conclude. He was determined to continue the pursuit at all costs. Commander, must we really push ourselves to such extremes? We have already achieved a tremendous victory and can easily report to the Central Command. Zhou Kejin proactively opened a communication screen, presenting his suggestion to Lin Nian, hoping he would terminate the previous pursuit order. After all, rather than doggedly chasing the fleeing Haotian fleet, it would be far more prudent to capture the disorganized remnants of the Haotian forces. There would be no need to worry about ambushes along the pursuit route or risking casualties among their ranks due to continued engagements. A multitude of other captains joined the communication screen, each expressing their strong agreement with Zhou Kejin's sentiments. Their primary concern was that their ships had registered too few kills, just as they were about to engage. The Haotian fleet had chosen to retreat. This was, after all, one of the Haotian fleet's special traits. They never fought battles against the wind. This is an order. Those unwilling to comply shall remain here. Lin Nian asserted with unwavering resolve. Han Tianzhu's life was tied to his family. He would not entertain any dissent. Understood, Commander. Mo Yingguang and Wei Rinda saluted Lin Nian in unison, unconditionally pledging to execute his orders. In the recent battle, Lin Nian's performance had won their absolute trust. Since Lin Nian was so adamant about pursuing Han Tianzhu, it was evident he had his reasons. Mo Yingguang and Wei Rinda were unaware of these reasons, but they understood the necessity of compliance. Lin Nian's tactical command had never faltered. Their unconditional agreement starkly contrasted with the other captain's ulterior motives. Zhou Kejin recalled the last time he ignored Lin Nian's advice, which had resulted in considerable losses. He had achieved minimal kills, and for Zhou Kejin, not gaining anything equated to suffering a loss. With Mo Yingguang and Wei Rinda on board, he found no better grounds for opposition. Very well, Zhou Kejin reluctantly acquiesced to the command, saluting Lin Nian. Observing this, the other captains followed suit, saluting and accepting the orders that in the vastness of space, the First Star Fleet of the Empire, in response to the transmitted orders, swiftly began to regroup the scattered starships and reorganize the fleet formation. The exhaust flames of all warships flared to maximum intensity in an instant, pursuing the retreating direction of the Haotian fleet. 3 months later, in the Imperial Parliament Hall of the Bema Star Empire, Zhu appeared to stride with confidence as he entered the hall's center. His mood was exceptionally buoyant, for the news regarding the Haotian Church had been nothing short of a series of triumphant reports. Particularly, under the command of Colonel Lin Nian, the first star fleet of the Empire had undergone a remarkable transformation, relentlessly pursuing Han Tianzhu from the red casting star, achieving victory after victory. They had chased from the Shadow Cloud Star region to the Red Cloud Star region and continued to pursue Han Tianzhu. It was said they were closing in on the juncture between the Red Cloud and Sky Cloud Star regions, near the Thousand Sages Star. The Haotian Church's main fleet had plummeted from nearly 10,000 warships at its peak to fewer than 1,000 now, a stark testament to their ferocity. Zhu's decision to forcibly promote Lin Nian had indeed proven to be a masterstroke. While suppressing Wen Yuan, he also revitalized the bloodlust of the First Star Fleet. Most importantly, Lin Nian's background was impeccably pristine. He hailed entirely from the lower echelons of the empire, with no connections to any imperial noble families, making him the most useful tool imaginable. Your Majesty, Zhu acknowledged the young emperor seated upon the throne. However, the young emperor, preoccupied with devouring pastries, paid no heed to Zhu's greeting, his chubby little hands busily taking bites from either side. With a decisive bite, Zhu appeared to take note of the other high-ranking officials in the council chamber. The assembly was complete, having arrived well in advance, including Wen Yuan. Perfectly timed, the gathering was in place. I would like to share some good news regarding the cult of the wasteland, Zhu expressed with palpable enthusiasm. Your Highness, came a solemn voice, there is more pressing news. General Lu Yili is facing a significant issue. The good mood that Zhu had been enjoying vanished instantaneously. Lu Yili, Zhu murmured in a tone only he could hear. His animosity toward this individual was genuine. Lu Yili's grandfather had once been a great benefactor of the empire, a paramount minister who had skillfully averted the tide of chaos and held the crumbling edifice of the empire aloft. Decades ago, he had staunchly resisted the Republic's ferocious onslaught, and even the father of the young emperor had been elevated to the imperial throne through this man's patronage, both in popularity and reputation. He had reached the zenith of ministerial esteem, nearly stepping into the ultimate position of power. Instinctively, Zhu glanced at the young emperor's seat. Fortunately, fate intervened, just as this man was poised to take that fateful step. He succumbed to a sudden grave illness, abruptly halting all ambitions. This was a stroke of luck for the Zhu family, as well as for the empire, or at least that was Zhu's belief. Despite the man's demise, he had left the Lu family with a substantial political legacy. What has happened to General Lu Yili? When Yuan inquired, directing his gaze towards the minister, his interjection jolted Zhu back to reality, who was now also looking on. He is suspected of treasonous intentions. The minister replied succinctly, clearly articulating Lu Yili's ambitions. Lu Yili was stationed in the Guangyun Star Domain, located to the west of the Central Star Domain, merely separated by the Shuyan Star Domain. Previously, Lu Yili had attempted several military insurrections against the empire, akin to rebellion. However, the Imperial Central Fleet still wielded considerable strength. Halfway through his fleet's journey, Lu Yili's forces had halted, resulting in unresolved outcomes. Moreover, due to Lu Yili's grandfather's monumental contributions, Zhu found himself unable to act directly against Lu Yili. He was merely a prince, not an emperor. Any rash action against Lu Yili could come at a hefty price, potentially provoking the noble families of the empire to retaliate against him. Furthermore, the rapid rise of the cult of the wasteland had compelled him to postpone the matter, dragging it out to the present day. The entire Guangyun Star Domain was effectively under Lu Yili's control, functioning as a nation within the empire's borders. Your Highness, the governor of the Shuyan Star Domain has sent a confidential report. Lu Yili is assembling the 5th and 6th Star Fleets with intentions to advance eastward again. The minister presented Zhu with a dossier via his wristwatch. Zhu read in silence, concealing critical information before projecting the report onto a public screen for all to see. Ladies and gentlemen, he began, how do you propose we proceed? Dealing with Lu Yili is evidently more complex than addressing Han Tianzhu. Zhu was disinclined to act unilaterally on the matter. The room erupted into murmurs as various opinions were exchanged. If Lu Yili remained unchecked, the threat would extend beyond Zhu himself. They too could be at risk. No one could predict the consequences should Lu Yili penetrate the Central Star Domain. Your Highness, I suggest dispatching a special commissioner to handle the matter directly and apprehend Lu Yili. One minister proposed Ta. Another retorted, a fine notion, but who will take on that task? Who dares? Do you? Came the sharp response. Do you believe Lu Yili would not deal with you first? I believe in employing a policy of conciliation, promoting Lu Yili's rank and status. Perhaps it might placate him. Another voice suggested that a farce. Came the immediate dismissal. That is mere appeasement, and you must realize it will only embolden Lu Yili. As more suggestions and counterarguments proliferated, the discussion in the council chamber grew increasingly tumultuous. Yet, Zhu discerned no consensus amidst the clamor. Instead, the atmosphere began to resemble that of a bustling market. With firm resolve, Zhu rapped his knuckles against the table before him, gradually silencing the uproar. Enough? Do you repay His Majesty's trust in you to stabilize the realm in such a manner? Zhu invoked his familiar phrase, having mastered the rhetoric of Zhu Rena. Upon hearing his words, a profound silence enveloped the chamber. I want meat buns. The young emperor's voice rang out, piercingly loud. All eyes shifted to the young monarch, only to swiftly return to Zhu, who presided over the meeting. Your Highness, a minister rose slowly from his seat. I have a suggestion, though I am unsure if it is appropriate to voice it. His gaze, however, was fixed on Wen Yuren. Zhu was no fool. The minister's glance instantly revealed the intent to maneuver the tiger to devour the wolf, using Wen Yuren to counterbalance Lu Yili. After all, neither side was particularly virtuous. Allowing them to turn against one another would be the most advantageous outcome. Zhu's mind cleared in that moment. In no matter, speak freely. The council must welcome wise counsel for the enduring strength of the empire and the protection of its subjects. There is nothing that cannot be said, Zhu articulated eloquently. When Yuren, however, noted the minister's gaze directed at him, and his expression darkened, he was not naive. He quickly grasped the implication of the proposed notion. It was nothing more than a suggestion for him to lead the charge against Lu Yili. The torrent of suppressed fury surged within Wen Yuren. Despite his valiant service in the empire's campaigns, he had not even secured the rank of a general, and now Zhu sought to utilize him as a pawn. Yet, Wen Yuren refrained from voicing his ire, for the minister had yet to divulge the specifics of the plan. General Wen Yuren, I hope you will not take offense at what I am about to say, the minister stated earnestly. Wen Yuren had anticipated the content of the proposal, and his countenance darkened further. As the implication was clear, it directly involved him. Your Highness, the minister continued, I propose issuing a proclamation to denounce the traitor, enumerating Lu Yili's offenses. Simultaneously, we shall summon Lu Yili to the Central Star Domain to confess his crimes. Should he refuse to depart the Guangyun Star Domain, it would indicate his treacherous intent. We would then hold the moral high ground, and I would call upon General Wen Yuren to deal with this insidious traitor. The minister turned to Wen Yuren as he concluded that a splendid idea, Zhu exclaimed, his excitement palpable as he struck the table with enthusiasm. Would Lu Yili dare approach the Central Star Domain alone? Certainly, that is something they would not dare to do. In this manner, they would seize the moral high ground, compelling Wen Yuren to engage in a campaign against Lu Yili. It would be a case of killing two birds with one stone. There could hardly be a better outcome. The only issue at hand is whether Wen Yuren will acquiesce. Should he refuse, he would have an excuse to strip Wen Yuren of his military authority. Zhu Xinda cast a piercing gaze upon Wen Yuren, awaiting his response. Wen Yuren hesitated, confronted by the uniform stares directed towards him. I have no objections. He finally conceded. This moment, he felt as though he was being coerced into a corner. Today's Imperial Conference felt more like a trap laid specifically for him. Wen Yuren was acutely aware of the potential repercussions of refusal. Suppressing his inner fury, he swallowed his pride. He scrutinized Zhu Xinda and the expressions of the various ministers, etching this scene deeply into his memory. Very well. Zhu Xinda's face broke into a smile. Wen Yuren, such a formidable general, was still somewhat naive in the realm of politics. Each minister present was a master in their own right. It was akin to having a firm grip on a mid-ranking general. In the 007 Sanitation Space Station, a high-speed spacecraft, having journeyed from the White Light Star, gradually arrived within the internal docking area. When Rong awaited with his security detailed, the spacecraft opened its doors. Wen Yuren descended with measured steps. Father, when Rong promptly approached him. With no outsiders present, he was relieved to address him without the formal title. However, Wen Rong soon noted the palpable tension radiating from his father. Just as he opened his mouth to speak, he was halted by Wen Yuren's raised hand. Let us talk in the vehicle. Wen Yuren swiftly entered the hovering car, opened by his guards. After surveying the surroundings, Wen Rong followed suit. Father, where are we headed? As the door closed, When Rong turned to his father, the military hospital, the one housing Lin Nian's family. When Yuren's tone left no room for debate. Father, when Rong hesitated, is this truly necessary? He was momentarily taken aback by this request. He struggled to comprehend his father's intentions that we must exert control over Lin Nian's family. When Yuren's voice was icy, but I believe it is unwarranted. Lin Nian and I share a deep camaraderie. He would not side with Zhu Xinda. When Rong could not help but defend Lin Nian, who he regarded as a remarkable talent he had discovered. No, my child. When Yuren replied sternly, never underestimate human nature. In the face of self-interest, friendship is trivial. I place my faith in what can be grasped. His expression was severe as he shook his head. You understand. Lin Nian has already been earmarked for promotion to the rank of colonel and is set to lead the Empire's first interstellar fleet. Pending the conclusion of this military engagement, his recent performance has been exemplary. Han Tianju's forces have been severely diminished, posing little threat to the Empire in the near future. Yet, I am more concerned about another matter. When Yuren turned to Wen Rong. Father, what has transpired? When Rong pressed for answers, when Yuren revealed. This was the Empire's next target for action. A sigh escaped when Yuren. Father, this does not concern us. When Rong interjected. When Yuren regarded his son, who spoke with unfiltered honesty, shaking his head in disbelief. You are far too naive. This is merely the surface layer. The true intention of those involved may very well be to target our Wen family. Zhu Xinda and the others have resolved to send us to confront Lu Ili. This battle, when Yuren continued, regardless of who emerges victorious, will result in mutual devastation. For us, it is nothing short of a complete loss. To lose is self-evident. Win means Lu Ili becomes a model for our future. His tone was apathetic as his gaze drifted towards the window. Upon hearing this, when Rong's eyes widened in shock. Father, is there truly no way to avert this? He asked urgently, having never anticipated the gravity of the situation. Of course, there is. When Yuren replied, right now, there exists a readily available example. Lu Ili. Now do you understand why I must act against Lin Nian's family? Only by seizing military power, more military power, can we preserve our autonomy. With a cold snort, he shifted his gaze from the scenery outside the window. When Rong fell silent, letting out a soft sigh. If Lin Nian were to become the commander of the first interstellar fleet, controlling Lin Nian's family would equate to soft control over the fleet itself, potentially benefiting the future of the Wen family immensely. Before long, the vehicle halted outside a large military hospital. When Yuren and when Rong hurried inside, their path cleared by his security personnel. Upon reaching the hospital's reception, the attending nurse, taken aback by the imposing presence, quickly gathered her composure. Officers, how may I assist you? She began, but her words were cut short as when Yuren's aide presented a photograph. We are searching for Ning Xiaoman. It is said she is receiving treatment here. The aide continued to negotiate with the nurse, while when Yuren remained silent, awaiting the outcome. The commanding aura of the superior weighed heavily upon the nurse, causing her to struggle for breath. Sir, she finally managed. This lady has already been discharged. The nurse paused mid-sentence. Her expression shifted, and she transferred the information to the aide for verification. The aide swiftly located the name of the individual who assisted in the discharge, a soldier named Wen Huayun. Upon seeing this name, Wen Yuren's countenance darkened as he glanced at Wen Rong. He recalled that Wen Huayun was one of Wen Rong's subordinates, but evidently, that was no longer the case. Wen Rong bore an expression of innocence, completely unaware of the situation. Wen Huayun had only recently been promoted to assist him with various advisory matters. When Yuren shook his head, releasing a deep sigh. Let us depart. He had no time to seek out Lin Nian's family, for there were more pressing matters at hand, namely, Lu Ili. In the King star domain, a battle-worn Han Tianjiao battleship floated silently in space. Behind it trailed the Empire's first interstellar fleet. The flagship, Vessel 378, gradually reduced its speed. Inside the bridge, Lin Nian turned to his aide. Wen Huan, Commander Wen, he commanded, sent a message urging Han Tianju to surrender immediately. Wen Huayun saluted and immediately set about the task at hand. Lin Nian gazed at the derelict warship, reflecting on the passage of 4 months. He had finally managed to catch this slippery eel. In his eyes, Han Tianju had long lost any semblance of a formidable adversary, for the Han Tianju before him posed no threat whatsoever. Lin Nian had learned firsthand what it meant to be a master of escape. Were it not for the Imperial supply stations scattered across the stars, the pursuit of the derelict fleet might have continued indefinitely. He had truly been at a loss to subdue Han Tianzhu without forcing him into this desperate situation of running low on resources. "Commander," the enemy ship requested a communication. When Huayun suddenly addressed Lin Nian, "Put it through." Lin Nian, though somewhat taken aback, nodded to him. Whether capturing or eliminating Han Tianzhu made no difference. His only concern was the safety of his family. A screen flickered to life, revealing Han Tianzhu and his chief of staff. "I am Han Tianzhu, the leader of the derelict sect. Which of you is Lin Nian?" Han Tianzhu inquired with a serious expression. "I am," Lin Nian replied at last. He had laid eyes on the man himself. "I have no regrets now," Han Tianzhu sighed, gazing at Lin Nian's face. He had never expected Lin Nian to show him mercy. From the relentless pursuit Lin Nian had maintained, this was evident. Lin Nian had not even bothered to chase down the decoy vessels he had dispatched, focusing solely on his flagship, perhaps in some previous engagement. Lin Nian had discerned a clue that led to Han Tianzhu's complete lockdown. "Chief of Staff, do you have any words for him?" Han Tianzhu turned to his aide, who shook his head. "Commander." Suddenly, the enemy ship detected a massive number of escape pods being ejected. The communications officer exclaimed loudly to Lin Nian. Lin Nian briefly diverted his attention, bewildered by the turn of events. The figures of Han Tianzhu and his chief of staff were engulfed by an explosion. The entire derelict warship underwent a catastrophic self-detonation. Thus, the notorious Han Tianzhu met his demise. Lin Nian silently regarded the deceased Han Tianzhu. He could at least be considered a man of substance. At that moment, a multitude of screens flared to life within the bridge, revealing the 10 captains under Lin Nian's command. "Commander," Mo Yangwang spoke first, "with Han Tianzhu dead, the derelict sect has essentially been subdued. We can now return to the Central Star region of the Empire." The grueling 4-month pursuit had left the entire fleet utterly exhausted. Although Lin Nian's command was indeed formidable, the First Fleet had reached its limits. Mo Yangwang had originally intended to persuade Lin Nian to cease hostilities once they entered the Cloud Star region, as they had already thoroughly shattered the derelict sect's fleet. Each captain had accrued significant merit, ample enough to satisfy the Central Command. In truth, there was no necessity to continue pursuing Han Tianzhu. Fortunately, the outcome had been that Han Tianzhu succumbed first, driven to the brink of exhaustion and ultimately choosing to end his own life. "Very well," Lin Nian solemnly commanded. "Prepare for the return journey." Once the fleets had completed the capture of derelict sect prisoners, they would immediately head back to the Central Star region. "Yes." Mo Yangwang and Zhou Kejin saluted Lin Nian in unison. Lin Nian's ability to lead them to victory had earned him their unwavering respect. Despite his official title as acting commander, in the hearts of all, he was already accepted as the rightful commander. As the 10 screens sequentially disconnected, Lin Nian felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. His body relaxed as he exhaled deeply. The relentless 4-month pursuit had taken a toll on both his mind and body. Yet, to prevent his fleet from becoming complacent, Lin Nian had been forcing himself to maintain his composure. Now that Han Tianzhu was dead, he had finally fulfilled Wen Yuren's demands, and regarding his family, Lin Nian's eyes flashed with intensity at the thought. If Wen Yuren dared to use this against him, he would not hesitate to take action. "Stand up," when Huayun suddenly called out. Liao Fan, Chen Xiao, Zhu Zuanxin, and others immediately rose to their feet. The entire bridge, comprising over 3,000 personnel, stood in unison. "Salute, Commander, you have worked hard." When Huayun shouted, "Commander, you have worked hard," the collective voice of thousands echoed, harmonious and stirring. Lin Nian felt a swell of emotion at this sight, and slowly returned their salute. The unwavering support he had received throughout this journey came from every individual aboard the warship 378. They had executed his orders without complaint, demonstrating absolute loyalty. "Attention," Lin Nian then commanded, and everyone stood tall and proud. Except for those on minimal duty. "Dismissed," he instructed them. "Yes," the crew responded in unison. Following this, the bridge erupted into cheers. "Yay! We have won. Long live the commander." Many leaped joyfully, expressing their emotions freely. The labor of 4 months had not been in vain. They had secured a definitive victory over the derelict fleet. Under Lin Nian's leadership, they had become an unstoppable force. Most importantly, they were all alive. The commander had once again brought them back from the battlefield intact. "Commander, how about joining us for a drink? You've been too tense these days, but don't put too much pressure on yourself. After all, you're the fleet commander and must not falter." Liao Fan stepped forward, placing an arm around Lin Nian in a non-combat environment. The hierarchical boundaries between them seemed to dissolve. "Forget it." Lin Nian shook his head. "That I do not possess your boundless energy, that I plan to catch up on some sleep. After all, without a jump, our return journey will take nearly 4 months. There will be ample time for a drink." "All right then," Liao Fan replied. "That was a splendid battle, my brother," he said earnestly to Lin Nian, bumping fists with him. "Chen Xiao, Suan Xin, since the commander won TB drinking, let us go." Liao Fan turned to stop the other two. They appeared somewhat reluctant, but turned back to salute Lin Nian. Lin Zhongxiao, Wen Huayun, having just dismissed his own staff, called out to Lin Nian. "Yes, Major Wen?" Lin Nian responded, "Yes, there's something you need." Lin Nian was slightly taken aback when Wen Huayun called out to him. Wen Huayun opened his mouth, as if the words he originally intended to say had taken a turn, acquiring an entirely different meaning. "Make sure to rest well. Everyone aboard the battleship number 378 relies on you. You are our pillar of strength." Wen Huayun's expression was solemn to him. "Thank you for the praise." Lin Nian felt somewhat bewildered, yet he nodded and stepped out of the bridge room. He was utterly exhausted and reluctant to contemplate anything further. In the Guangyun star domain, on the core planet of Tianjiang star, within the governor's office, Lu Yili was perusing a message just delivered by his subordinate that it was a public edict from the White Mang star, directly announcing his insubordination throughout the entire star domain, demanding his return to White Mang star to face judgment. Lu Yili was seething with rage. "Zhu Xinda, you scoundrel, when did the Empire become your Zhu Xinda's playground?" Lu Yili continued to roar at Zhu Xinda within his office, unleashing a torrent of foul language. "Governor, what should we do now?" The aide stepped forward, inquiring of Lu Yili. "What to do?" Lu Yili retorted. "Of course, I will have someone respond to that edict, cursing them back in kind. Then gather the 5th and 6th star fleets, that we shall advance towards the central star domain of White Mang star immediately. I want to see who dares to judge me." By the time Lu Yili uttered the last word, it seemed he had exhausted all his strength. "Understood, Governor." The aide and other officers saluted in unison. Before long, at the military port base on Tianjiang star's surface, numerous small battleships ascended into the sky. These vessels had been secretly constructed by Lu Yili, and now that they were embarking on a campaign towards the central star domain, there was no need for concealment. Lu Yili released them all from their subterranean hideouts to merge with the 5th and 6th star fleets in the extraterrestrial expanse surrounding Tianjiang star. Lu Yili also promptly boarded a space shuttle, soaring into the clouds, piercing through Tianjiang star's atmosphere, and landing directly within the largest battleship of the 5th star fleet, the combined might of the 2 imperial star fleets. Along with the substantial number of small battleships Lu Yili had assembled, rendered the airspace densely packed. Although this fleet may not match the nearly 10,000 ships of the Desolate Heavens sect in sheer numbers. The latter's fleet, while impressive in size, primarily consisted of small vessels. The grandeur was merely superficial. That in terms of combat capability and organization, Lu Yili's fleet was vastly superior. After all, it comprised the 2 most formally recognized star fleets of the Empire. In the deep night on White Mang star, within the Imperial Council chamber, Zhu Xinda wore an anxious expression. The good news from the 1st star fleet, that Han Tianzhu had been annihilated and the Desolate Heavens sect had been initially subdued, failed to bring him joy. A heavy sense of worry weighed on his heart. He awaited the arrival of ministers at the council chamber to deliberate on the pressing matters at hand. The most significant issue, of course, was Lu Yili's rebellion. Lu Yili had truly revolted, amassing a grand army, capturing multiple crucial imperial planets with relentless momentum. This time, it was not a mere show of force as in previous instances. He directly targeted the core planet of the Shuiyun star domain, Badong star. Zhu Xinda was awakened in the dead of night with news of Badong star's fall. Lu Yili had even killed the imperial governor of Badong star and publicly declared throughout the empire his intent to cleanse the court, threatening to execute the entire family of this prince. Although half a month prior, when Yuren had been urgently ordered to lead the 2nd and 3rd star fleets to confront Lu Yili. Lu Yili's speed of advance was beyond his expectations. Meanwhile, when Yuren's subsequent military actions had been sluggish and passive, plunging Zhu Xianda into profound anxiety. An unexpected question gradually surfaced before him, while Lu Yili's reaction was largely anticipated. Wen Yuan's attitude required deeper contemplation. Wen Yuan had promptly accepted the order to strike, yet when faced with Lu Yili, his hesitation was entirely uncharacteristic. Zhu Xianda began to sense the discrepancies, as numerous unsettling details emerged. For instance, the minister who had advised him on the drive the tiger away and swallow the wolf strategy seemed deeply flawed. Previously, he had focused solely on how to undermine Lu Yili's secession and weaken Wen Yuan's military power. Admittedly, the strategy was indeed useful, but it hinged on a crucial premise. His own strength needed to be sufficiently robust, at least to keep the tiger at bay. What if Wen Yuan also turned against him? The thought suddenly flashed through Zhu Xianda's mind, leaving his face pale and his body swaying unsteadily. "Your Highness," a servant rushed over to support the faltering Zhu Xianda. "Quick, send someone to fetch Xie Yunzhan for me. I have urgent matters to discuss with him." Zhu Xianda grasped the servant's arm, directing him to seek out Xie Yunzhan, the very minister who had proposed to drive the tiger away and swallow the wolf strategy. Yes, yes, the servant agreed hastily and was promptly ushered out of the Imperial Council chamber by Zhu Xianda, who then slumped weakly into his seat, a struggle evident in his eyes that it can't be. It can't be. Things shouldn't be as dire as I imagine. This is not a scheme. It is not directed at me, Zhu muttered to himself in a low voice. Yet, the mere thought of the military power in his grasp caused his entire body to tremble uncontrollably. The 10th and 11th Star Fleets had perished at Han Tianzhu's hands and have yet to be re-established. The 2nd and 3rd Star Fleets, under the command of Wen Yuan, have also been dispatched to garrison the Shuiyun Star Domain. The 7th Star Fleet remains stationed at Yanlan Star. Due to the annihilation of the 10th and 11th Fleets, the fleet commander was dismissed, and a formal replacement has yet to be appointed, leaving an acting commander in charge. Meanwhile, the 1st Star Fleet has been sent to pursue Han Tianzhu, now far off in the Hongyun Star Domain, and due to his own cleverness, the flagship of the 1st Star Fleet has been detained at the 001 Sanitation Space Station, incapacitating the entire fleet's ability for proactive jumps that it would take at least 3 months for them to potentially return to the Empire that it present. The Central Star Domain is left with only the 4th Star Fleet. The commander of the 4th Star Fleet, Colonel Ning Xiaoding, resembles Lin Nian, as he is a newcomer who has recently been promoted. Typically taciturn, Zhu was uncertain about Ning Xiaoding's reliability. Zhu pondered this. He uncovered a terrifying truth. In just a year, he had depleted all 7 restructured star fleets of the Central Army. Here and now, the vast Baimang Star is left with merely the 4th Star Fleet to safeguard it. Should Wen Yuan choose to ally with Lu Yili, they might have to face 4 enemy star fleets. How could this be? Zhu suddenly roared, his expression distorted in rage that he sprang to his feet, grabbing objects to throw and smash. "Your Highness, it's terrible," a panicked servant exclaimed. "Xie Yunzhan has fled. He cannot be found anywhere." At that moment, the servant stumbled back in haste and spoke loudly to Zhu. Zhu appeared as though struck by a heavy blow, retreating unsteadily. Xie Yunzhan's escape confirmed that the treacherous scheme was aimed directly at him. Even Wen Yuan was likely ensnared in this plot. Enraged, Zhu hoarsely uttered Lu Yili's name. "No. I have not yet lost. Immediately send a message to Lu Yili. Tell him I am willing to negotiate. I can offer him the rank of Imperial General, even the title of Imperial Marshal, as long as he halts his advance." Zhu anxiously seized his servant, intending to make another attempt to salvage the situation, if only he could buy time for the 1st and 7th Star Fleets to return. Then the situation would not be beyond control. Additionally, he instructed to alert Wen Yuan, urging him not to trust Lu Yili. "Once I am eliminated, he will be the next target. Do not be swayed by Lu Yili. What Lu Yili can offer, I can provide as well. I can even offer more. An Imperial General, or even an Imperial Marshal. Anything." Zhu shouted fervently at his subordinate. He laid out the same terms to Wen Yuan as Lu Yili had. "Yes, yes." The servant nodded vigorously. Zhu watched as his subordinate hurried away, feeling as though all strength had been drained from his body, teetering unsteadily. Meanwhile, outside the Imperial Council Hall, ministers of the Empire began to arrive one after another. Visibly perplexed, they had never seen Zhu in such a disheveled state, utterly lost. The ground nearby was in disarray, with robots busily cleaning up the mess. "Your Highness, what has transpired?" A few ministers, mustering their courage. Attempted to inquire, Xie Yunjian has defected, he is in league with Lu Yili, Zhu replied wearily, sinking back into his seat. The ministers exchanged glances, fear flashing in their eyes. With Zhu's revelation, they began to grasp the gravity of their predicament. They had lost the initiative. It now lay in the hands of Lu Yili and Wen Yuren. Zhu was engulfed in profound anguish, regretting his decision to dispatch the First Star Fleet, despite their previous defeats. They had still been the Empire's most steadfast force. Had the 10th and 11th Star Fleets remained intact and not been carelessly deployed, would Lu Yili or Wen Yuren have dared to ride roughshod over him? But in this world, there exists no remedy for regret. Zhu had to swallow this bitter pill himself. 0.4 space units away from the Badong Star in the Shuyan Star domain, the 2nd and 3rd Star Fleets of the Empire were gathering in silence. Suspended in the void of space that in the command chamber of the 2nd Star Fleet, Wen Yuren found himself in an agonizing dilemma. Both Zhu and Lu Yili had sent him messages, promising exorbitant rewards. One offered the title of Imperial Marshal, while the other proposed an alliance with the King of Companionship. Father, do not hesitate any longer. Let us launch an attack. Do you truly believe in Lu Yili? We have already betrayed once. How will the world perceive us if we betray Zhu again? Wen Rong urged anxiously through the light screen, attempting to persuade his father. Yet, his father remained unmoved, enveloped in silence. Wen Rong felt despair pooling in his heart. He understood his father well. While his words during his upbringing had been sweet and encouraging, when confronted with significant decisions, his father became indecisive, lacking the decisiveness and valor exhibited on the battlefield. Wen Rong, you will meet with Lu Yili. Wen Yuren slowly lifted his gaze, fixing it upon the image of Wen Rong on the screen, as if he had just made a momentous decision. Wen Yuren recalled Zhu's previous humiliation, the time Zhu had urged him to betray his former superior, promising a general's rank. Yet what had come of it? He had diligently served the Empire and Zhu, repeatedly acting as a firefighter. Not only had he failed to secure a general's rank, but even his current position as a lieutenant general felt precarious. This time, Wen Yuren resolved to gamble on Lu Yili. The title of King of Companionship sounded more appealing. Father? No, Wen Rong exclaimed, disbelief flashing in his eyes. His father intended to turn traitor once more. Sending him to negotiate now meant making him a pawn. Wen Rong, you know I have no choice. Wen Yuren reiterated the words he had spoken during the previous betrayal. How can there be no choice? We should confront the enemy, not betray Zhu, not betray His Majesty. Father, you have already made one miscalculation. Must you gamble again? Wen Rong pleaded loudly. His father was always so meticulous in trivial matters, yet utterly lost in significant decisions. Wen Rong, I am your father. How dare you speak to me in such a manner? Moreover, I am your superior officer. Now, I command you to depart immediately. This is an order. Wen Yuren seemed to be struck where it hurt, his demeanor unusually assertive, even invoking the authority of his father. Exerting a formidable pressure, Wen Rong, appearing on the holographic screen, eventually sighed deeply and silently saluted Wen Yuren. Not long after, Wen Rong set off with a handwritten letter from Wen Yuren, heading straight for the Badong Star, where Lu Yili resided. 10 days later, an immensely vast fleet gradually entered the Central Star region. On board the flagship of the 5th Interstellar Fleet, within the command bridge, Lu Yili proclaimed, Badong Star, our Lu family has finally returned. This time, I shall reclaim everything my grandfather lost. His face radiated with spirited determination. After so many years, the Lu family had once again returned to the Central Star region. The untimely death of his grandfather had long weighed heavily on Lu Yili's mind. Their family should have ascended to imperial status long ago. The Zhus, a once prominent family now in decline, ought to have been ousted long ago. Now, with the power of 4 imperial interstellar fleets at his disposal. If the 4th Interstellar Fleet of Badong Star were to act foolishly, Lu Yili would not hesitate to crush them with overwhelming force. Welcome home, Major General Lu. Xie Yunjian, standing beside Lu Yili, congratulated him with a beaming smile. I owe you my gratitude for creating such a splendid opportunity. Lu Yili patted Xie Yunjian on the back. Major General Lu, I merely provided a negligible amount of assistance, Xie Yunjian replied, continuing to smile modestly. Rest assured, your contributions will not go unnoticed, Lu Yili replied, turning towards Wen Rong, who remained silent as the hostage left behind by Wen Yuren. Liu Yili was quite pleased with the successful persuasion of Wen Yuan to switch allegiances, saving him considerable time. "Commander, the 4th Interstellar Fleet Commander has requested a communication," the liaison officer announced. "Connect it." Liu Yili nodded, eager to hear what the last remaining force in the Central Command had to say. Was it war or surrender? Soon, a screen flickered to life, revealing the face of Ning shouting, "Major General Liu, the entire 4th Interstellar Fleet stands ready to heed your commands. Zhu Xian has long demonstrated his disregard for the imperial authority and loyalty to His Majesty, and he ought to have been eliminated long ago." Ning shouting earnestly saluted Liu Yili, expressing his loyalty. Following Wen Yuan's defection, it was apparent to all that Prince Zhu Xian's power was waning. "Ning, you are quite perceptive. Now, pave the way for me." Liu Yili nodded with a smile, embodying the momentum of a rising dragon. Wherever he went, others willingly submitted. The noble families of the capital star were astute, recognizing who the new chosen one was. With the leadership of the 4th Interstellar Fleet, the custodians of the Baimong Star's orbital space station also transmitted their allegiance to Liu Yili, under the protection of a colossal fleet. Liu Yili's flagship ultimately arrived in the skies above Baimong Star. Along the journey, aside from encountering resistance at Badong Star, after eliminating the treacherous governor, Liu Yili faced no further obstacles. Meanwhile, in the Imperial Council chamber of Baimong Star, Zhu Xian stumbled out, looking disheveled. The chamber was eerily empty. He gazed upwards, where countless ships loomed in the sky. Everyone had betrayed him. In an instant, he transformed from an imperial prince into a man on the brink of death. Zhu Xian had attempted to rally forces in resistance, but once Liu Yili's massive fleet arrived, all efforts proved futile. His subordinates scattered like birds and beasts. "Your Highness," a loyal servant suggested, "let us flee." "Flee?" Zhu Xian replied with a helpless smile. He understood well that as Emperor Zhu Renhum might survive, but he was doomed. Before long, a squad of soldiers burst in from outside, encircling Zhu Xian and his loyal servant. Days later, amidst the resounding sounds of drums and gongs, Liu Yili was officially appointed as the Marshal of the Empire, commanding the Imperial Central Command. He also became the president of the Imperial Council, wielding military and political power akin to Zhu Xian. Emperor Zhu Renhe remained the ruler of the human empire, yet the position once held by Zhu Xian had been usurped by another. Liu Yili gazed over the Imperial Council filled with ministers, each one bowing to him with subservience. He then glanced at the young emperor behind him, who, clearly aware of the situation, clutched his nurse tightly. Appearing cautious on the throne, his eyes reflecting a hint of trepidation. "Ladies and gentlemen," Liu Yili announced, "I must declare that the current military system of the empire is ill-equipped to confront the present circumstances. I intend to implement military reforms." A smile graced Liu Yili's face, while Wen Yuan, seated among the attendees, immediately furrowed his brow, a sense of foreboding rising within him. The promises Liu Yili had previously made were far from fulfilled. The notion of joint rule was non-existent, and even Liu Yili himself had no desire to be a mere king. It was evident to all that Liu Yili aspired to be the emperor. Somewhere in the Hongyun Star region, the 1st Interstellar Fleet was progressing slowly. Within the command bridge of the large warship number 378, Lin Nian sat at his command post, sipping coffee. Interstellar travel was rather dull. With an endless expanse of stars and an interminable journey, Lin Nian recalled the space leap facilitated by the orbital space station at their departure. It had been so convenient, unlike the current arduous and distant travel. The round trip had consumed a full 8 months. Warship number 378 lacked a space leap device. During this idle period, Lin Nian had studied the differences between large and super-large warships. In terms of size, super-large warships were slightly larger. In terms of armament, they were slightly more equipped. Essentially, they were an upgraded version of large warships, with enhanced performance across the board by 15%, though not as imposing as their name suggested. Lin Nian then thought of his family, unsure of their current state and safety. Surely, Wen Yuan, being an imperial major general, would not act without limits. Lin Nian silently prayed. "Commander," the liaison officer approached, "we have received new information from the Central Command. It's rather peculiar. This time it is a point-to-point transmission. Utilizing point-to-point transmission typically indicated confidential information. Send it over." Lin Nian nodded in agreement. Shortly thereafter, he felt his wristwatch vibrate. As he tapped on it, a holographic screen materialized before him, displaying a video awaiting playback. Lin Nian was somewhat taken aback, but proceeded to press the play button, only to be met with no response. Initially startled, he was then confronted with a series of subtitles. Required permissions are missing. Unable to open. The current number of participants was 111. Noticing the figure 111, Lin Nian felt that an additional 10 were necessary, likely the 10 captains under his command, communications officer. This video required a confirmation of personnel. What was going on? Lin Nian inquired about the encrypted video. The communications officer succinctly explained that this was information intended for the entire fleet, categorized as an authorization document. Typically, a specified number of individuals must be present to unlock it, 11 in total, which corresponded to one fleet commander and the 10 captains of the large warships. Lin Nian promptly rose and instructed the communications officer to notify the other captains. The tedium and fatigue experienced during their voyage were instantly dispelled. This video was peculiar. It demanded the presence of all 11 to be accessed. Commander D.O. You have something to report. The first to arrive was Colonel Mo Yingguang, who saluted Lin Nian. Commander. Following him were Captain Wei Rendai and Captain Zhou Kejin. Among others, Lin Nian reciprocated their salutes. Gentlemen, I have just received a new order from the Central Command, but it requires authorization from all of us to unlock IT. IT is likely a new mission for the first Interstellar Fleet. Lin Nian recounted the situation. Understood. Commander, I have authorized you. Proceed. Mo Yingguang spoke earnestly. Commander, authorization granted. Wei Rendai's words were as brief as ever. Side, I hope it's not another grueling task. Can't the Central Command give us a moment of respite? Commander, I have authorized you. Zhou Kejin, as usual, was prone to chatter, favoring ease over exertion. Soon, everyone provided their authorization, allowing Lin Nian to display the video on the main holographic screen, ensuring visibility for the entire fleet, as private viewing was not permitted. Once the video indicated 11 participants, he publicly pressed the play button. On the screen appeared a young man clad in opulent attire, seated prominently, though Lin Nian did not recognize him. Colonel Lin Nian. I am Zhu Xianda, a prince of the human empire. This shall be my final command in life. Zhu Xianda's expression was composed, yet his opening statement startled everyone, particularly Mo Yingguang and the others, who exchanged bewildered glances. They were accustomed to seeing Prince Zhu Xianda regularly, yet his words left them questioning. Did this imply he was nearing death? The human empire faced an unprecedented crisis. Liu Ili had risen in rebellion under the pretense of purging the court. Instigating treasonous acts, he had commenced his uprising from the Kongyun starfield, having already captured Badong Star and the Shuyan starfield, and was advancing toward the central starfield. The officers I dispatched, Major General Wen Yuran, Brigadier General Wen Rong, and Colonel Ning Xiaoding, have all defected and turned against me in the face of Liu Ili's forces. Given the current situation, Liu Ili's ascension to Baimong Star is merely a matter of time. Zhu Xianda's tone grew somber as he suddenly fixed his gaze upon the camera, as though transcending the lens to meet Lin Nian's eyes directly, engaging in a face-to-face conversation. Colonel Lin Nian, you have exhibited exceptional performance in the campaign against the cult of the Wild Sky, consistently achieving remarkable feats that I now formally promote you to the rank of Rear Admiral of the Empire, representing the Central Command, and simultaneously appoint you as the commander of the First Interstellar Fleet. All others present would also be elevated by one rank. Upon hearing Zhu Xianda's proclamation, everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. Not only Lin Nian but the others were also receiving promotions. However, many turned to Lin Nian, particularly Mo Yingguang and the others, as he was the only one receiving an extraordinary advancement, an unprecedented leap from colonel to rear admiral. According to Zhu Xianda's assertion, if Liu Ili had indeed taken control of Baimong Star, then Zhu Xianda must be facing reckoning. This order felt akin to a posthumous decree that might not be recognized, especially by Liu Ili, who was likely to disregard it. Now, I formally issue the final command to the First Interstellar Fleet. Liu Ili, in his treachery, seeks to overthrow the Empire. This is an unforgivable crime. You must eliminate Liu Ili, restore power to His Majesty, re-establish the human empire. Glory belongs to the Empire. Zhu Xianda concluded solemnly, striking his right shoulder emphatically as the video ended. The entire fleet was enveloped in a profound silence. The revelations provided by Zhu Xianda were explosive that a political upheaval had transpired on Baimong Star. The second, third, and 4th Interstellar fleets, previously tasked with its defense, had all defected to Lu Ili's side. Zhu Xinda had been compelled to disconnect, while Lu Ili ascended to prominence. What would they do now? Theoretically, they could choose to disregard this command, especially since Zhu Xinda was now deceased. The prince's orders no longer held coercive power. All eyes within the fleet turned to Lin Nian, for he was the primary beneficiary of this directive. Everyone awaited his stance. Lin Nian refrained from speaking hastily. He felt the weight of their collective gaze. An immense and intangible pressure bearing down upon him. The pressure was formidable, particularly from individuals like Zhou Qijin. Lin Nian pondered what they were secretly thinking, that if he publicly accepted this order, would others report him to Lu Ili? This directly pertained to his own safety, leaving no room for Lin Nian to treat the matter lightly. Proceed with a normal return, we will discuss it further upon our return, Lin Nian casually remarked, simultaneously reaching out to erase the video from the main screen. The other 10 fleet commanders seemed to shed their heavy burdens in an instant. Fortunately, Lin Nian was no fool to publicly declare a stance, or even to demand that they do so, would only place everyone in an awkward position. That a strategy of delay was preferable. Whatever issues arose, they could be addressed upon returning to the central star domain. Each of them remained blissfully ignorant of the circumstances, particularly the newly appointed Lu Ili, leaving them to ponder whether he was truly worthy of their loyalty. On Bema Star, within a private conference room, Lu Ili gathered his most trusted confidants. Among them were the prominent figures: Major General Gu Hanzhou, commander of the 5th Interstellar Fleet, Major General Xiao Lin, commander of the 6th Interstellar Fleet, and several close advisors, including the recently joined Xie Yunjian. I aspire to be emperor. What else must I do? Lu Ili addressed his confidants with unguarded candor. Commander, Gu Hanzhou replied directly, you need to consolidate military power. There remains an obvious loose end that requires your attention. Lu Ili's ambition to ascend to the throne resonated with them, as they too sought to advance their own positions and bask in the glory of supporting him, having reached this level of authority. Even if he were reluctant, his subordinates would ensure he embraced his role. Humphed at a loose end, Lu Ili scoffed. Merely a dying man that he contemplated relegating that individual to a nominal position while formally intervening with the 2nd and 3rd Interstellar Fleets. Memories of when Yuran surfaced, recalling the fierce opposition he encountered when proposing military reforms in the Imperial Council. That time, the newly established Bema Star was anything but stable, and Lu Ili had refrained from forceful measures. However, the situation had changed. He had already solidified his control over Bema Star, and it was time to rethink when Yuran's position. Your Excellency is wise, his companions echoed in unison, once he firmly grasped military authority. The subsequent steps would unfold as per the usual protocol: manipulate public opinion, bestow honors, Xie Yunjian suggested at that moment. Excellent, Lu Ili replied, his eyes brimming with an insatiable desire. You shall commence these tasks immediately. I yearn to ascend to that position without delay. Your Excellency, one advisor interjected, the local aristocracy has been quite disobedient, often feigning compliance while undermining your orders. What shall we do about it? Those troublesome individuals were ever ready to sabotage him from the shadows. Lu Ili's anger flared at the thought. These people were cunning. They understood the necessity of playing humble in formal settings while covertly resisting his directives. Their opposition, as long as it remained discreet, would undoubtedly persist. I am fed up with this, he declared upon recognizing the ongoing situation. Eliminate them. Let it serve as a warning to others. He could not believe he would be unable to subdue these people. With a fierce resolve, Lu Ili was determined not to suppress his true nature any longer now that he held the reins of power. Your Excellency, Xie Yunjian cautioned, this may not be prudent. He furrowed his brow, sensing that Lu Ili's aggressiveness could provoke a backlash from the local powers of Bema Star. Enough, Lu Ili retorted decisively. Kill them all. He was no longer willing to entertain any dissenting opinions. His journey from Guanyun Star to his current dominion over the empire had been driven by a desire for the rightful divine mandate. He was intent on establishing his own imperial legacy. Anyone who sought to impede him or voice dissent would face a singular fate: death. Xie Yunjian fell silent, sensing that Lu Ili's ruthlessness surpassed even that of Zhu Xinda. Doubts crept into his mind regarding his previous decisions. He had intervened to assist Lu Ili primarily to counter Zhu Xinda's intentions towards the Xie family, but he now feared he might be digging his own grave, judging by Lu Ili's current demeanor. It appeared he was not a leader worthy of loyalty. Ji Hanzhou, Lu Ili instructed, you are to inform Wen Yuan that he is to relinquish his command of the 2nd and 3rd Interstellar Fleets and report to the Imperial General Staff immediately. Commander, Gu Hanzhou hesitated. Would it not be better for you to announce this personally? After all, your rank is merely that of a major general, while Wen Yuan holds the rank of lieutenant general. It is uncommon for a lower rank to supersede a higher rank. No need for that. Lu Ili dismissed. If Wen Yuan has any objections, let him come to Bema Star to confront me. He is merely a traitorous dog at the end of his rope. The entire Central Star domain is under my control. Someone like Wen Yuan is no longer worth my concern. Lu Ili's tone dripped with arrogance. Ever since he had become the Grand Marshal of the Empire and the Chairman of the Council, his inherent brutality had become increasingly difficult to suppress. He stood at the pinnacle of power, just a step away from the throne, and saw no reason to conceal his ambitions any longer. Understood. Gu Hanzhou straightened, saluting Lu Ili at the 002 Sanitation Space Station. Wen Yuan seethed, damn it, Lu Ili, how could you betray me? You dare to threaten my military position. Do you truly believe I will not retaliate? He angrily threw objects in his fury, having just received Gu Hanzhou's message, which he found utterly incredulous, after several failed protests. The pent-up rage within him could no longer be contained. Most critically, his son Wen Rong had been correct. Lu Ili was utterly unworthy of trust. This realization deepened Wen Yuan's humiliation, especially since he had initially championed the surrender. Now, having sold everything, he found himself with empty hands. Lu Ili had taken advantage of him without recompense. Father, Wen Rong suggested, why not rebel outright? We could launch a direct assault on Lu Ili in Bema Star. I can facilitate the connections. After all, Lu Ili has made numerous enemies in Bema Star, and many are merely waiting for a pretext to act. Wen Rong urged his father once more, recognizing the growing discontent among the populace due to Lu Ili's violent purges. Wen Rong, Wen Yuan replied, this is not a simple matter. Upon hearing that Wen Rong truly intended to take action, Wen Yuan hesitated once more. Though Lu Ili was indeed reckless, he did not immediately target high-ranking officers. Instead, Lu Ili began with the mid to lower-tier officers of the Imperial Fleet, gradually inserting his loyal subordinates, akin to the method of boiling a frog in warm water, slowly tormenting Wen Yuan. Wen Yuan yearned to alter his current precarious situation but feared the repercussions. He had built everything from scratch over many years of hard work. The amassed power and wealth had become too difficult for him to relinquish, making it even more challenging to abandon everything and risk his life against Lu Ili. Father, do not hesitate any longer. Indecision can lead to chaos. Upon witnessing Wen Yuan's demeanor, Wen Rong realized once again his father's intentions and noted that he was contemplating retreat. Father, if we back down this time, do you truly believe there will be a path of retreat? Have you forgotten Lu Ili's prior promise to stand alongside Wang? There is no place for us in Lu Ili's plans. Wen Rong, filled with emotion, continued to persuade his father. Wen Yuan's pupils suddenly constricted. Indeed, Lu Ili was not to be trusted. Very well. You shall contact Commander Chun of the 2nd Interstellar Fleet, as well as Commander Ning of the 4th Interstellar Fleet and the acting commander of the 7th Interstellar Fleet. Lastly, ensure that you maintain control over your 3rd Interstellar Fleet. Wen Yuan finally resolved to take a gamble. If Lu Ili did not regard him as a person, then he would not remain passive. Lu Ili had replaced numerous mid to lower tier officers, but these individuals were not without solutions. Father, what about Lin Nian? His 1st Interstellar Fleet is on its return journey. Should we reach out to him? Wen Rong suggested, unable to contain his thoughts on Lin Nian. Wen Yuan hesitated, what confidence do you have? I am somewhat apprehensive that I am not familiar with Lin Nian. What we are about to undertake is rebellion that if news leaks prematurely, not only will our plans be exposed, but it may also provoke Lu Ili's retaliation. I trust Lin Nian, Wen Rong replied after a moment of contemplation. Based on his interactions with Lin Nian, he believed that even if Lin Nian did not join their cause, he would not betray them. This was merely his intuition, without evidence. Had it not been for his father's previous actions against Lin Nian, Wen Rong would have felt more assured. Forget it, the risk is too great. Wen Yuan shook his head in refusal. This was a matter of rebellion, a potentially life-threatening endeavor that required utmost caution. While Lin Nian was indeed the captain of the 1st Interstellar Fleet, his subordinates might not necessarily heed his commands. Father, with additional strength comes an increased hope of victory. The First Interstellar Fleet could utilize the spatial jump initiated by the Seventh Interstellar Fleet to swiftly reach the Central Star Domain. We should inquire after all. Even if it does not come to fruition, the First Interstellar Fleet would not arrive in the short term, thus posing no immediate threat to us. When Rome continued to persuade. Upon hearing this, Wen Yuren contemplated and found that it indeed held some truth. Lin Nian, being the acting commander, lacked the super-large warships of the First Interstellar Fleet. If the Seventh Interstellar Fleet did not take the initiative for a spatial jump, Lin Nian would have to continue with standard interstellar navigation. Then let us give it a try. Ultimately, Wen Yuren relented to him when Rong nodded in agreement, in the Yun star domain. The First Interstellar Fleet had just completed refueling at the Imperial Supply Space Station and was continuing its journey toward the Central Star Domain. Lin Nian sat with his arm resting on the command platform, his hand supporting his forehead. Commander, could you perhaps give us a hint about your plans? Lin Nian heard Zhou Kujin's voice. Ever since he received the video from Zhu Xianda, these 10 captains had pulled him into a private chat channel, avoiding public channels to prevent any recordings. Had he not been invited, he would have remained oblivious to such discussions behind his back. And we will discuss it later. Lin Nian replied with the same phrase as before. He dared not accept the minor general rank bestowed upon him by Zhu Xianda. Lin Nian was acutely aware of his shortcomings. A political novice whose ascent to his current position was solely due to strength and opportunity. His rapid promotion left him no time to establish a base of influence within the military. Zhu Xianda's suggestion to attack Lu Yili seemed utterly illogical. Was Zhu Xianda not being somewhat fanciful? With their lives on the line, how could he possibly involve him? Lin Nian found it incomprehensible. The most terrifying aspect was that this video had been disseminated fleet-wide. Everyone knew about it, and as senior officers, none could escape the consequences if any personnel from the First Interstellar Fleet had connections to Lu Yili. The matter could be exposed. Lin Nian could already envision a scenario where, upon entering a certain sanitation space station, he and the other senior officers would be apprehended en masse by military police and escorted to a military court for trial. Compared to the minor general rank Zhu Xianda mentioned, Lin Nian valued his own life far more. Such a rank was only worth having if one was alive to claim it. At present, Lin Nian felt quite satisfied with his rank of major. He had already climbed high enough and could not afford to be greedy for more. Commander, why do you keep saying that? Zhou Kujin lamented in the channel. You said it was a private channel and would not be recorded. Let us speak freely. We are all in the same boat now that we need to lay everything on the table. Otherwise, upon our return, we may all become scapegoats for our subordinates' accomplishments. Zhou Kujin's voice, grating and uncomfortable, rang out. Close your mouth. Zhou Kujin, Wei Rinda, rarely raising his voice, interjected. Indeed, be quiet. Your voice is unbearable, Mo Yin Guang added. Unable to hold back. No. I refuse. I still have a bright future ahead. Zhou Kujin wailed, lamenting the trouble brought upon him by an imperial prince. Help. Zhou Kujin continued to cry out. Commander, when Huayan suddenly addressed him. Lin Nian quickly rose from his command position and exited the private chat channel. Zhou Kujin's clamor ceased abruptly. Who is it? Is it the Central Command? No, it is Wen Rong. When Huayan shook his head, his expression somewhat intricate as he spoke. Lin Nian, in a fleeting moment, clenched his fists. He had not forgotten how Wen Yuren had bypassed him, binding his family to the 007 sanitation space station. Was Wen Rong intending to use this matter as leverage against him? By the way, Lin Nian inquired softly, is it possible to communicate directly at this distance? Commander, came the reply. There is no issue. The Central Star Domain is adjacent to the Shadow Cloud Star Domain, thus allowing for normal communication. When Huayun continued, then please connect me, Lin Nian instructed. Before long, a communication message was received. This contact port required confidential authorization. Accessible solely by Lin Nian himself. Taking a deep breath, Lin Nian chose to authorize it. A light screen emerged, and the connection was established. When Rong appeared on the screen, Major General Wen Rong, Lin Nian saluted, acknowledging him as a benefactor who had uplifted him, maintaining a basic level of respect. Lin Nian, came the response, this time more akin to a conversation between friends, no need for formalities. When Rong glanced at Lin Nian before his gaze shifted to Wen Huayun behind him. It seems Wen Huayun has placed all his bets on you, even arranging for your family in advance. Lin Nian was momentarily taken aback, unable to suppress a glance at Wen Huayan. What did Wen Rong mean by that? Was his family now in Wen Huayan's hands? Wen Huayan, meeting his gaze, seemed to evade it. Of course, Wen Huayan could not overhear the dialogue between him and Wen Rong. Lin Nian, for the moment, set aside his inquiries and continued to focus on Wen Rong. All right, Wen Rong resumed. Let us return to the main topic. Lin Nian, Lu Yili is ruthless and merciless. My father intends to raise an army against Lu Yili's rule, currently gathering the strength of the second, third, fourth, and seventh interstellar fleets. Of course, he added, we hope your first interstellar fleet can join us in this uprising. What do you think, Lin Nian? Lin Nian fell into silence that he recalled what Zhu had mentioned in the video about Wen Yuren's previous betrayal, which had been quite decisive. But what was the motive now? Why attack Lu Yili at this juncture? Was it due to unequal distribution of spoils? Why not act sooner? Lu Yili had already occupied Baimong Star. And only now was Wen Yuren speaking of resisting him. It seemed utterly implausible. Lin Nian brushed aside that thought. I'm sorry, Major General Wen Rong. He stated flatly, I must decline. I only heed the commands of the Imperial Central Command. Lin Nian's tone was decidedly neutral. Upon finishing, he saluted Wen Rong, adopting a demeanor of formal business. Is that so? Wen Rong responded, understanding dawning upon him. Then farewell, Lin Nian, he sighed, shaking his head in resignation. However, as he uttered his final words, it felt almost like a farewell. Goodbye, Major General Wen Rong. Lin Nian executed another standard salute. In truth, he owed a debt of gratitude to Wen Rong for his previous support, a kindness he had yet to repay. Yet, that was a matter separate from this. Lin Nian's feelings toward Wen Rong's father, Wen Yuren, were far from favorable to Lin Nian. Wen Rong was Wen Rong, and Wen Yuren was Wen Yuren. Naturally, Lin Nian's refusal of Wen Rong stemmed not only from his disdain for Wen Yuren, but also from his unwillingness to engage in conflict, especially not in this political turmoil. Moreover, after learning of Wen Yuren's past actions, Lin Nian's resolve only strengthened. Wen Yuren had repeatedly betrayed his superiors. If he were to betray Lu Yili now, his conduct would be no different from that of El Bu, a treacherous lackey. Such behavior was utterly disgraceful to Lin Nian. If Wen Yuren was willing to stab his superiors in the back for his own gain, what would he do to those beneath him? Would he not act with even less scruple? Lin Nian remained silent, watching the light screen fade away, slowly lowering his hand. Commander, Wen Huayan inquired, what happened with Major General Wen Rong? Lin Nian offered no reply. As he could not divulge the contents of his conversation with Wen Rong, he simply shook his head. Chief of Staff Wen, he said, turning to Wen Huayan, my family is with you. Is that so? Lin Nian turned back, questioning his chief of staff. I'm sorry, Wen Huayan responded, standing tall and saluting Lin Nian earnestly. No. Lin Nian reassured him that I bear you no ill will. On the contrary, I am grateful to you for helping us avoid a great disaster. At that moment, Lin Nian was drenched in cold sweat. If his family were in Wen Yuren's hands, the individual who had just contacted him might not have been Wen Rong, but Wen Yuren himself. Employing some coercive measure to compel his obedience, perhaps to lead the first interstellar fleet against Lu Yili, he would be forcibly entangled in the Empire's political strife. Lin Nian could not discern the situation clearly. Aligning with Wen Yuren or Lu Yili was not his desire. He merely wished to survive on the battlefield. Yet, unbeknownst to him, he had become the supreme commander of a fleet, endowed with the power to alter the destinies of many. Now, he had to consider how to wield this power wisely. Lin Nian had a profound premonition that this political tempest within the Empire would soon engulf him. He turned to gaze out of the transparent viewport. The bow of the warship number 378 still soaring onwards to in the Void Cloud Star Domain. Near the wreckage of the flagship of the Ruined Sky sect, hundreds of warships gradually approached. Dozens of individuals were released into space. A contingent equipped with thrusters gliding towards the flagship's remains. Meanwhile, aboard the flagship of the Ruined Sky sect, Han Tianzu silently observed the unfolding scene. Master, a member of the exploration team reported, we have received news. The bodies of the sect Master Han Tianzu and the Chief of Staff have been discovered and are being retrieved. Han Tianzu's hand grasped and released again. Lin Nian's image was etched deeply in his mind. He yearned for vengeance, yet the shadow Lin Nian cast upon him was formidable. The Ruined Sky fleet could not compete with Lin Nian, not in any capacity. Furthermore, they were currently far too weak. The pressing concern was to bolster their own strength. The first interstellar fleet had already departed the Red Cloud star domain. Now was the time for him to make his mark. Let us proceed. He commanded, "Target, Red Cloud star domain, depart." Han Tianzu waved his hand with authority that he needed to once again seize the population of the empire, transforming those individuals into his soldiers, devoted followers of the cult of the wild heavens. Additionally, he required someone akin to his elder brother, the chief of staff, to offer him strategic counsel that in summary. This was far from over. The cult of the wild heavens was not finished, nor was Han Tianzu himself. In the central star domain 007 sanitation space station, within a secret chamber, a multitude of influential figures congregated. When Yurin surveyed them, commanders and chiefs of staff from the four fleets, most of whom had been his loyal subordinates for many years. Notably, the acting captain of the 7th Interstellar Fleet had directly arrived through a fixed-point transmission array from Yanlan Star. "Gentlemen," he began, his expression solemn, inadvertently adopting the commanding presence of the former Supreme Commander as he gazed down upon the others. "I have summoned you today to discuss a matter of great importance." "Sir," the commanders exchanged glances, their curiosity piqued. When Yurin had gathered them all, clearly indicating the urgency of the situation, Lu Ili is wreaking havoc on Bema Star. Cruel and heartless, extravagant and debauched. I am resolute in my decision to overthrow Lu Ili. When Yurin articulated his thoughts, but was met with an oppressive silence. "Commander," a voice broke through the stillness. "Why now? Why did you not act during the Snow Cloud star domain? Why did you refrain when Prince Zhu ordered you to strike? Why, after your surrender to Lu Ili, do you choose to pursue this course of action? Why?" Colonel Chun of the 2nd Interstellar Fleet pressed, his gaze piercing, his barrage of questions relentless. When Yurin opened his mouth to respond, yet no words escaped. "Commander," Chun continued, "this marks your third betrayal. How can we trust you now?" Shaking his head, he turned away, unwilling to say more, striding out with his head held high. The remaining officers, including Ning Xiaoding, exchanged glances before following suit, leaving only Wen Yurin and his son, Wen Rong, in the chamber. "Father, what shall we do now?" Wen Rong was taken aback by the unexpected outcome, particularly the profound negative impact brought about by his father's earlier surrender to Lu Ili. His father had become a figure of isolation. What to do? A bitter expression crossed Wen Yurin's face. "My child, you must flee at once, go to Intian Star, take our entire family, and head straight to the northern star domain." His tone was grave. Since his former subordinates were unwilling to heed his words, there was a risk that some might betray him to Lu Ili. Remaining in the heart of the empire would be perilous. Lu Ili would undoubtedly seek retribution, just as he had against Zhu Xian. In 3 days, he asserted. "You must depart from here. Someone will assist you in leaving the empire. Do not fail." When Yurin unfurled a star chart before Wen Rong, pointing to a location in the northern central star domain from where they could head directly to the Human Republic. "Father, what about you? What will you do?" Wen Rong inquired anxiously. "Do not concern yourself with me." When Yurin urged, "You must go. I have matters to attend to." With a decisive push, he sent Wen Rong on his way. Despite glancing back multiple times, Wen Rong eventually left. Wen Yurin then walked slowly towards his office. As he settled into his familiar chair, he gently caressed the surface of the desk before him. He had lived a life filled with glory, strategizing, and achieving victory from afar. Yet, when faced with choices that determined his own future, he had never made the right decision. This time, he wished to make no choice at all. When Yurin opened his drawer and retrieved a handgun that lay within, he slowly aimed the barrel at his own head. After a prolonged silence, a gunshot echoed through the office. In the Imperial Council Hall, Lu Li seethed with rage as he slammed a piece of information onto the holographic screen. It revealed Wen Yurin's failed conspiracy and subsequent self-termination. "I am deeply pained," he declared. "Among you, there are traitors who seek to overthrow the empire, to disrupt the hard-won stability we have achieved. Indeed, some have already conspired to rebel. Among them is the highest commander of the 2nd and 3rd Interstellar Fleets. General Wen Yurin. I never anticipated that he would be one of them." Lu Li's expression turned icy. The news of Wen Yurin's rebellion sent chills down his spine. Had Wen Yurin successfully gathered the 4 Imperial Interstellar Fleets, his chances of success would have been formidable. Thankfully, Wen Yurin's repeated betrayals had eroded his credibility. Although the rebellion failed, it served as a wake-up call for Lu Li. He had been too lenient, allowing thoughts of resistance to fester. something he could not allow. This time, he would instigate a thorough purge. He would ensure that his loyalists infiltrated the entire military and government system. Anyone associated with the Wen family would face reckoning. With a resounding thud, Lu Li slammed his fist on the council table. "Bring Colonel Chun of the 2nd Interstellar Fleet to me," he commanded, his voice laced with fury in response to his orders. Colonel Chun, battered and bruised, was brought in by the military police. Lu Li advanced, gripping Chun by the hair. "Tell me, who else was mentioned in the anonymous letter regarding the personnel in that secret chamber?" Before a crowd of imperial officials, Lu Li demanded answers in a harsh tone. "Bah!" Chun spat defiantly, blood speckling Lu Li's face. "Scoundrel!" Lu Li roared. Unable to contain his fury, he drew his handgun and pressed it against Chen's temple. Bang! The gunshot reverberated through the Imperial Council Hall, causing all present to flinch in unison. The brutality Lu Li had displayed recently was evident to all. This time, he had audaciously executed someone in the council chamber, a spectacle that had never occurred even during Zhu Xian's rule. Not even when dealing with the disloyal General Wang had Zhu Xian resorted to such drastic measures, preserving at least a semblance of dignity for the empire. However, Lu Li had no such intentions. "Take him away." Lu Li waved his hand in disdain, simultaneously accepting the handkerchief handed to him by his aide, and proceeded to wipe his face clean once more. The lifeless body of Colonel Chun, dragged by the military police, left a trail of blood in its wake as it was ultimately removed from the Imperial Assembly Hall. Yet, within the hall, the pungent odor of blood lingered on, refusing to dissipate. That a heavy silence enveloped the room, with everyone bowing their heads, too fearful to meet Lu Li's gaze. "Listen well. Anyone can come forward to report any misdeeds that as long as the information is verified and credible. I will ensure that the informant is granted an immediate promotion, no matter who it is. Anyone associated with Wen Yuan, regardless of rank or position, is to be apprehended. Execute them immediately," Lu Li declared, casting a stern countenance upon the assembly before hastily departing the Imperial Assembly Hall. Only at that moment did the ministers dare to lift their heads, their expressions mirroring the trepidation of the young emperor upon first encountering Lu Li. Xie Yunxian remained silent, his gaze fixed upon the crimson stain on the floor, the vivid red almost blinding. The empire required someone to overthrow Lu Li's tyrannical rule. Resolutely, Xie Yunxian determined to identify potential candidates among the commanders of the Imperial Starfleet who possessed the capability to challenge Lu Li's authority. Lu Li's greatest support lay in the 5th and 6th Imperial Starfleets. To confront a Starfleet, one must employ a Starfleet. Xie Yunxian began to assess the forces at his disposal. The 2nd and 3rd Starfleets had already been incapacitated. The officers of these two fleets, once directly under Wen Yuan's command, had all been apprehended by the Central Military Police and summarily executed without trial. These distinguished mid-ranking military commanders had not perished in battle. Rather, they had fallen victim to the Empire's brutal internal purges. The prospects of these two fleets were no longer viable. With a sigh, Xie Yunxian reflected that while Wen Yuan's personal character may have been lacking, his troops were among the rare elite forces of the Imperial Central Army. Witnessing their current plight under Lu Li's ruthless regime was disheartening. After a moment of mourning for those valiant leaders, he continued his assessment. His next target was the 4th Imperial Starfleet. Ning Xiaoting had remained unscathed amid the recent turmoil, maintaining his usual low profile. Although Ning Xiaoting had once served under Wen Yuan, Lu Li ultimately chose silence when it came to dealing with the 4th Starfleet, even though it was common knowledge that Wen Yuan and Ning Xiaoting had once held a superior subordinate relationship. Xie Yunxian surmised that this was largely due to the formidable strength of the 4th Starfleet, currently stationed at the furthest point from Baimong Star at the 020 Sanitation Space Station, much like the 7th Starfleet. Essentially beyond Lu Li's control, with the ability to retreat at any moment. Xie Yunxian nodded slightly, recognizing this as a potential force. He then turned his attention to the 7th Starfleet, whose acting commander was also one of Wen Yuan's former subordinates. The original fleet commander, General Shen Liang, had been dispatched to the 7th Starfleet by Zhu Xianda in an attempt to alter the situation, but General Shen had proven ineffective, meeting his demise in battle. Xie Yunxian made a mental note to attempt communication with them. There remained one final force, albeit an incomplete one, the 1st Imperial Starfleet, which had been dispatched to quell the rebellion led by Han Tianzhu and had yet to return to the Central Star Domain. The only drawback of this fleet was the absence of a core battleship, a supersized vessel. However, the acting commander, Lin Nian, was reputed to be quite capable. Zhu Xinda had inadvertently undermined his own position. If he had adequately supported Colonel Lin Nian from the outset, the First Starfleet could have returned sooner and thwarted Lu Yili's breach of their defenses. Xie Yunxian regretted this oversight, realizing that his earlier decision to bring Lu Yili into the fold in opposition to Zhu Xinda had been a grievous error. In summary, this fleet could be considered a makeshift force that he noted down this last fleet, while the other Imperial fleets were either stationed in remote territories or had been annihilated, unable to restore their ranks or personnel in the near future. Lord Xie, a minister, approached, inquiring about his contemplations. Xie Yunxian pulled his thoughts back to the present, noting that behind the minister stood more than one individual. In the absence of Lu Yili, the atmosphere of the Imperial Assembly Hall had shifted, with small groups forming to engage in conversations of little consequence. While Lu Yili could leave at will, they were still bound to remain. "Are you not interested in gathering after leaving here?" One individual ventured, their tone seemingly casual, yet their eyes conveyed deeper intentions. Xie Yunxian grasped the underlying meaning almost instantly. Lu Yili's bloodlust had instilled a sense of dread in all present. They shared a common desire to overthrow his rule. Once the civil officials reached a consensus, they would need to address the final and most crucial element: military force. Vessel 378, he declared. "In any case, we must expedite repairs to the ship and bring the First Starfleet back to the Central Star Domain. Marshal Lu Yili is awaiting to reward your achievements at Baimong Star." A Ji Yuhanzhou appeared serious on the screen, flanked by Mo Yingguang and others in the bridge room. "Understood." Lin Nian and his comrades stood at attention. Saluting the image of Gu Hanzhou, Gu Hanzhou's image faded. Lin Nian lowered his hand. The good news was that Lu Yili had finally remembered them. The bad news was that those under Lu Yili's scrutiny were likely doomed. Wen Yuan's suicide had left all associated officers in a state of alarm, for Lu Yili had gone on a killing spree in the Central Star Domain, quite literally mad with bloodshed. Anyone found to have ties to Wen Yuan was executed on the spot, with no semblance of a trial. Lin Nian found himself in an unfortunate position, being deeply connected to the Wen family. Wen Rong was his mentor, and Wen Yuan was Wen Rong's father, making him a direct descendant of the core lineage. Thus, Lin Nian harbored profound concerns regarding Gu Hanzhou's urgings. The recent outreach from the Central Command could very well be a ploy by Lu Yili to lure them back to the Central Star Domain, only to systematically purge them, mid-ranking officers, upon their return to the home port. Lin Nian's earlier apprehensions had been validated. They had indeed been drawn into this political maelstrom due to their association with Wen Yuan. If they mishandled the situation, they would all meet their demise. "Commander," someone remarked, "you hail from the Third Starfleet. Lu Yili has urged us to return, undoubtedly with malicious intent." Throughout the Central Star Domain, whispers of Lu Yili's brutality echo. "We cannot go back. To return would be to walk into a dead end. Zhou Kajin has laid bare his intentions this time, that in front of all the captains and crew members on the bridge." He declared without hesitation, "The Starfleet is a unique collective, with an exceptionally strong sense of unity. When personal interests are at stake, it is a matter of shared fortune and shared misfortune. There has never been a situation where individuals are discussed in isolation. This is due to the peculiar nature of interstellar warfare. In the face of battle, all lives are bound together. Should the ship they are on be destroyed by the enemy, they essentially perish together, with no one escaping unscathed. This fosters a profound sense of unity among the entire crew, from top to bottom, making it easy to coalesce into one heart after a battle." From the purging actions initiated by Lu Yili, it is evident that this new Imperial Marshal is acutely aware of this fact. His current actions are systematically targeting the senior officers within the fleet. Moreover, Lin Nian hails from the faction of Wen Yuan. Should he be attacked, it is certain that Zhou Kajin and the other ship commanders will be implicated as well. No one can evade this fate. Indeed, Zhou, the lieutenant colonel, lamented, though he had a penchant for grumbling. "The outcome appears inevitable." Mo Yingguang could not help but echo Zhou Kajin's sentiments. "Perhaps they can never return." "Yes," suggested a captain to Lin Nian, "why not choose another location? Let's not return to the Central Star Domain." Many captains supported this proposal, even finding it rather prudent. Lin Nian remained silent, gripping the railing before him, lost in thought about their future course. This matter transcends his individual fate. The future of the entire crew is intertwined with his. Given Lu Ili's current stance, returning would likely lead to his reckoning. Escaping is not an option either. Not only would his family face repercussions, but so would the families of his subordinates. We cannot flee. Lin Nian spoke slowly. What will happen to our families? His words silenced the captains, who had thought they had found a way out, leaving them to sigh in despair. What a bizarre situation. They returned from battle only to find the empire in turmoil. And they themselves marked for reckoning. Although Major Gu Hanzhou spoke sweetly, who would dare to trust Lu Ili now? The Central Star domain is rife with bloodshed and political strife. They were no strangers to witnessing such brutality. Commander, a strange signal has been received. The identity verification indicates it is Xie Yunjian, a member of the Imperial Council, when Huayun suddenly approached him in a hurried manner. This, Lin Nian looked bewildered. He had never heard of this title or person. Commander, I know this individual. He is part of the central decision-making body. Lu Ili has just dispatched someone to represent the Central Command and contact us. There may not be a need for a second round of communication. Perhaps we should listen, Mo Yin Guang suggested proactively. Very well, Lin Nian nodded. They were profoundly ignorant of the situation in the Central Star domain, and indeed required authentic internal intelligence, AS, for whether Xie Yunjian could be trusted. Lin Nian decided to listen first. After all, they were trapped in a dilemma. Advancing likely meant death, while retreating left them with no sanctuary. With the authorization information entered, a new luminous screen emerged in the center. A middle-aged man appeared within it. I am Xie Yunjian. May I ask who is the acting commander of the 1st Starfleet? Lin Nian? Xie Yunjian scanned the room, quickly noting the 10 captains present alongside him on the screen. I am, Lin Nian replied with a slight nod. What matters do you wish to discuss? All of you are doomed, Xie Yunjian began, delivering a bombshell announcement. Mo Yin Guang and the others' expressions shifted dramatically, confirming that Lu Ili would strike against them. The distinction between certainty and mere possibility was vast. They felt the last remnants of hope within them dissipate, like bubbles bursting. What evidence do you have? Zhou Kajin interjected, agitated. Major Gu Hanzhou just contacted us, instructing us to return normally, claiming we would be commended for quelling the cult of the wild sky. Evidence? Of course. Xie Yunjian presented an order before them. Once the 1st Starfleet returns to the 001 Sanitation Space Station, all senior officers above the rank of captain will be immediately apprehended, executed on the spot, no trial necessary, at the bottom of the order. Lu Ili's name was clearly inscribed, complete with a handwritten signature. Xie Yunjian verified its authenticity before all present. Such an order could not be forged. Lin Nian immediately heard the collective intake of breath from his subordinates. The color drained from every face in an instant. Why? They protested that we did not participate in Wen Yuan's rebellion. Why must Lu Ili treat us this way? This is unjust. Zhou Kajin's voice rose sharply, while the other captains stared intently at Xie Yunjian. Ridiculous. Xie Yunjian's lips curled into a smirk. Have you forgotten your other identity? For instance, the direct lineage of Prince Zhu Xianda? His words rendered the captain silent. Lin Nian shook his head in resignation that if that were the case, his situation was even graver. Not only was he a member of Wen Yuan's faction, but he also belonged to Zhu Xianda's direct line. He was essentially marked for death. So, Lin Nian cut through Xie Yunjian's convoluted speech, directly inquiring about his intentions. He would not be swayed into believing that Xie Yunjian had contacted the 1st Starfleet merely to announce their impending doom. Did Prince Zhu Xianda provide you with an order? Yes, Xie Yunjian continued without directly answering Lin Nian's question, instead producing Zhu Xianda's ordered, "We are warriors," devoid of the convoluted thoughts that plague you scholars. Get to the point, Lin Nian urged, his impatience growing. Lieutenant Colonel Lin Nian, Xie Yunjian stated, I hope you will fulfill the prince's final command. To eliminate Lu Ili, Xie Yunjian wore a solemn expression. He understood that by uttering these words, he had effectively placed his own leverage in Lin Nian's hands. However, upon their interaction thus far, Lin Nian appeared to him to be more favorable than Ning Xiaoting and Fu Qinyuan. Fu Qinyuan was the acting commander of the 7th Interstellar Fleet. Both had their own escape routes, one at the 020 Sanitation Space Station, the other on Yinlan Star. Yet Lin Nian had no such recourse. The entire 1st Interstellar Fleet was devoid of any retreat. To not strive was to face death. Nevertheless, Lin Nian's current demeanor was far from reckless. When confronted with his own insinuations, he consistently employed a tactic of ambiguity, displaying considerable wisdom. Are you not afraid that I might relay your recent remarks to Marshal Lu Ili, using your head to negotiate a path for us? Lin Nian continued, his gaze piercing as it fixed on Xie Yunjian. Perhaps, Xie Yunjian conceded, but you shall still meet your demise. This was not an exaggerated warning. They were free to test it. Xie Yunjian nodded slightly, fully aware of Lu Ili's true nature, and he was certain Lin Nian was equally cognizant. Lin Nian fell silent, recognizing that Xie Yunjian had more to say. Indeed, it was not long before Xie Yunjian resumed speaking. Thus, I am your sole glimmer of hope. Let us join forces. I shall offer you my counsel. Of course, he added, in matters of combat, I am unable to extend assistance. You are already at a dead end. It is merely a question of whether you can carve out a path for survival. Your fates lie not in my hands, but in your own. Xie Yunjian spoke gravely, beginning to delve into deeper discussions with Lin Nian, as the latter's attitude had begun to show signs of flexibility. What do you mean? Are you suggesting we should fight our way back? Lu Ili commands at least 4 Imperial interstellar fleets. How the hell do you expect us to engage them? Zhou Kajin suddenly interjected. Xie Yunjian turned to glance at Zhou Kajin but chose to remain silent, sensing that the individual might not possess the requisite intelligence you have contact with others. Are we expecting reinforcements? The 4th and 7th interstellar fleets? Lin Nian inquired immediately, observing Xie Yunjian's demeanor. Lieutenant Colonel Lin Nian, Xie Yunjian acknowledged. You are quite perceptive to have deduced this. A smile graced his face, as he found conversing with someone like Lin Nian to be far more enjoyable than with someone like Zhou Kajin. It was not difficult to guess that I was driven to desperation due to my connections with Prince Zhu and General Wen Yuan. The commanders of the 4th and 7th interstellar fleets are also tied to Wen Yuan. Following the purges of the 2nd and 3rd interstellar fleets, it is only natural that everyone feels threatened. Lin Nian articulated his thoughts, prompting several glances from those present, particularly from Captains Mo Yangwang and others. It became evident why Lin Nian had been recommended by Wen Yuan and had received special promotion from Zhu, as his mind was remarkably agile. You are correct, Xie Yunjian affirmed. Major General Ning Shouting and Colonel Fu Qinyuan will be your reinforcements. Once you enter the Central Star Domain and fire the first shot against Lu Ili, their respective fleets will appear to support you. What if they do not show up? Lin Nian immediately discerned the flaw in this plan. Therefore, Xie Yunjian replied, his smile still present, though it was unsettling, you must ensure they believe they can make their appearance. Lin Nian comprehended Xie Yunjian's implication. The 1st interstellar fleet would serve as the vanguard, leading the charge against Lu Ili, inevitably becoming his primary target for retaliation. Thus, they must triumph in that confrontation by any means necessary. Failure would mean the absence of any reinforcements. How many interstellar fleets must we contend with? Lin Nian inhaled deeply and inquired once more. Point 2, or perhaps 3. To be frank, I do not hold much faith in your chances, Xie Yunjian concluded, shaking his head candidly. You bastard. If you lack confidence, why push us forward? Zhou Kajin grew agitated, but his words were promptly halted by Lin Nian's raised hand. That we have no other options left, do we? Lin Nian regarded Xie Yunjian with seriousness. Indeed, Xie Yunjian confirmed. This is the only path to survival. Since death is inevitable, why not take a gamble? He posed a rhetorical question. Very well, Lin Nian replied. I understand. Shall we depart immediately? He nodded, effectively committing the entire 1st interstellar fleet to this course of action, eliciting complex expressions from everyone present. This signified that they had no further retreat. Their next adversary would no longer be the cult of the heavens, but the formal imperial army, an interstellar fleet of equal might. Fighting amongst themselves, a most precarious situation. No, Xie Yunjian interjected. Not yet. The timing is not right. You must wait and continue to delay your advance until Lu Ili completes his usurpation. Only then will the edict from Prince Zhu hold bear its maximum potential. You will then be justified in your actions. Xie Yunjian spoke earnestly to Lin Nian. Very well, Lin Nian acquiesced. We shall await this message. He nodded, having not previously considered the importance of being justified in their actions. Only focused on the necessity of engaging in battle, for that was the sole path remaining to them. Take care, Xie Yunjian said. Lieutenant Colonel Lin Nian, we look forward to personally welcoming you on Baimong Star. The heroes of the Empire. He straightened his posture and performed a deep bow to all present. Indeed, Lin Nian replied, immediately straightening his own posture and saluting Xie Yunjian, as did the others. As Xie Yunjian's hologram dissipated, Lin Nian lowered his hand. Commander, Mo Yangwang began, are we truly going to? He shuddered at the thought of the battles to come, knowing they would not be against the cult of the heavens, but against imperial interstellar fleets of equal strength, and not just one. That Mo Yangwang lacked the confidence of assured victory, and similar expressions of trepidation adorned the faces of his companions. Major Mo, Xie Yunjian addressed him. And to everyone else present, Lin Nian surveyed all those around him. He could perceive the trepidation and unease reflected in their eyes. That we will prevail. Please trust me, Lin Nian declared, his voice calm, yet powerful, imbued with a certain enchanting force that immediately reassured Mo Yangwang. The confidence conveyed in Lin Nian's words not only steadied Mo Yangwang, but also dispelled the anxiety among the crew. Rekindling their resolve, they regarded Lin Nian at the center of the command bridge with solemn expressions. Yes, Commander, Mo Yangwang exclaimed, prompting everyone to stand upright and salute Lin Nian with heads held high. On Bema Star, within the Imperial Council chamber, Lu Ili strode in with his head held high. I greet the speaker, he announced. Upon seeing Lu Ili, all the ministers bowed their heads, their demeanor respectful, for those unwilling to show deference had long been taken away, their blood flowing like rivers. The recent rebellion led by Wen Yuan had provided Lu Ili with a direct pretext to purge dissenters ruthlessly. The anti-reactionary movement was in full swing, and high-ranking officers of the Central Imperial Army were falling one after another. Even General Wang, who had been spared by Prince Zhu Xian, was deliberately brought forth by Lu Ili for immediate execution. The fate of military officials mirrored that of their civilian counterparts. The gendarmerie under Lu Ili's command struck relentlessly, bringing chaos and bloodshed. Ultimately, no one on Bema Star dared to oppose Lu Ili. All sang his praises, rejoicing in his leadership. Recently, Lu Ili began, seated upon his speaker's throne. Auspicious omens have appeared on Bema Star. What do you think is the cause? He intentionally broached the topic of auspicious signs, which naturally implied divine favor and gratitude for the speaker's benevolence. Without Lu Ili's courageous stand against tyranny and the overthrow of the brutal Zhu Xian, both we and His Majesty would have been condemned to a prolonged existence under a reign of terror. It is the speaker who has brought us light and hope. Xie Yunjian was the first to rise, echoing words that Lu Ili wished to hear. Yet, beneath his flattery lay subtle undertones, such as the metaphor of the blood-soaked terror, for Zhu Xian had not stooped to such depths of depravity. Ha! You are too kind, Lu Ili responded, hastily waving his hand in modest denial that he now stood above all, fully in command of both military and political spheres, in the most inflated moment of his ascendancy. Completely oblivious to the veiled meanings in Xie Yunjian's words. No, he continued, you certainly possess that qualification. Furthermore, Xie Yunjian stood, turning to address the assembly. Esteemed colleagues, the speaker Lu Ili has rendered immense service to both His Majesty and our empire. I propose that we recommend Speaker Lu Ili for the title of Prince. Xie Yunjian's face radiated fervor, yet each word struck a chord deep within Lu Ili's heart, bringing him immense satisfaction. He had found the perfect mouthpiece. As Xie Yunjian's proposal to elevate Lu Ili to royalty was voiced, the entire Imperial Council chamber buzzed with excitement, whispers filling the air. Among the ministers, those closely aligned with Lu Ili were filled with joy, eager to see him ascend to the throne at the earliest opportunity. However, those who had witnessed Lu Ili's reign of terror were left seething in silence, unable to voice their discontent. If Lu Ili were to be made a prince, the next step would undoubtedly be a further elevation in rank, followed by the ousting of Zhu Renhe, allowing him to ascend to the supreme position of the human empire. Many gazes turned toward the imperial seat, where the young emperor remained cradled in the nurse's arms, stripped of his previous indulgences and now overshadowed by palpable fear. Silence. What? Do you have objections? As the murmurs grew louder, Gu Hanzhou stood up. Shouting to the assembly, he was a staunch ally of Lu Ili, commanding the most formidable 5th Interstellar Fleet. Should Lu Ili officially become emperor, he would have the opportunity to rise to the position of marshal of the empire. Anyone who dared to impede his progress would become his adversary. With Gu Hanzhou's declaration, the ministers fell silent, recalling that this Imperial Council chamber was now firmly under Lu Ili's control. Should Lu Ili become displeased, they could easily face dire consequences. Therefore, he continued, I propose that we formally beseech His Majesty to grant Lu Ili the title of Prince of Peace, in gratitude for the tranquility and hope he has brought us. Xie Yunxian promptly advanced Lu Ili's usurpation plan, addressing the young emperor aloud. Throughout the proceedings, Lu Ili remained silent, yet his lips curled into a satisfied smile, particularly towards Xie Yunxian, his newly acquired spokesperson. This was the epitome of understanding the will of the higher-ups. I shall set an example that I agree to the title of prince. Xie Yunxian raised his hand, and the other ministers exchanged glances. Gu Hanzhou kept a watchful eye on them, ready to act against anyone exhibiting dissent. I concur. One minister raised his hand, followed by a third, a fourth, and soon they surpassed the necessary 10 votes. Under Lu Ili's looming presence, the proposal passed unanimously. Oh dear, what merit have I to deserve this? Are you all conspiring against me? Lu Ili began his feigned act of humility, pushing back against the proposal. The ministers merely watched in silence, bemused by his clumsy performance. Days later, Lu Ili officially announced to the entire empire that he had supplanted Zhu Renhe, becoming the new emperor of the human empire. I shall continue to lead the human empire, protecting our subjects and bestowing blessings upon the world. Glory belongs to the empire. Lu Ili stood before a multitude of cameras, solemnly taking an oath of utmost gravity. He proclaimed, with fervor, the words of loyalty that belonged exclusively to the empire, words that countless imperial generals would utter only at the twilight of their lives. Now, these words were deliberately appropriated by Lu Ili, who believed they would lend an air of majesty to his ascension. A thunderous applause erupted throughout the grand hall, resounding endlessly. Lu Ili reveled in this moment of brilliance that was uniquely his. The densely packed crowd gradually parted, creating a pathway. The red carpet unfurled, extending upward. At the apex of the carpet stood the former emperor, Zhu Renhe, who cowered alone, cradling the object that symbolized his imperial status, the jade seal. Once Lu Ili took the jade seal from Zhu Renhe's hands, he would complete the grand ceremony of usurpation. The triumphant smile adorned Lu Ili's face as he advanced step by step toward Zhu Renhe amidst the cacophony of cheers from the crowd. Lu Ili looked down upon the somewhat naive Zhu Renhe, who trembled uncontrollably in the face of Lu Ili's imposing presence. Nanny, Zhu Renhe turned his head to gaze at his distant caretaker. Calling out softly in a childlike voice, the nanny, her eyes brimming with tears, looked fearfully at Lu Ili, repeatedly gesturing as if to lift something, attempting to guide Zhu Renhe in mimicking her actions. It seemed Zhu Renhe finally comprehended. His small hands quivered as he offered the plate containing the jade seal to Lu Ili. Lu Ili, seemingly weary of intimidating an ignorant child, forcefully seized the jade seal from Zhu Renhe's grasp. Turning to face the assembly, he raised the jade seal high with one hand, both as a display and a proclamation. All hail the new emperor. The crowd bowed in unison, chanting fervently. Xie Yunxian was among them. Yet with his head bowed, a glimmer of coldness flickered in his eyes. Lu Ili had already betrayed the very slogan that had propelled him into the central star domain. He was not there to purge the court, but to fulfill his personal ambitions. All legitimacy surrounding Lu Ili's actions on Baimong's star evaporated with this act of usurpation. Lu Ili's impatience had laid bare his ravenous ambition, and at this moment, Xie Yunxian,